Volume 2, Chapter 51 Dungeon Practicum Part 1. Right after the endurance test, Jaehyeon immediately received permission from instructor Kim Seok-gi to use the AR room. This was because he needed to check his current skill level and prepare for his next move. As a result, up until a few moments ago, he had been in the AR combat system room by himself trying to see the highest stage he could reach. It was in stage 27 that he felt he had reached his current limit. It was a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders could normally clear with effort. One could say that at least in the academy, there was no one who could be Jaehyeon's opponent. This is a good start. To think I got first place in the freshman hunt and the endurance test first place even among the freshman cadets in the elite academy. He had truly achieved overwhelming results. Jaehyeon rotated his shoulder to get rid of the kinks there with a satisfied expression. If he didn't do some cooldown exercises right after combat, his muscles would be screaming the next day. Although raiders B rank and above didn't need to take care of such cumbersome things by themselves since their guilds would assign them a physician. Jaehyeon was only a D rank warrior in the past. Getting treatment from a physician was something he couldn't even dream about. As a result, Jaehyeon had learned how to cool down his muscles by himself. Around 30 minutes later, after he was done, Jaehyeon changed and left the AR combat system room. He could have used the shower facility present, but he figured he'd use the better bathroom in his hotel once he got back. Bzzzt. Together with the sound of the door opening, a cold gust of wind rushed toward his body soaked in sweat. Jaehyeon crouched for a moment and shivered. I should make a dash for it. I might catch a cold like this. Jaehyeon powerwalked to the hotel he was staying at, passing the clean streets of the park which had evergreen trees growing on each side. He went to the shop selling equipment for a moment. He planned to use the points he got from instructor Kim Seok-gi to buy a few items he would need going forward. There's not much time left until the next event. I have to prepare ahead. Jaehyeon entered the shop, and his expression quickly turned serious as he bit his lip. Soon, a very tragic event that cadets could never have imagined would begin. Jaehyeon started to buy a few simple tools he could use in dungeons, a mana shield in case of unexpected variables and a mana blade to finish off monsters, and a few items that could increase his mana capacity. He didn't buy any potions since he'd already asked Yi-sang to make some for him. Jaehyeon looked around the shop a few more times before heading to the register. After paying for everything, he came out of the shop and thought about the ringleader of the coming incident, Gu Ya in that disgusting bastard. One day, he'll deal with him personally. Milla's academy and Gu Yain had always been like this. They acted as if they were providing the cadets with security when they were in fact hiding a trap inside since it was possible for unexpected talent to emerge that way. But it was the wrong method for it. Before regression, several innocent cadets had died in this event. Just because they wanted to find a few more talents, I have to survive. Jaehyeon increased his resolve. Several events where one's life was put in danger would occur in Milla's academy in the coming days. And in 3 days, the first life-or-death situation Jaehyeon would experience after coming back in time would occur: the Dungeon Practicum Incident. The Dungeon Practicum Incident, one of the disgraceful and tragic incidents at Milla's academy, a terrible event where numerous cadets lost their lives. In the past, Jaehyeon left behind 3 teammates in this event. He had ignored their call for help in such a desperate situation and ran out, simply to survive. In the end, being the only member of his team still alive. All the cadets blamed him for the others' deaths. They told him it would have been better if he had died with the rest of his team, that it was despicable how he could act so normal when he had left the others to die. But even as everyone cursed him, Jaehyeon couldn't quit the academy. He hadn't wanted to disappoint his mother, who believed in him, and the people around him. So he gritted his teeth through everything and held on. Of course, the result was just the life of a D-rank raider crawling at the bottom of the barrel. Recalling the tragedies that had happened, Jaehyeon pursed his lips in a tight line. Was it possible to change his future this time? He was a raider more used to running away and had always been called pathetic. Just before returning to the past, he was a useless existence who could only hold a buckler and act as a meat shield like a single-use item. He had lived to be much like an expendable battery that could be replaced at any moment. I have no plans of reliving the same life. Jaehyeon strengthened his resolve once more to live this life differently from the last one. There was no way he would run away twice. Jaehyeon, who had gone to the equipment shop, stood in front of his hotel lobby soon after. Hey Min, Jaehyeon, why are you so late? In the lobby were Yu Young, smiling brightly, and Ane, who was slightly more cynical. It seemed they had just finished renting a room. Why, what's wrong? What other problem could there be? We have to prepare. Jaehyeon was about to ask what she meant, but Ane explained first. We met to discuss how to go about the dungeon practicum. Hey, I sent you a text a while ago, pull yourself together, but why did you guys gather like this here without even asking me? Do you plan to kidnap me or something? When have I ever asked you before doing something? Never, but I don't think that's something to be proud of. Yu Young looked very nonchalant. Jaehyeon sighed and decided to follow along with their plan, moreover. He was feeling pretty good today after having finished the endurance test with great results. It works out well. I had some things to give you guys. Huh, food, did you buy Hajin Daz? No. Damn it, do you only think about food? He couldn't believe it. In 3 days they would be going through a life-threatening event. In the face of such a situation, she was calmly looking for ice cream. Let's go in first, then. Let's go to my room. I just rented it today, but the view's to die for. I am okay with that. The three of them cordially headed to Yu Young's room. The place was already filled with snacks and drinks, as expected of Yu Young. It seemed she had filled the fridge first. The three spent more time talking about pointless things than the dungeon practicum before going their separate ways at around 10 p.m. And so, all monsters have something referred to as an attribute. If you want to hunt a monster, using spells or weapons with an attribute that wins against theirs is safer. As such, when you create a party, it is best to have members with a variety of attributes. The classes over the past 2 days were mostly about things they already knew. They learned about stuff they'd already studied in middle school and the common factors between warriors and magicians. As a result, Jaehyeon could understand what was taught in class even without concentrating. The things he had learned before returning to the past were a big help. I studied a lot since I couldn't cope physically now that I think about it. I was pretty desperate. In the past, Jaehyeon's physique was A rank or S rank, but he couldn't even reach C rank. As such, if he wanted to survive, Jaehyeon could only analyze the precise weaknesses of monsters and their attack patterns. Since his physical skills were worse than the others, he had to move one step ahead somehow else. And so, Jaehyeon was knowledgeable on most theoretical stuff. The only problem was magical knowledge, but he had learned in 1-on-1 tutoring sessions with Yu Young for that. So he would be able to pass the first year without much difficulty. Jaehyeon spun a pen and smiled slightly. All right, if I just continue like this, I can grow stronger smoothly. Jaehyeon's first goal was becoming stronger than his father Min Seong-o, who was an A-rank raider. The second was protecting himself and his mother while also reaching a higher living standard than in his pitiful past life. The last was discovering the truth behind his regression. To make all of these come true, he would probably need strength at the level of an S-rank raider or higher. Jaehyeon had to keep moving forward without stopping. Raiders stopped growing when they reached 20 years of age. If he didn't squeeze out every drop of potential right now and grow stronger, he wouldn't be able to change anything afterwards. However, I shouldn't be in too much of a hurry and instead take care of things one step at a time. Jaehyeon stopped spinning his pen and turned to the whiteboard. He decided that instead of major goals he couldn't reach just yet, he would complete short-term ones that were realistically attainable one at a time. A moment later, ringing as soon as the bell announced the end of class. The cadets started to stand up and leave the room. Jaehyeon waited for a moment and slowly walked out once the crowd had already left. Yu Young and Ine quickly stuck to his side. It wasn't just Ine but also Yu Young that didn't feel very comfortable around strangers. Hey, wait for us, when Yu Young stuck to his side. Jaehyeon seemed to be used to it as he sighed. Yu Young wasn't one to get along with those she didn't know well on most days since she was shy and had no sense of direction, so Jaehyeon was pretty used to taking care of her. Hey, what should we do about tomorrow? It's the dungeon practicum. We won't get hurt, will we? As Yu Young asked worriedly. In A Chapter 52 Dungeon Practicum Part 2 BZZZZT, the day of the dungeon practicum. Jaehyeon woke up early and was sitting with his legs crossed as he gathered mana in his lower abdomen. What he was doing right now was warm-up before going into a dungeon. Jaehyeon knew very well that his current action was one that would increase a magician's survival rate, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. There is a need to continuously train how to use mana every day. Mana rebound was an illness that occurred when mana refluxed while it was used and damaged the user's body. It was an illness that plagued magicians who used a lot of high-level spells often. Training was important since Jaehyeon possessed 2 high-ranking skills, Lightning Chain and Sacrifice. In order to be able to use his mana to its very limit, he had to inevitably keep an eye out for mana rebound. On top of that, if you keep mana pooled in your lower abdomen, you can use it to strengthen your spell or body quickly when you need to. It's a pretty useful trick. Jaehyeon tried to keep his breath even as he closed his eyes and exhaled as much as possible, with a clear mind. Pure mana accumulated deep in his lower abdomen. Calmly and clearly Jaehyeon started to organize his thoughts as he felt the flow of his mana. I don't know how dangerous things will get in today's dungeon practicum. If I make a mistake, it could lead to the death of me or one of my teammates. BZZZT, mana started to gather, flowed through his body and stopped in one place. Jaehyeon controlled his breathing, then opened his eyes. The only reason I survived before was because I stepped on the lives of others. Others got hurt or died in my stead, in this life. I want live like that. The dungeon practicum was around the corner. The fight that would occur in that place would be very dangerous. In the monster cave that was constructed to imitate an underground dungeon as much as possible was a long journey of wielding a sword and pouring out magic against a real monster until the very end. Of course, since it was only the second event, the rank of the monster that would appear in the dungeon practicum wasn't that high. It would be a level that a cadet skilled enough to enroll in Milla's academy could clear without too much difficulty. But that isn't the actual problem. The real problem was that Jaehyeon was going to use his dirty tricks in the practical once again, before regressing. Jaehyeon alluded that there was only going to be a D-ranked monster in the dungeon practicum for the cadets to fight against. As a result, many cadets were traumatized, were wounded, and in the end did. Of course, Jaehyeon wasn't doing such things only to reduce the amount of resources used on the cadets. Sometimes, these give birth to raiders who break through their limits and grow stronger quickly. In Jaehyeon's perspective, it must have seemed like a game wherein he had nothing to lose. Every once in a while, there are raiders that break down the walls that limit them, who then grow exponentially stronger. The process of breaking that wall, in other words. Experiencing a reawakening allowed one to gain a higher level of strength than before. You either died or broke through your limits and lived. That was what Jaehyeon was hoping for, of course. The reason Jaehyeon could act so lawlessly in the academy was because the police and major powers of Korea overlooked his behavior. In fact, before he returned to the past, it took almost 5 years before Jaehyeon's numerous crimes were revealed. He even ran away in the end. They couldn't find any clues as to where he escaped to. Although there were many rumors about whether he died or not, Jaehyeon was most certainly not dead before time unwound. There was never a single other person who wielded so much power in Korea. He was probably still manipulating things from behind the scenes, pushing innocent people to death even if it wasn't to the same extent as before. Currently, there is no place in Korea that is not within Jaehyeon's reach, but that doesn't mean I should hide away in fear. Decreasing the number of innocent victims as much as possible, that was Jaehyeon's goal. Still, the current situation isn't all bad. Right now, Jaehyeon was the one holding the knife. By coincidence, Jaehyeon had not been able to produce an S-class raider over the past few years, and his power had decreased a lot in the government. But if a cadet with overwhelming talent, who was a magician at that, suddenly appeared, the media would focus on Jaehyeon and produce several articles about him. And Jaehyeon would rush to hold on to Jaehyeon with greed-filled eyes. If that were to happen, the government would trust Jaehyeon again and offer him a huge amount of funds. And that was the loophole Jaehyeon had been eyeing. A very tiny gap that the clever Jaehyeon wasn't able to notice. Targeting that gap would determine the success or failure of the second event. The dungeon practicum, I have to succeed no matter what, right now. I have knowledge and power from the future. There's no reason I can't. Jaehyeon pulled himself together and recalled the voice he had heard just before his return to the past, the refreshing and light tone unique to the Norse system. Reverting of time to the period most desired by the user has succeeded. The time most desired, the period Jaehyeon had been thinking about, as if it read his thoughts. The Norse system spoke again. Main quest first junction has been received. Main quest first junction, you have succeeded in returning to the time you longed for. From this point on, you will have to go through several junctions that previously left you with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. What you decide may take or save the lives of others. The decision is in your hands. Difficulty, reward A route, the same choice as before. B route, a different choice than before. Remaining time, 11:59. Failure penalty, something strange came up again. What could the choices mentioned by the Nornir system mean? Would he make the same choices as last time or decide to do things differently? The system was obviously trying to help Jaehyeon grow stronger. Its intent had always been clear. It was all to reach his goals, but from this quest, it was difficult to accurately grasp what it intended, decide on what kind of ending he wanted from several possibilities. He couldn't know for certain, so he could only go for it blindly. The dungeon practicum, a tragedy was approaching whenever a dark branch was stepped on. It crumbled and made a sound. The mock dungeon was rumored to be the most dangerous underground facility in Milla's academy. As they walked to the deepest part of the second floor of the basement, they could see a wide and endless hall with several dark caves. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked back. She was in charge of the cadets and was the supervisor for the dungeon practicum. Kim Jaehyeon looked at the cadets walking in line behind her and pointed at the entrance of the dungeon. As you know, this dungeon practicum is very difficult with various risks involved, so you will be grouped into teams of 4 and act together. At Instructor Kim's words, a cadet standing in front promptly raised their hand. How will the teams be formed? Will they consist of 2 magicians and 2 warriors? No, with at least 1 warrior or magician in each team. The teams will be decided randomly. We will draw lots to form the teams in a little while after a short explanation. Complaints rang out from everywhere. As with the endurance test, they thought it to be unfair. If you were lucky, you could easily be carried through the dungeon. But on the other hand, if you were unlucky, low-level cadets would be grouped together and enter the dungeon. Jaehyeon looked around his noisy surroundings. Cadets who ranked high in the freshman hunt did not seem to want to be grouped with low-ranking cadets. Moreover, low-grade cadets were avoiding each other. Well, a real monster will appear in this practical. Jaehyeon nodded in agreement, no matter how weak a monster was. They were newbie cadets who had never entered a dungeon. It was natural to pursue safety even a little for this practical. In that sense, it was obviously much more stable to organize a party with stronger cadets. You need to have good luck when drawing lots. How I'm really bad at this, please let me draw something good. Desperate voices came from all over. But as instructor Kim Jaehyeon started her simple explanation of the dungeon practicum, everyone quickly went silent again. First of all, the dungeon practicum was a formal test that would affect their grades. Since it was their first raid, they didn't need a very high score, but if they performed well, they could get a lot of points. Like with the endurance test. The first place would receive 300,000 points, and the second place would receive 100,000 points. In addition, this dungeon test featured monsters that even weaker cadets could deal with, E-rank monsters like goblins or kobolds, for example. Of course, this is just Jaehyeon's trap. Jaehyeon knew how Milla's academy suffocated its cadets. He gulped, then looked at the entrances that were divided into several paths. I am the only one among the cadets who knows what will happen in there. Of course, like what instructor Kim had said, most of the monsters that appeared in the dungeon were low-level, but if Jaehyeon wanted, boss-level monsters could appear as well. The monster that would appear here was the Kobold Lord D-rank boss monster. Although it wasn't a difficult opponent for Jaehyeon, this wasn't the case for the other cadets. From the start, it didn't make sense for a party of 4 cadets to defeat a boss. But instructor Kim Jaehyeon didn't seem bothered. It was also quite possible that she didn't know about Jaehyeon's plans. The only one of Jaehyeon's confidants Jaehyeon knew for certain was Kim Seok-gi. The other instructors often didn't know exactly what was happening at Milla's academy. There might be a need to find out whether instructor Kim Jaehyeon is one of Jaehyeon's lapdogs. Jaehyeon smiled slightly while looking at her. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon checked her watch, then spoke to the cadets in a calm voice. Then we shall officially start drawing lots. The cadets called should come forward and pick a lot one at a time. Jaehyeon, who was called fairly quickly, was assigned to Team 3. Walking over to the area where Team 3 was to gather, he saw someone he already knew there. Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was relieved to see at least one person in the team he could talk to comfortably. Moreover, it was a cadet with good skills that he could entrust his back to. Thank God, at least I know someone on the team. Yeah, while the two were talking, voices that Jaehyeon would never forget suddenly penetrated his ears. Hi, I am Kim Jinna. A warrior. I'm Park Sungwoo, also a warrior. You guys are Team 3, right? Let's get along. The moment Jaehyeon saw the two pupils started to shake. The poker face he had always maintained cracked for the first time. Jaehyeon already knew their names and faces. How Kim Jinna and Park Sungwoo. They were the cadets who had taken part in the dungeon practicum with Jaehyeon before regression, the ones who had died in Jaehyeon's place in the dungeon. Chapter 53, Dungeon Practicum Part 3. Chapter 53, Dungeon Practicum Part 3. Kim Jinna, Park Sungwoo. Jaehyeon rolled their names on his tongue for a moment, then bit on his lip. This was what the Nornir system wanted from the start. That's why it gave me a quest like that not long ago. The Nornir system had given Jaehyeon the special quest First Junction, giving him a distinctive reward depending on whether he chose to do the same thing as in the past or something different. It was a unique quest that he didn't know the meaning of. What the hell does the system want from me? Jaehyeon wondered but could not come to a conclusion easily. Moreover, now was not the time to focus on this. Jaehyeon put on the calmest expression he could as he greeted the two people who were approaching. Because of her shyness, Ine hid behind Jaehyeon and merely peeked out at them. Nice to meet you. I'm Min Jaehyeon, a magician, and this is Ine. Also a magician, let's get along. Jaehyeon did the introductions for Ine. He pointed behind him and continued. As you can see, she's pretty shy, haha. That's fine, we should be getting along more as we spend time with one another. True, fortunately we're not that shy. So we should get along quickly. Everything's the same as before, both of them. Jaehyeon watched as the two tried to pull Ine into a conversation, with innocent faces and warm consideration. The two he had met in his previous life were both kind to the point of stupidity. Unbefitting of the raider lifestyle, they were trying to find their own way amidst all the competition, and before time regressed. The two did not blame Jaehyeon even as they watched him run away, merely thankful that at least someone survived. They just made the same silly face as now. Jaehyeon tried his best to relax his stiff expression and scanned all three of his teammates as he spoke. Then, shall we strategize first? Jaehyeon had decided not to run this time. His eyes were filled with resolve. I don't plan to lose my teammates again. He had already come to an answer for the system's question. In dungeons, you have to keep one thing in mind. No matter what pops up, never falter. If the warriors in the vanguard in particular start to falter, the whole party will end up annihilated. Jaehyeon naturally became Team 3's leader with the impact of what he had shown during the freshman hunt. He didn't lose to a warrior one-on-one and also had a peculiar leadership trait. Jaehyeon pointed out some parameters for the dungeon. See until F. He explained all the plans he made to his teammates in detail. It was a guide of sorts for what to do when a monster suddenly appeared. This was the manual Jaehyeon had created to survive against monsters back when he was a warrior. His teammates listened to him explain his plans in a daze and soon exclaimed in admiration, "Wow," as expected of the person who got first place in the freshman hunt. The details of your strategy are no joke. There's 6 in total. Right? Wait a sec. I'll memorize them quickly. Jaehyeon's strategy was so close to perfection that it was hard to find a single flaw. A manual designed to deal with monsters using optimized movements. No matter when and where they popped out. His teammates admired his ability to formulate a plan with their jaws dropped. On the other hand, Jaehyeon let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his teammates who were agreeing to his scheme. Thank God. Although this dungeon practicum would be intense, if they listened to his words, everyone would make it out alive. After all, he had knowledge from the future and was the strongest among the cadets, but even so, it would have been a pain in the ass if his own teammates didn't trust his judgment. An ally who liked to pick out faults or a fight was more dangerous than an enemy. As far as Jaehyeon knew, they were the ones who died first in dungeons. There's no problems with Park Sungwoo and Kim Jinna. They won't cause any trouble at the very least. Their virtuous nature was probably why they tried to save even just one person when their team was being annihilated by a kobold lord. But Jaehyeon knew what kind of features a dungeon had, since it was an evil lair where you didn't know when and where something would pop out from. He analyzed his capabilities precisely. The dungeon itself isn't difficult for me. It's easy, in fact, but my skills lack diversity right now. I can't help but be at a disadvantage, disregarding strength. A team's synergy was important when dealing with enemies. Fortunately, the boss monster that would appear here was a D-ranked kobold lord. Something that Jaehyeon wouldn't have much trouble with. A single strike of lightning chain would probably be enough to take care of it. Even so, I shouldn't become careless. A dungeon was a dangerous place. It wasn't like Jaehyeon could take all the aggro either. In the end, it would also depend on how actively the other 3 participated in the raid. Of course, Jaehyeon still planned to do everything in his power so that everyone would come out of this alive. For now, I have to finish it off with the skills that I already have. He currently didn't possess a single blank card. Although he had learned a few skills through his own efforts, they were all low-level skills. In terms of power, they couldn't compare to Lightning Chain or Light's Judgment. On top of that, Light's Judgment could not be used unless it was against undead monsters. The scope of his techniques would thus inevitably shrink. However, it'll save them no matter what. Jaehyeon looked at his teammates with a face full of resolve. If you can't keep the aggro, I'll do whatever I can, so don't worry too much about it. Yeah, I feel oddly reassured, seemingly feeling awkward. Jinna scratched the bridge of her nose as she said so. Sungwoo also appeared happy. It was to be expected. Jaehyeon was strong and a cadet that could be leaned upon. They had probably concluded that their lives wouldn't be in danger at the very least. As Jaehyeon was thinking about the dungeon raid and directing his teammates, Instructor Kim Jae-yeon's high-pitched voice echoed through the underground hall. Attention everyone, the planning period is over. From now on, we will officially begin the dungeon practicum. Team leaders, please come forward. Jaehyeon took a step forward at Instructor Kim's words. Glancing to the side, he saw Yu Young together with Ho Yeon. They were Team 4, at least Yu Young won't get hurt here. Jaehyeon smiled in relief. With a tanker like Ho Yeon, there was no chance of her getting hurt with him not being able to keep aggro. If things went like they did before, nothing unfortunate would happen. Yu Young was also a genius magician placed in the top 3 herself. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon called all the team leaders over and explained the things they had to be careful about, then initiated the dungeon practicum. Please head on over to the dungeon assigned to you. I wish you good luck. Shall we get going? Ine was the first to stick behind him, while Jinna and Sungwoo quickly followed after her. It was the official start of the dungeon practicum, a rectangular area filled with an old, musty smell. It was an old underground dungeon with E-rank monsters like kobolds and ones that looked like moles. Currently, this place was being explored by Team 4, which was composed of Ho Yeon, Yu Young, Magician Ha Yeon Ju, and Warrior Kim Seho. Team 4 was slowly moving deeper into the dungeon while scrutinizing their surroundings as Instructor Kim Jae-yeon had told them. By the way, Why is this place so damp? Is a ghost going to pop up or something? Yeah, it smells musty too. It's making it so hard to breathe. What a pain. Yu Young and Yeonju grumbled from the rear. Ho Yeon, who was walking in front, turned back for a moment and chuckled. It can't be helped. We're inside a dungeon after all. Everyone else is probably in similar surroundings. That's true. But Ho Yeon didn't get mad at Yu Young and Yeon just complaints. He was silently looking at the floor and the walls, wary that an enemy would pop up out of nowhere. I need to focus. If a single thing goes wrong, my teammates may get hurt. Of course, this was just a mock test in the end. There was probably not going to be a monster that fell in the higher level, but that doesn't mean we're completely safe. Kobolds will probably come out. Right? It's an underground dungeon and all. Yes, that's probably not far off the mark. Seho agreed with Yu Young, although it wasn't a dungeon that was a replica of one of the other 8 realms. This was also a place where you could get pretty good materials. Sapphires, rubies, diamonds, and a diverse variety of ores could be mined here. There might be a diamond somewhere, Ryak. Yeonju, who was mumbling as she muttered, screamed Shlink without missing the weak mana that flowed in with the wind. Ho Yeon quickly retreated back and shouted toward his teammates. Something's coming, positions. Yu Young reacted immediately and found her position. Her ability to cooperate with others was better in general. Owing to her time with Jaehyeon in the demi-plane, Yeonju and Seho shuffled around a bit but soon found their places. The two then quickly readied themselves up for battle as they awaited Ho Yeon's orders. Kyriak, the monster that appeared in front of them, was a kobold like they'd expected, weak against the light attribute. With insignificant physical damage, they're still difficult to deal with if they ambush us in a group though. Tadada, Seho stayed in position, since there was a chance that the magicians in the rear could be attacked. This was something they had discussed beforehand. O Light of Ulfheim, explode in holy force. Active skill Flash Bomb has been activated, without hesitating. Yu Young immediately cast Flash Bomb and blocked the enemy's line of sight. Soon after, Yeonju cast haste on her teammates to increase the speed of everyone's movements and attacks. Slice, with more refined swordsmanship. Ho Yeon swiftly took care of 3 kobolds. He rotated his body and crushed the enemy's cervical spine, arms, legs, and lumbar spine as he turned back to the front. But it didn't stop there, not falling behind. Yu Young started to cast Wind of Helheim. Sweep away all foes before me. Active skill Air Blaster has been activated. Wind flowed out and wrapped around Yu Young's body before it began to compress into a small sphere soon after. Yu Young smirked and immediately launched the sphere at the monsters. Ki-Eek, Kiruk, in an instant. 3 kobolds were eliminated with visibly overwhelming talent. Ho Yeon looked at Yu Young's actions in awe, even though she's a magician. She's making moves and eliminating monsters without fear. Ho Yeon immediately realized that she didn't get second place in the freshman hunt just because of Jaehyeon's help. I can't lose. He fixed his grip on his sword and looked around. But he couldn't see any more enemies nearby. He then sighed and checked to see if his teammates were all right. Is everyone okay? Oh. Yeah, thanks to you, I'm also totally fine. Yu Young and Yeonju didn't seem to be hurt anywhere. However, Seho's expression seemed a bit strange. His face had turned blue, and his whole body had stiffened. When the strangely bent arm and leg made a cracking sound as if a bone had broken, his teammates' faces turned somber. Seho, are you okay? What? I never heard anyone say that kobolds used poison. Calm down first. Before Ho Yeon could finish his words. His companions were left in panic as impure mana started to flow through the dungeon. A foul stench filled the air. Boom, boom at the sound. The 3 turned to look at where the mana was leaking from. They were able to see the visage of the monster with the help of the faint lighting in the cave. Ho Yeon's, Yu Young's, and Yeonju's faces were filled with horror. What the fuck? How could a boss monster like the Kobold Lord appear in a place like this? Chapter 54 Dungeon Practicum Part 4 Thank God, at least I know someone on the team. Yeah, since entering the dungeon. Ine had merely replied to questions thrown her way and didn't say much else. Jaehyeon looked at her as she followed behind him and sighed softly. She's really shy. I thought she'd gotten better since she got closer to me, and Yu Young, though I guess there's no way she would have changed so quickly when she's lived her whole life with a wall around herself. In the past, even those closest to Seo Ine had mentioned that the days when she said more than 3 words at a time could be counted on one hand. She was quite taciturn from a young age. On top of not having a great relationship with her family, Kriak inside the dark dungeon. The sound of metal hitting against metal and a nasty odor in the air made a shiver run up one's spine. Even though they had just taken care of several groups of kobolds a moment ago. It seemed there were still some monsters left, however. Jaehyeon didn't have much interest in such small fry. Kobold Lord, that's the real worry here. I need to focus. Jaehyeon let out a long sigh and looked around. The sphere of light he had created was the only source of light within the darkness. On one side, Jinna stood beside Jaehyeon holding a shield 2/3 of her height. It was said that the shield was made of well-tempered steel by Park Cheolgon, a famous blacksmith. The item that was probably worth several hundreds of millions of won gleamed and clanked as they walked. Jaehyeon once again realized that the whole place was crawling with young masters and young misses from rich families. Well, what kind of parents would send their precious sons and daughters into a dungeon otherwise? In addition, they were permitted to wear custom equipment during the dungeon practicum. Preliminary preparation was also a very important part of a dungeon raid, and a raider's survival was directly tied to their equipment. Jaehyeon was also wearing his shadow armor and probationary Valkyrie set. Stealth might be difficult to make use of, but I expect mana plundering will be quite effective. Stealth was a skill that erased all signs of its user, but Jaehyeon's proficiency with it was still too low. In addition, kobolds usually appeared in underground dungeons. Since they were monsters that lived in the dark, their senses of hearing and smell were a lot more sensitive. Truthfully, it would be difficult for stealth to show its effectiveness in this dungeon. Jinna, who'd been walking beside Jaehyeon, glanced at his face and spoke with a bright expression. By the way, I already knew you were strong, but you really are awesome. Jaehyeon, how many monsters did you take care of by yourself back there? Well, it just somehow ended up that way. Jaehyeon replied calmly as he examined the floor and walls of the dungeon. It was to prepare for any potential variables when they met the boss monster in a little while. While advancing into the darkness of the dungeon, Jaehyeon carefully moved forward along the wall as the spell flash illuminated the way. Breathing lightly, he measured the wavelength of the mana within the dungeon. It was still faint, but there was definitely a strong presence at the very end. This is definitely the Kobold Lord's mana. Jaehyeon gulped. Of course, compared to the Night Shade, it was at a much lower level. But the other cadets would be as shocked as Jaehyeon was when he first encountered the Night Shade. Right now, the monsters are weak, so the whole team is listening to my commands well. But if they really get flustered, we're fucked when the Kobold Lord appears. I need to kill it right away without giving it any openings. That was the most he could do. What transpired in here couldn't be seen from outside, even if it was just a dungeon practicum. It was impossible to install cameras within dungeons. In other words, he could display his true strength here as long as he made sure his teammates kept their mouths shut, if needed. I can use the mind control that I copied from Gu Yaon and make it so they can't utter a word about it all. Jaehyeon noticed that Ine was getting closer and closer to him. She was following him nervously from about 2 steps away. The girl who had been happily chatting away with Yu Young a few moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Jaehyeon synchronized his steps with Ine and spoke in a low voice. Other people still make you a bit uneasy. Huh, yeah, Ine nodded stiffly as she answered. Jaehyeon stopped trying to make her talk so she could focus on raiding the dungeon a bit more comfortably. Ine was the most powerful damage dealer here if Jaehyeon was excluded. The two even had experience cooperating with each other during the freshman hunt. If she got too nervous and was unable to show her true abilities here, their team would suffer quite the loss in strength. After about 30 minutes of walking, Jaehyeon and Sungwoo, who were in the lead, stopped almost simultaneously. They had arrived in a wide room with antique murals on the walls. Jaehyeon furrowed his brow as he looked around. It's different from what I remember. Well, I don't even have to think about it. It must be Gu Yaon's doing, seemingly. The dungeon practicum had strayed from what Jaehyeon had gone through before regression. This was probably one of the methods Gu Yaon had prepared to tame him, just then from deeper in the dungeon. A musky and dark mana started to spread. It's here. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and quietly whispered to his teammates, something's approaching, it's different from before. So be careful, well go with formation COK. When Ine responded first without any questions, Sungwoo and Jinna nodded their heads as well, however. Sungwoo's face darkened as he tried to comprehend why Jaehyeon had decided on that formation in this situation. A stronger monster is coming. Formation C even as he defended while preparing to counterattack. He tilted his head in curiosity. Didn't instructor Kim Jae-yeon say just a moment ago that only weak monsters appeared here? What the hell is he on about, fortunately or unfortunately? He didn't have to wonder for long. Grrr, a hoarse roar echoed. It came from a tall beast with sharp fangs and a thick blood-colored exoskeleton that could tear them apart with East Kobold Lord. The boss monster was waiting for them at the end of the dungeon. That's the Kobold Lord? In no way, why did a Kobold Lord appear in a place like this? Sungwoo and Jinna's panicked voices rang out, however. Jaehyeon merely readied up for combat without a change in expression, then shouted, "Everyone calm down, if we make a mistake here we're dead. Remember what I said at the beginning? Oh got it, okay, crash in that instant." A bunch of kobolds appeared on the ceiling and the floor before jumping at the party one after another. As expected from a boss monster, it had the ability to call on and make use of the lower-level monsters. Sungwoo quickly initiated taunt and lured the enemy toward himself. Ine cast the spell Magic Armor on him to enhance his defense. Jaehyeon quickly ran forward while they were dealing with a group of kobolds. He had only one goal: to quickly eliminate the kobold lord and secure his team's safety. Up, with a shout. Jaehyeon quickly shot straight toward the kobold lord, but then a tremor quaked through Jaehyeon's legs as he kept running. What is this ominous feeling? The dark, concentrated mana surrounding them felt suffocating, a sensation that was almost identical to when Jaehyeon had encountered the Night Shade. Is it because of the kobold lord? No. It can't be. There must be something else. Jaehyeon pursed his lips in a straight line. However, without backing down, he jumped as he formed a fist. Bang! His attack toward the kobold lord made a direct hit. The clear, thrilling sensation of his fist piercing through the monster's body swept over Jaehyeon. It definitely worked. However, a moment later, when the roar subsided and the dust cleared, Jaehyeon's face, which had lit up in victory, darkened. What? With narrowed eyes, Jaehyeon took in the impossible sight before his eyes. Grrrrrrr, that should have been enough power to knock down a kobold lord. However, the monster had quickly recovered and begun to regenerate its original form. How was this possible? I did expect variables. But a kobold lord with a regenerative ability? Isn't this a bit too much? Jaehyeon immediately controlled his breathing. He could clearly feel his heart beating rapidly. The present and thus the future that he knew had changed. The monster in front of him was completely different from any creature Jaehyeon already knew about. The moment Jaehyeon was about to move in an attempt to figure out the creature, identifying the existence behind the kobold lord. The existence behind it has been identified as Odin's Raven. Special quest: Raven Hunter has been obtained. The system was one step ahead of him. Special quest: Raven Hunter, kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on you and the gods against the Aesir. Objective 0/5 difficulty S reward per objective. Blank card 1 reward for clearing the quest. Class increase remaining time. Failure penalty death. The tunnel outside the dungeon. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon was analyzing the cadets' strengths and weaknesses as she scanned their battle reports. The profile she was reading on her tablet was none other than Min Jaehyeon's. He's really such an amazing cadet. She could hardly take her eyes off the screen in her hand. How can Cadet Min Jaehyeon give such a performance even though he's a magician? She was also a magician who had risen to a fairly high position as an A rank. But she had never seen any magician in the world fight like that before she knew it. The highlight of Min Jaehyeon's actions in the freshman hunt was playing on her tablet, with the movements of a warrior that quickly defeated his enemies one by one. Alongside the magic casting with almost no delay, Jaehyeon was overwhelmingly talented without a single visible weakness. Team 3 is likely to pass this dungeon practicum with first place. She already had such a conclusion in her head. She knew. At the very least, there was no one in Milla's academy who could beat Jaehyeon. As she was organizing her thoughts, a sudden noise took instructor Kim Jaehyeon's notice. Soon, an exclamation burst out from her mouth. Jaehyeon quietly sighed and increased her focus on the noise. She couldn't comprehend it. This voice belongs to Team 4. Not Team 3. Why is that? It didn't make any sense. Hadn't Jaehyeon already far exceeded the normal level of a cadet, yet Team 4, not Team 3, had cleared the dungeon first, when Jaehyeon even had an A, who had previously worked with him in the freshman hunt on the same team. Of course, Team 4 had An Ho-yeon and Kim Yu-young, but they should be no match for Min Jaehyeon. What on earth happened? Instructor Kim Jaehyeon, something terrible has happened. At that moment, Team 4 cried out urgently while panting for breath. Ho-yeon's hoarse voice could hardly be heard. He was covered in blood, with the arm of one of his teammates, Kim Seho, around his shoulders. What on earth had happened? The instructor's mind was filled with incomprehensible thoughts that distracted her. However, she didn't show her agitation externally and spoke as calmly as she could. Cadet An Ho-yeon. What is going on? In the dungeon, the boss monster Kobold Lord appeared. Ridiculous. However, the faces of Ho-yeon and his teammates were solemn. There must be something wrong with the dungeon. Then, the reason why Team 3 with Min Jaehyeon has been delayed is, it was most likely the case that an unexpected variable had appeared in the dungeon. To begin with, Jaehyeon had the ability to clear the dungeon practicum by himself. But what if an unforeseen mishap had happened in the dungeon he was in, and he was struggling inside? Without being able to clear it, instructor, please check on Seho first. His condition is a bit weird. I've given first aid treatment. But he's still unconscious. Don't worry. I will request for a team of healers right away. It's not a serious wound. So you don't have to worry. Thank God. Yu-young also let out a long sigh as she relaxed from her tense state. A number of healers were already waiting nearby in case of an accident. Seho wasn't seriously hurt. He was just lapsing. He was likely suffering from the respiratory problems caused by mana addiction. Yu-young calmed her breathing and suddenly started looking around. Her expression was one filled with anxiety. Instructor. Is Team 3 not here yet? Not yet. Yu-young's and Ho-yeon's faces darkened at the same time. Min Jaehyeon still hadn't finished the dungeon practicum, no matter how powerful a Kobold Lord was. It would have been no match for Jaehyeon. Not to mention Team 3 also had CONA. An ominous feeling quickly swept through the three. Instructor Jaehyeon also realized the gravity of the situation and immediately took out her smartphone. After a while, a familiar voice could be heard from the phone. Yes, Chairman Gu Yaoen, this is Instructor Kim Jaehyeon. An emergency has occurred during the dungeon practicum. Requesting emergency support as soon as possible. Aha, don't worry. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon, I'll send a support team soon. At his words, Kim Jae-yeon's expression turned cold. What is this? Gu Yaoen's voice was totally relaxed. She felt goosebumps all over. This wasn't a joke, it was an emergency. What if a boss monster had appeared in dungeons other than Team 4's? A team composed of relatively weaker cadets would be instantly wiped out. In such a situation, he could still give instructions in such a relaxed manner. Then, there it was it just her imagination? The feeling that Gu Yaoen was smiling on the other end of the call. Chapter 55 Dungeon Practicum Part 5 in Scandinavian mythology. Odin had two ravens, Hugin thought and Munin memory, by his side. He collected all kinds of knowledge from all over the 9 realms with the 2 ravens, and he used that knowledge to rule over Asgard, the realm of the Aesir. If the ravens mentioned by the Nornir system were the same as Odin's ravens from mythology, they would be the god king Odin's greatest servants. In other words, they were Jaehyeon's enemies. Jaehyeon considered it. If that were the case, Chairman Gu Yaoen and Odin's ravens, did this mean there was some kind of link between them? Everyone duck at Jaehyeon's hurried shout. His entire team immediately crouched. Swish, crash, the club tore through the air and hit the ground with a thud. The Kobold Lord, which had finally appeared in front of them, was showing overwhelming strength. The team quickly moved into battle formation and faced forward. In such a hopeless situation, Inae's face was the first to stiffen. How is it still alive after getting hit by Jaehyeon's attack? That Kobold Lord, she couldn't understand it. A Kobold Lord was just a D-rank boss. How could it get hit by such a powerful attack and still remain standing? In addition, even if Kobold-type monsters had recovery skills, they didn't have regeneration skills. What the hell is happening? Meanwhile, Jaehyeon was thinking thoughts to Inae's and was trying to develop a new plan. That Kobold Lord, it's not a regular Kobold Lord. Between the overwhelming amount of mana flowing from him, as well as its regeneration ability, it's already above C rank. It might even be more powerful of an opponent than the Nightshade. It was truly a terrifying situation. Jaehyeon checked his team's condition while biting his lip. Even though they were trembling in fear, they were thankfully still trying to maintain formation. Jaehyeon tusked as he spotted the Kobold Lord pulling its club out of the ground. Where it had been stuck, the monster's eyes were red and absolutely emotionless. The unfocused pupils merely sent a shiver down the spine of those that stared into them. Damn, there's no other way, with no other choice. Jaehyeon shouted orders towards his team. Everyone listen carefully while I hold that bastard off. Run back to the entrance of the dungeon, quickly. What the fuck are you talking about? No way you want to take on that insane boss mob by yourself. That's impossible. It's too dangerous alone. Even Inae, who had barely spoken since entering the dungeon, agreed. Jaehyeon clenched his fist as he ground his teeth, at a loss of what to do. There was nothing wrong with what they said. It only meant that the probability of Jaehyeon getting hurt when dealing with the Kobold Lord was lower. But it was obvious that it was much easier for several people to defeat the monsters, but their levels and physiques were quite different from Jaehyeon's. Although they were cadets at an elite academy, they were still rookies. If they were hit by that kind of attack, Inae might survive, but the other 2 would die instantly. Damn. In addition, the kobolds rushing in were a big problem, no matter how weak they were with that many of them. Taking care of all of them at the same time was impossible. Ruhr, the Kobold Lord stood with its club in hand and hit the ground forcefully with its club, boom, at the same time. Cracks started to appear as the ground was destroyed once again. The team's formation was broken and the Kobold Lord's attack quickly continued. It was a natural continuation, as if the movements were planned in advance. Jaehyeon got goosebumps all over. Does Gu Yaoen have the ability to control monsters by any chance? If not, the current situation shouldn't have been possible, of course. There were monsters with some level of intelligence, but was there a monster in the world that could plan and move like that? No, in the end there weren't any. Jaehyeon shouted one more time, run away. Quickly right now, y'all die if you get hit even once. No, crash. A shiver went down Jaehyeon's spine before he could finish talking. The club, which was rapidly approaching, was aimed right at Jaehyeon's head. He couldn't respond quickly because he was too focused on his team, and he was barely able to survive thanks to Inae's shield. Jaehyeon panted as he checked Inae's state. There was a crack in the shield. Things obviously didn't look good. He reflected on the way he had shown his back to his enemy, then immediately turned towards the Kobold Lord. Sorry, I showed you something disgraceful. No, but even you won't be able to defeat a monster like that by yourself. I should be at least C rank. If not B rank, that's right, Inae. It might be hard for me right now, but I don't want to increase the number of innocent victims. I need your help. Okay, I understand. Ine quickly left the vanguard to Jaehyeon and approached the other two. She swiftly narrowed the distance between her and the other two with haste and spoke. You guys head to the dungeon entrance and inform instructor Kim Jaehyeon, B. But Sungwoo cried out. Jinna looked at her with teary eyes, however. Ine shook her head. Fighting against an enemy like that while worrying about your companions is impossible. Sorry. Well, inform the instructor as fast as we can, so W8 Sungwoo gritted his teeth. Fortunately, they reached a decision quickly. He quickly took Jinna and started to run towards the entrance of the dungeon. Ine didn't have time to watch them head outside. She immediately returned to Jaehyeon's side, fortunately. Seho seems to be fine. His breathing sounds a lot better. Yeah, Yu Young's answer to Ho Yeon's words was short, with an anxious expression. She kept looking at the entrance of Team 3's dungeon. Ho Yeon turned to her. Is it because of Jaehyeon? At those words, Yu Young closed her mouth, shivering slightly in fear. She spoke in an anxious voice. Why, they should only have met a kobold lord in the dungeon. Min Jaehyeon and Ine aren't so weak that they'd be killed by a monster like that, but why haven't they come out of the dungeon yet? Yu Young's eyes were turning red. She was finding it difficult to control herself because of the intensity of her emotions. Why on earth did something like this happen just moments ago? Instructor Kim Jae-yeon said that only the dungeon Team 3 entered had a different mana wavelength, making it impossible to enter. Those inside could come out, but it was impossible to enter. Considering all the other cadets that had entered the dungeons had been rescued safely, the situation was incomprehensible. Calm down. Yu Young, we should trust in them and wait. Ho Yeon's words were not reaching her at all. The lives of her precious friends were on the line, especially since Jaehyeon was a special friend to Yu Young. One that she had known for a long time. Her inability to keep calm couldn't be helped. As her face turned pale in worry bzzzt, the mana-surrounded wall collapsed, and two members of Team 3 appeared. Color returned to Yu Young's face for a moment as she watched, but it turned cold once again. No, her expression was darker than before. Yu Young walked to stand in front of the two and asked, with clenched fists, why are you two the only ones that came out of the dungeon? The thing is, the other two are still fighting against the Kobold Lord, the two replied. Almost in tears, it was probably at the thought that the two inside the dungeon might die. Yu Young's eyes were out of focus, so she glared at the two fiercely as she spoke. Why are you two the only ones that came out alive? The eyes of the cadets, who had fought for their lives in the dungeon, were immediately focused on the two's faces. Boom, boom, boom. Jaehyeon and Ine were struggling against the three powerful swings that came, one after the other. The way the Kobold Lord was freely swinging his club was very surprising. The attacks arched through the air like bows, maintaining a lot of force while still being fast. There was no opening. You should already know. Are you asking me to cover you from behind? Please, even without talking. The two had already quickly formulated a plan. Jaehyeon concentrated so he could read the movements of the Kobold Lord. Hup, kicking the ground with a shout. He shot towards the monster again. He moved so quickly that it was enough to make one wonder if he had suddenly disappeared. Unfortunately, the monster was swinging the club very fast as well. Crash while flying away. Jaehyeon gathered his mana and parried the attack with a shield. One hit, just one hit is pretty powerful. All I have to do is change the trajectory. It was indeed a terrifying level of physical strength. What the hell was going on? That monster was clearly beyond the limits of a Kobold Lord. It was already more than a C rank, almost reaching B rank, no matter how many secrets Gu Yaon had. This was crossing the line. To attack cadets by using monsters in a place that trained raiders to kill monsters, I have no choice but to go full out here. But I am still not sure I'll win. There's no other way. Jaehyeon covered his whole body with mana and released it in a line. Thin threads of light colored their surroundings blue as it carved up the area. At the same time, several chains poured out of the ground and ceiling. The active skill lightning chain has been activated. Bzzzzzzz. As the chains clanged against each other, Jaehyeon covered himself in lightning. It's just a monster that's borrowing a Kobold Lord's form, but that doesn't mean it's unbeatable. Jaehyeon had been observing its body closely and had come up with a solution. The body of the Kobold Lord is melting. Little by little, it's probably because its body can't handle that overwhelming mana. And yet, that bastard is still continuously attacking. Even as its body breaks down, that means a slight smile spread on Jaehyeon's face. That means that there's something hiding nearby that is continuously injecting it with mana, and that meant that if he got rid of that source of mana, the Kobold Lord's regeneration ability would stop. It would die, as the chains rushed forward and wrapped around it. The Kobold Lord resisted, chains broke and fell to the ground with a dull sound. Jaehyeon just watched and continued to pour mana into the spell. Odin's Raven a moment ago. The system told him that Odin's Raven was behind the monster. Odin, the Aesir, and those against them. He thought he could finally understand a little. There were still a lot of things that were unclear. But one thing was certain. I am a thorn in Odin's side and I have to kill that bastard. Jaehyeon smirked, leaving the Kobold Lord behind him even as it began to move frailly. He began to attack the mob. The lightning chains sprinkled blood everywhere as they pierced through the Kobold's surprisingly fragile bodies. The reason that Jaehyeon purposefully hunted the regular monsters instead of the boss was simple. It was because of the clear alert that rang out in the next moment. You have killed a Kobold, you have gained 1 level, you are currently level 30, you have a new item that you can equip. Jaehyeon's face was filled with delight. Equip. You have equipped the weapon Mistletoe. Mistletoe was the item he had gotten at the department store the day he met Jaehyeon. It was a growth-type item that he couldn't equip at the time because his level was too low. It was the last ace Jaehyeon had hidden up his sleeve. Odin's Raven, I don't know where you're hiding. But due to having Mistletoe equipped, the user's field of vision has been expanded. You can read your opponent's movements more clearly. The active skill mana perception has been acquired. A golden hue colored Jaehyeon's eyes and his view expanded. I am definitely going to kill you. Ruer, in the next moment. The Kobold Lord broke the remaining chains and rushed towards Jaehyeon. Chapter 56 Raven Hunter Part 1 as the chairman instructed. We have assigned the support team and healers near the mock dungeon. The incident seems to be almost over, and we have instructed the other instructors to do their jobs. Good job. Instructor Kim, how is the situation? Jaehyeon asked this calmly as he rolled up the sleeves of his white dress shirt. Kim Seok-gi answered with his head bowed. It doesn't seem like anyone has noticed anything, that's good. Jaehyeon smiled in satisfaction as he listened to instructor Kim Seok-ji's report. If things continue in this manner, I will have that brat Min Jaehyeon under my control. It was one of the biggest goals of the dungeon practicum this time around, putting Min Jaehyeon under his control. Jaehyeon was confident and willing to do anything he could to have Jaehyeon under his control. A rock that can become jade must be quickly held in your own hands after all. In Jaehyeon's opinion, there was something special about Jaehyeon when compared to other cadets. There were many other cadets who were talented, such as An Ho-yeon, Cha Yu-won, Seone, and Kim Yu-young. However, there was something about him that the others did not have. A sense of ambition and an objective eye when looking back at his own actions. Perhaps that ambition and objective view of himself are leading Min Jaehyeon to higher places. What happened to Min Jaehyeon's Team 3? He hasn't come out of the dungeon. 2 of the other cadets have come out. But Min Jaehyeon and Seone haven't come out yet. Is that so? Jaehyeon mumbled in slight disappointment. This is disappointing. The Jaehyeon he knew was an intelligent guy, and an intelligent person would never fight against an opponent they knew they couldn't win against. Why? Because they wouldn't win anyway. There were numerous raiders who died because they couldn't understand that simple fact. Their colleagues, friends, family, etc. Those with such attachments that they felt they had to protect allowed their emotions to sway them and make them weak. Jaehyeon had believed that Jaehyeon wasn't such a stupid cadet. However, sending out the other 2 first and continuing the raid, the dungeon Team 3 entered couldn't be cleared. Even if it was Min Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon had manipulated everything from the team composition to the assigned dungeon, and in the dungeon that Team 3 had entered, he had especially assigned a very powerful Kobold Lord. He hadn't wanted Jaehyeon to clear the dungeon. The Kobold Lord in Team 3's dungeon was a monster that was closer to a B-rank boss, no matter how outstanding a cadet Jaehyeon was. It would be difficult to deal with, but he knew. The stronger one's self-esteem and ambition was, the easier it was to succumb to helplessness and desire for strength. So, he secretly manipulated the dungeon so that the raid would fail. It would turn him into an obedient dog. With a stiff face, he regained his pretentious smile. If you're in a situation where you can't survive in a dungeon, you'll end up throwing away your teammates and running away. No matter how talented a cadet is, it's always the same. In fact, Jaehyeon had experimented with countless other situations like that. The results were always the same. He swiped his chin with his fingers and felt the texture of his beard. It's slightly disappointing. But let's wait a while longer. The 2 will most likely run out of the dungeon screaming and crying anyway. Keep me informed, Instructor Kim. Yes. Understood. Instructor Kim Seok-gi left the chairman's office after those words. Left alone in the room, Jaehyeon clasped his hands and leaned back in his chair. As expected. He's a difficult guy, but that's what makes him so fun to tame. Jaehyeon planned to tame Min Jaehyeon with this event and have him in his grasp, making it impossible for the cadet to grow stronger without his help. If he did so, Jaehyeon would never be able to betray him. A dog should never bite the hand that feeds it, after all. Fortunately, I used the strength id borrowed from him and strengthened that Kobold Lord ahead of time. He smiled in satisfaction while nodding his head. It seemed he would have a good night's sleep. You have equipped the weapon Mistletoe, due to not meeting all requirements. Only some of the equipment effects may be used. Alongside the system alert, a bracelet made of woven branches began to wrap around his left wrist. It wasn't a sword, spear, or bow. Who would expect a bracelet to be a weapon? Jaehyeon recalled what had happened in the Raider department store. When he'd first gotten Mistletoe, He was shocked after reading its skill's information. Mana perception, a skill that allowed you to see the movement of mana exuded by all beings that used it. In other words, he would be able to see how his opponent used and radiated mana. More than that, it meant he could clearly see what kind of spells his opponents would use, although it might not seem like much from the explanation. The reality was completely different. Knowing what kind of spell the enemy was trying to use and how it was gathering its mana could help you make a plan according to several variables. It even had great synergy with Jaehyeon's other skill, universal derivation. Universal derivation was a skill that reverse-engineered and deconstructed an attack. The newly acquired mana perception could be used right before activating universal derivation. That would allow him to get a rough idea of the skills his opponents would use next. Maximizing his efficiency, whoosh, Jaehyeon tilted his head to avoid the club swinging towards him, widening the distance between him and the monster. The distance between them was about 5 meters, and at that moment, due to having Mistletoe equipped, the user's field of vision has been expanded. You can read your opponent's movements more clearly. Succeeding in equipping Mistletoe, Jaehyeon's nerves went into overdrive. His sight turned blue briefly. Then the movements of the monsters became easier to read. At the same time, Jaehyeon discovered a thread connected to the Kobold Lord leading somewhere else. This is thread. Jaehyeon poured more mana into his eyes to increase the clarity of his vision. This time, he could see the slender thread stretching out more clearly. It was a very thin thread with a bluish tinge. The corners of Jaehyeon's mouth turned up. Yeah, that's what it was. That thread is supplying mana to the Kobold Lord. Like a monk that reached nirvana, Jaehyeon's focus reached a higher state. Using Mistletoe and his heightened sense of sight, he was able to see the thread linking his opponents together. Furthermore, he was able to accurately detect the section where the thread was connected. The thread was connected to the back of the monster's neck. Jaehyeon immediately started running towards the monster. He could now see it clearly. The end of this tedious fight. Ine, please cover me. Make sure its attacks don't hit me. Can you do it? But I don't have enough mana to create a shield, as Ine said. She had reached the limit of her mana capacity. It was a dangerous situation. One where it wouldn't be strange if she passed out due to mana depletion. Jaehyeon shouted at her as she agonized over it. Use the potion I gave you. I'll buy you some time. I'll try my best. Jaehyeon had asked Yi Sang to create some high-level recovery potions a few days prior. He had given some of them to Yu Young and Ine, in anticipation of a situation like the one they were currently in. Ine didn't hesitate. Drinking the potion, mana quickly rose up and filled her with a vivid sensation. She waited for her mana to recover and gathered all the mana she had. Bzzzzz, instantly gathering her mana to the very limit. She began to block all the attacks from the Kobold Lord with a shield. The blue shield protected Jaehyeon as he moved forward. Bang, 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 a shrill sound ripped through the air, as if it wanted to swallow Jaehyeon whole, but he merely smiled with clenched teeth. Jaehyeon believed in Ine's abilities and didn't use any defensive skills in our current situation. There's no other way. There was no room for him to waste his mana. Not in a situation where a powerful blow was needed to finish off the monster once and for all. Additionally, there's nothing more tragic than dying because you couldn't trust in your teammates. This was what Lee Myung-ho had told him when he had been working as a combat raider. Right now, he had to believe in those words. Right now, he had to believe in Ine and do everything he could. Let's go, Ruler. The Kobold Lord roared and swung its clubs, however. Jaehyeon launched forward using Wind Boost and avoided its attacks, all while trusting Ine's shield for the lighter hits. He was heading towards the thing supplying mana to the Kobold Lord, the thing that could end this battle, and finally, Jaehyeon reached the thread behind the Kobold Lord's neck and immediately gathered all of his mana. He took out the mana blade he had purchased the other day from his inventory. He had bought it the other day from the weapon shop to harvest the monsters. Who would have thought I would use it like this? Jaehyeon poured the maximum amount of mana he could into the mana blade. The white sword turned blue and made a shrill sound. As if it were breaking, he had only one chance. Passive skill trained swordsmanship is assisting your sword skills. Passive skill quick step is assisting your physical abilities. Passive skill flexible body movement is assisting your physical abilities. The passive skills that he learned when he was a warrior lent their power at the right moment. With a smile, an incredible amount of mana poured out of him. I saved it for a time like this. It was the mana he had stocked up with his daily breathing exercises. The mana had been steadily accumulating in his body for more than 10 days. And he hadn't even touched it during the freshman hunt. The bright mana was absorbed by Jaehyeon's body and immediately raised his capabilities. In that moment, whoosh, the Kobold Lord twisted and attacked Jaehyeon unexpectedly. A club that couldn't possibly bend curved through the air. It was an attack that was so fast. Ine couldn't block it, and no, Ine clenched her fist and tried to act quickly enough to block it. Blue mana flowed out. But it wasn't a speed she could achieve in the end. But Jaehyeon merely blinked and smiled slightly. Shlink, lightning chains and suddenly shot out. Jaehyeon stepped on the chains he had put in place well in advance and poured mana into them. Then shlink, Jaehyeon's body bent sharply in the air. Along with the sharp sound of metal hitting metal, Ine watched him manipulate mana with a frightened face. She made a small sound. You unbelievable. Jaehyeon placed those chains in advance to do that. It was as she had said. Jaehyeon had laid the chains in advance and waited for a slight opening, a single opportunity to avoid enemy attacks while stepping on the chains. That gap would not appear twice. Since there was a risk of the enemy catching on, Jaehyeon was using that slight opening, as she was thinking. The monster's great attack missed Jaehyeon and hit the wall. Boom, there was a fierce explosion. Ine exclaimed slightly in admiration. In that situation, he had the wits to use the attack skill lightning chain like that. While moving around, it was impossible unless one was able to manipulate mana quite delicately. Beyond the usual skill level, but Jaehyeon did it, while she stared blankly at Jaehyeon's movements. He climbed on the chain and maintained his balance as he headed to the back of the Kobold Lord's neck. You won't be able to regenerate so easily this time. All of Jaehyeon's mana was contained in the sword. The overwhelmingly powerful blade was aimed at the area between the monster and the thread and slashed down diagonally, from the top left to the bottom right, a perfect move, with no unnecessary movements. And finally, roar, the thread supplying mana to the Kobold Lord was instantly cut. At the same time, Jaehyeon's mana blade broke into pieces with a clear sound. The mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. Chapter 57 Raven Hunter Part 2 The mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. Odin's Raven is observing you. Jaehyeon had cut the mana thread connected to the Kobold Lord in one strike. Once he did, the monster's body tilted to one side and crashed to the floor. But Jaehyeon maintained his concentration. The fight was not yet over. The thick mana in the air slowly gathered around his body, creating an immense vortex of mana around him. Your body is accumulating impure mana. Due to the user's pure mana, the impure mana has been purified. Due to the mana the user has on standby, your mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jaehyeon, sweating, was careful not to fall into mana rebound. Mana rebound was much more severe when the mana was not your own, such as the mana in the atmosphere or someone else's mana was circulated through your body. However, Jaehyeon had refined his mana enough through regular breathing exercises and meditation. Soon after, it was for a very short time. But it wasn't impossible for him to manage mana beyond his limits. I did it. The dizzying pain stabbing through his lungs and the intense cycle of mana. Those things allowed Jaehyeon to manipulate more than twice as much mana as usual. Of course, it was only for a moment, but that wasn't important to Jaehyeon. It wouldn't take too long to knock down the enemy in front of him. Already, the Raven had exhausted almost all its mana by making the Kobold Lord regenerate so many times. With mana perception, he saw that his current power was more than enough to take care of it. Let's wrap things up. Jaehyeon took a ragged breath and gathered all of his mana. Flap, he climbed on a chain and quickly moved towards the source of the mana thread, the existence that supplied mana to the Kobold Lord a while ago. It was where Odin's Raven was. Kaowa, a creepy, indiscernible voice rang out as a black robe entered Jaehyeon's line of sight. Jaehyeon immediately rushed in and grabbed the Raven by its neck. At the same time, boom, the powerful mana wound around Jaehyeon's fist was aimed directly at the Raven's face. Having used up most of its mana, it couldn't resist Jaehyeon's attack. Bang! The Raven bounced far away because of the attack and hit the wall. Thud, thud. Jaehyeon walked toward the Raven slumped on the ground. He stepped on the Raven's head and asked, "What the fuck does Odin want?" Jaehyeon frowned and pushed some mana into his leg. Bang! With a bang, the ground receded and a small crater with a 2 million radius appeared. Jaehyeon asked another question. What's the connection between Jaehyeon and Odin? A satisfactory answer didn't come that time. Either. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. This bastard, it doesn't have a will of its own. It's meaningless to keep him any longer. Jaehyeon didn't hesitate and gathered his mana. He stomped on the Raven once more. This time, he planned to kill without mercy. Crash with an explosion. Odin's Raven turned into a shadow and scattered. Its body disappeared without a single sign that it had been there. Jaehyeon felt as if all the mana in his body was escaping. His vision shook and he felt as if the ground he was walking on was moving. Then, a clear voice rang out. You have succeeded in hunting the first of your prey from the special quest Raven Hunter. You have gained 5 stat points. You have obtained a blank card. You have gained 1 level. The user has fully recovered. Together with the final alert, his fading consciousness returned. Huke, in front of him, Ine was unconscious, having exhausted all her mana. Warning, one of your teammates lives is in immediate danger if they do not recover immediately. The designated party member will die. The urgent message caused Jaehyeon to narrow his eyes. Within a dark graveyard, monsters collapsed on the ground chaotically while blood scattered all around them. It was an A-rank dungeon in Gwangali Busan. It was quite difficult to clear. as there were rank monsters like trolls in it. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Scarlet, the guild raiding it at that moment, was not having a lot of difficulties with clearing the dungeon. The reason that they could clear it so easily was neither the raiders' ranks nor their equipment. It was only due to the participation of one person. His presence was devastating in the A-rank dungeon. Min Seong-ho, he was Jaehyeon's father and one of the strongest A-rank raiders in Korea. He was cutting through the trolls with overwhelming force. After all the fights were over, the guildmaster of Scarlet, who was walking in front, turned around and spoke to Min Seong-ho. Phew, this area should be all clear with this. It seems that way, Min Seong-ho replied while shaking the blue blood off his sword. The guildmaster continued with a good-natured smile. This raid went smoothly thanks to you. I don't know why someone like you doesn't belong to a guild, with your skills. You can choose where you want to go. Thank you for saying so, Min Seong-ho replied placidly. The guildmaster paused for a while and asked carefully, what do you think about joining our guild if it's you, Mr. Min? I can give you the best treatment. I am sorry, I don't plan to join a guild, just why flinch? As he was replying, Min Seong-ho's expression grew cold. The guildmaster tilted his head and asked, Raider Min, is something wrong? It's nothing, Min Seong-ho immediately fixed his expression and answered, but his actual thoughts were completely different. One of the ravens was destroyed. Min Seong-ho knew what that meant. It seems some changes have occurred. I need to check it out. I almost passed out because of mana rebound if this continues. It will be dangerous. There was no time to rest. Jaehyeon put his index finger to Anae's wrist and took her pulse. She was in a serious condition, an emergency that required immediate treatment. Mana rebound was an extremely dangerous disease, a fatal disease that, if not treated quickly, could lead to permanent mana dysfunction. Bzzz soon. The blue mana in his body turned into a peaceful green light. The healing light began to pour out of him. The active skill sacrifice has been activated, healing the designated person's injuries. Haha, after 30 minutes. Her irregular breathing stabilized and her complexion looked better. Things should be all right for the moment. Jaehyeon finally relaxed and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He couldn't let her die in a place like this. He had saved her for now. But they would have to see how she did in the future and judge from that. I think all the magic nerves are connected well. Her complexion seems okay. Jaehyeon nodded his head. All the thin tissues that seemed as if they would be ripped apart only a moment ago were back in their normal places. The urgent situation was somehow over. By the way, sacrifice really is amazing. I can't believe how easily it can heal mana rebound. The power of unique skills are really unrivaled. Mana rebound. The phenomena of mana rebound was difficult to treat unless it was done by a professional healer. Since there were only 5 hospitals in Korea that specialized in similar illnesses, everyone knew how difficult it was to cure without needing any more explanation. But even that seemed to be meaningless in front of the unique skill, sacrifice. Well, sacrifice has been said to be able to bring a person on the brink of death back to life. Isn't it to be expected? Although most rumors were exaggerated, the ones about sacrifice were mostly true. For example, it was said that an overwhelming amount of healing mana could be used to heal several people at the same time. The unique skill, sacrifice, it was not something arranged by the gods, but the first skill Jaehyeon had chosen to copy. Of course, he had to spend more than 2,000 MP to treat Anae, but saving her was top priority. A while ago, Anae used up all her mana to save me. She must have tried to save me even though she risked dying. I was going to wait and see. But is it okay for me to trust her? Jaehyeon really didn't know the answer to that question. He couldn't believe that someone he hadn't known that long would risk their life for him. He had lived as a raider for 7 years in the previous timeline. But he rarely met anyone like her. It was incomprehensible. Still, he had to accept it. Anae's actions were clearly to save him. And he was able to live thanks to her. Jaehyeon recalled Anae's actions with admiration, maintaining a shield for him even as she used up her life energy. The way she looked as she pushed herself to the limit to somehow keep up with the Kobold Lord's attack. A sudden thought appeared in his head. If it were him, would he have been able to do the same thing? No, of course not. Jaehyeon laughed slightly and shook his head. He knew himself very well. Unfortunately, he would not have been able to save Anae. And he would have fled alone. Like he had done to Lee Myung-ho before he regressed. He would have justified his actions by saying he couldn't have done anything because he was weak. That day he had abandoned Sungwoo and Jinna and survived by himself, facing the criticism of others just like that time, but Anae didn't do that. Jaehyeon mumbled slightly. Stroking Anae's hair as she trembled, she gradually relaxed and stopped groaning in pain. Jaehyeon stared at her for a moment and soon looked straight ahead. I can't leave the dungeon right now, we have to match our stories first. Gu-yeon probably planned to put him under his thumb with that event, but Jaehyeon never intended to play by his rules. At the same time, Jaehyeon made a vow. The connection between Gu-yeon and Odin's Raven I need to find out. Jaehyeon, Anae, who came to her senses in the dungeon, was surprised and could only look up. That was because Jaehyeon was leaning against the wall, dozing and stroking her hair. What the hell is this situation? It was great stimulation for Ine, who had trouble getting along with people easily. Jaehyeon was a good friend. But it was true that she was a little reluctant to let him touch her like that, but she soon shook her head. Jaehyeon probably tried his best to save her. She was sure that he was dozing because he was tired from the fight. However, one thing she didn't understand was why he didn't get out of the dungeon despite killing the boss monster. I should first check on my physical condition. Then find the entrance, opening her status window and checking her condition. Ine's eyes widened. She stared at the translucent screen in front of her in a daze. She was greatly shocked. But there was a reason for it. My HP and MP have both fully recovered. How is that possible? Wasn't she on the verge of death from mana rebound just a moment ago? Ine was well aware of how much mana she could handle. And even though she knew it, she still cast a series of spells that far exceeded her limits to save Jaehyeon. If things went as expected, I would have died for sure. How am I still alive? It was hard to understand what had happened. Until a while ago, she honestly didn't expect to live. If a miracle occurred, she figured there was a 1% possibility of being alive. But I still think it's weird. Ine's eyes were drawn to Jaehyeon, who had just woken up. Jaehyeon stretched with a short groan. He looked at Ine, who woke before him, and asked, "Oh, you're awake, how are you feeling?" "I think I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm also fine, sorry, I was a bit tired. So I fell asleep." Ine thought Jaehyeon's words were weird as she tilted her head. "You already killed the Kobold Lord. Why were you sleeping here? I was waiting for you to wake up. I also had something to tell you." "Something to say?" Yeah, Ine couldn't help but be confused by Jaehyeon's words. What on earth did he want to say? Was it related to the fact that she was fully healed? What is it? "I wanted to make our lips match up in advance." Chapter 58, The First Junction Part 1. I obtained a mythic item. I wanted to make our lips match up in advance. At Jaehyeon's sudden words. Ine leaned back while stuttering in surprise. She covered her mouth with both hands and looked up at Jaehyeon dejectedly. Then Jaehyeon waved his hand in Ine's direction. Chuckling, "Hey, not what you're thinking. I mean we should make our stories match up." She wore a distrusting expression on her face. Jaehyeon smirked, as expected of someone with zero interpersonal skills. "Haven't you checked your condition yet? I healed you up really well." You mean you're the one who healed me?" Yeah, Shed expected it, but still couldn't understand how it was possible. Wasn't Jaehyeon a magician that fought on the front lines, not a healer? Additionally, mana rebound was an illness that couldn't be healed unless one had a healing spell that was above A rank. He managed to heal something like that by himself. "I know what you're thinking. But it's a bit difficult to explain everything. But one thing that's certain is that I healed you. And I want to keep hiding this skill." "Hide it?" "Yeah, I don't want to let others know that I have a healing spell, especially the rude bastard at the top of Milla's academy." "Ah," Ine exclaimed softly. She immediately realized who the rude bastard Jaehyeon was talking about was Jaehyeon, the chairman of Milla's academy. And someone Jaehyeon obviously disliked. It's because of that bastard that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. And cadets' lives were put in danger. "What?" Ine blinked in surprise as she stared at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon continued calmly. "Chairman Jaehyeon is a trashy bastard who thinks of cadets as mere tools. He's totally different from the image he presents to the media. He only wants to use us to earn more money. But even so, there's no reason to release a boss monster in a dungeon. He thinks it's alright for cadets he considers useless to die. He's someone who thinks the talented 1% are the ones who keep his pockets full. How can he?" It seemed like Ine was very shocked by Jaehyeon's words. But Jaehyeon couldn't keep pushing for more time. That he had manipulated the event to give Jaehyeon an impossible task meant that the chances of Jaehyeon continuing to hold such events for Jaehyeon in the future was high. That Ine and Yu-young would get sucked into those plans was an unfortunate fact. He thought it would be safer to warn them ahead of time. Jaehyeon explained more clearly since Ine seemed confused. Jaehyeon's past activities, his feelings towards cadets, and his actions during the freshman hunt. He shared all the information he could with her. Ine nodded to show she understood after a while, but only stared at Jaehyeon and didn't say much. A chill suddenly filled the dungeon. "What? Is there something on my face?" Jaehyeon tried to joke to clear the air, but Ine still gave him a glare. After a while she spoke. "That day, after the freshman hunt, when you led us to the dormitory, you said that Chairman Jaehyeon is a dangerous person and that we shouldn't trust anyone in the academy." "Yeah, Jaehyeon. How much do you actually know about Chairman Jaehyeon?" At that moment, Jaehyeon became flustered. He didn't expect Ine to ask something like that. "I didn't expect that. I can't believe Ine asked about that first." Ine already had trouble interacting with others, considering her personality. Asking such a sensitive question couldn't have been easy for her. Was she just curious about the information he knew? If that were all it was, that'd be great, but when Jaehyeon didn't reply immediately. Ine tried to urge him on. "You knew from the start that Chairman Jaehyeon was a bad person. Also this dungeon," you responded quickly. As if you knew something like this would happen. "How could you know such things? Answer me." Ine's hazel eyes persistently demanded answers, but Jaehyeon couldn't answer Ine immediately. He wasn't sure if it was all right for him to tell her everything. Jaehyeon agonized over telling her for a moment, then shook his head and looked at Ine. Still, it won't be good for Ine if she learns about my secret here. It might be alright for the moment, but I don't want Ine to get caught up in the other events. With that incident, Jaehyeon realized for certain. Ine was an immense help but not one to be handled carelessly. An irregularity that changed the future he knew. If she was around him, she might not grow as strong as she had. Of course. If I don't take care of Ho-yeon and Yu-young, they will die or break down without reaching their full potential. That can't be helped, but Ine is different. Ine would become the best magician in Korea in a few years. Even without his help, if he intervened in her life now, her path might get twisted, and in the worst-case scenario, Ine might die. That was something that must never happen. Should I use mind control? Mind control. The skill he had copied from Gu Yaoen was a spell that controlled other people's thoughts. If necessary, the person under the spell could be bound through the second form. Subordination. It was a dangerous skill that could be used to make someone follow him like a slave. If he used it effectively here, he could make Ine keep his secrets. But Jaehyeon shook his head. That's not an actual solution. That's not how you should treat your friends, to begin with. It was questionable whether Ine, who had an aptitude of 92%, would be affected by mind control. And this is totally different from what happened to Ho-yeon. Spells that manipulated the mind required the user to have greater mana than the designated target. And it was easier to use on someone who had a weak mind. In other words, it was easy to control Ho-yeon because his mind was weak, but it wouldn't work on Ine, who had a strong mentality. Jaehyeon shook his head as he slowly started to answer. I am sorry, but I can't tell you any more than this. Why? Ine responded in an angry tone, but Jaehyeon shook his head. If you get in too deep, it won't be good for you either. Please let it go for now. I still want to know. Ine unexpectedly repeated herself. But Jaehyeon still just shook his head. Sorry, it was quiet for a moment. The darkness in the dungeon made the silence feel much longer. The two leaned against the wall without speaking for a while. Ine still looked disappointed, but the anger in her face had already disappeared. That was because she currently trusted Jaehyeon as much as she trusted herself. The experience of fighting with one's life on the line might be surprisingly common for raiders. But such an experience had strengthened their relationship. There was now a camaraderie between Jaehyeon and Ine that came from facing death and making it out alive together. In such a relationship, there was no place for doubts. Ine was well aware of that. Then should we start finding our way out? Yeah, Jaehyeon acted first. When he led the way, Ine followed behind him. In the darkness of the dungeon, only two spheres created with flash-emitted light, illuminating their way inside the dungeon. Bzzzzz, when Jaehyeon and Ine came out of the dungeon, the hall was already in chaos. Stop it. Kim Yu-young, tell me, why are you the only ones alive? Cadet Kim Yu-young, stop. I understand that you are upset over losing your friends. But instructor Kim Jae-yeon tried to stop her. But Yu-young was already out of her mind in anger. Ho-yeon was bewildered and thinking pessimistically about what was happening around him. Damn, what should I do? The only solution would be if Jaehyeon and Ine came back, huh? Ho-yeon's pupils contracted and his eyes widened. He stared as he grabbed Yu-young's shoulder and spoke with a trembling voice. Wait, Yu-young. Stop for a sec, don't stop me. Yeonju and instructor Kim Jae-yeon tried to stop her, but Yu-young pretended not to hear them and gathered her mana. In front of her, Sungwoo and Jinna had their heads bowed in guilt. But Ho-yeon quickly grabbed her shoulders and shouted, not that. The two of them came back alive. What? Yu-young immediately turned around soon after. Jaehyeon and Ine's faces came into her sight. Are you guys fighting because of us? It was Jaehyeon's sly voice. The two appeared in the middle of a really chaotic situation. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon's face hardened as she observed them, with a shocked expression. She tried to figure out what was going on. What the hell is happening? The investigation unit was certain the two had died, based on the mana flowing out of the dungeon. The boss monster was a B rank. Are you telling me they killed a boss of that level? She simply couldn't believe it. Even she couldn't take care of a B rank boss by herself. But such a monster was defeated by two cadets. If so, if that really were the truth, Min Jaehyeon, that cadet probably took the lead and killed the boss. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon bit her lip as she stared at Jaehyeon. Almost certain of her guess, he's a frightening cadet. Meanwhile, Yu-young ran to the entrance of the dungeon and hugged the two with tears streaming down her face. Yua, thank God you came back alive, the instructor, and the people from the investigation unit said you were dead, so okay. I got it, let go. Jaehyeon spoke sourly. He didn't want his clothes to be covered in snot if he responded emotionally. Ine only stroked Yu-young's head without saying a word. Jaehyeon waited until Yu-young's tears stopped before learning about what happened. Sungwoo and Jinna came out first and, hearing that they had abandoned their teammates, Yu-young had angrily tried to attack them. Jaehyeon grabbed Yu-young's shoulders and made her raise her head. He really couldn't leave things as it was. Hey, Kim Yu-young, I am thankful you were worried. But don't do something like that again. What? Even as she was sobbing, Yu-young didn't look away. She merely looked up at Jaehyeon with a face full of anger. Those two, I told them to leave to ask the instructor for help, so. If something like this happens again, don't start a fight. Hey, do you think that's easy to do? I know it's not easy, but I would also have done the same. I would have run, so. Don't do something like this anymore. Don't get angry because of me. He wasn't being pretentious. In the past, he actually had abandoned his teammates and ran away by himself. There was a time he had tried to hide at the back like a coward so that he could live a little longer, but he didn't want to keep pretending anymore. When Jaehyeon smiled slightly, Young quickly let go of him and frowned. What? I was angry because of Ine, okay? It has nothing to do with you. Young spoke and stuck closer to Ine. Milla's first event, the dungeon practicum, was over. However, instructor Kim Jaehyeon, she's staring straight at me. There's something strange about her. Jaehyeon debated over asking her a question, but decided not to. He merely met her unwavering gaze without flinching. It was a clear warning. A strong warning that she shouldn't touch the people around him. Just then, main quest first junction has been completed. Your reward will be calculated based on the route you have chosen. The user has chosen route B. A different path from the past. You have received Odins golden apple. Is what you just said really the truth? Yes, absolutely, a moment ago. I was contacted by instructor Kim Jaehyeon. Min Jaehyeon and Seo Ine, both cadets, came back alive, from Academy's chairman's office. After hearing Kim Seokji's report, Jaehyeon was deep thought. If things got really dangerous, I was going to step in and save them, but this changes things. Interesting. Jaehyeon looked back at the situation and smiled. Min Jaehyeon had far exceeded his expectations once more. In fact, Jaehyeon had pushed them quite far, but he hadn't planned to kill them. It was true that he wanted to tame them, but with their potential to become S-rank raiders, he had no intention of letting them die. Originally, he was going to save them after scaring them a bit, but this changed things. The Kobold Lord that Jaehyeon and Ine had killed a moment ago was a special entity his power had created. Min Jaehyeon and Seo Ine had defeated it as mere cadets. He couldn't help but grow interested. If they just kept growing like this, they might become the most powerful raiders in Korea, more powerful than Lee Yi-shin. Jaehyeon smiled crookedly. Instructor Kim Seokji flinched and trembled slightly. But Jaehyeon didn't pay him any mind. There was only one thing on his mind. Min Jaehyeon, I should make him stronger as soon as possible and dedicate the brat to him. This will be interesting. Jaehyeon licked his lower lip covetously. He turned to Kim Seokji and spoke in a cold voice. Instructor Kim, you've disappointed me this time. That is, I apologize. Sir, I will let things slide this one time. Jaehyeon's words were truly frightening. He was now reprimanding Kim Seokji because he couldn't properly control Min Jaehyeon with the dungeon practicum. Of course, it was unfair to blame Kim Seokji, but talking back was not permitted. It was impossible for an instructor to dare disagree with Jaehyeon's words. I won't let you down next time, all right, in the next event. Make sure to tame Min Jaehyeon. As you already know, I'm not a patient person. Episode 59 First Turning Point Part 2. It's really fortunate. Cadet Min Jaehyeon and Cadet Seo Ina, we sincerely apologize for not being able to save you because there was a problem with the dungeon. I'm really sorry. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon bowed her head down to her waist and apologized. But Jaehyeon was apathetic. Seo Ina may also have remembered Jaehyeon's words, but she only tries to grasp her intentions with cold eyes. Jaehyeon smiled and put his hands in his pockets. No, Instructor Kim Jaehyeon didn't intentionally set us into a trap. It was a strangely boned horse. Jaehyeon laughed lightly. I have to do this much to get my senses out. At the same time as thinking so, Jaehyeon pondered over the seriousness of this simulated dungeon incident. By the way, how the hell do you get a cadet who is still only in the first year to deal with a B-class boss monster, no matter how much Gu Jane said he was about to leave? I remember that he didn't do anything like this. It was strange. Jaehyeon is of course a wicked person, and he uses the academy cadets as tools, but it was within the reasonable range he could handle. And he hadn't acted impatiently from the beginning. That is so, in the end. It meant that Jaehyeon was acting as a big variable and that he was included in Gu Jane's plan. It's not an easy opponent to deal with. Gu Jane, it's more dangerous than expected. While organizing her thoughts, Seo Ine tapped Jaehyeon on the shoulder and asked, Hey Jaehyeon, about future plans, I don't know if something like this will happen again, Seo Ine asked while observing the people around her. But Jaehyeon shook her head resolutely. You said it earlier, you should not be included in my future plans. But, sorry Anaya, I'm tired. So I'll go in first, please keep your promise. Jaehyeon left Seo Ine behind and headed to the hotel where he was staying. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon tried to catch Jaehyeon. After seeing his torn cadet uniform and deep cuts on his abdomen, I let him escape without burying any more. There is evidence that they had a tough fight even if they didn't say anything. There. The reason I ask about this is because I still have plenty of time tomorrow and I haven't decided how to respond to Min Jaehyeon. Returning to the hotel, Jaehyeon immediately threw away his torn clothes and went into the shower. There is no big problem with school uniforms because the academy provides 2 sets every month anyway. Of course, It is a story that is no different from the unspoken pressure that two sets of school uniforms every month are rolled to the point where they become rags. But Jaehyeon has already experienced it once. It wasn't surprising. While getting hit with water to erase the bloody marks, she used sacrifice, unlike Yu Sung-yoon who could not heal himself. Jaehyeon was able to do this because there were no skill restrictions. It was all thanks to the special effect of the blank card, Ji. As soon as the green light seeps into Jaehyeon's body, his body begins to slowly recover. The torn part is sutured and the bloody abdomen heals. Jaehyeon looked at him and nodded his head in satisfaction. Because of my alibi. I thought I was going to die from being so bitter that I couldn't even get treatment. Just now, if he too wanted to heal, he too could heal his own wounds, however. The reason for not doing so was to deceive the eyes of Gin and the instructors. Rather, he reached the point of self-inflicting wounds on his body that had been healed by leveling up. If the two cadets didn't have enough wounds to kill the B-class boss monster, that's because there's really nothing to say even if they're suspicious. That's why after getting hurt, he activates sacrifice to heal. Jaehyeon, who was hit by the pouring water, suddenly turned off the faucet and raised his head. I need to be more careful when contacting Seo Ina. Anyway, Kim Yoo-young will die in the future. It's a situation where you have no choice but to intervene. But it wasn't Seo Ina. She is a talented person who will grow into a great radar even without Jaehyeon. Through this battle, Jaehyeon realized that Ine Seo relied on him more than he thought, and there was a high possibility that it would poison her and herself someday. Contact is kept to a minimum, even if it does. It will not change the future. It was a simple conclusion. Of course, if I judged selfishly, I could use her more. But I didn't have the confidence to do that. A man who risked his life for himself. He hated that such a person would die or be in danger by being involved with him. The first thing is to find out the connection between Odin's Raven and Gujin. There must be something. Jaehyeon was convinced, no matter how much Gu Jane's magical powers were extended. This event crossed the line. A human with the ability to train B-class monsters, it is impossible for such an existence to exist. The enemies of the Nornir system are the thrones of the Aesir and Odin's Ravens, if Gu Yaon is deeply involved in this. Fortunately, there was no chance of dying even if he confronted Gu Yaon right now. Gu Jane's mind manipulation magic doesn't work on Jaehyeon at all. Thanks to Hell's divine protection, she is not affected by abnormal conditions. And other magic can also be destroyed with absolute calculation. As long as the magic power remains, he will never be defeated by Gu Jane. It's just the environment he's surrounded by that can't kill him right now, and it is because we need to find out what kind of contact there is between the crow and it. We mustn't kill Gu Jane hastily yet. Jaehyeon made a decision, for now. It is more important than anything else to recover your body and become stronger. He recalled at the same time how to become stronger. After finishing the conversation with instructor Kim Jae-yeon, Seo In-na also returned to the hotel. Kim Yoo-young, whose eyes were puffy, was with them side by side. On the way back, Kim Yoo-young had just proposed to Seo Ina to have dinner together, and Seo Ina couldn't leave her alone. Who was crying out loud because of herself. Jaehyeon said he would not come. Kim Yoo-young contacted him first and told him to come several times, but he kept avoiding him. I'm tired today. I just kept repeating that I couldn't do it right now. At his words, Kim Yoo-young gave up first. Usually it is her nature to bring her by force, but now Jaehyeon would have been quite surprised. So it was a consideration of her own. Anyway, Ine, is it really that there was a cobalt rod in it? Yes, but why did it take you two so long if the two of you had the skills? You could have done it right away and came out. Were there any other problems? Actually, there were a lot of variables in the middle, so it had to take a long time. Variable? Huh. Even as Kim Yoo-young listened to Seo In-na's words, her face still seemed incomprehensible. In her opinion, the Kobold Lord was enough to defeat them even if they faced each other alone. Especially in the case of Jaehyeon, I don't know much about it. But he's capable of lightly killing 2 or 3 by himself. Why did those two struggle against such a D-class boss? Even the clothes of Jaehyeon, who was returning a moment ago, were torn. And the abdomen and arms were soaked with red blood. This means that the two of them went through unexpected things in the dungeon. As the silence continued, Seo In-na hesitated and apologized to Kim Yoo-young. Sorry for worrying you. Oh no, what is that? Didn't Min Jaehyeon just get annoyed? He always does that when there are 2 of them. I was in a hurry. So I just spat out something, but strangely there was no answer. Kim Yoo-young grabbed Seo In-na's shoulder as if she had sensed something. Seo In-na seemed a little surprised. But she didn't hesitate. What's the matter? Did the real Min Jaehyeon say anything bad to you? Yoo-jung. Huh? When Kim Yoo-young asked back, Seo In-na made a slightly gloomy expression. She licked her lips several times. Then paused and then finally said as if she was going to spit it out. Jaehyeon seems to believe in you a lot. What the hell happened in that dungeon? In response to Kim Yoo-young's question, Ina did not answer and just lowered her head. I made a promise to Yihyun I will never tell anyone what happened in this dungeon. And it was the same for Kim Yuyong. It would be a lie if I said I didn't feel frustrated and upset. He risked his life to fight to save Yihyun, being caught in a mana rebound and dying. It was something everyone did knowingly. Yihyun, it would be nice if you could rely on me a little more. Are you still not trusting yourself? Yihyun was strong. So much so that you can't even compare yourself. And again, I made the hardest decision to make to save the party. In order to save himself, he even used his hidden power. If he's usually deep in thought, he's hiding his ability if you can't tell the details to yourself. I also know that there must be a deep reason that I can't explain, but I'm a little upset. I was a little sad. She doesn't even know why she feels this way. Is it because I haven't interacted with others for too long, in hindsight? Yihyun did not turn his back on himself as a colleague. Having a few secrets is a problem. But it doesn't really hurt her, but this unknown feeling seemed to eat her constantly. While thinking about it, Kim Yuyong put her hand on her head and stroked it lightly. I don't know what's going on. Min Yihyun may look like a bully, but he's not a bad kid. Whatever it is, don't worry too much. I'll talk about it later. In Nu's voice that answered like that was lacking in strength. After returning from the mock dungeon practice, Yihyun reflected on the battle with the Kobold Lord, the destructive power that comes from the overwhelming power of the club and its terrifying magical power. It was to the point that even now he couldn't handle it alone. If it wasn't for Inae's help, I would have surely died. Thanks to that, right after returning from the dungeon, he couldn't rest. He was sitting at his desk, reliving his memories and studying about dungeons and field monsters. What was written in the book was clear. Weaknesses and attributes of high-level monsters, which attacks are effective against enemies, what weapons can deal more damage to demons, etc. All of them are essential information to survive as a radar. Although it was Yihyun who had already rolled in the dungeon for 7 years. It had been a really long time since he had studied about higher-level monsters. Before Yihyun returned, he had almost no chance of catching a top-tier monster, because he was a D-class combative raider. There were few guilds or parties he could join, but now I have to study this part especially hard. It was a necessity, not an option. In order to make even the slightest perfect choice in a situation where you did not know what kind of enemy you would face in the future, we must prepare thoroughly and be able to respond to all variables. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive the next fast-approaching event. I'm still weak. Gu Yaoen's check is more severe than I thought in order to endure in this situation. Of course, Yihyun showed a map of the surroundings on his smartphone with a calm expression on his face. From now on, he is an item called God's Arrangement. In other words, I was thinking of going to find the hidden piece. Episode 60 Hidden Piece Part 1 Before the return. Yihyun remembered one item that was particularly outstanding among the hidden pieces. It is an artifact that all fighter-type raiders envy. And it is relatively easy to obtain, so it is an item that must be obtained at this time. It is TRP's Thunderous Step. It is said to be used by Thor's attendant TRP, and is one of the few S-class items in the world. A morale-level artifact that corrects the agility stat by over 100 when equipped. It's a must-have item for me, who invests most of the stats obtained through leveling up in magic. Yihyun nodded slightly. Actually, in order for him to establish himself as a battle mage, not only magical powers but also martial stats. Simply put, strength and agility must also be raised enough. However, even so, Yihyun is basically a wizard. It is true that mana is the main stat, and proper growth is impossible if neglected, assuming that it is generally very difficult to raise the main stat. It was regrettable to invest the points earned through leveling up in strength or agility. So, I hadn't touched strength and agility until now, but this time, I definitely understood. It's dangerous right now. My strength is not enough to cope with the variables that will come. Her strong point is a hybrid combat method. In order to save this, extreme temptation is required. It's true that I grow faster than others thanks to X-class skills, but that alone is enough to do both well. In order to reach the peak in both fields, more stats and imbalances need to be resolved. Because Yihyun was thinking of bridging the gap by obtaining TRP's Thunder Walk. As much as it is an S-class equipment that corrects strength and agility stats, it should be able to make up for the lack of martial arts-related stats well. By the way, this is my first time attacking a themed dungeon. Themed dungeon is a rare dungeon that is generally hard to find, unlike other dungeons where all you have to do is defeat the boss monster. The method of attack is very unique and the reward is called Hidden Piece. This is because they give you an S-class item equivalent to God's Arms. For this reason, people call themed dungeons this way, God's Arrangement. As this is an A-class dungeon, it is forbidden to be vigilant. It would have been better if I had gotten a little stronger, but if I did, I'd be sure to miss the timing and steal the item. I have no choice but to take the risk now. I know it's dangerous. However, it was an item that was worth it. Speed is one of the most important elements in combat, and Jaehyeon's speed and strength are currently lacking compared to martial arts. Jaehyeon rested his chin lightly and looked out the window. Neverland, it's been a long time since I went there again. Neverland was a medium-sized amusement park near Pangyo, Seoul, a very long time ago, so I have memories of visiting this place several times before returning. Of course, after my hair grew a bit, I was busy with eating and living, so I rarely came. But I remember going to Neverland quite often during my school days, for example, being dragged by Kim Yoo-young, or come with friends on your birthday, thinking like that. I felt like I knew how easy it was to take the job of radar. It's embarrassing to think that his lack of growth was just because of his talent. He could have tried harder then. But he didn't, but Jaehyeon shook his head and brushed off all the fragments of his memory. Now, the past has no meaning. It is more urgent to move forward than to regret. There is no reason to obsess over the past. Jaehyeon was more worried about the proper distance between himself and Seo Ina. At the time of the mock dungeon, Seo Ina obviously risked her life to save herself, even though he knew he was going to die from mana poisoning. He used magic beyond his limit to save him. However, as a result, he made the choice to push Seo Ina away. I hit the wall and widened the distance. As Seo Ina, there was nothing she could do but retreat. I already knew that her heart would be disturbed. Even though it was a short time, you may be angry that Jaehyeon, one of the first friends you made, behaves this way. Maybe you've already been deeply hurt, but it was also unavoidable. Kim Yoo-young must inevitably carry it. In an upcoming incident, she will face a tragic end. However, Seo Ina is not, from now on. Her life will be solid and only a brilliant future lies ahead. What if you keep intervening in her life? Rather, a dangerous situation might arise. As in this mock dungeon, even though I didn't approach it with pure intentions at first, but it wasn't this way, only then has nothing changed from the helpless self of the past. So this time, I decided to go in a different way than before. I don't intend to go up to the point of harming others. I just get the most out of the lines I can get. If I get more greedy, there will only be more enemies. Jaehyeon, who was organizing his thoughts, moved his gaze to his inventory. Consumable item. Name, Idun's golden apple grade, an apple grown by Idun. The manager responsible for the immortality of the mythological gods. As soon as you eat it, it slows down aging and dramatically increases natural healing power. Significantly increases permanent magic aptitude. Aging rate 50% natural healing power plus 50% stamina plus 20 horsepower plus 20. This is a bound item that cannot be transferred or sold to others. A golden apple obtained by clearing the quest the first bifurcation the other day. Jaehyeon raised his eyebrows while reading the item description. Hey, Jaehyeon Min, aren't you inside? Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina went to Jaehyeon's hotel room and knocked on the door. I had already contacted him on his cell phone, but he hadn't answered, so he came directly. Where the hell is he hanging around? I just went through something like that yesterday. Yoo-jung, let's just go back, we can talk about it later. When Kim Yoo-young grumbled, Seo Ina grabbed her sleeve and said. Kim Yoo-young looked at the door that would not open with her arms crossed with a bewildered face. It's strange, are you really going outside? I can't do that. In the first place, Jaehyeon was an extreme housekeeper who did not get along with other people. Despite being popular because of his beautiful appearance, it is because of his nature that he does not go out often. As Kim Yoo-young, it was impossible to imagine that Jaehyeon would not be at home. If I had been at home, I would have opened the door because it was noisy. Is something wrong? After thinking for a while, Kim Yoo-young nodded and said, okay, it seems that Jaehyeon Min is not here either, let's do it tomorrow. At her words, Seo Ina nodded vigorously as if relieved. It's fortunate. As for Seo Ina, she showed regret to him yesterday. I was boiling my insides alone, not knowing what to say. Even if I met him now, I probably wouldn't be able to talk to him properly. And if that's the case, after thinking a little more, I thought it would be better to bring up the story again. By the way, Yoo Jeong-ah, there is something I want to ask you. What? Kim Yoo-young looked at Seo Ina, who was wiggling and twisting her hair with her fingers, a face that looks a bit worried. It's an unusual atmosphere. That, since when did you know Jaehyeon? Is it old? What? Yes, because my parents are close to each other too. It must have been over 10 years. I see. A smile spread across Kim Yoo-young's lips at Seo Ina's response, which strangely curtailed her words. It was a smile with clear intentions tinged with insincerity. What's the matter? Could it be? Did you even like Min Jaehyeon? At those words, Ina's eyes widened like never before. Oh no, it's not like that. It's just that you look flawless. Because we've been friends for so long, what's wrong? Looking at Kim Yoo-young's expression, Ina Seo thought with a gloomy expression on her face. Jaehyeon and Yoo-jung have a strangely different attitude. Maybe it's just because I've been close with Yoo-jung for a long time, Seo Ina said in a subdued voice. Sometimes I envy you that there are people who can get along without fault. Kim Yoo-jung had no idea how to react to Seo Ina's honest confession. Of course, Jaehyeon is shy, but he is not the type to openly show off to others, together, to the extent that Seo Ina, who is not friendly with others, even said this. Kim Yoo-young stared at Seo In-na with a hard face for a while, then smiled. Inaya, I'm hungry. Do you want to leave Min Yi-hyun and go eat? Okay, Seo In-na's expression as she answered was clearly brighter than before. Crazy, as long as it can be sold. Balance is an item that will break the balance. Looking at the status window that appeared in front of his eyes, Yi-hyun muttered as if he was lost. It was as he said, golden apples of Idun boasted truly insane performance. Of course. There are items that improve anti-aging or natural healing power, but only a few % of items sold on the market. Because there is not even that, the price is lightly quoted in hundreds of millions of billions. However, Idun's golden apple is said to compensate for both by 50%. It was a shocking increase that made me laugh out loud. Looking at it. It's crazy, I couldn't help but admire it purely. Yihyun took out a golden apple from his inventory and held it in his hand. Idun's golden apple is an item arranged by Nornir system. These items were on several levels different from common items sold on the market. For example, Odin's lost eye is a mythical artifact. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an item that made the current reproduction. And the newly equipped Misteltein also had an effect that did not need to be explained. The golden apple of Idun could also be seen in the same context as these. The ulterior motive is obvious. The reason why they are so generous to Yihyun is simple. In order to grow Yihyun as an adversary, right now Yihyun has no reason to refuse support. So I'm using it moderately. By the way, all the items given by the system are bound. I had no intention of selling it, but it was true that I regretted it. If the items that can be sold come out, some of the items you will get later will be useful when you need money. Well, since the purpose of the system is to nurture me, there's nothing I can do about it. Yihyun quickly understood, anti-Aesir faction, they are supporting Yihyun with both mind and heart as they do now. In order to grow into an opponent of Aesir, I didn't choose him to sell the items he gave me. Then where? Yihyun wiped the apple with his sleeve and immediately took a big bite. Wasak, Yihyun's brow twitched. This is not as tasty as I thought. I was especially looking forward to it because it was an apple grown by Lee Dun, who is called the god of youth. I thought I wasn't sure if there was a big difference from regular apples. It's definitely a refreshing taste. But it's normal. That was the impression Yihyun left after eating the golden apple. However, apart from that, the system responded steadily. The effect of Idun's golden apple begins to seep into your body. Your stamina stat will increase by 20 permanently. Magic stat increases by 20 permanently. The user's aging rate is reduced by 50%. Natural healing power increases by 50%. Your magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. The effect of the apology quickly permeated the whole body. Vitality began to circulate throughout the body. And even the impression changed. In an instant, her skin became smooth and elastic like a newborn baby, and the dark circles under her eyes were completely erased. Not only that, but the whole body was energized and motivated. What is this, a drug? It feels like all the wastes in the body have gone out at once. Yihyun smiled. Yihyun moved his energetic body around and nodded. It was a satisfactory achievement. At that time, what a profit. The bus I was riding on suddenly stopped. Eventually, the bus that arrives at its destination opens the exit and starts spitting out customers. An amusement park seen through the window. Neverland. A country full of dreams and hopes. Yihyun caught his breath. He intended to risk his life from now on to obtain the hidden piece of Neverland. Episode 61 Hidden Piece Part 2. Yes, Cadet Min Yihyun went out. I came last night and asked for a pass to go out because I have work tomorrow. I allowed it because I wanted to have some family circumstances. Oh, are there any problems? Oh no, please keep working hard. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon was greatly taken aback by the manager of the hotel where Yihyun was staying. What are you going out at this time? Does that make sense? According to the manager. Yihyun went out with permission a while ago. However, in Kim Jaehyeon's opinion, this was obviously strange. Of course, there is no problem with regulations, but in principle, cadets of Mills Academy can go out freely with permission for weekends or anniversaries. But what day was yesterday? It was the day when there was a simulated dungeon attack. In particular, Yihyun, who was lucky, had to hold a kobold rod that was stronger than others, so it must have been several times more difficult. I'm sure you said that at the forensic class yesterday, the boss monster that came out of there will be at least B class. Of course. I didn't believe everything the forensic team said, because it makes no sense whatsoever. A Class B dungeon is a place where a Class B raider must form a party of at least 6 people to attack. A dangerous zone where they cannot be sure that they will return alive. Only 2 cadets cleared such a place. Finding someone to trust will be more difficult, not that they were lying. Of course, however, she thought that the forensic result must have been wrong. In any case, Kim Jaehyeon thought that Yihyun must be resting as much as she had experienced. Fortunately, yesterday was Friday. So I decided to take a break on the weekend. However, an unexpected reply came from the manager. It was that Yihyun had gone out and would come back only on Sunday evening. It really couldn't have been more embarrassing. If the numbers were just a little bit wrong yesterday, both Min Yi-hyun and Seo Ina would have died. It was an incredibly dangerous situation, but at this point, does it make sense to go out calmly? Instructor Kim Jaehyeon laughed dejectedly. She is now I came to Yihyun to get information about the simulated dungeon incident yesterday. But going out no matter how you think about it. It wasn't something a person who was in danger of dying would do. Considering that it is normal for pro raiders to take a rest for about 2 days after clearing a dungeon. It was a crazy recovery speed, either physically or mentally. He's a cadet who has as much guts as his skills. I can't wait to see how Min Yihyun will grow. Jeon Kim smiled lightly. It is normal for cadets who experience dungeons for the first time to be terrified and locked in their homes. Some very rare cadets come to school the next day to take private lessons. But they also suffer from the trauma of clearing the dungeon for a few days, having a mana rebound or not being able to concentrate in class due to fear. No wonder. It was the first time that the cadets risked their lives to fight, before they were raiders. They were students and still minors. It was a very rare case for those who could quickly come to their senses and promise the next time in a life-threatening situation, and those who overcame their trauma so quickly became a class and S-class raiders. Jeon Kim lightly bit her lower lip. It was her usual habit when she was curious. Perhaps the second S-class wizard will appear after CEO Yu Seong. Kim Jaehyeon remembered all the disregard the magic world suffered from the martial arts world. Those who do not have the ability to be evaluated as martial arts or become magicians and hide behind them. Kim Jaehyeon remembered the names of those who cursed at them for not having the right to enter the dungeon, and I thought that a wizard who would break their prejudice would appear one day. I think I found it. A tingling sensation all over the body stimulated the skin. A small smile spread across Kim's lips. Could you please tell me to come find me when Cadet Min Yi-hyun comes? Yes. All right, but why are you asking me when you can contact me by phone? There are circumstances. Kim Jaehyeon's face was curious as she said that, of course. You can also call or leave a message as the manager says, but if you do that, all contact records will remain. Chairman Gu Jane is dangerous. After the mock dungeon incident, as a result of listening to the stories of other instructors and investigators, there was obviously a strange corner in this case. For example, Gu Yaon, who usually focused only on external activities, directed the cadets' events directly. Kobold Lord, the boss monster, appeared in all simulated dungeons. All of a sudden, a much stronger monster than any other room popped out of the dungeon where Min Yi-hyun, who was first in the freshman hunt, and Seo In-na, who was second, came out. All of them are full of strange things. However, when I asked the other instructors, they all kept quiet, ignoring the details. Perhaps Chairman Gu Yaon deliberately caused this incident, and there is a high possibility that Min Yi-hyun already knew about this incident. Yi-hyun was always calm, even in the freshman hunt the other day and in the mock dungeon this time. That means that there is a high possibility that he already knows about Gu Jane's plan. I have to approach and find out the truth. Kim Jaehyeon nodded slightly and left the hotel lobby. Oh, mysterious country Neverland. Hearing the voice of a woman he often heard as a child, Yi-hyun finally realized that he had arrived in Neverland. Now that I'm listening to it, it's 3 times as old-fashioned. The song I heard a moment ago was Neverland's title song. It is a song that indie singer JN directly participated in for a TV commercial, and the quality of the song itself is quite high. So I remember listening to it often. Of course, Yi-hyun, who has lived in the future for more than 10 years, couldn't help but sound a little unconventional, but he also has his own old mood. So it's not bad, huh? Yi-hyun exhaled lightly and then bought the ticket. Sooner or later, this area will be devastated. There is no time to ride rides. Incidentally, this place is closed not only for themed dungeons, but also due to a series of water tank explosions. It was a refusal to take risks and ride rides. Besides, there's no way you can feel the thrill from the rides once you become a radar. Radar is a job that requires you to risk your life in and out of dungeons every day. It was natural if it was natural not to blink an eye with tolerable stimuli. Yi-hyun stepped inside. Overall, the atmosphere of the amusement park was almost the same as in my memory. Since it is the weekend, there are more crowds among the employees, a bright atmosphere, lovers on dates, and middle and high school students on a school field trip. They all have happy-looking faces, but, in a little while, people in this area will all die due to the dungeon. Yi-hyun knew better than anyone about the disaster that was about to happen. He walked straight ahead and headed forward. After a while, the figure of the staff managing the line came into his eyes. Yi-hyun approached and spoke to him. Hello. Oh, hello. If you want to ride the rides now, please stand in the back row and wait a bit. It was a cheerful and bright voice. After taking a deep breath, Yi-hyun sighed. He whispered to her, acting the best he could. I am Min Yi-hyun, a cadet at Mills Academy. After a while, a theme dungeon will be created here. It didn't take long to convince the staff. Upon showing her Academy cadet card, she immediately brought Yi-hyun to the broadcasting room. The employee bit his nails nervously. It was such an emergency. Jaehyeon tells the staff that a themed dungeon will soon be formed in Neverland. We know that at least thousands of people will die as a result. As an employee, I had no choice but to trust him. The cadet ID brought by Jaehyeon, this is from Mills Academy. Counterfeiting is also impossible. If he did this as a joke outside, he would definitely be expelled. Dangerous, hurry up and prepare the citizens. The staff first tried to request assistance from the National Radar Association, but failed. The National Radar Association is directly managed by the state as a public interest organization, but legal procedures are required to formally request them. It is difficult even for the president to call them at will. Is it really okay to think that an amusement park would have a themed dungeon? The staff member asked in a nervous voice. Jaehyeon nodded his head with an expressionless face. If you evacuate quickly, no big deal will happen, do not worry too much. Anyway, Jaehyeon knows the future. A little while later, a sea of blood is expected to blow here. Only one person survives, in fact, strictly speaking. Jaehyeon had no reason to get involved in someone else's death. I don't know how the future will change again if the person who was supposed to die survives, because that will act as another serious variable. But, no matter how hard it is, I can't just leave people dying in front of me. Jaehyeon's helping them was not in terms of profit but in terms of mentality. What if here he was left to watch the deaths of others, right now? It's okay if you don't have to do troublesome things, but you'll have to suffer from a lot of trauma in the future. Even before returning, how shaken he was after seeing Lee Myung-ho's death. I was suddenly thinking about it. But the staff didn't know what to do and asked Jaehyeon, "What should I do now? This is an emergency. So please get everyone inside out, at least 5 km away from the amusement park grounds, please." "All right, but is it okay without the other radars?" the staff asked as if they were worried. Jaehyeon nodded his head, keeping a face as kind as possible. "Do not worry, even though I look like this, I am pretty strong." It was a word to reassure. But Jaehyeon's sword was simple. It was because it seemed that if other raiders arrived at the scene and stole the item, they would be angry. "I'll start right away." The employee nodded with a determined expression. Kai shishi 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 kai 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 chick noise. And it flows into the ears of people who spend time at the amusement park. Notice to all of you who have visited Neverland. There is an emergency right now and we have to close the amusement park right away. Please evacuate here immediately. I will inform you once again. Everyone left Baranake Amusement Park. People these days are always threatened by demon attacks. So persuasion wasn't that difficult. In the past, even when an earthquake occurred, few people followed the safety rules. The current Republic of Korea is where gates explode on both the streets and the roads, and demonic beasts pour out. In this situation, announcements containing the word urgent meant disaster. Jaehyeon stood alone among the people evacuating and looked at the watch on his smartphone for a while. 2:58 p.m. It's starting soon. He stretched out his entire body and relaxed it. It's kind of a stretch. He purchased more mana potions directly from Lee Yisang and made sure to wear the Shadow Armor and Valkyrie Apprentice set. After, to Jaehyeon, who exhaled lightly, finally the voice he had been waiting for came. The theme dungeon Ruined Neverland appears. If you clear 5 consecutive dungeons, you will receive a special item. The special quest Big 5 has been accepted. Episode 62 Voyage Part 1 The theme dungeon Ruined Neverland appears. If you clear 5 consecutive dungeons, you will receive a special item. The special quest Big 5 has been accepted. Special quest Big 5 This is the theme dungeon Ruined Neverland. Defeat and clear all 5 rides here. The Big 5 difficulty, a reward TRP's Thunder Step S time remaining, 23:59 failure penalty, simultaneously with the quest window popping up. A sudden darkness fell on the amusement park. It's still only 3 in the afternoon, but the surroundings are already dark as if it's late at night. Unlike a moment ago, the surrounding scenery was very heterogeneous. Bizarrely, with rust marks, broken play equipment was scattered all over the floor. And tiles were broken in various places on the floor and the ground was dug deep. Goosebumps form all over the body and an unknown sense of incongruity slowly spreads. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. As expected. It is as I remember. They said that the themed dungeon appeared at 3:00 p.m. sharp. Jaehyeon was quite familiar with the themed dungeon here. It was thanks to the news I saw before returning. In the news, it was said that themed dungeons appeared in Pangyo's Neverland, and the atmosphere of the amusement park changed to bleak as it is now, and it was cleared by conquering 5 popular rides called Big 5. The first is Viking, the absolute powerhouse of amusement parks. Jaehyeon already remembered and prepared almost all the information about the Big 5 here. Of course, the details of the themed dungeon couldn't be confirmed even in the article, and there were parts that were unavoidably lax because my memory wasn't clear at the time. Some memory problems are unavoidable. It's not like I'm memorizing everything before returning. Variable situations are dealt with overwhelming force or momentary wit. The good news is that clearing this dungeon may be easier than you think. in the first place. The person who cleared this dungeon before returning was only a third grader and aspiring raider, Jaehyeon. Originally, he was a talented person who should have obtained the hidden piece of this dungeon, and a person who later died in a power struggle due to the envy of other guilds. This was the reason why Jaehyeon came to get his hands on TRP's thunderous walk. Not another hidden piece. It's not good to forcefully steal other people's items. After that, you may have problems with interpersonal relationships or make enemies, but now it's a different story. In the end, Jaehyeon dies without being able to use her power properly. The culprit was that he was so excited that he went around bragging about the item he had obtained and the power of the ability. Anyway, even if he had it, he would die. I'd rather have it. That was the conclusion. After thinking for a while, I looked around. I can see the shadows slowly moving. The witch beast began to appear, however. Jaehyeon didn't care and walked towards the roadside where the Vikings were. A street lined with shooting ranges and shops selling cotton candy hot dogs. In front of him stood a little old Viking boasting an overwhelming majesty. A refreshing message heard at the same time. Would you like to start attacking Viking? The first of the big 5 rides. Good, shall we go in then? Moves the user to the Viking dungeon. Change the ending of this story, at the same time as the sound of the system. The Viking's appearance began to slowly change. A bizarre, eerie, hazy light ravaged Jaehyeon, and after a while I somehow managed to arrive. Jaehyeon woke up and murmured, looking at the salty smell tickling the tip of his nose and the flowing water. Is this the themed dungeon you've only heard about? Themed dungeons. A special dungeon that can only be cleared by completing the story by playing the designated character as if you were in a novel. Unlike general dungeons, they occur outside and are known to resemble the characteristics of the place. The contents of themed dungeons are very diverse. For example, being born as the first stupid prince, changing the perception of people around you and becoming a king. Being born as the youngest son of a famous swordsman family, learning magic to rise to the top and swallowing up the family. The main character, who is a military fanatic, possesses the king of the Joseon dynasty and develops the country. In Neverland, where Jaehyeon is headed this time, it is an amusement park. That is so, in other words. A themed dungeon related to the rides was opened here. To put it simply, this place, Neverland, is no longer an amusement park. It means that it has already become a decent dungeon. Synchronization rate 7%, 20%, 97%, 100%. Synchronization with the character is complete. You play as TRP, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. Voice heard, Jaehyeon's eyebrows slightly twisted. TRP, before Jaehyeon has time to organize his thoughts. All sorts of information starts swirling around in Jaehyeon's head. The character he has to play from now on. A torrent of information about TRP is rapidly permeating the brain, along with the burning pain. Strength goes into the whole body and the breath is choked. A feeling of heterogeneous pain after a while, as the pain subsided. An urgent scream was heard nearby. Get your mind right, TRP, are you okay? You have accepted the first quest of Big 5 TRP's Grudge. Theme quest, Theophi's Grudge. Theophi's quick feet coveted Thor, the thunder god, kidnapped his younger brother Roskva as a hostage to keep him under his command. Become Talfi and retrieve your sister Roskva and set her grudge against him. Difficulty, B reward, passive skill cry of the conductor failure conditions 1, Roskva's death 2, TRP's death failure penalty. Unable to return to reality, myriad information rushes into Jaehyeon's head as if his mind is about to fly away. A person's life is overlaid on his mind, and new knowledge is filled. Viking, Terp, Roskva, and Thor, Jaehyeon, who managed to come to his senses, smiled lightly. He had just succeeded in catching exactly the information he needed in this sea of knowledge. TRP, an attendant of Thor, the thunder god from Norse mythology, and the fastest in the 9 worlds. Originally a human, he lost all his family to the attack of the Vikings. The remaining family is his younger sister. In Roskva, there is only one. He extremely detests Aesir, a god seat worshipped by Vikings such as Odin and Thor. Pieces of memory are constantly leaking in, and he begins to explain the quest to Jaehyeon. Theophi and Roskva, Norse mythology which his mother read to him as a child, also tells a story about 2 people. This story begins with Thor. One day, Thor heads to Jotunheim, the world of giants, to test his strength. On the way to Utgard, he stays in a small hut to spend the night. There was a farmer couple and they had 2 children, older brother Theophi and younger sister Roskva. Loki, who had followed Thor, killed a goat from the goat cart they had been riding in to feed the farmer family who had given them a place to sleep so that they could eat the meat. However, Thor spreads a goatskin on the floor and says, no matter what happens, throw the remaining bones on top. However, TRP, who was so hungry for the meat he hadn't seen in a while, eventually broke the bone and sucked out the marrow inside. Next day, Thor cast a spell on the bones and brought the goat back to life. However, The legs of one of the goats that came back to life were obviously strange. Limp leg, Thor was furious and lashed out at the farmer's family. How didn't you listen to me? The farmer's family was speechless as they shuddered at the wrath of the god. Eventually, TRP came forward and admitted his mistake. Sorry, I'm so hungry, I'm so sorry. Thor made him and his sister Roskvar his servants in return for forgiving him, and then head back to Utgard. Something is strange, there is a gap with the myths I know. Jaehyeon's face turned into a puzzled look as the flood of information collided with each other. Originally, the farmer's family, including Tiafi, did not hate Thor or the Aesir throne. However, in TRP's memory, they are obvious enemies. It was an object of hatred that caused the Vikings to smash villages and kill families. Well, it doesn't matter which one is the truth because clearing the dungeon is urgent right now. Jaehyeon quickly gathered his thoughts and got up from his seat above the dizzyingly shaking deck. His two red eyes start to scan all over the place. The ship is almost identical to that of the Vikings. Was it stolen? It's medium in size and still solid. No sails were torn anywhere. Neither the pillars nor the deck were broken or burned. It's worth a try. After analyzing the situation, Jaehyeon remembered the quest he had accepted. The true purpose of the quest is to save Thurpi's sister, Roskva, and return. That's right, Kung. Ship and ship collide and screams begin to pour out. The bow of the broken enemy ship came into view, and Jaehyeon's face crumpled. TRP, this is not the time. Grab your weapon now, the enemy ships are coming. The voice of the NPC is heard again. Jaehyeon immediately used the recoil of his waist to run towards the enemy ships that collided with each other. The relentless current made my stomach churn. But now was not the time to care. If I don't kill the enemies here right now, the quest will fail. If that happens, you will be locked here forever due to the quest penalty. I'll have to postpone finding Roskva for a while, even if this is a difficult themed dungeon. It is unlikely that the dungeon was designed to kill players from the beginning. If I could buy some time, I could always plan the next thing. The ship shakes with the sound of swords clashing on the deck. I still don't know what it is. Please take good care of me, Frederick. Frederick was the name of the 20-year-old sailor who had just talked to Jaehyeon, a person who willingly joined his plan to usurp the ship to retrieve his younger brother. Wait a minute, TRP. Jaehyeon ignored his words and quickly jumped up and boarded the enemy ship. The reason was simple. It was because there was a risk that the ship would be smashed to pieces if the skill was freely fired from the ship he was on. Dare, climbing on our ship alone, hurry up and show me, step on them all. I can hear the harsh words of the sailors and countless swords are pouring at Jaehyeon. However, Jaehyeon had no interest in them at all. He kept his eyes on one spot on the deck with a puzzled look on his face. Why is he here? It was strange. A while ago, he sent out a broadcast using a person from Neverland. It's dangerous here, so run away immediately. But why is she here? Jaehyeon, originally the person who obtains Thurpi's Thunder Walk in this themed dungeon. She was sent to this dungeon together, even being held captive by enemy ships. Whether or not he knew Jaehyeon's bewildered mind, the system informed him of one more fact. I found TRP's younger sister. Roskva, Episode 63, Voyage Part 2. I can't believe it. A themed dungeon appeared in an amusement park just now, looking at the ruined amusement park in an instant. Jaehyeon muttered with a bewildered face. Any way you look at it, the atmosphere is clearly different from before. The overgrown grass and mechanical parts that fill the vicinity of the broken tiles send chills down your spine. It's nonsense. Jaehyeon burst into laughter at the absurd reality in front of her. A theme dungeon that you learned about in school textbooks suddenly occurred, according to the National Statistical Office. The probability of getting caught up in a dungeon due to a sudden opening of the gate is about 0.6%. From there, the probability of being trapped in a themed dungeon and stranded there is 0.0003%. The possibility that it could be me, damn it, let's not count, anyway, crazy. It was a short and deep impression. Jaehyeon was taken aback. But she had to find a way to get out of here. She calmly looked around and ruminated on her situation. If you don't clear the themed dungeon, you can't go outside, of course. It is impossible to get inside from the outside. Does that mean that the only thing left to do is to clear this place? While I was standing there thinking about that, I suddenly encountered an unexpected person, a man my age checking his smartphone while standing alone on an empty street. No matter how you look at it, it was an emergency situation. But he didn't panic at all, as if he had foreseen the whole situation. That person is strangely calm. What are you doing? After observing him for a while, Jaehyeon left his seat and started walking to another place. Jaehyeon started to follow him without hesitation, close enough to not be noticed, then carefully. If you can walk around in a place like this, there's a good chance you at least know how to get out of this themed dungeon. I'd rather watch it for now. Well, I want to see how the current raiders fight. If he's left here alone, he's likely to be an active raider, even though he looks like my age. In the case of Jaehyeon, not only his face is young, but his body is also quite large. Jaehyeon immediately came to a conclusion. Of course, he is also a radar candidate, however. She awakened with support-type skills first, not combat-type skills. Acceleration of acceleration. It is an explosive skill that instantly accelerates one's thinking with a unique skill. It's true that you can't see the effect in a situation where you have to go through the situation alone like now. Here. If I can get help from others, it's always good to receive it. However, it is another matter to go to that man right away and ask for help. What if he is evil? If so, I don't know what he might do to me. In the worst case, I might die, while Seo Ah-hyun was evaluating him internally. Jaehyeon walked busily and arrived in front of Viking before he knew it. Vikings with a spooky atmosphere as if even a ghost would pop out. Jaehyeon stopped in front of him and lightly manipulated the system window. And then What? Suddenly, Seo Ah-hyun, who was watching the situation, was also taken aback when Jaehyeon suddenly disappeared. When using a portal, there will always be a delay of at least a few seconds, but a system that transfers users so quickly, how did you eat it? But there was no time to think long. Oh, what body? It was because the light that enveloped Jaehyeon a moment ago started to swallow him as well, terrified. She stepped back, but the light surrounding her only grew stronger. The light began to suck Seo Ah-hyun's body with fierce force as if it were swallowing it. Crazy, unknowingly harsh words came out of my mouth, along with dizziness. The mind goes far away and a torrent of emotions rushes. And after a while when she woke up, she was on a deck and her hands were bound. Synchronization rate 9%, 24%, 98%, 100%. Synchronization with the character is complete. You play as Roskvar, a warrior who survived the invasion of the Vikings. Of course, out of many people, he was swept along. Shit. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh as he looked at Seo Ah-hyun, who flinched with her entire body bound. Seo Ah-hyun is clever. If I handle it carelessly, I'll be rather dangerous, as he thought. Seo Ah-hyun was a very difficult opponent. He is a genius with an IQ of over 150 and is very good at reading other people's heads. Before returning, Jaehyeon heard a few rumors about Seo Ah-hyun. For example, giving advice to a small or medium-sized guildmaster, or selling someone else's guildmaster's name to incur resentment, or ignoring the leader's words during a raid and going ahead alone, then bursting into a raid. All of them are things to do with a middle school or two. It's also a very capable secondary bottle. Shit. Jaehyeon cursed and looked at Seo Ah-hyun or Roskva. I didn't like the fact that the target I had to save was a middle school 2 bottle like that. But there was no way right now. There is no way to change roles in themed dungeons. Anyway, all the crazy things are twisted around me. Still, Jaehyeon decided to think as positively as possible. Still, Seo Ah-hyun will be helpful in clearing this dungeon. I can't get it out now anyway. For now, if you can use it while taking it with you, it's better to use it. Above all, Seo Ah-hyun was the one who cleared this dungeon alone before returning. That too was achieved with only one skill unique to non-combat classes. Of course, even if that skill had an overwhelming performance that was incomparable to the others, it was too good for the achievements that the middle 3 had achieved. When I was thinking, the voice with a thick accent typical of a sailor and a harsh voice tore at his ears. Ha ha ha, to jump directly into enemy ships when hiding in a rat hole is not enough. You're such an idiot. Destroy it right now. Jaehyeon smiled at them and sighed. Jaehyeon's body, having calmed down, is shot through the enemies. As a result of checking with magic detection, they are all at the level of henchmen, active skill mana weapon. Jaehyeon lightly released his mana, clenched his fists tightly, and swung them with force. Kong slap, once again using magical detection, he reads the enemy's next skill in advance and dodges it. Then, use your arms and legs to break down the enemy's center and swing your fist. Enemy movement was very slow. Even compared to An Hoyeon, the level of a cadet is far below average. As Jaehyeon learned from Yu Sung-yoon, he quickly evaded half a beat. I remembered Yu Sung-yoon telling me that this technique was especially effective when dealing with a large number of people. Kong, wow, after opening the force field and cutting the sword, he immediately punched it into his face. Cheek, the appearance of the Vikings being pushed under the surface of the sea with screams, a smile spread across Jaehyeon's face. At that time, among the Vikings, one enemy who seemed to be a little better stepped forward and shouted, attack them all at once and kill them. Whoa, the sailors on the Viking scream and rush at Jaehyeon at once. At the same time, 8 Vikings attacked Jaehyeon. It looks like a central heating, but it moves smoothly to fill in each other's gaps. However, it was just a slow attack to Jaehyeon, who had already been strengthened through various passive skills and leveling up. Slap, puck, Jaehyeon moved his foot half a step forward to completely avoid the enemy's sword, and then began to counter the attack with his magical fists and feet. The entwined blade of the sword didn't reach the tip of Jaehyeon's body and just flowed away. While maintaining such a stalemate for a while, Jaehyeon excluded them one by one. It was either drowned in the sea or rendered incapable of combat. Is this enough to do it yet? This is the A-level dungeon-themed Dungeon Ruined Neverland, however. The level of difficulty is still not very high. Of course, having to clear 5 dungeons in a row was a problem. But it wasn't too much for Jaehyeon if the level of difficulty continued. He had already brought enough potions and various combat equipment, not to mention. There was nothing to lose to such a slow Viking. Bout, the new model of Jaehyeon which was fired straight away, completely disappeared from the sight of the Vikings in an instant. Ouch! He grabbed the captain of the enemy ship by the neck and threw him under the deck. Kwang, debris flew and blew a hole in the ship. Soon the water will start to rise here. The impatient Vikings will scatter their ranks and Jaehyeon will be able to defeat them more easily. Meanwhile, the sailors who directly witnessed the captain's death began to scream. You bastard, I don't know where you came from, but you don't think the great Aesir gods will forgive you for your ugliness. Come to think of it, there was a record that the Vikings in history actually worshipped the Aesir gods. The memory of TRP I saw a moment ago, could it have something to do with it? Jaehyeon smiled and responded. That is none of my business. After a while, as expected, water began to fill the enemy ship gradually. Right then, Jaehyeon, who had passed out with her hands and feet tied to the deck, flinched. Jaehyeon smiled at her as he approached her, looking closely. Jaehyeon was glaring at him with her eyes half open. Why don't you stop pretending to sleep? Are you Roskva? I heard you. Are you here to rescue me because you play the role of TRP? Jaehyeon dared to say the word role with strength. This is to leak information implicitly that he, too, is not an NPC here but an awakened person who came from outside. At the same time, Jaehyeon quickly rolled her eyes to see how Jaehyeon was dressed. Aren't you trying to hurt yourself? If so. It was a face contemplating how to get out of this situation. Jaehyeon looked at him and smiled. That's right, by the way, in an instant. His face turned wild. Thud, Jaehyeon slams his fist on the poles that bind her. Jaehyeon looked at Jaehyeon with a startled expression. If you clumsily try to scoop me up one more time, you'll die. Right after hearing that, Jaehyeon's face hardened coldly. Jaehyeon realized that he was watching him while pretending to sleep. He is an unusual person. Her quivering senses were clearly telling her to be wary of him. Think carefully, after warning. Jaehyeon released the string that bound Jaehyeon. The boat is now almost full of water and is about to sink. An urgent situation that will sink you to the surface without moving if you are delayed by just a few minutes. Fortunately, the destination was just around the corner. Jaehyeon hugged Jaehyeon's waist and put his strength on it, then took a light leap. Kyugung, returning to the friendly ship. He gave Jaehyeon a light smile. There are many stories to be heard. I hope you can help. I will try. The two made awkward expressions as they exchanged a tense conversation. Even in the midst of that, there was only one thought in Jaehyeon's head. This person, what the hell is he doing? You have succeeded in clearing Big Five's first quest, TRP's grudge. Send to the field. Compensation will be settled. Episode 64, Flanders Mansion Part 1. What the hell is a person doing to be so strong? You look the same age as me. Jaehyeon looked at Jaehyeon for a long time as if he couldn't understand. A youthful face. As if he hadn't turned 20 yet. However, its strength was enough to compete with the current radar level. Honestly, I can't judge how strong it is because my skills aren't enough. But anyway, I think it's true that it's really strong. It must be at least equivalent to a B-class radar. But how is that possible as an awakened person? Jaehyeon is also taking lessons to become a radar. Of course, I'm struggling a lot thanks to being a martial artist that doesn't match my skills. But my skills are overwhelming among my peers. His skills are recognized to the extent that he is already scheduled to enter Mill's Academy. Together, even her, I couldn't read a single movement of Jaehyeon earlier. Jaehyeon has studied for a long time about radar movement and mana management, moves for attack and evasion, such as smooth movements that lead to natural linkages. Jaehyeon was doing it all smoothly beyond his current radar, even he to come to such a position with a magic world radar. What the hell is that person? Acceleration of acceleration was activated to infer the identity of Jaehyeon, but no conclusion was reached. That he's an outrageous monster, that he's his age, that he's a wizard, that was all I found out. At that time, Jaehyeon, who was leading the way, stopped walking and looked back and asked with a disapproving face, "What are you staring at? Are you going to leave?" "Oh no," Jaehyeon grumbled. And Jaehyeon had no choice but to apologize. "What if I hated him here and got dumped in a dungeon? Then you'll really die. By the way, how old are you?" Jaehyeon's attitude towards Jaehyeon has changed to an extremely respectful title, however. His reply was cold. 17, but why are you curious about that? Oh, Annette, I thought it would be inconvenient when we were together if we didn't decide on a name. What, that's it, how old are you? As if he was already guessing his age. Jaehyeon was talking casually. Well, it was like that from the beginning. 16, it's 3 of them, can I call you brother? You can call me anything, please be useful otherwise. I will throw it away. Yes, what the hell is this guy? I heard that all the talented people among the raiders have eccentric personalities. Woody looks fine. So why is he such a twisted personality, and the most annoying thing about it? Good hair, it's easy to roll and eat. But what should I do? The problem is that Jaehyeon is too quick-witted. You can tell by the fact that you start to curl into his face as you talk. Jaehyeon knows exactly what his advantage is and knows how to use it well. In fact, he looked like he could survive even if he abandoned himself. Anyway, now I had no other option but to bow down to him. Of course, whenever the opportunity arises, I will escape by myself. But apart from that, I plan to abandon him any time after that. If there is a chance, I want to fall as soon as I escape the dungeon. It's just waiting for the pointy number to come out, I think suddenly. Jaehyeon came up with a creepy face. What skill did you say you had earlier? It's a skill that makes me handle the sword better, in fact. Jaehyeon has a D-class skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Adjustment. It's a skill that doesn't live up to its name, but it must be a decent level to cover up moderately. Even if you're an awakener, if you're a third grader, it's more likely that you haven't mastered the skill, that its useful must have been proven with this. There is no need to disclose your unique skill thought acceleration here. If you do, you might get caught on your feet or be taken advantage of at a crucial moment. Jaehyeon sang a small joy. However, Jaehyeon's answer, which came back, was so cold that it was like ice. It wouldn't be just like that. Yes, I hate lying. Jaehyeon looked down at Jaehyeon with a meaningful expression on his face. She returned his words with a slightly puzzled look. I really am. It's a D-class skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Calibration. Of course. That can happen, but I already know what skills you have. That's right, it's the rule of the Acer system that you can't see other people's skills. Thought acceleration, unique skill. It is a skill that makes time seem to have slowed down momentarily and accelerates the user's thinking in the meantime. It is a skill that is mainly used for command purposes in combat situations. But it is the most efficient skill in analyzing and reading the opponent's mind. Jaehyeon's face stiffened at Jaehyeon's continued explanation. That's not a lie. From the beginning, he already knew all the skills he had. But how? Well, I don't think he's the kind of person who will answer even if I ask him. What should I do? As I shuddered and wrapped my arms around my arms, I heard his voice again. You stay here and I will die here. What are you doing? Wait a minute, I was wrong. That's right. It's like my brother said. The skill I have is thought acceleration. I'll tell you everything else. So please don't leave. If I leave it like this, I will 100% die. A person who, just a moment ago, was full of thoughts of taking advantage of me. What should I see and believe? I think you looked at me too easily. I'll do anything. Are you doing anything? A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. His expression was infinitely bright as if he had been waiting for this answer from the beginning. Jaehyeon smiled softly. Then write the contract. Yes, at the unexpected words. Jaehyeon's pupils became the size of a lantern. What is this all of a sudden? Contract? Are you asking for money? Don't worry, I'm not asking for money. I'm just trying to make sure you don't betray me, of course. I will need your help a little in the process. An unknown goosebump ran up his spine. Jaehyeon was able to understand Jaehyeon's words after just a few minutes. When she saw the contract, her impressions were twofold. One is that that person doesn't trust others to the extent of being serious. The other is that it would have been much better to ask for money. Jaehyeon, the designated target Jaehyeon Seo will be changed to subordinate status because it is dependent on the contract. It will not be destroyed even after clearing the quest. Jaehyeon looked at Jaehyeon, who was crying with a satisfied face. The unique skill he copied from Gu Jane a moment ago. I activated brainwashing and restrained her. Brainwashing magic has two effects. One is to lose the will of a weaker target than oneself and control it at will. The other is to hand over some of the body's control under mutual consent. As it is now, the latter case is called subordinate, and when this magic is activated, the two people who made the contract become a master-slash-servant relationship. I may swear that it is inhumane, but this is a safety device. Jaehyeon remembered most of Jaehyeon's evil deeds before returning. Like an unrestrained colt, he was an enemy everywhere. Probably trust and protect such a person in a dungeon full of life threats. Frankly, it was too much of a risk. Because of this, Jaehyeon invoked brainwashing by contract and put restrictions on her. Still, this is good enough. It's not like I stole your mind. But I can't feel good when someone else is in my head. Then cancel the contract. I didn't force it. You stamped it. I will work hard, although this is said. Jaehyeon's safety device does not have serious conditions. The conditions are as follows. 1. Jaehyeon B cannot do anything that harms Min Jaehyeon A. 2. Jaehyeon B must follow the instructions of Min Jaehyeon A. 3. Min Jaehyeon A guarantees the safety of Jaehyeon B until the clearing of the theme park dungeon ruined Neverland. 4. Jaehyeon B keeps the details discussed with Min Jaehyeon A strictly confidential. After all, it was a contract that Jaehyeon would guarantee Jaehyeon's safety. There was no way Jaehyeon could refuse this contract now that her life was in danger. Do you have a plan to attack the dungeon? Now relax, because we signed a contract anyway. No, for the time being, Jaehyeon was still afraid of Jaehyeon despite the contract that guaranteed her life. Was I too harsh? Jaehyeon thought about that for a moment, but then shook his head. This young boy is destined to die playing around with various guilds later. A person whose specialty is getting excited and messing around even if he is released a little. It's best to deal with it like this. Even if it's a little forced now. Where are you going next? The system says there are still 4 more quests left. The haunted house, you hear it first, when Jaehyeon spoke calmly. Seo Ah-hyun took a step backwards in fright. It's no use looking at it anyway, I can't even run away because of the dependent effect. However, Jaehyeon silently watched her without speaking outwardly. Seo Ah-hyun opened her eyes wide and trembled her lips. A haunted house? Why scared? Jaehyeon replied with a smile. Seo Ah-hyun replied back with an angry face. Oh no, it's not that. I don't like being surprised. That's it. It's not, I guess. Seo Ah-hyun couldn't finish her words. This is because Jaehyeon, who used stealth, hid his presence. No matter where he looked, Jaehyeon was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, I felt a chill on the nape of my neck. That brother over there. Why? Seo Ah-hyun fell forward at the sight of Jaehyeon suddenly jumping out from behind. It was a joke. But her complexion was pale. It's because I was quite surprised. Was this a bit harsh? I'm sorry. It's just that I was surprised. So I bet it's okay. It seems that the words were strangely changed at the end. Jaehyeon didn't care much. Anyway, this is the dungeon she cleared alone before returning, that said. The fear inside is at a level that Seo Ah-hyun can adapt to. I will come in, get ready. Wait a minute first. Take a deep breath, whoop ha, that's it, to be noisy, then go in. We begin the second Big 5 haunted house. Synchronization rate 4%, 20%, 92%, 100%. Synchronization with the character is complete. Your role is Horror House YouTuber. Discover the secrets of the grotesque mansion. Record the video on your camcorder and escape. Before Jaehyeon could finish reading the explanation, his face became dazed. Horror haunted YouTuber. Are you referring to those who take videos by looking for places where the lungs are scarred or something like that? What role is your brother? I heard that I am a horror haunted YouTuber. I'm a cameraman. He didn't have time to answer Seo Ah-hyun's words while whispering. Again. A white halo of light began to engulf Jaehyeon and Seo Ah-hyun. Dizziness and foreign sensations that you can't get used to no matter how much you experience them. You have arrived at the haunted house. Get out of this mansion without breaking the rules. Some skills are sealed soon. The light was consumed by the darkness, suffocating, and the two suddenly came to their senses. And then came the heavy male voice. It's been a while since you've had a guest. Jaehyeon felt a chill run down his spine when I looked up. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a rough impression was standing in front of me. I was out of breath. The violently pulsating heart trembled and warned. The man in front of me is dangerous. Episode 65 Flanders Mansion Part 2. You have accepted the second quest of Big 5. The Flanders Mansion, theme quest. Mansion of Flanders. You have been invited by Count Flanders, the owner of the Mansion of Flanders, however. This is a place where dark and low secrets are hidden. Capture all the truth about this place on camera, reveal the secret. And head outside. Difficulty, a reward, bloody keys. C. Failure conditions. 1. Failure to escape within the time limit. 2. Failure to reveal the secret of the mansion. Failure penalty, unable to return to reality. Hello, everyone, my name is Alfred, the butler serving Count Flanders, the owner of this mansion. I have come to meet you under the direction of the master. Hello, my name is Jaehyeon Min. This is my colleague. My name is Seo Ah-hyun. I was confused. But after saying hello, I checked Alfred's whereabouts. A grotesquely sharp nose and 2 scars on the face. An unknown fear rises from the dead eyes as if they have lost focus. Jaehyeon felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat runs all over the body. He gulped down his saliva. Looking at the motionless eyes as if they had been burnt to black. The butler. He looks very frightening. I'll catch and eat people if I'm picky. A witch who boils and eats children from cruel fairy tales in a large pot. It looked like a mixture of witches' faces. Calm down, it's still the beginning of the themed dungeon. Gathering information is important. After catching his breath, Jaehyeon took his eyes off Alfred and looked around. This is the view from the entrance of the mansion. A mannequin wearing heavy armor in the center and a spiral staircase on both sides. Even the unique pattern that stands out along with the red carpet laid down. The neatly organized landscape of the mansion came into view at a glance. The facility is no joke. Perhaps because it's from the Count's family. It's not that it's not, it's a truly outstanding mansion. Thinking so, Jaehyeon stood beside him and looked at Seo Ah-hyun, who was trembling. Still. I'm looking around hard to see if I'm trying to come to my senses. For me, that's probably the best. I'd better leave it here for now. I don't think I'll do anything stupid. Jaehyeon thought so. But suddenly Alfred started talking to him. Then eat inside, the master said to take good care of you. Where are you going? I will take you to the restaurant in the mansion. You will be hungry after coming on a long journey. All right, Jaehyeon answered meekly, of course. It's true that it doesn't look good, but there's no way right now. The most efficient way to dig into the secrets of this mansion while appropriately matching the event. Of course. Seo Ah-hyun's face wasn't very good. If I'm shaking like that, I'll honestly say that I'm scared a long time ago. Of course, that wouldn't have changed anything, just as I was organizing my thoughts. Alfred spoke again. Then shall we go? After a while, the two of them followed Alfred to the hallway on the first floor of the mansion. The hallway was tidy and tidy. Vases and full-plate armor crafts are placed here and there. To the right is a large rectangular window. On the shelf below it hung an unburnt white lily. Presumably as a memorial to someone, a small piece of paper woven with flowers reads, "For the most beautiful and stupidest girl, 1,474.119. But what caught the two of them the most was the portrait on the wall. It was a picture of a small girl with a golden retriever. The painting is a portrait of Flanders, the owner of this mansion, and his beloved Sean. I was thinking about asking about the portrait, but Alfred brought up the story first, as if it's always the case. He said that while staring straight ahead without looking at the painting, Jaehyeon thought for a moment, what kind of person is the owner of this mansion? Count Flanders in the portrait. She seemed to be younger than her age at best. 12. I'm about 13. Jaehyeon fixed his eyes on the portrait and asked, "The Earl of Flanders seems to have memories of his childhood. You have many memories, very dreamy, happy memories." Somehow the tone was meaningful. But I tried not to pay too much attention to it. There is too much information to take in right now. In Viking a while ago, the knowledge of TRP flowed into my head and I didn't have to investigate the background separately. But this time it's different. Jaehyeon came here as a horror house YouTuber to uncover the secrets of the mansion. However, I have no idea exactly what situation I'm in. You must not relax. The two must escape this labyrinthine mansion after unlocking all the secrets of this place. I was walking for a while when I heard Seo Ah-hyun's trembling voice. "I, my brother, can't you hear the baby crying nearby?" "Huh, what are you talking about? I can't hear anything." Before he could finish his words, a chilly silence fell in the hallway of the mansion. I just started to hear the baby cry that Seo Ah-hyun said. Crying, the eerie noise that rang out a couple of times quickly died down. Cuck. Seo Ah-hyun's face was almost out of breath. Jaehyeon sighed. How did he clear Big Five by himself because he was so weak, seeing Seo Ah-hyun shivering? Jaehyeon shook his head. At least until the conditions subsided, she wouldn't be of much help. Jaehyeon thought for a moment and then asked with a face as if he had a clue. "Hey Alfred, are there any cats around here, in general?" The cry of a baby and the cry of a cat are similar. The cries came from outside, so at least there must be no babies in the mansion. If so, there is a high probability that the street cat's cry sounded like my baby's cry. At Jaehyeon's words, Alfred stopped walking for a moment and looked back at him. Again. The gaze is directed forward. Alfred's steps continued. "No, there are no cats around this mansion. Not even one." Yes, not even one. It was a bit of an odd answer if it were real. The answer that there is none would have never been accepted. If there is even the slightest possibility, the reality is that if words are not lumped together, it will become a problem. However, this is not a real themed dungeon. Even if there is a gap with reality, there is no possibility that it will be a problem. If there are no cats in the mansion where the dungeon is designed, then there really are no cats. Jaehyeon looked at Seo Ah-hyun, who had a pale face, and whispered softly, "Hey, are you okay?" He said he wasn't afraid of ghosts, it was a total bullshit. "No, it's just stuff that comes out of movies and novels. Look at the mansion here, does this look fake?" "That's right though, well. I can't get out of here because I'm scared anyway." "I know, please give me a little time to adapt then, the restaurant is here." Alfred interrupted the conversation between the two. There was a large door where he pointed. "It is a door made of iron that looks like new and is oiled in places." Hey. Alfred lowered his head lightly, opened the door and guided the two inside. "This is a dinner prepared for you by Count Flanders." A voice with no change in tone, as if spoken by a machine. Jaehyeon looked around the inside, calming the goosebumps that were about to rise again. Inside the dining room, dinner was prepared. A well-baked baguette sits in the center with beef stew and corn soup on either side. Below, a basket of some fresh fruit was plentiful on the tablecloth. No matter how you look at it, the food looks fine, but something is fishy. Jaehyeon murmured softly with a suspicious face. Seo Ah-hyun also made a worried face as she grabbed his sleeve. "Then enjoy your meal, I will come back after dinner." Kikiik thump. Alfred immediately closed the door and went outside. Jaehyeon and Seo Ah-hyun, who were facing each other as if possessed, suddenly came to their senses. They drool a little as they watched the dinner unfold before their eyes. Dishes that look delicious no matter who sees them, but this is inside a dungeon. I'm not particularly hungry, so I'd rather check the condition than eat. First take out the camera. Oh yes. At Jaehyeon's words, Seo Ah-hyun took out the camera she had put in her inventory and started it. After a while, the power flickered and entered recording mode. "That's okay, it's being recorded now." "Okay, then Alfred or something like that butler must have gone. Let's go outside." "Wait, before that, let's get some information from here and leave." "What? Is there any information I can get here? Please wait a moment." After Seo Ah-hyun put down the camera with those words, she blew magic into her body. To Jaehyeon, It was just a speck of dust. It was only a very minute degree. But the effect was great. Activate the active skill thought acceleration. Jaehyeon watched silently. Seo Ah-hyun was using thought acceleration to get information about this place. Nerve strands stretch out one after another, starting to connect the information you put in your brain a little while ago. Memories connected linearly with things bent in the form of a spiral repeat, connecting or disconnecting each other. After a while, I know a few, but not all about this mansion. It is fast too. Do you think it's good because it's a unique skill? In fact, Jaehyeon was quite surprised. Only a few seconds passed, and Seo Ah-hyun succeeded in identifying the mansion. She took a moment to catch her breath and slowly began to speak the things that were in her head. Anyway, the owner of this mansion seems to be a child. I think he's about 12 years old. He was about the same age as Jaehyeon guessed when he saw the portrait for the first time. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and asked, "Why do you think so?" "You can tell by looking at the chairs and hallways." "Chair, corridor?" Jaehyeon asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "This is because the two are not often connected." Seo Ah-hyun nodded and headed for the middle seat, the most prestigious seat in the restaurant. She pulled out the chair and showed it to Jaehyeon. "Look here, generally. The middle seat is the seat of the owner of the mansion, but strangely the height of the chair here only means that the owner is still young. It makes sense. Also, all the shelves I saw from the hallway were low, and only the lower ones were stained. But it was low in height for an object in the Count's mansion. Then the picture hanging in the hallway must not have been painted in childhood." When Jaehyeon nodded, Seo Ah-hyun let out a sigh of relief, because it's important that it's certified to be helpful anyway, of course. It is a situation where he is guaranteed to protect himself by signing a subordinate contract. Seo Ah-hyun thinks Jaehyeon is as dangerous as Alfred. There was nothing wrong with being vigilant. "Then let's go out. I got all the information I could get here." "Yes." Jaehyeon put his hand on the doorknob that Alfred had just left. "However, what?" Jaehyeon's face was stained with bewilderment. "The door wouldn't budge even though I pushed with force." A cold sweat ran down his spine. "Brother. This camera is so expensive. Wow, awesome if you clear this. Can you take it out? Now is not the time for such nonsense." "Yes, we're trapped here. Yes, episode 66 Flanders Mansion Part 3 I'm trapped here. Yes." Seo Ah-hyun's face suddenly spreads with fear and embarrassment. Jaehyeon's face hardened too, suddenly locking the door. Such a third-rate development. I thought that this would happen at least once in a while, but to think that the door would suddenly be locked after the meal was served, in general. Isn't it like blocking the door to the outside? Calm down for now. Anyway, this is a dungeon. There must be a way out. I heard that it is because there is no dungeon that cannot be escaped in the first place. Seo Ah-hyun, who quickly regained her senses, also said the same while arguing. Jaehyeon pondered over how to get out of the current situation. Butler Alfred is a servant of Flanders. The owner of this place, that is so. It means that he imprisoned Jaehyeon and Seo Ah-hyun here under the direction of Flanders. Of course, there might be other reasons, but it would be right to see it that way now. Jaehyeon thought so and said, "I don't think Count Flanders thinks of us as guests. Of course, common sense invites guests and then locks them in. It's not some kind of mystery novel. I couldn't even meet Count Flanders in the first place. But this is dangerous." "What is that?" "It was like that from the moment I entered the Big Five-themed dungeon." Seo Ah-hyun pondered for a moment at Jaehyeon's calm response before opening her mouth. "But why are you imprisoned here? You should have had plenty of time to escape." "What? I mean the dungeon. I didn't expect it to suddenly spawn in an amusement park. I just came to play." "No way. I know it's a lie. Who comes to an amusement park alone in the first place? I came here with my girlfriend and broke up, so I stood in a daze because of the shock." Seo Ah-hyun burst out laughing briefly and looked at Jaehyeon. "Who believes that? The dungeon exploded in the first place. But I have to live for now. Is it obvious? For now. I will believe you because I am Yule now. It will be for the rest of my life." Seo Ah-hyun's face quickly turned into tears at the cold words. "It's because I remembered the contents of the contract a while ago. Observance of any orders and strict adherence to all confidentiality of reproductions. It's not such a bad contract after all. But I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. This subordinate, will you release it if you go outside? I will remove the restriction of obeying my orders, no confidentiality clause." "All right, that's enough, but one more thing." "What? Is your brother coveting the items you will get here?" It was a bit embarrassing to be hit to the point, but it was something I could ask. It is an open fact that hidden pieces are hidden in themed dungeons. Even Seo Ah-hyun was a girl destined to get her hands on the hidden piece here in Neverland. "I can't believe this guy." Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed. "Is Seo Ah-hyun also coveting the rewards from Big Five?" "Fortunately, the trouble didn't last long. Well, depending on the contribution, the item will of course be mine. Themed dungeons are not infinite. Instead, rewarding high-grade items, a place where you can get only one item in the world, that's a themed dungeon. Well, it's impossible to cut the item in half and give it to two people. This is why the attribution system exists." That's right, that's what I was aiming for from the beginning." Wow, that's really poisonous. What kind of 17-year-old comes into a dungeon alone? Then why didn't you run away? I made a lot of announcements to get out earlier. Jaehyeon was also thinking of making it clear at this point. Why did Seo Ah not leave Neverland despite the emergency evacuation broadcast? Do you have any other plans if that's the case? No matter how subordinate he is, he's dangerous. That's actually. I want to watch other raiders fight. What? Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. What the hell is the kid in front of me talking about? You stayed in the dungeon for such an odd reason. Hey, are dungeons a joke? Jaehyeon groaned. No matter how you think about it. That's why it's absurd. I knew that Seo Ah was originally a nerd at the end, but this is severe. Raiders are people who risk their lives to clear the dungeon. There is a natural reason to praise them as heroes, but you stayed here just to observe such a dangerous situation in an instant. A headache spread and my head became dizzy. Just keep in mind one thing, it's none of my business if you die somewhere else. But at least while you're with me, you'll die if you say bullshit like that. Yes, if you know you're sorry. Do your job as a cameraman, I'm going to find a way out from now on. Yes, Seo Ah seemed to have completely lost her temper, ignoring Jaehyeon. He started to look all around the door Alfred had left. There must be a way out of here, it must work by magic. Otherwise, there is no way that Jaehyeon, who has overwhelming physical stats, will not be able to open the door. As Seo Ah cleared the dungeon alone before returning, the required stats must be low. Although it's a little disconcerting that it's an A-rank dungeon. Theme dungeons are inherently low in difficulty. The main purpose of normal dungeons is to defeat boss monsters. However, this is a tricky method that cannot be cleared without seeing the ending of a story. Because of this, it requires less force compared to other dungeons. To put it simply, it's easy to see that the game is balanced. That's why Seo Ah was able to clear this dungeon alone. At that time, Seo Ah urgent voice rang in Jaehyeon's ears. Oh brother, Jaehyeon frowned and looked back, then Seo Ah with a frightened face, held out the camera with her hands shaking. Why, what else is bothering you? This camera something is strange, look here, if it's not a big deal. Jaehyeon intends to really hit him this time. I approached Seo Ah who looked flustered. However, the moment he saw the screen of the camera, he too was shocked. Does this make sense? Pounding, pounding, pounding. My heart pumps repeatedly and cold sweat begins to flow. What the hell is this? Jaehyeon took another look at the scene in the square screen of the camera and looked away. Then he looked around and then looked at the camera. Repeating several times, a table set with delicious food, chandeliers and luxurious ornaments sparkle above it, however. The scene in the camera that Jaehyeon was looking at was completely different from reality. Inside the square liquid crystal of the camera, it contained the body of Alfred. Covered in blood, about 2 hours since the themed dungeons haunt Neverland, the National Radar Association quickly dispatched an emergency support team to Neverland. Rumor has it that there are 2 victims trapped inside this dungeon. One is Min Jaehyeon, a cadet at Mills Academy, and the other is Seo Ah. She was a genius girl who was featured on TV a year before entering the academy. The radar management headquarters hastily set up a barricade so that the public cannot access the area if a problem arises inside. It's not even a matter of turning the whole area into a mess. Of course, this does not solve the fundamental problem, but it's far better than not doing it. If you don't do this, you will incur public resentment and receive even greater criticism. Ordinary citizens do not know much about the principles of dungeons, so swearing is what the National Radar Association eats it all up. Sibulger, I'll be promoted in a little while. But there's no such thing as a fucking joke. Class A National Radar from the Radar Management Headquarters visiting the scene of the accident. Song Jae-seok and Park Jo-hoon muttered indignantly. This situation is by no means very serious. Theme Dungeon must have exploded in an amusement park with a lot of floating population. It was even harder to not have luck like this. That's all, the promotion was just around the corner. 2, Park Kyung-hoon said with a calm expression as he looked at the dungeon where the gate had exploded. The amusement park had already lost its original appearance. Neverland is in ruins as if it has been hundreds of years. Kyung-hoon said that you and I are going well these days. But it's completely new. That's right, I was promoted last time and I said things were going well. But that's it, Park Kyung-hoon was a national raider who made a profit thanks to Jaehyeon during the last dungeon break. I got a promotion and said things were going well. So it was as expected. Why would something like this happen at a time when things were going well? If this situation is not dealt with, the evaluation of oneself within the headquarters will fall. Maybe it was something that might be demoted one more rank. Just thinking about it is horrible. Of course, it would be wrong to place responsibility for themed dungeons on national raiders. No matter how talented you are, it is difficult to deal with sudden dungeons in advance. Where and how did you know that the magic field would explode and prepare for everything? It was absolutely impossible from a human resource point of view. Also, we're going to cover everything upside down, these fucking babies. They will blame everything on us from the top because it always has been, according to what the two said, in this situation. Those of high rank will withdraw their feet early, Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hoon. Who are in charge. I'm going to cover up the fault of the two people and move on. Probation and demotion would be a bonus. Sibulger, it's not like we're kidding. Do we have to be the only ones who fuck like this every day? But since he's a civil servant, he's at least putting his mouth on it. Isn't it? I have to endure it even if I think of my wife and children. What will happen if you win here? Okay, I know, so aren't you smoking a cigarette right now? It was frustrating, in any case. The two will take responsibility for this incident and handle the anger of the people. Furthermore, I'll never stop doing this job until I put him in the dark. Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hoon both had a common goal. So they couldn't quit their jobs. It was complicated in many ways. First of all, check the list of the two people who were washed up together. Yes, Park Kyung-hoon, who was checking the list of the two who were swept away in the themed dungeon under Song Jae-seok's instructions, hesitated for a moment, because I saw a familiar name. That's Senior. Why is there something going on? Not two. But three. Fuck, oh no, it's not like that. It seems that someone I know has been swept into the dungeon. What? Who is that? Are you family, wife, kids? Oh no, it's not like I'm familiar. It's just someone I've seen face to face. No way, what am I? Then you're no different. It's okay, don't mind, Song Jae-seok. What is one or two such things? I didn't forget to add a little, however. Park Kyung-hoon's face was very pale. Why did this kid get caught up in an incident like this again? It was strange, just like the last dungeon break incident. It's the same now. Why is this boy getting caught up in such a strange incident? Jaehyeon Min. It was the name of one of the two people who went missing in the dungeon the other day during the dungeon break. A monstrous cadet who wiped out a group of goblins with just two people, just in case. I checked the contact information on my smartphone and it matched the number I received then. This is not a coincidence. Those thoughts were stuck in my brain and I couldn't get them out. Park Kyung-hoon suddenly came to his senses and said to Song Jae-seok, "Seniors." Why, what is it? Song Jae-seok looked at Park Kyung-hoon's bewildered face and asked back as if he couldn't understand. Park Kyung-hoon pondered for a while on whether he should say this or not, and finally came to the conclusion. This themed dungeon, I don't know if I'll be able to clear it. What? Song Jae-seok looked at Park Jo-hoon for a long time with a puzzled face, however. His expression was serious like never before. No, I was almost certain. Episode 67 Flanders Mansion Part 4 Alfred's body is there. No. It's just captured on the screen in the camera. Anyway. Jaehyeon quickly took his eyes off the screen, leaving Seo Ah-hyun in shock behind. Then I looked around again with my naked eyes, however. Nothing was different from before. A white tablecloth with delicious food and a chandelier shining above it. How the hell did this happen? Jaehyeon swallowed hard, the neck creases slightly, he said in a low voice. Alfred, who guided us a moment ago, seems to be a fake. Is it fake? Okay, otherwise. What the hell is the reason for locking us up in the restaurant? But it makes sense. Seo Ah-hyun nodded in agreement with Jaehyeon. The current situation was not as good as I thought while he was thinking about it. The familiar sound of the system suddenly penetrated Jaehyeon's ears. You have reached 70% of the first secret of the mansion. Alfred's secret. Jaehyeon widened his eyes. The mansion's secret reached 70%. Does that mean the mansion hides some other secrets? And what the heck is the 70% uncomfortable? Silence flows for a while. Jaehyeon was after organizing his thoughts. Somehow this camera seems to be showing us something we can't see. That means that perhaps this camera shows the future otherwise. The butler who just showed us around couldn't be dead like this. Butler Alfred is possessed by something. It's too early to make a decision. The first step is to analyze the current situation. When Jaehyeon spoke, Seo Ah-hyun immediately understood his words and used his skill. Acceleration of acceleration. With the activation of the skill, Seo Ah-hyun's body stiffened for a few seconds. After a while, the answer that came back was completely different from what Jaehyeon expected. Seo Ah-hyun bit her lip. Anyway, what is captured in this camera seems to be the past. Not the future. Past, that's right, what we see with the camera now is a kind of past, that is, it is a recorded video. Explain in detail. First of all, I think there must be a reason why they gave us a camera in this haunted house. Whatever it is, it's likely to be the key to clearing the dungeon. In fact, there is a gap between the video and the reality. What next? Your brother did that. Alfred, who guided us a moment ago, is a fake. That makes sense that the fake is killing the real Alfred and impersonating him. Surely, if you think so. Everything fits. The theme of this dungeon is horror. Fear is an emotion that affects human thinking based on a cognitive gap. As Seo Ah-hyun said, this means that the contents contained in this camera reflect the truth of the past and that the reality seen with the naked eye is nothing more than a well-made illusion modeled after the past. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. Soon, a mind-altering spell passed through his mind. It's an illusion. Illusion. It was a magic that caused hallucinations in the opponent and made them believe that it was reality. What if the two were enchanted when they entered the mansion? Then everything makes sense, as if this warm, Delicious-looking food had now become Alfred's corpse. Jaehyeon immediately deployed his magic to activate absolute calculation. If you can break the magic. You can break all these illusions, however, this magic is not allowed here. His brows twisted in an instant, and his fists were clenched with strength. Absolute arithmetic doesn't work at that time. The voice he heard at the beginning of the dungeon came to Jaehyeon's mind. Some skills are restricted. Jaehyeon bit his lip to him. Absolute arithmetic, which can inversely calculate all magic, is the key. The only flaw is that it consumes a little too much mana, but it has more merits than that. Damn it, I was annoyed. But I decided to turn my thoughts around. That way at least you have something to reason about. In this themed dungeon, there is a high probability of enemies using magic. Why? One of my skills doesn't eat. This is a skill that destroys magic. Anyway, Seo Ah-hyun has to keep quiet about her identity. I don't intend to tell you everything right now, but a thing or two would be fine. Jaehyeon gave her a brief explanation of absolute calculation. Seo Ah-hyun looked at Jaehyeon with her mouth wide open in pure admiration. I never thought that such crazy skills would exist in the world. That's why Oppa is so strong. You're buying enough, stop whining. As Jaehyeon fired at him, Seo Ah-hyun hesitantly asked, that's what I wanted to ask earlier. How do you know my skill? I have a skill that allows me to see the skills of people much weaker than me. Of course, it was a lie. But Seo Ah-hyun quickly understood, although it was more strange not to believe Jaehyeon's words in a situation where the accident was hard like now. Jaehyeon began to carefully review the conversation between the two. First of all, if you put it together, what you are filming with your camera is the appearance of this mansion in the past, and we are now trapped here. Unable to take a single step, is that right? Yes, but there must be a device somewhere, something that could move a door. Okay, if that's the case, I'll be able to do something soon. I thought of a way. Jaehyeon smiled and took a step forward. Activate the active skill magic power detection. With the activation of magic detection, the field of view gradually expanded. A smile soon spread across Jaehyeon's lips. Fortunately, this skill is not blocked. The slight magic power felt nearby. Jaehyeon began gathering information about the surroundings by spreading the solid line of magical power, and finally he succeeded in finding it, a key to open this door. Hey, are there baguettes on that table? Break it down. Yes, a baguette, although Seo Ah-hyun was dubious about his words. She immediately went up to the table, didn't look at the camera. It was because he didn't want to see Alfred's body, just as Jaehyeon said. She grabbed the large baguette in the center and gave it light pressure. Okay, clap. At the same time as the bread was breaking, a system sound was heard. You have succeeded in uncovering the second secret of the mansion. Welcome, magic illusion. The dungeon clear reward is increased. Seo Ah-hyun's pupils constricted, she asked, looking at Jaehyeon in surprise. How did this happen? Magic perception is a skill that analyzes all magical things that can be seen with both eyes. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon was able to open the door using magic detection. Illusion magic is fundamentally tied to different objects or formulas. Therefore, in order to break the magic, it is enough to erase the objects or formulas used in it. Jaehyeon used his skill a moment ago to find the magical thread connected to the door. In fact, it was connected to the baguette in the middle of the table. And the door opened thanks to breaking it and clearing the ceremony. For reference, the location of the baguette where the thread is connected is Alfred's. Let's not talk about this. Did people also say that hiding from people is safe? I never thought they would play that kind of prank on food in a restaurant. Let's go out at once. Oh yes, the two managed to open the door and get out, but it seemed that things were not going to go so smoothly. It looks like you didn't like the meal. Both of their bodies trembled. Seo Ah-hyun was looking at the floor, while Jaehyeon barely lifted his head. There, the tall butler Alfred was looking down at the two of them. How many minutes had butler Alfred been waiting for the two of them here? Perhaps he had been overhearing the conversation between the two of them from the beginning. If that's the case, it's really creepy. It is the two people's job to dig this place and dig up the secret. And if Jaehyeon's idea is correct, Alfred was the enemy of the two. I'm sorry you didn't like the food I prepared. No, I just don't have much of an appetite. I have no idea about rice. Jaehyeon tried to calm his pounding heart and answered that. Alfred's two black eyes could not fathom their depth. I had no idea exactly what kind of feelings he was carrying. Should I ask him now why he locked the restaurant? No, that's poison. Maybe there will be a problem later. It's better to ignore it now and move on. After making that decision, Jaehyeon looked at Seo Ah-hyun's face. It was a spectacle to see him trembling with a death wound. Then you must be tired. But I will take you to the guest room. Please follow me. Dog rooms? Seo Ah-hyun raised her voice in front of Alfred for the first time. Well, I did just that. Everyone would be like that if they thought they had to spend a day in a gloomy mansion like this. But now is not the time to panic. Their purpose is to uncover the secrets of the mansion. In order to do that, you need to proceed with the event and observe the situation appropriately. Thank you for your kindness, then let's go. "Oh brother," Yhyun whispered in Seo Ah Hyun's urgent voice. "Follow me for now, you don't have to clear the dungeon. Or are you going to be stuck here for the rest of your life? I don't like that." But Seo Ah Hyun, who was soon persuaded by Yi Hyun, started walking with a grunt. The corridor exudes a gloomy and grotesque atmosphere just like the first one, every time I passed by. The portraits hanging on the walls were all the same, one girl, and a dog she's snuggling. Whether it's Sean or something. The guest room was located in a corner room on the second floor of the mansion. Yi Hyun and Seo Ah Hyun were guided by Alfred and each received the key to the last room. I can't confirm the time. But it must be already late. It is because the scenery seen through the window is distorted and it is so dark. Then rest in peace, both of you. I will come back tomorrow. By the way, when can I see Count Flanders? Master has gone on a long journey and will be back tomorrow after breakfast. After saying that, Alfred walked away. Seo Ah Hyun held onto Yi Hyun's arm and did not let go, as if something terrible would happen if you let your guard down for even a second. Yi Hyun took off his arm and looked around with a calm expression. He said, "First, let's go into each room and see if there is anything strange. Can't I just stay in the same room as you? What nonsense are you talking about as a cameraman? And do you think I'll let you do that in a situation where there might be clues in your room that aren't in mine?" That's right. Seo Ah Hyun quickly understood Yi Hyun's words, even though it was a short time. It was because I realized that he never gave up his interests while hanging out with him. "See you tomorrow. There's probably nothing going on in it." "I hope so." It was a strangely gruff tone, but Yihyun didn't care. "It's obvious. But don't even think about sleeping inside. This is inside the dungeon." "I know, and I'm scarier than my brother. They said it wasn't scary when I first came in." "Oh right, this is a magic potion. I'll take care of it in advance. So take it and put it in your inventory." "Yeah, I do it like that for now. Can you really break out of here? I can wake you up, so shut up now." After saying that, Yihyun savagely pushed himself into the room he was assigned to. The room was much more luxurious than expected with a comfortable bed, but this is all an illusion. While walking down the hallway a little while ago, Seo Ah Hyun's camera continued to take pictures, using stealth while remaining invisible to Alfred, and the scenery was truly terrifying. Here and there, toys for children to play with were scattered, and the curtains were already torn and stained with blood, a sight that is difficult to capture. Yihyun put a light layer of mana on his body beforehand in case of an emergency, because he knew very well that the enemy could attack him at any time. "I need to find out what secrets are hidden in this room." While thinking that, the moment Yihyun tried to move his body, the user's body enters a forced sleep state. "From now on, we will go to the cutscene." "What?" Yihyun collapsed onto the bed before he could say anything more. After a while, the shadow of a stranger cast over his body. Alfred. He stretched out his hand to the sleeping Yihyun, laughing with his gums exposed. Episode 68 Flanders Mansion Part 5. The user's body is forcibly switched to sleep. From now on, we will go to the cutscene when you come to your senses and wake up from your dream. The two were in prison, a prison with iron bars and graffiti on the walls. Typical of medieval novels, Seo Ah Hyun grumbled with the sound of a ball man. It turns out like this in the end somehow. Alfred gave that uncle a bad impression. It seems that we underestimated the ability of the dungeon to interfere, forced sleep. It was unexpected. The pattern of forced sleep with cutscenes was completely unexpected. Cutscene, in other words. An event scene is a section in a video game in which players cannot interact. To put it simply, it restricts the player from moving on their own in a specific scene. Gamers can do nothing but watch these cutscenes, just like Yihyun did just a moment ago. For now, getting out of here is the first priority. Let's organize our thoughts. Yes, even if it's not the case. I just activated thought acceleration. Wait a minute. After a while, Seo Ah Hyun used her skills to quickly grasp the situation. Yihyun listened to her and started looking for a way out of the situation. The summary of Seo Ah Hyun's words is as follows. Now, this place is obviously a dungeon, judging from how damp it is, and there are traces of torture left inside. Also, to get out of the prison, you need a key to the outside. Of course. I don't even know where the key is. About this much, I'm not sure if it will be of much help. What? That's enough. Let's move on and figure out the rest slowly. After saying that, Yihyun got up from his seat. "What are you going to do?" "Iron bars. You don't have to destroy this one, but it's not something that can be broken by force, and if you get hurt." Yihyun, ignoring Seo Ah Hyun's words, stepped forward and opened his magic. His fists were surrounded by a thin blue membrane and soon pierced through the bars. Kwang. At the same time, thanks to the magic's silence deployed with the opposite hand, no sound leaked out. It was possible because of the fast casting speed. "My brother is really number done. I am tired of being surprised." "Then please shut up. I have a lot of work to do," Yihyun said calmly and then looked around. The door to the upper floor was locked. It seems that there is a device like before. "Anyway, I can't do it with my own strength. As Seo Ah Hyun said, I must have a key." The moment I thought about it for a while, King, out of nowhere. A dog ran towards Jaehyeon and started barking, a golden retriever with a small body that is still young and growing. The color was slightly paler than a normal object, like the dog you saw in the hallway portrait. The dog's eyes were bright. King, Jaehyeon tilted his head and lifted the dog without ignoring it. Seo Ah-hyan was frightened. He seemed to be the type who was afraid of dogs. Wait a minute, do you know what that dog is, and touch it carelessly? A sentinel guarding a prison, he's too small. And look at this. Jaehyeon lifted the puppy up so Seo Ah-hyan could see the front. Then the key in the dog's mouth came into view. Is this a key? Okay, it's probably the key to going upstairs. I think this guy is also trapped here. The keyhole I checked a while ago and the caliber of the key the dog had brought were exactly the same. Jaehyeon got up with the dog wrapped around his waist, with the intention of escaping from this mansion with him, however. Seo Ah-hyan objected and said, but taking a dog is too risky if you even bark. It's okay if I put the silence on. There will be no sound leakage. Jaehyeon was stubborn. Seo Ah-hyan had no choice but to nod. I can't resist because of the dependency anyway. So there's no other way. Does he like dogs? Seo Ah-hyan got goosebumps inside that Jaehyeon had that kind of side. I just talked about myself a little while ago. Are you trying to do a sage cosplay now? Let's go outside, I'll go first. So be careful not to make noise. Do not worry, King, just as he was about to move. The dog lightly bit Jaehyeon's hand and looked at Seo Ah-hyan. Her complexion darkened for a moment. Jaehyeon smiled and said, it seems that you are hated not only by people, but also by dogs. Ah, brother, Jaehyeon with a dog on his side took the lead, ignoring Seo Ah-hyan's angry words. When the basement door of the mansion was opened, a staircase leading to the upper floor was revealed, and the moment you take a step, a new quest has been forcibly accepted. I accept the order for Diary of Flanders. A new quest has been accepted. Subquest, Flanders' Diary. Go to Count Flanders' room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. Difficulty B. Reward. Conditions for failing to unlock skill restrictions in Theme Dungeons 1. Death within the time limit 2. Failure to clear the ordeal on each floor time limit, 1:59 and 59 seconds. A subquest was suddenly accepted. Flanders' Diary. The unusual name seemed to have a lot of close connection with the secret of this mansion. In the first place, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't bet on a big reward like unlocking the skill limit. He nodded slightly and started walking again. Jaehyeon didn't talk to Seo Ah-hyan anymore. The whole truth will be revealed once you get to the 4th floor anyway. There was no time for leisurely conversation here. That's how I go up to the upper floors of the mansion little by little. Suddenly, I felt a terrifying magic power from behind. Jaehyeon quickly opened his magic and looked back. However, there was a human figure in the shape of a fluid. Not an enemy, Jaehyeon had only one impression when he saw it. Ghost, at the same time. Seo Ah-hyan chewed her lips briefly as if she was reluctant. Jaehyeon began to take a closer look at the translucent ghost in front of him. It's a familiar face somewhere. The face was so damaged and swollen that it was difficult to accurately identify the ghost's appearance, but it was certain that it was a familiar face somewhere. A ghost in the form of a young girl who still looks young, however. Body is already too damaged to recall a specific existence. The biggest problem among them was that her mouth was sewn up. A face that has been sewn between the lips with a thread so that not a single word can be removed. The grotesquely distorted jaw and broken collarbone add to the horror. Just go, now is not the time to deal with ghosts. I don't think it's a threat, maybe something will help. Really, then I will go alone. Bye. Jaehyeon is not stupid enough to fall for such a stupid threat. After examining the ghost's appearance carefully, he opened his mouth. Why are you staying here? Is it some kind of earthquake spirit, Dory? Then, do you have a grudge against this mansion, Dory? Then, do you know how the owner of this mansion and Alfred died? The ghost did not give any answer to that question. It was probably some kind of magic that the owner of the mansion kept his mouth shut, even before returning. Jaehyeon often hunted this type of monster. I just can't fall for such a simple trick. Good, just 2 more questions. Ghost, are you here to help me? Nod. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. Good, this is my last question. Where is Flanders' room on the 4th floor? At that question, the ghost somehow made a sad face and pointed to the far left with his finger. Okay, it's the left end room. Jaehyeon was able to realize the meaning of the action right away. It was a useful ghost. Okay, then go, when the opportunity arises. I will definitely make you a Buddha, so wait. Seo Ah-hyan didn't say anything the whole time. Jaehyeon didn't care because all puzzles are already in hand. Now, all you have to do is roll the things you have in your hands and escape this dungeon. By the way, is it really okay to trust that ghost? Seo Ah-hyan, who hadn't said anything the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth. I had just passed the 2nd floor and was standing in front of the stairs to the 3rd floor. Jaehyeon looked at her for a moment, but Seo Ah-hyan did not make eye contact. No. It is common sense makes it more strange to believe the words of that ghost. My brother told me yesterday, this is a dungeon, but can I trust the words of a stranger or a ghost? Well, or just hit the other guys, what's the problem? No, my brother is ignorantly strong. No. I know he is very strong. However, something is amiss. Yhyun thought there was enough truth in Seo Ah-hyun's words. However, the ghost from earlier is not a servant of the mansion, if so. Evidence of torture in the prison and the appearance of the ghost, all of that doesn't connect. It is more correct to regard the ghost as a victim of the mansion's experiments and secrets. Perhaps Seo Ah-hyun knows this in her heart. She is just insecure, trust me. Anyway. I'm the leader, you wrote it in the contract earlier, I won't let you die. That's true, King, the dog on his side barked ferociously at Seo Ah-hyun. It seems that the two are not friendly. The moment Yhyun was just entering the third floor, avoiding the sight of the others with a smile. Chunk, 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 I felt 3 knights in heavy armor approaching Yhyun and his party living armor. It was a monster created by attaching someone else's thoughts and soul to old armor. An enemy that is difficult to deal with normal blades. Yhyun quickly opened up his magic. You're not going to fight without avoiding it. Now this is the shortest route, don't worry. I won't. Yhyun's confidence was well-founded. Living armor is a C-class monster. Now he has already developed the ability to cook lightly even if hundreds of monsters of that level flock to him. I was able to finish the third in no time. Silence. As Yhyun murmured softly. A transparent film began to spread all over the place. Yet goes, Cheolguk, living armor started pouring attacks towards Yhyun first. They moved quickly with red eyes in their eyes. Quick, the sword flew and made a sound that tore the wind, however. Yhyun ignored it. That is a trivial swordsmanship with no reason to avoid it. Trying to dodge and fight against enemies like that will only waste time. Visor, the living armor's sword touched Yhyun's body. But it couldn't create a scratch. To Yhyun, who has grown stronger with all his hard work, that level of skill is not even close to hitting with a spoon. Then is it my turn this time? After putting magic on his fingertips, Yhyun immediately dug in between the enemies, kicks off the ground and lightly breaks the neck and joints, which are the weakest parts of the enemy's body. It was a weakness that I could understand because it was a living armor that I had often encountered during the martial arts era. Cheeky. The 3 armors were quickly put together. I didn't even have to exert much force. It's just that Yhyun is overwhelmingly strong. Are we finally on the 4th floor now? Shaking his hands. Yhyun murmured softly. Seo Ah-hyun next to her lowered her head. Yhyun put the dog down on the floor for a while fighting and put it back on his side, keying, "Be patient, I'll take you out somehow." As she said that, Seo Ah-hyun's face suddenly turned pale, and finally the 4th floor came up. Yhyun had no choice but to face an unexpected situation. Damn it, you're being nasty and disgusting. A man who tried to kill his mother. Lee Seon-hwa and himself in front of him who spat out curse words. My father, Min Seong-ho, was standing there, episode 69 Flanders Mansion Part 6. Damn it, you're being disgustingly disgusting. Cold sweat runs down Yhyun's body at the terrible scenery in front of him. The mansion was showing a welcome, a very warm welcome, horrible and base fantasies. In front of Yhyun is Min Seong-ho. There was a vision in the image of his father, the face of the garbage that killed his mother and eventually tried to kill himself. Yhyun shuddered and trembled. It was difficult to hold the strings of the opposite sex when I saw the opponent who was eager to kill. It shook as if its breath would go out at any moment and growled like a candle in the wind. No, you have to be patient. But somehow he tried to put up with his fluctuating emotions. That's welcome, do not be fooled, don't get caught up in anger. The banal cliché that anger makes you stronger is something you only see in boys' cartoons, at this point. When angry or swung around, the motion increases and the pattern is simplified, so now I have to endure somehow and break the enemy in front of me. Move. There was an eerie feeling in Yhyun's voice when he said that. There was a golden glare in the left eye. The unspoken pressure of being able to tear apart all enemies at any moment fills the room. The father's vision did not attack first. It must be because Yhyun has never faced his father. Min Seong-ho directly skills and stats. There is little information about his father other than that he is an A-rank raider. Oh brother, are you okay? Okay, I'll finish it soon. So wait, the 4th floor seemed to welcome the target the enemy hated the most. It is to peek into other people's memories and play with them. This is a hell that eats radar by chewing up dirty and filthy nightmares. After making a quick decision, Yhyun lowered his hand and took a step forward. My brother is in danger. Seo Ah-hyun's words could not be finished. Min Seong-ho, who has become a ghost, does not attack first. No wonder, that ghost is a fake made by copying Min Seong-ho's appearance only. It also depends on the memory of reenactment. That means what kind of skills Min Seong-ho originally uses. How strong which attack do you prefer? This means that no information was recorded, put it simply. It means it breaks so easily. Yhyun lightly shattered his father's vision with his fist and gave a creepy smile. This is pretty much a joke. I knew that the theme dungeon was gore and more grotesque than other places, but to voyeurize other people's memories and mess them up like this dungeon must be destroyed properly. That was the feeling of reenactment. What are you doing? Aren't you following me? Ah, yes, go now. Yhyun let out a small sigh as he saw the dog walking close to his leg. He walked down the long hallway and started walking toward the far left room the ghost had pointed out. The more you reach the end, gradually, he begins to feel the magical energy surrounding him, but he didn't care at all. This is all fantasy, there is not a single real thing here. After walking for a while, the two men and a dog stopped in front of Flanders' room the ghost had spoken of. Then let's go, we must uncover the truth about this mansion. Seo Ahyan did not answer, and the dog only barked loudly twice. Enter Flanders' room, so maybe he will clear this dungeon alone and come out. Yes, you're right, Song Jae-seok didn't know how to react to the story that Park Kyung-hoon had just told him. The time already close to dawn, this place is still in a nervous situation. Not knowing when and what will happen inside the gate. But what? A cadet who is only 17 yet might clear a themed dungeon, but Park Kyung-hoon, he's not the type to lie in this situation. Originally, Park Kyung-hoon is not the kind of person who would play pranks on a situation like this. Together, he is paying attention to one cadet. Was your name Jaehyeon Min? After hearing the story, he said that he was a boy who played a big role in Dungeon Break the other day. Although Park Kyung-hoon ate his performance, he was actually a cadet who killed goblins alone. As a raider, it would be even more strange if interest was not stirred. That I said this, you can't go anywhere and tell me. No. Ma'am, do I look like someone who will steal the rice bowl for my juniors? Even Song Jae-seok's cool answer was stabbed. During the dungeon break, it was because he had swallowed the performance of two students without doing anything. But now, Song Jae-seok didn't care about that at all. To begin with, he's not the type to go through these things one by one. National Radar Association. It has a grandiose name. But this place is also full of corruption. Those who are mere ordinary employees must learn to turn a blind eye to these things if they want to survive. So, how strong is that Min Jaehyeon? I don't know because I haven't confirmed it yet. But Park Kyung-hoon added in a hesitant yet confident tone, I know it's at a level where you can kill 30 goblins alone without a single wound. That's definitely amazing. Goblins are beasts that get stronger the more they gather together. As Song Jae-seok said, goblins are more dangerous creatures when they are gathered in large numbers. It is characterized by being very clever compared to its class, living in a group, and knows how to handle human weapons. If it was enough to kill 30 such monsters alone, if that was something that a cadet who was only 16 at the time had done, it might be worth taking a chance on. Good, first of all. Do your best not to explode the dungeon break. Deploy troops. If that cadet named Min Jaehyeon comes back alive this time, let's get in touch quickly. Yes, all right, Park Kyung-hoon felt thrilled that his opinion was accepted. He bowed his head and went about his business, constantly reminiscing about the day. The day when goblins poured into the alleys of the downtown area due to the dungeon break. He received a sudden dispatch order and rushed there with his men. However, when they arrived, the incident had already ended and the area was covered in blood. Surprisingly, only a couple of people near the initial gate were injured. He looked at the two men standing in the alley covered in blood with frightened faces. Two young people who seemed to be still bleeding, however. Park Kyung-hoon soon realized that the two of them defeated all the goblins in this alley. He asked, "Did you two catch these goblins?" The answer that came back was even more surprising. "No, he caught it all alone, I didn't do anything." The gray-haired boy said so. The black-haired boy was just frowning as he brushed off the blood on his body. As if something like this was nothing, Park Kyung-hoon couldn't help but be shocked. According to the boy with gray hair, it was Min Jaehyeon who actually killed the demon. It was said that he had killed almost all the demons by himself, even without shedding a single drop of blood. Is that possible? I couldn't help but feel excited even though I knew it was nonsense. Blood boiled. It's also a radar, a person who hunts monsters and explores dungeons. The emotions he felt when he saw such overwhelming talent were shock and excitement. The boy with gray hair came back and checked. And it turned out to be An Ho-yeon. Somehow the face seemed familiar. The gray-haired boy's name is An Ho-yeon. He was a martial arts genius who was talked about on TV every day. And an aspiring raider with a bright future, if so Min Jaehyeon, who performed such an activity that even An Ho-yeon desired. Couldn't he be a truly overwhelming genius? The mere fact that An Ho-yeon was by his side gave strength to that hypothesis. I thought I might be able to hear your name again someday. I never dreamed that I would be able to meet again so soon, of course. The difficulty of themed dungeons is atrocious compared to other dungeons, but for some reason he didn't have the slightest idea that reappearance would fail. Rather, how quickly to clear the dungeon. He was really looking forward to it. Enter Flanders' room. With the sound of the system, the two men and a dog arrived at Flanders' room. To be honest, the inside was very hectic. A mess of toys and stuffed toys and black train rails stood out. There was something like that even in this era. Thinking so, Jaehyeon started looking for a place where the diary might be, bookshelf under the bed, etc. I was looking for a place to hide something. At that time, Seo Ah-hyun took a step forward and said, "Brother, then I'll look around the desk." "No, you find a toy near you, I look around the desk." "Oh yes," ignoring Seo Ah-hyun's words. Jaehyeon started searching around the desk. There were various books stacked there, feather pens and magic books that can only be found in medieval fantasy novels. Items with rune words written on them are all messed up. Jaehyeon moved his gaze to the drawer below it, and finally, other items, Diary of Flanders. This is the diary of Count Flanders, the owner of Flanders Mansion. Herein lies the grisly and grotesque secret of Flanders Mansion. The restraints that restrained you are broken. Restrictions on skill usage will be removed. Good, now. The limitations of absolute arithmetic have completely disappeared. Jaehyeon smiled and said without even looking at Seo Ahyeon behind him, I found it. I think it's about time to get out of this mansion. Right? Seo Ahyeon also joined him before he knew it. Together, the two began reading Flanders' diary. Cheer up. The sound of turning old parchment echoed through the empty room. May 7, 1474. The skin is turning pale. The doctor in the estate went back and forth to treat me several times, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Am I going to die in here? Unable to go out like this for the rest of my life. May 10, 1474. I finally got permission to buy a doll that I usually sang to have. Also, my mother and father are the best. 2 days later, when he goes back to the next city, he buys the doll for him, and he says he also buys pretty clothes for him. Of course, since I'm weak, I have to play only in the mansion. But I still feel good. 12 May 1474. I received word that my mother and father had died in an assailant attack. My parents passed away while going to the next city to get dolls and clothes for me. The tears won't stop if I hadn't told them to buy me a doll. Would my parents have died? May 15, 1474. Parents' funerals were all over, since I am the only blood relative of the Countess of Flanders. I became the owner of this mansion. But not happy at all. It is the body of a young girl who is too weak to go outside. I want to fool around somewhere. But I can't do that anymore. My parents are no longer there. I'm alone all the way in the future forever. July 4, 1474. A hot summer day. A girl who secretly broke into the mansion and picked the lilies she was growing was caught. What kind of a child would he be if he dared touch things in the mansion? July 5, 1474. I was able to see the child imprisoned in the dungeon of the mansion. It was a girl about the same age as me. She's not pretty, but she has a charming enough face. And more than anything, it resembles my doll. It shows signs of reflection. I had the servants free her and let her live with me in this mansion. July 6, 1474. The girl was named Sally. When I came to my senses, I was alone, and because of that, I said I had no name. We played together every day. I couldn't go outside. So I had to play only inside the mansion, but I was really happy just to have a peer of the same age. I wish I could repeat this routine every day. September 7, 1474. I had a very terrible dream. It was a dream in which Alfred died. My heartbeat just can't stop. It was scary. It wasn't the first time I dreamed of someone dying. But this time it was especially so, because it was none other than Sally who killed Alfred in the dream. Episode 70, Flanders Mansion Part 7, September 7, 1474. I had a very terrible dream. It was a dream in which Alfred died. My heartbeat just can't stop. It was scary. It wasn't the first time I dreamed of someone dying. But this time it was especially so, because it was none other than Sally who killed Alfred in the dream. Goosebumps spread throughout the body, the hideous secret of the Flanders mansion. The concealed incident was slowly unveiling and revealing the truth. Jaehyeon's hand trembled a little as he reached for the next page. September 8, 1474. Butler Alfred left the mansion without a word. I heard about it from Sally, but it seems that there are things I need in the next town. So I went to buy them, but I was worried. What if he suddenly dies like my parents did? Sally said that I was thinking too much and that I didn't have to worry about it. But I'm not sure. Is it because I had a strange dream yesterday? I just want him to come back safely. September 10, 1474. Deacon Alfred is fortunate to have returned safely to work, but somehow, it feels like something has changed from before. Should I call it a sense of insecurity? Something must have happened outside. October 2, 1474. Lately I have a feeling that Sally keeps away from me. Alfred also seems to be closer to Sally than I am. Of course, it's good for the two of them to be close. But I feel increasingly alienated. I had a sudden thought, scary. Is it really okay like this? November 9, 1474. A strange thing, screams are constantly heard from outside the mansion. The screams of pain, as if someone was stabbing someone to death with a knife, can be heard non-stop. Selena, the kitchen hostess, lets out a high-pitched scream at my maid, Mitchell. Is this also a dream? No, this is an undeniable reality. Scary, scary, what's going on? Soon after, Sally and Alfred started knocking on my door. A fear that came out of nowhere seemed to oppress my whole body when I refused to open the door. Alfred and Sally try to force it open and come inside. Although the door was open thanks to the chair blocking it, the two of them still couldn't enter my room. I think I should quickly hide the diary I'm writing now, if I'm right. Those two are trying to kill me, shit. The diary ended there. Jaehyeon nervously covered the diary and spat out curse words. I think I know now why were lilies planted in the hallway, what the date written there means. For the most beautiful and stupidest girl, 1474.119. November 9, 1474. The day I remembered because it seemed to have meaning. That day was the day the owner of this mansion, Flanders, died. The lily in the hallway is to commemorate her death. Flanders, the owner of the mansion, was a non-existent person from the beginning. It was the work of a certain demonic beast who planned to steal the mansion from the beginning, and that demon is probably doppelganger. The answer came from an unexpected place. It was Jaehyeon. I think it was the work of the doppelganger, yes, when she said that. Her eyes were pitch black. Are you shocked? It just doesn't seem that way. Jaehyeon nodded, and the very next moment, thud, 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 there was a knock on the door from outside. Guests are not allowed to enter this room. You broke the rules of the mansion. The first secret of the mansion. Alfred's identity has been completed. The dungeon clear reward is increased. The third secret of the mansion, Flanders' diary, has been completed. The dungeon clear reward is increased. You have succeeded in uncovering 60% of the secrets of the mansion. Kwang, the door collapsed with a roar, no, to be precise. The entire wall surrounding them was torn down. Jaehyeon let out a small groan with his eyes wide open. Outside, dozens of monsters that looked exactly like Alfred were glaring at him. King, the dog on the floor barked wildly. An eerie voice slowly escaped from Alfred's mouth. The first rule of this mansion, under no circumstances should you enter or leave the rooms on the 4th floor. Then what about me now? Jaehyeon quickly opened his magic and asked. Alfred gave a small smile, distorting that hideous face even more grotesquely. Guests can't leave here anymore, I mean alive. Jaehyeon ran down the mansion with Jaehyeon while holding the dog in his arms. Dozens of Alfreds fiercely pursued them behind them. But they ignored them. Now I know all the secrets of this mansion. There was no provision to kill those guys in battle, so there was no need to overdo it. After all, that Alfred was a fake. Jaehyeon said that while running side by side. Jaehyeon nodded. Okay, that guy is a doppelganger. He killed him and was made in his image. King, the dog, barked intently as if he were right. Jaehyeon quickly went down the stairs and headed for the hall with the central entrance. It was the place where Jaehyeon and Jaehyeon first met. There should be a door in front of this. There is, run over there, Jaehyeon shouted loudly and activated wind boost to increase his speed. Wait a minute, let's go together, despite Jaehyeon's voice. Jaehyeon didn't stop at all and just kept running, however. The run had to be stopped eventually. Center of the hall, it was because I saw the face of a person coming down the spiral staircase. Where are you going? Thud. Arriving at the door, Jaehyeon quickly kicked the door. But the door remained firm. The door could not be opened due to the surrounding magic. It's a kind of illusion magic like the one I saw at the restaurant back then. It's annoying. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue briefly and then moved his gaze to the place where the voice came from. There was Flanders, who perfectly matched the portrait. No, there was a doppelganger. The doppelganger in the form of Flanders looked at Jaehyeon as if he was having fun. In a way, it was only natural that no one in this mansion could handle it as smartly as he did. However, Jaehyeon was not at all happy with her ferocious gaze. It was disgusting. Kill Flanders who saved him and kill Alfred the butler. In the end, it was that doppelganger who took over this mansion. Just because you imitated that figure doesn't mean you can become a Flanders. Oh, so who do you mean I am? Words I don't understand. Sally, the doppelganger's body stiffened at Jaehyeon's words. And soon he started laughing like a crazy person. It was a terrifying scene that anyone would consider grotesque. You have succeeded in uncovering the 4th secret of the mansion. Flanders' identity, the dungeon clear reward is increased. It's been a while since I've heard that name. This guest is very interesting, saying that. The doppelganger raised his head and spoke again with cold eyes. And I know too much. Don't be disgusting. You're nothing but trash that killed the person who saved you and took your place. Originally, humans are weak. I am especially weak when it comes to warmth. The doppelganger gave a small chuckle. Flanders, she's already dead now. I am Flanders. Shut up. I don't understand. Originally, humans do anything to survive. Right? Are you trying to justify your actions? It's just that it wasn't wrong from the start. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he watched his doppelganger spit out with a face young in madness. This is a dungeon, it's an illusion. It may not have actually existed. And it may have been a play made up of everything. But good, then give it a try. What do you mean? Jaehyeon shook his head and his eyes poured out in an instant. His left eye burns with a golden light and pours out intense magic power. Struggling to survive, that's a human specialty. At Jaehyeon's words, the corner of the doppelganger's mouth also curved ferociously. You are arrogant, you. The doppelganger opened his magic without coming down from the top of the spiral staircase. With a clanking sound, Dozens of living armors came out and surrounded the two. That wasn't all. People in the form of Alfred also appeared in the restaurant and on the stairs where they had just run away. They are all doppelgangers. It is a monster that imitates a human form. Doppelgangers can eat other creatures and reproduce themselves. It means that they are all fakes derived from one entity. You made a big mistake. There are a lot of talkative people who are about to die. No, it is you who will die. Jaehyeon laughed at that, but it's a bitter laugh. It was a ferocious smile that despised them. I'm a bit old. The light from behind Jaehyeon's back began to dim, and soon transformed into a pillar, active skill judgment of light, in an instant. An unbelievably huge wave began to reverberate through the ground. The mansion was in a situation where it was difficult to stand properly due to the sudden shaking. Soon, the pillar of light that floated on the ceiling slowly released magic power and fell down. Quack 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 quack, its power is much stronger than when it faced Nightshade the other day. It was proof that Jaehyeon had become that much stronger. How can it be? Sally's fine brow furrowed wildly. A group of doppelgangers were swept away by dozens in a single beam of light. In the next pillar, more than 10 disappeared without a sound. The next one and the one after that were the same. Jaehyeon put more effort into destroying all the remaining enemies. Doppelganger and living armor are undead attributes. The judgment of light, you can wipe it out with just one shot. All that's left now, that guy is the only one. Jaehyeon stared blankly at the scene where all the enemies were being sorted out, then moved his gaze upward. There I saw the doppelganger shivering in anger, however. Jaehyeon started to climb the spiral staircase without feeling any sympathy. Right then, the trap is triggered. I am trapped in endless illusion. The son-in-law becomes far away in an instant, and the view of the ruined cemetery begins to appear. Jaehyeon immediately grasped the phenomenon surrounding him and let out a breath. This is magic, as a type of magic. It is a skill that traps a designated target in an illusion and makes it impossible to escape. Just then, the doppelganger's low laugh broke out. The second rule of the mansion, do not be on your guard. That's stupid, falling into a trap to avenge a girl you've never seen. Trap? Jaehyeon smiled as he looked at the swaying illusions surrounding him. He lightly clenched his fists and released his mana. Active skill, absolute calculation. Are you going to destroy the mind manipulation magic endless illusion, King Jurang, as if a mirror is broken? The illusion is broken and the scene of reality unfolds. The mansion that came back is quite different from the scenery just before. The illusion magic surrounding the entire mansion was also broken, leaving the ruins intact. Now this is no longer a beautiful antique mansion like a ghost or something. No. It became a demon cave from which the doppelganger popped out. Is that all you have? How can it be? After jumping to the top of the stairs with a single leap, Jaehyeon began pouring out his mana toward the enemy. Active skill chain of lightning. A chain containing high-pressure electricity flies toward the doppelganger. Quack scream. A scream erupted from the mouth of the doppelganger with the face of Flanders. Jaehyeon didn't hesitate and flew straight towards him. It uses its fists loaded with magical energy to punch enemies directly into their faces. Bang, cuck, a short scream heard. With a scream, the doppelganger fell forward. A cursed voice burst from the dying Sally's mouth. You won't get out of this mansion. There is still one rule. With that, the enemy's breath was completely cut off. Jaehyeon approached urgently and asked, Oh brother, are you okay? Are there any injuries? Are you okay? After speaking dryly, Jaehyeon looked at the puppy shaking on the floor. It seemed that he was still fine, as if he had managed to escape somehow. Jaehyeon stood in front of the door leading outside with the puppy in his arms, but the door still didn't budge. Jaehyeon let out a sigh of relief and tilted her head as she stood in front of the last exit. It's strange, I killed all the doppelgangers in the mansion, but the door won't open. Well, that is cuck. Right then, Jaehyeon stabbed Jaehyeon's heart with the mana blade he took out before he knew it. It was an obvious surprise attack aimed at instant death. Episode 71 Flanders Mansion Part 8 Cuck. Jaehyeon collapsed, coughing up blood at Jaehyeon's surprise attack. She looked at Jaehyeon as if it was unfair and forced her blood-soaked lips to open. Brother, why? You know everything. So why don't you stop? There was silence for a moment at Jaehyeon's words. Kick, 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 kick. An eerie laugh is heard. Crunchy. Soon Jaehyeon's waist bent bizarrely, and the wound healed and new skin began to grow. Jaehyeon re-energized his sword and prepared for the fight. Jaehyeon, or the demon in front of him, was the last doppelganger left in this mansion. How did know? You have cleared the fifth secret of the mansion. The traitor is inside. The dungeon clear reward is increased. The doppelganger made a terrifying sound, mixing the voices of the people it had eaten so far. He possesses a vast amount of magical power that is quite different from those he dealt with earlier. But Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. That's right. It's just a doppelganger. It's true that it's a B-class beast and has a high rating, but that's a risk, because you can completely copy someone else's appearance and memory. It's just that the rank is high, even if the power is well done. It is only a C-class level. How did you see through my identity as a human subject? Nothing, I'm a bit smart. Jaehyeon smiled lightly with a meaningful expression on his face. The first time the doppelganger turned into Seo Ah-hyun was while sleeping in the mansion, the very moment when a forced cutscene puts him to sleep and is transported to prison. Seo Ah-hyun was already replaced as a doppelganger, and the real one was turned into a puppy. Right next to you right now, the same retriever who followed Jaehyeon and asked for the key, that puppy was Seo Ah-hyun, however. A question may arise here. How did Jaehyeon come to know that Seo Ah-hyun was a fake and that the real one was a dog? There were some questionable sections about that case. First, after turning into a doppelganger, Seo Ah-hyun's behavior created a strange sense of discord. Immediately after waking up from prison, Seo Ah-hyun no longer felt fear walking around the mansion, even just a little while ago. No. Even before going to sleep, she was full of fuss. I was frightened and surprised at everything that happened in the mansion. It was clearly suspicious. Second, the dog the real Seo Ah-hyun met in prison was hostile to the fake doppelganger. He barked to death at her and gave Jaehyeon the key, with a face as if asking to be taken out of here. Third, the doppelganger applied the brakes whenever Jaehyeon made the right choice to clear the quest, for example. He was suspicious when he saw the dog the real Seo Ah-hyun who asked for the key, and said that he should not believe in the ghost he met along the way. In Flanders' room on the fourth floor of the mansion, he even offered to investigate the desk first. At this point, the situation is perfect. Considering these circumstances, Jaehyeon is convinced that the girl next to him is a fake. In the end, he succeeded in finding his doppelganger. There were several other reasons, but Jaehyeon didn't have to think about it anymore. A little while ago, he signed a subordination with Seo Ah-hyun. And there are usable here, because there was one special provision. A provision that guarantees Seo Ah-hyun's life until she leaves the theme dungeon. If you can't keep your promise with the subject you signed, subordination, you can notice it right away, but I didn't have any messages or system tones. That means at least Seo Ah-hyun is safe. And a puppy who appeared while asking for the key at that time. There was no need to doubt it anymore, despite finding out the doppelganger's identity relatively early. Jaehyeon did not get rid of the doppelganger early. The reason was simple: to use. In a situation where Seo Ah-hyun turned into a dog and couldn't use her skills to her heart's content, Jaehyeon decided to use a fake one that could use similar skills. Doppelgangers can copy not only their memories and appearance but also their skills. Of course, its power is downgraded so it can't display its full ability. Still, she was helpful enough. The doppelganger did an excellent job. Whenever she makes a choice, doing the exact opposite makes clearing the dungeon easier. And now Jaehyeon is smiling, seeing his bleeding doppelganger. He murmured in a low voice, "How does it feel to play with people after playing with them?" Quang. A flash of lightning cut the last remaining doppelganger's body in half. Jaehyeon caught his breath. It's a fitting ending at the cost of playing with and using people's minds. Doppelganger. It was an enemy I would never want to meet again. If possible, the fallen doppelganger kept licking his lips even when his body was split. The last rule of the mansion: the person closest to him, don't trust him. After saying that, the doppelganger slammed his face on the floor. Jaehyeon exhaled and smiled mischievously at the dog in his arms. "Hey, you barked well though. Isn't this enough to be good at dogs, King? Okay, thank you for asking for the key. So I'll take care of it." Jaehyeon smiled and reached for the unlocked door. The light seeps in through the cracks, and soon after, I saw the ghost in the form of a transparent spiritual body I had just met. Unlike a moment ago, she had no signs of swelling and her collarbone was intact. The sealed mouth, arms and legs, everything was back to normal. And she was laughing. "Goodbye." Flanders waved at Jaehyeon and smiled brightly. "You have cleared the second-themed dungeon, Flanders Mansion. 5 hidden scenarios have been cleared. Additional rewards will be settled. You will be repatriated to the real world." So the magical field surrounding the dungeon is gradually fading. Yes, that's right. It seems that the dungeon is being attacked from inside. That makes sense. Song Jae-seok scratched his head with a puzzled face at Park Kyung-hun's report. Of course, Park Kyung-hun had said that maybe the dungeon would be cleared, but does this make sense? The victims who went inside were at most a 17-year-old boy and a 16-year-old girl. You're clearing the notorious theme dungeon at that age. Is the dungeon's difficulty lower than I thought? No, if so. This is an amazing achievement, attacking themed dungeons at an age that has not yet passed the terms and conditions. Perhaps reading Song Jae-seok's thoughts, Park Kyung-hun added with a bright face. Am I right, Min Jae-hyun? He might really clear this dungeon. To be conceded, yes, you're right. The fact that the mana leaking from inside was reduced by half was proof that the dungeon was being attacked, but it's still too early to conclude. Song Jae-seok said firmly, "I have been taught many times that a dungeon is a place where you never know what will happen, especially if it's a themed dungeon." However, Park Kyung-hun in front of him is just smiling and smiling. It was as if there would be no such thing as not being able to clear the dungeon. Anyway, have the paramedics on standby if the dungeon is really cleared. Both of them will be in a different state. Maybe one is dead. Take special care and bring them to the high-ranking ones. Yes, all right, then I will contact you right away. After receiving the assignment, Park Kyung-hun quickly got up from his seat with his smartphone. Anyway, if the dungeon is really cleared, the news will be noisy for a while. Song Jae-seok was left alone, sitting on a simple chair. Thinking hard, Jaehyeon Min Park Kyung-hoon was sure that he was clearing the dungeon. But how is that even possible? Was it even possible at the age of only 17? Song Jae-seok was also a genius with a talent as a radar, although not Mills. He graduated from the academy immediately below it and is now the youngest person ever to hold an executive position at the National Radar Society. However, he too had to be disgraced by being miserably broken in his first appearance. That's what happened in a regular D-class dungeon. It is a story that he, who had just turned 20, suffered just as much. Min Yi-hyun, if that guy really breaks out of the dungeon, I don't know if I'll be praised as the best talent along with An Ho-yeon. He smiled as he crossed his arms and looked at the barrier that was gradually fading. You have succeeded in uncovering all the secrets of the dungeon. Items are upgraded to the highest grade. You have obtained the Cursed Key A, special item, name Cursed Key rank, a owner of Flanders Mansion, a memento of the Count of Flanders. Any door or chest can be opened when the curse is lifted. Cooldown, 2 hours. The reward received after clearing the Mansion of Flanders was quite usable. It's an item that you can't even dare to put a price on as long as you lift the curse. It was a truly satisfying reward. What I got from the sailing episode while playing TRP the other day was Call of the Commander. This was a skill that temporarily increased morale, stamina, and magic when commanding allies. It is true that this skill is a little disappointing for Yi-hyun, who spends a lot of time playing solo. However, the key obtained this time is also a useful item when attacking dungeons with Yi-hyun alone. What are the conditions for releasing the curse? The Nornir system will tell you later. What reward did you get? Yi-hyun asked while looking at Seo Ah-hyun, who was sitting with his back to him. Seo Ah-hyun replied in an annoyed voice without even looking back. I don't know, I'm not talking. What? No. Honestly, it is. If I had known that dog was me, I would have told you sooner. What's the point of hiding it? I was really scared to think I was trapped there alone. Well, that's not my business. Subordination, when Yi-hyun shouted subordinate. Seo Ah-hyun's mouth opened automatically. The rewards I got are swift movement and evasion correction. What, both are good skills for martial arts, congratulations. It's cowardly, how can you use a skill like this? That is my heart, anyway. Didn't you just live up to the contract? That's true, Seo Ah-hyun didn't reply. It was judged that there was no need to go against the nerves of Yi-hyun here. By the way, what's the next dungeon? There are only 3 big 5s now. There is nothing left, at least 2 of them are easy to break. How else do you know that? Keep your mouth shut, just do what you're told and follow me well a little. Yes, Yi-hyun stood up after closing Seo Ah-hyun's mouth. I took enough rest. So I can fight again anytime. Only 3 steps to get TRP's thunderous step. It was a satisfactory situation. Let's go. Next is the roller coaster and gyro drop. The flower of the amusement park. Nenit, I have trauma from moving fast and falling. Trauma is something to overcome. Now move. Subordination. When Yi-hyun again shouted subordination. Seo Ah-hyun's body moved wildly and ran past him. Yi-hyun looked at him and nodded his head in satisfaction. You like me too? Well, both are fun rides. Are you really like this? I really hate scary things. Kaya, Seo Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, but the effect of subordination was absolute. Reluctantly, she moved on to the next ride. He looked resentful of Yi-hyun, but he didn't even care. The next dungeon is on the easy side. I'll finish it soon and go to the main event. That is Neverland's largest and most splendid festival, as well as announcing the end of the themed dungeon. It was just a festival. Episode 72, Last Festival Part 1. After clearing the 3rd roller coaster and the 4th gyro drop without much difficulty, Yi-hyun and Seo Ah-hyun left only the final event, the festival. In the roller coaster, it is to stop the runaway train and return safely. The condition for clearing the gyro drop was to escape safely from the crashing airship. Fortunately, clearing the dungeon was not difficult thanks to Seo Ah-hyun's skills and the physical and judgmental power of Yi-hyun's brain. Because the difficulty of the 2 dungeons was not high, I did not give any special skills, 5 stat points each. I got a total of 10, so it's not a bad performance. Though because it only took 4 hours to clear it, I also saved potions. Only 2 potions were used, the finest potion made by Yi-sang Lee. If it wasn't for Yi-hyun, he would have paid more than twice as much. But Yi-sang was a benefactor to Lee Yi-sang. Thanks to this, he was able to buy potions in bulk cheaply in advance. Yi-hyun exhaled deeply as he looked back at the dungeon he had successfully cleared. All that remains is the long-awaited festival. Whoa, it's finally the end. Okay, once this is over, you can go back to reality. Seo Ah-hyun pretended to wipe away tears as if she was moved by Yi-hyun's words. Yi-hyun gave her a small pat on the head. It's not over yet, so get your head right, otherwise you will die. Yes, Seo Ah-hyun replied in a weak voice. Yi-hyun sighed and looked around. A bloody landscape fills both pupils. It shouldn't be released like this now. The festival, the last scheduled Big 5, is a very dangerous event. Before returning, Seo Ahayan also said that she almost died in this section. Relaxing is disqualifying as a raider. It is most important not to distract your attention here. After being alert, it must be finished clearly and concisely. After opening the lid, Jaehyeon started doping while drinking the potion. They were potions that temporarily increased strength and agility as well as stamina. He didn't forget the potion that increased magic power, even if you fight in close quarters. Jaehyeon is a magician, so magic is the key. Anyway, after drinking the potion and finishing preparations, Seo Ahayan stuck out her tongue and asked, I think my real brother is crazy. Where the hell did you get those potions? This climbs again, aren't you purifying your words? Are you going to leave, brother? The dog is cool, shut up, I'm going to enter the dungeon now, always be prepared properly. Seo Ahayan nodded. Jaehyeon put an empty bottle of potion in his inventory and stood up. Let's go, with those words. Jaehyeon started walking towards the outdoor plaza where the festival was held. The time has already passed the night and headed towards dawn. However, here in Neverland there is a thick darkness, so there is no light to be found. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon had to move after lighting up the flashlight. After a while, upon reaching their destination, the two looked around. Numerous miscellaneous piles of scrap metal abandoned in a space that looks like a huge plaza and a stage visible below it. I could see men and women wearing masks lined up on either side. They all look bizarrely distorted. As expected. This is the last time. I don't think it will be easy. I think so too, Seo Ahayan nodded and agreed with Jaehyeon. Tadet, tadet, it flickers like a street light and makes a sound. Between the broken building and the playground equipment, something slowly begins to appear. Person, or is it a monster? As Seo Ahayan said, there were already passengers there, an existence that cannot be distinguished whether it is human or not. And even the gender is unknown. Jaehyeon quickly injected magic into his eyes to confirm its identity, magic sense, thanks to the skill. Jaehyeon was able to thoroughly examine the face of the fallen being. The moment he was about to tell Seo Ahayan about his appearance, voices began to be heard along with microphone noise. Jijik jijik, welcome, everyone who came to Neverland, I'm Brun, come down. The firecracker exploded and expanded its power, embroidering the sky with colorful colors. The festival was held in a colorful and cheerful atmosphere. The masked people sitting in the audience are all enthusiastic and cheering. Brunnen, who stood on the stage and held the microphone, was also excited. Brun's appearance was quite bizarre, but somehow familiar. A face wearing a white persona that can only be seen in the Phantom of the Opera. Even the angular chin that stands out and the black long-brimmed hat worn on the clown's head. Separately. It was an odd enough combination, but it worked well. I couldn't see inside the mask, so I couldn't tell if it was a human or a monster, but it would not be an ordinary existence. Up until now, there was nothing that could be called normal in the process of clearing dungeons. Even when he looked at Jaehyeon and Seo Ahayan, Brun did not show any hostility. On the contrary, they are talking about peaceful things such as come and enjoy the festival. Jaehyeon sighed, wrapped mana all over his body and started walking. I don't know what it is, but I have no choice but to bump into it. Jaehyeon led Seo Ahayan, who was not moving, and started to go downstairs. Wait a minute, I'm not ready mentally yet. It's noisy and follow me, it might be more dangerous to stay here. Seo Ahayan kept her mouth shut at Jaehyeon's words, even if you resist anyway. It won't mean much. The moment the subordinate skill is activated, everything will be useless. When they went downstairs, Brun greeted the two of them with a happy expression befitting the festive atmosphere. Welcome, Jaehyeon Min, Seo Ahayan. You have successfully conquered Big Five here in Neverland and now only the last festival is left. Congratulations. Brun was genuinely excited. You already know our names. Did you figure it out in the dungeon raid beforehand? Jaehyeon was awkward about something, but he covered it up for now and asked, how is the end of the dungeon going? Brun answered Jaehyeon's question with a bright smile. The last quest is tagging. Hide and seek. Yes, that's right. Can you see the gate in front of me? There was a hall that looked like a small gate at the place Brun pointed. He added an explanation. You have to reach your destination by running away from the monsters coming out of there. Is that all? What kind of monsters are coming out? A very good question. Brun smiled with a happy face. Jaehyeon got goosebumps all over his body for no reason, but he tried to ignore it. This game of tag will be played at different levels of difficulty depending on your skill level. Please explain in detail. To put it simply, this field, in other words, the difficulty is determined by the number and strength of the challengers in the Neverland site, and the higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters appear. In short, if you are a strong person, you have to go to your destination avoiding a stronger demon beast. Yes, you're right, you seem to have a good understanding, you are amazing too. Jaehyeon didn't like Brun's praise. If this is the case, how difficult will the dungeon be? Anxiety creeps in slowly. If Seo Ahayan had come alone in this last quest, there wouldn't have been a big problem, because he was so weak. He had to run away to avoid the lowest level monsters. However, Jaehyeon's case was a little different. No, it was very different. Jaehyeon was genuinely worried about the grade he would receive. He has achieved remarkable growth while going through various events before and after entering the academy. Grab the nightshade, go through the freshman hunt, and smash the mock dungeon. His skills are already at a level that easily exceeds that of a B-class raider, compared to the cadets of Mills Academy as well as the teachers. Jaehyeon is at the top. It's a big deal if Jaehyeon's skills were all evaluated. The difficulty of this dungeon would be quite high. I thought it would be a bit difficult to fight while protecting Seo Ah-hyun. Jaehyeon pondered for a while, then looked up at Brune and asked, "How many levels of difficulty are there in total?" "Normally all 5. From A to E there are more special classes on top of that. But they haven't been revealed yet. I don't think you need to worry about the above." Jaehyeon thought about it and nodded his head as I was organizing my thoughts. Brune suddenly smiled and reached out his hand. "Oh," when Seo Ah-hyun was surprised, Brune waved his hand and said, "Don't worry." "Oh, don't be surprised, it's just a process of measuring the skill of the contestants." "Ah yes." Seo Ah-hyun showed a calm attitude at Brune's voice, even though he seems to be treating the two of them well. Brune is also a skilled person with considerable magical power, as Seo Ah-hyun is also an awakened person. He must have noticed the difference in power and couldn't say anything. Jaehyeon looked at him for a moment as he stretched out his hands to himself and Seo Ah-hyun spilling magical powers. Then withdrew his gaze. There was no way that the result would change even if I tried to see through it. And I had to find a way to overcome the situation. "Please come out on a low difficulty, please." The result was prayer. It was a clumsy conclusion. But the two prayed hard thinking that it was better than nothing, and exactly betrayed. "Congratulations, everyone. You are S-class. We hope you enjoy this event even more. Congratulations." "Yes," Jaehyeon was dumbfounded and asked back. But the conclusion did not change. "What if you said that there were only a to E so far? Are there more S ranks?" "Crazy," unknowingly. Swear words came out of my mouth. "I don't know because I haven't experienced it yet. At least it can't be a low difficulty. Even in games there is usually an S-class difficulty above a class. And I just said that Brune also has a special class of difficulty above a class." Jaehyeon stared blankly at Brune with a bewildered face and shouted out in regret, "No. Does this make sense? Something must be wrong. Think about it. He is a burden that is not even a beginner yet. And I am just a cadet who is still lacking in skills. The number of people is only 2. Not 2, it's 3 people." "What?" For a moment Jaehyeon didn't understand Brune's words at all. "No matter how much you look around. There will be only you and Seo Ah-hyun here. 3 people. Brune smiled and clapped his hands. Then magical energy was applied to the gate, and a high-pressure sound began to flow out. "Then I wish you luck, good luck and come back." Brune bowed politely and said hello. Jaehyeon wanted to say something, but couldn't. It was because the system's unique and refreshing voice came right into my ears. "The quest, Last Festival, has been accepted. Survive the dust of Surt and reach the base or defeat him." Theme quest, Last Festival, enjoy the Last Festival. The final event of Neverland, flee from the mode of Surt and survive to reach the base. Difficulty S plus reward, Terp's Thunderwalk failure conditions 1, killed by Surt 2, killed by Surt's Flames participants, 3/3 hidden quest, kill the mode of Surt and eliminate potential threats, reward TBD. Indescribable achievement available episode 73 Last Festival part 2. The gate shakes wildly as if a natural disaster had occurred. The roar coming from inside is already unusual. Surt, a giant who guards Muspelheim, the land of fire giants in Norse mythology. Even before Ymir, the first giant, was born, he was a being who had lived with the sole purpose of burning all the world, and rivaled a god, possibly a being with more power than that. It is said that the sword of flame held in one's hand is hot enough to burn the world in an instant. Jaehyeon is now in a situation where he has to fight against such an enemy. Shit, how could something like this happen? The weak point of the giant Surt's dust is its heart. It was the first time that the system's advice was not as pleasant as it is now. Catch this? Really? Jaehyeon lost his mind in an instant. The opponent he has to fight now is Surtur, a giant from the beginning and end of Norse mythology. It's called Dust. But to fight such an overwhelming monster, there's no way that's possible. Jaehyeon grabbed Seo Ah-hyun's wrist and quickly left the gate and ran towards her destination. The destination, Brune told me, was the merry-go-round located at the entrance of the amusement park. If you run for about 40 minutes in a straight line here, you can reach it quickly. "Oh brother, that monster is Surt, right? The fire giant from Norse mythology." "Okay, because that's right. Please shut up and run fast. If you get caught you will be killed." Seo Ah-hyun too didn't even think about looking back, as if she was shocked, and ran as fast as she could. "It was fortunate that I had basic stamina, so I didn't have to run on my back." "Even if you don't. If you were caught in an emergency like that, I don't even want to imagine." Goo. The ground starts to vibrate. Judging from the heat rising, it seemed that Surt had appeared on the field. Jaehyeon glanced back. Then the overwhelming size and appearance of the fire giant came into view. A giant whose entire body was covered in flames with a huge body that could easily exceed 30 meters. I'm sure, that guy can never win when the quest window pops up for the first time. Jaehyeon thought that Surt's dust would be at most one of his minions, but contrary to expectations, just now, the speck of Surt that appeared at the gate was a thread modeled after him and possessed phenomenal power. Jaehyeon and Seo Ahyeon are giants with enough power to blow them all away with a single touch. You can never win with strength, but things weren't all that bad. It's a simple event where you just have to get to the base somehow. After I look away, I can use Seo Ahyeon to reach the base. Jaehyeon immediately came to a conclusion and added magic to his running speed. I put wind boost on myself and Seo Ahyeon and ran at full speed. The magic effect was great. The distance that seemed so far away became closer in an instant. And the merry-go-round, the destination, began to appear. However, it is the first S-class or higher quest. I couldn't have given him such an easy task. Damn it, the enemy's attack was faster than expected and the speed of narrowing the distance was extraordinary, although it was only a speck of dust. The strongest power of the giants was more than I dared to imagine. Hee-ho-eok, hee-ho-eok, Seo Ahyeon let out a rough breath. No matter how many buffs you apply, the difference in basic specs is too great, right now. It is a martial arts system, so it is easy to catch up, but at this rate there is no choice but to catch up 100%. Damn, what should I do? Even while thinking, Surtur continued to pursue the two. Every step he took was covered in flames and began to burn Neverland. To make matters worse, the heat rising from the ground was robbing him of all the oxygen he needed to run, making it even more difficult to breathe. If you have breathing problems, your running rhythm will break down, which in turn will ruin your posture and affect your speed. It is a truly desperate situation. Jaehyeon quickly felt the need to organize his thoughts, and after making a short decision, he shouted at Seo Ahyeon, "Calm down and listen to me. From now on they split in two and run, got it? So. Is your brother going to be the bait? Then I will use you as bait. Stop talking now and just run to the merry-go-round." Seo Ahyeon nodded and quickly ran towards her destination. According to Brun's words, the last festival is cleared even if only one person arrives at the destination. Jaehyeon slowed down as he had planned, then turned around and faced Surt directly, a giant of overwhelming size. Its flame-bearing shape looks like it's wearing shimmering red armor, the high-pressure magic that constantly leaks from the sword in your hand. Jaehyeon sighed and let out a small breath as he looked at the enemy. Bout, with magical energy applied to her legs. She lightly kicked the ground and rose into the air. Jaehyeon began to disturb Surt's gaze by moving alternately between the tops of the amusement park's equipment. Is Surt simple? Or is human being a novelty? He responded willingly to Jaehyeon's acrobatics. He came swinging a sword containing deterioration and attacked by emitting flames, while not forgetting to constantly press the reappearance with magical power. So the skirmish continues. By the time the fourth attack narrowly escapes Jaehyeon's torso, Surt finally got tired of it and began pouring out stronger attacks. After concentrating mana into his sword, he transforms it into a form of flame and shoots it. He showed overwhelming force by swinging his fist and smashing the rides at once. While walking that bloody tightrope, Jaehyeon was constantly looking for his weaknesses. Of course, as long as Seo Ahyeon reached her destination quickly, there would be absolutely no reason to attack that monster. Things in the world don't always work out the way you want them to. Like right now, Kuang Surtur's eyes instantly flashed red. The fire giant changed the target and accurately attacked Seo Ahyeon's destination. The merry-go-round Aoyang shit to save her. Jaehyeon wrapped her around her waist using the mana chain and pulled her straight away using magic. Kaya, Seo Ahyeon was able to escape with an ugly scream. When I checked, there were no wounds other than a slight burn on my skin, but the problem lies elsewhere. Shit, the base is broken. Jaehyeon stared blankly at the burning merry-go-round as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This is unexpected. Arriving there must be a requirement for the quest. But that thing is broken. The terminus base has been destroyed. Quest clearing excluding hidden quests will be changed to impossible. Filled with rage, he lowered his head. He slowly began to reflect on his situation once more. Now there is only one way, no choice but to kill Surt. I think it happened because of me. Should I help you? On top of a small orb of magical power floating in the air, a cat perched in the air muttered, licking its front paws. The glossy fur on the black body and the attractive purple-red two-color odd eye add to its mystery. The cat is contemplating with its tail curled up and its gaze fixed on one spot. Jaehyeon Min, should I help that child? Would it be right to leave it alone a little longer? The cat decided to think about it a little more and lay down for a moment. Originally, did you say that watching the fight and watching the fire was the most fun? Now was an opportunity to see both at the same time. So I couldn't miss it. Nyang, the cat meowed softly with an interesting face. The cat's gaze is directed toward Jaehyeon, right after the stronghold was destroyed. After Jaehyeon instructs Seo Ahyeon to evacuate to a safe place, he confronts Surt alone. At most, it would stop at destroying his attack with absolute calculation, but at the moment, there was no other way. Jaehyeon had just instructed Seo Ahyeon to find another way to defeat Surtur. It was because he thought he could somehow find a way with his unique skill, thought acceleration. At best, it would have been only a fractional probability, but there was no other way. It's an emergency situation where you can't take your eyes off the enemy right in front of you. At that moment, the mode of Surt roared loudly, "You fool, how dare you stand against this Surt with a human body? So, do it in moderation and go in. Shall we go comfortably with each other? Warriors do not turn their backs, no matter how insignificant you are. I will do my best, so please go inside." Jaehyeon was blocking his successive attacks without even having the strength to curse, with just one attack. The surrounding area becomes a sea of fire and the building collapses. Is that really the power of a speck of dust? Everything really special is installed. The daylight was fierce. If Brune had counted the number of people straight from the start, this wouldn't have happened. 3. You're barking no matter where you look. It's only Seo Ahyeon and yourself. They didn't raise the difficulty on purpose to screw me. It's not like that. That thought is dismissal before returning. Seo Ahyeon cleared this dungeon alone. That means Brun set the difficulty correctly. However, it is also true that it is not immediately understood. What the hell is this? The opponent, whom I could never beat even by pretending to be, jumped out of my way thinking it was my level of difficulty. Right now, he is in a hurry to run away. And it is difficult to block the attack. Whoops, roaring, Surt's flames that flew unexpectedly were blocked by Jaehyeon, of course. It was a powerful attack that would have been unimaginable if it had not been for absolute calculation. After Jaehyeon managed to block it, he looked around the ruined neighborhood. Surt laughed out loud with a happy face on his face. "Human, that's pretty great. If you have ever blocked my attack, you might make a great opponent. So what kind of bullshit is that it looks like everything is dead now? Even if it is not. There is almost no magic power left, 30%. That's the limit of mana that can be operated without falling into the mana rebound. The mana accumulated in the dungeon had already been used up during the mock dungeon. What to do with this? Jaehyeon caught his breath and calmly looked at the enemy in front of him. The dust of Surt doesn't seem to back down an inch. Shit, it probably would have been. Even if it was a reenactment, there is a prey that has been caught in front of you. But there is no reason to let it live. Ha, that moment when he let out a sigh. "Brother, I found it." "What?" Jaehyeon suddenly came to his senses at the sound of Seo Ahyeon's voice coming from below. "You found it, I mean. What did you find? Does that mean you found a decent spot now?" However, contrary to Jaehyeon's expectations, Seo Ahyeon brought good news. Hearing her words, Jaehyeon's face brightened as if he had been enlightened. "You are a genius." It immediately turned sharply and ran at full speed toward the north, when he suddenly turned his back and ran away. Surt started chasing Jaehyeon as if he was angry. In mythology, giants were traditionally wise beings, but the warrior Surt was a gatekeeper. They were a race that loved blood. "Flesh and blood, you fool, are you running away from this Surt?" Kung thud thud, the giant's footsteps are heard, however. Jaehyeon just kept running without looking back. He did not forget to drink a potion on the way to recover mana. This is because the current method is the best way to aim for one shot, however. I couldn't help but slow down a little bit in the heat that was getting hotter. Surt came close to reappearance and broke into a cold sweat. "Damn it, did you get caught? What should I do?" Then, "Brother, 5 steps to the left," as if he was possessed. Jaehyeon took 5 steps as he heard the voice. "Okay, thud." Surtur's flame sword passed right next to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon ran and looked down at the sound. It was Seo Ahyeon's help. Jaehyeon realized right away, right now. Seo Ahyeon activated thought acceleration to read Surt's movements in advance and informed Jaehyeon about it. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. "Is this enough for me to try?" Episode 74 Last Festival Part 3 3 steps to the left, keep your head down, 2 steps to the right, jump up. This time slow down and accelerate again. Seo Ahyeon's instructions were very perfect. As a result, Jaehyeon did not hit even one of Surt's attacks. It's all just burnt on fire. It was truly a remarkable achievement. As expected, thought acceleration is a good skill. It's a unique skill-down performance. Seo Ahyeon used her skills to perfectly analyze Surt's battle patterns. Where do you swing your sword and how many seconds does the preliminary action take? What kind of magic is used and what exactly is the destructive power or spread range? Everything was quickly identified and responded to. An active skill different from magic perception that is fundamentally useful in combat. That's what thought acceleration is all about. If I could copy it, I'd want to copy it right away. Jaehyeon didn't stop running even though he was laughing. Dare, are you trying to run away after scorning this Surt?" Surt started to run towards Jaehyeon at a faster pace while shouting. The heavy body makes a thud thump, creating a sense of fear. However, Jaehyeon was not afraid, as long as he moved according to Seo Ahyeon's instructions. There was almost no risk of getting hit after a few minutes like that. Jaehyeon realized that his destination was near. Seo Ahyeon told herself, a place that must be used for operations. He stopped in front of him and turned around to see Surt. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and then shouted at Surt. Hey, what a giant you are, I don't know if you're such a great guy. But I heard you're robbed by the Aesir gods. Why did you crawl out to the idiot who is still guarding the door in fear? What the hell, how dare you call Surt an idiot? Surt clenched his flame sword with a face closer to bewilderment than anger. The ferocious fire rapidly fluctuated according to his emotions and emitted reddish-purple light. Jaehyeon almost fainted from the intense heat, but somehow managed to hold on and shouted again. Okay, it's like this dog, people like you should end up here. I guess I can't let it go, you stupid human. Did he faint after being frightened by this Surt? When Jaehyeon laughed. Surt gave strength to the flame-filled sword. A sword imbued with magical power opens its mouth and flies as if it will devour Jaehyeon. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. This is the time, Jaehyeon, who quickly moved his body to avoid Surt's attack. Turned around, Surtur's sword narrowly missed Jaehyeon and hit the water tank directly behind him. Shoot! A huge amount of water gushed out from the water tank and hit Surt. Surt started to walk backwards as if he was embarrassed by the turbulent water. In an instant, the fire that covered his body died down and the flames died away. Now, Jaehyeon quickly soared high into the sky. I injected mana into my legs and shot my body. He had only one goal, the heart of Surt whose flame has gone out. Hop, with enthusiasm. He stabbed the mana blade he took out of his inventory into Surt's heart. The mana made a high-pressure cracking sound and lodged in the deepest part of his body. Hearing Surt scream, Jaehyeon came down to the ground with his sword still in place. Landing safely on the chain, he poured magic power into the sword far away. Transfer your mana to the mana blade. At the same time, the giant's high voice was heard. Such a low number, the sword stuck in Surt's heart pours out more powerful mana and eats him up. A while ago, the system said his weakness was his heart. Perhaps that was the only way to defeat Surtur. But that method was virtually impossible to realize. The reason is simple. It's because it's difficult to drive a sword through the fierce flames burning in the body and into the heart. A spark so powerful that a normal person would melt just by getting close to it. When I was thinking, Seo Ahayan informed Jaehyeon that there is a water tank at the northern end. Jaehyeon also remembered that the reason for the closure of Neverland was the themed dungeon and water tank incident. Huge amount of water. Even that would only give minor damage to the fiery giant Surt. But it was okay, because if Jaehyeon could make at least one gap, he was confident that he wouldn't make a mistake. If only I could buy some time just for a moment, just a moment. To put out the flame, if only given time to drive the sword through his heart, Jaehyeon said to Surt with a fishy laugh. So when I tell you to go back, would it be nice if you went back? After a while, the dust of Surt gradually faded, and then gradually erased its appearance. The flames that burned fiercely in the field gradually began to subside. Don't be arrogant, I Surtur, although I saw you in the form of a dust, a true body with true power wouldn't be this easy. Will you fight? You have to do as much as you can about bullshit. Jaehyeon grumbled. It was a word that came from the heart, even if it weren't for that. He wouldn't have been able to catch the dust of Surtur in a normal way. A little while ago, I managed to beat Seo Ahayan and all sorts of small hair. However, the guy who caught it so hard is not real, but a fake that is just dust. But go catch the real thing, it's probably the same as going to die. Jaehyeon was not a stupid raider who would enter a dungeon where he might die. First of all, if you live, you can try anything and move forward. Anyway, it's over for now. With Jaehyeon's words, the system window began praising his achievements. You have cleared last festival. The last of Big Five. You have succeeded in clearing through the hidden route. Additional rewards will be settled. You have accomplished an indescribable feat. You have acquired the item Surt's Undying Flame. The dungeon's magic field is almost unlocked. That's right, someone inside is clearing the dungeon. Does that make sense, actually? This dungeon wasn't a big deal, near the outside of the themed dungeon Neverland. Various opinions are coming and going with Goseong, no wonder, in the first place. Clearing this place in Neverland was judged virtually impossible. It was because the dungeon exploded so suddenly and the people who entered it were too young. Strangely enough, however, the dungeon quickly lost its magic. This means that there is an insider who is clearing the dungeon. Kyung-hoon, I think you're right, the dungeon is being cleared. Yes, it seems that time is running out. It looks like it will be completely cleared before afternoon at the latest. True, I can't believe it even after seeing it with my own 2 eyes. I was like that at first too, I know your feelings well, Park Kyung-hoon said with a sly voice. Song Jae-seok couldn't help but look at his slim face. Because what happened today was so shocking. A cadet who was only 17, although he is said to be from Mills Academy, where geniuses gather. He is still pit dung. You cleared the themed dungeon on that subject. This was gossip that deserved to be featured throughout the world. What kind of guy is he anyway? Are you talking about Min Jaehyeon? Okay, who else is there other than him in this situation? Say it, what kind of guy he is? Park Kyung-hoon, who was worried for a while at Song Jae-seok's words, spoke with difficulty. First of all, he has a bold personality, and he's someone who says exactly what he wants and makes offers when he's clear about what the other party needs when making a deal. Kids these days are really scary. Not only that, But he knows how to make concessions. At the time, I didn't have a single penny from the goblin's sale and gave it all to my friend next to me. It turned out that it was because the circumstances of his friend's family were not good. Of course. I kept it a secret that the friend was An Ho-yeon. It would be annoying to explain, and there is a risk that things will get bigger. Fortunately, Song Jae-seok seemed not to care. He's such a thing, he's going to be big. Song Jae-seok muttered in admiration. Of course, being able to show such a performance to a young cadet is surprising. But it is difficult even for an active raider to be considerate of colleagues while putting their own interests first. No, it may be right to say that the current radar is more difficult. Recently, I heard that among those who aspire to become a radar, there are many third-generation bullying conglomerates. They have money and back, so there is nothing to get hurt, and they want to take care of the world's honor. Otherwise, there are many cases where people choose a job called radar purely for money. Song Jae-seok felt his heart suffocate whenever he saw such people. Radar is a job that is recognized only after fighting monsters and winning. Those who jumped into this job with such a feeling of complacency. Will you be able to grow enough to get what you want? Never. But what about Jaehyeon, whom I heard about a while ago, according to Park Kyung-hoon? He is all focused on becoming stronger. That's why he must have handed over all proceeds from the sale of the demon beast to his friend in difficult family circumstances. Truly an amazing guy. Once the dungeon is cleared, make a spot where you can see that friend's face. I will do my best. At Song Jae-seok's words, Park Kyung-hoon bowed his head, even if it wasn't so. I wanted to see the grown-up Jaehyeon once again. It's only been a few months. But I still want to check it again. How much had he really grown? Special item, Surt's unextinguished flame, part of Surt's dust heart extracted from it when used. It strengthens the weapon to the limit and gives it a flame property. As expected, gifts are best when received unexpectedly. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. The hidden root reward you received from defeating Surt earlier. Surt's unquenchable flame had a wonderful effect. It's not enough to strengthen the weapon to the limit, but to give it the flame property. These items were items that could not be found anywhere in the world. I'll have to carefully decide which weapon to use. Jaehyeon twitched the corners of his mouth and thought so, because just a moment ago, you whined that you would die fighting. Seo Ah-hyun gave a face mask from the side and said, but her expression wasn't bad either. Since he didn't directly participate in the battle, he probably didn't get the same item, the relief that you probably lived, or maybe it was because of the reward for clearing the themed dungeon. Somehow. Big 5 is all broken, themed dungeon, I don't want to go back there. I agree too, if you come into a place like this a second time, you'll really go crazy. Jaehyeon looked around while agreeing with Seo Ah-hyun's words because there are still things left to receive, an item that was the decisive factor for him to set foot here in the first place. Here comes. Jaehyeon smiled a little from a distance. Brun can be seen running fast. After waiting for a while, Brun quickly approached the two and bowed. I sincerely congratulate you for successfully enjoying this festival. At those words, swearing almost came out of Jaehyeon's mouth. But he managed to hold it in. Now is the time to receive your reward. Wouldn't it be a loss if you didn't give compensation after being angry? That fucking idiot who can't even do arithmetic. Of course. He cursed at me to die on the inside, but it wasn't a problem because it didn't show on the outside. With a smile on his lips, Brun finally began to say what Jaehyeon wanted. Then, I will give a reward to the two of you who have cleared all of these big 5. It was the moment when a smile bloomed on Jaehyeon's face. Chapter 75 TRP's Thunderous Walk. Still, it seems you didn't need my help. After all, this is Loki's choice, isn't it? Above the Vikings in Neverland where the moonlight lightly fell. There. You can see a cat looking down with an interesting expression. Hela, Hel's alter ego and the owner of the cat sound that Jaehyeon heard while attacking the Flanders mansion the other day. Incidentally, it was a demigod that manifested on Earth in the form of a cat. Fun, that boy named Min Jaehyeon, maybe he can really make our long-cherished wish come true. I understand why he cares so much. Of course. It was only after he had grown up properly, but what was expected was true. Immediately after receiving the order so far, she was the one who constantly hovered around Jaehyeon. He knows better than anyone else how quickly people with power are weeded out and how petty they are. However, Jaehyeon was far from those people at all. He just wanted to keep getting stronger. The current point of actually holding hands with Yeonhwa, he will be able to escape his father's threat, if you want to. You can ask for protection from the guild and live a moderately affluent life. As far as Jaehyeon knows, his father Min Seongo is no more than an A-class radar. With the help of Yu Seongyun, an S-class radar. Nothing is impossible. However, Nayoung, he's not so obsessed with being strong just for revenge, rather he is now. You look like you're eager to be strong, isn't it? Hello? No matter what. He's still just a bowl, don't float it. A voice came from somewhere. The owner was none other than Hel, the ruler of Helheim called Hel. And the daughter of Loki. He is the one who gave Jaehyeon the quest to defeat Night Shade. Incidentally, it was she who entrusted Hela with Jaehyeon's watchdog. Currently, he cannot leave his seat in Helheim. So he sent his alter ego, Hela, instead. Because if the Aesir priests find out that Hel has been vacated, there will be an uproar. They must have sent me as a sentinel instead. Hel is too simple because it's obvious. Hela smiled a little and continued thinking, if I find out that the greedy Aesir priests have found the enemy of the prophecy, I will never let it pass. So now I can't help it, I have no choice but to pretend to be a cat. Nyang, Hela thought calmly. But this was a serious problem. If you don't, the war that swallowed up the eternity might start again. No matter how much that war is prepared in the name of destiny, it's too early now. I have to buy time. At least until the bowl is finished. He knows that Hel is thinking the same way as he is, because they are alter egos. Even if not all of them, they can roughly grasp each other's feelings. Hel was anxious, but at the same time, I was suppressing my fluttering heart. He was excited about the possibility of reproducing bowls. Hela smiled mischievously and parted her lips again. Well, anyway, you are most curious about Min Jaehyeon's news. Hela smiled and said so. Hel sighed and cleared his throat, then was speechless. Meanwhile, Hela's gaze was directed downward. There are Min Jaehyeon and Seo Ah-hyeon, and you can see Brun, the manager of the dungeon, having a conversation, but it's still early. Hela looked at Jaehyeon and murmured softly, obviously. He has grown stronger, but he hasn't grown as much as he would like. In order to grow as an adversary, you must become several times stronger than you are now. Odin, the name of the highest being of the Aesir whom he must eventually kill. Nijang, Hela stiffened her body and immediately got up from her seat. Now is not the time. Jaehyeon wasn't strong enough to take on the second ordeal, but you'd better wait a little longer. In her opinion, Jaehyeon is a talented person to look forward to. At first, I decided to give it a chance, as it is difficult to get a bowl like that again. I made up my mind to grow better. Equipment item. Name Terp's Thunderstep rating. Shoes worn by Terp who climbed to the lower level of light with a human body. When equipped, it compensates for strength and agility, and acquires the passive skill Light Step. Effect 1, Strength plus 50/Dexterity plus 152. Passive skill Light Step acquisition. Passive skill. Name Light Step rating. Maximizes the efficiency of skills related to speed correction. 1. The efficiency of the speed correction skill increases by 200%. Jaehyeon cheered internally as he read and reread the description of the item he had received from Brun. An item that compensates 50 strength and 150 agility. It is an overwhelming number that other radars would be horrified to know. In general, it is common sense that items that increase key stats by 50 or more are worth at least tens of billions of dollars. But what? An item that increases agility by 150, if you put it on the auction house, you would be able to see the feast of countless zeros attached to the back. After all, the power of an S-class item is no joke. I heard there are only double digits in the world. It's definitely on a different level than the others. Jaehyeon nodded his head in satisfaction. TRP's thunderous walk. I got what I wanted. It was difficult, but I managed to do it. There was also an unexpected harvest. He saw the item from Surt's moat in his inventory. The unquenchable flame of Surt enhances equipment items to the limit and grants fire properties. Simply put, it is a fraudulent item. It would be nice to use it on the long sword that Jaehyeon used often, and other items are fine too. A dagger or a spear that can be used in case of emergency is not a bad option. Still, I can't use it on Misteltein. It's fundamentally a tree. That was the only problem. Although Misteltein is classified as a weapon, it is in the form of a bracelet. In addition, according to mythology, it is an object obtained from a branch of mistletoe. It was right to assume that there was little chance of resisting Surtur's flames. Anyway, I'll have to get another weapon at the right time. I was thinking of getting a good guy to use as well, an item that has the effect of strengthening a weapon to the limit. Whatever you got, it's human psychology to want to use it for a better item. Jaehyeon put a smile on his lips and greeted Brun. Anyway, I received something, so I can't neglect it. Thank you, this has been a huge help. I am so glad you enjoyed the festival. I am more grateful. Brun had a face full of joy. I don't know what to do when you say that. After giving a simple answer, Jaehyeon looked back at Seo Ah-hyeon. She was startled and hid the item she received behind her back. Well, that's a normal radar because it is unconditionally beneficial to thoroughly hide the items you have acquired. However, subordination. The item I got is Seal of Roskva. It is an item that increases strength by 50 and allows you to acquire the courage skill. Jaehyeon had no intention of allowing her to make cards for himself. It's only natural that you can use other people's information if you can. Jaehyeon asked for a detailed explanation of the effect of the skill called courage. Seo Ah-hyeon gave up and explained meekly, of course. It was a bug-bitten face. The description of the skill was simple, completely resistant to confusion, a skill that increases strength and agility at the same time. It's a skill I have no reason to copy. Jaehyeon was already in a state where he was immune to abnormal conditions due to the effect of Hell's protection. It was a skill that he had no reason to copy, but thought acceleration is different. Thought acceleration is a powerful, unique skill no matter what anyone says. Should I copy it? It was a question that I had to seriously think about, as we saw at the festival a while ago. Its power is a skill that goes without saying. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon shook his head. It's not too late to worry a little more. It was a reasonable conclusion. As for Jaehyeon, there was no need to copy her skills right away. Anyway, thanks to the subordination effect, there is always a way to summon her. You don't have to decide right now. Then let's go. After thinking about it, Jaehyeon said as he looked at the collapsing dungeon. Okay, Brun approached Jaehyeon, completely erasing the laughter he had been making all of a sudden. Brun whispered softly, "You child born of the destiny of the adversary, then I look forward to seeing you again." What? Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. It felt like my heart was sinking. How the hell does Brun know the word adversary? Jaehyeon wanted to ask something more, but he couldn't afford it. Again, the light is young in both pupils, in arms and legs. The permeated light engulfs everything. The fiery amusement park Neverland and the dusty remains of the fallen Cert in sight. Moments later, the two were consumed by light, just like when you first got stuck in a dungeon. It was a very bright light. The dungeon opens, everyone. Grab your weapons and wait. You have to be prepared for the unexpected. All focus. The raiders outside the themed dungeon focused their attention on one spot in an orderly manner. Neverland. It was because the dungeon, which seemed unlikely to be attacked, had been cleared. Those who are holding weapons now are preparing for the dungeon break that will inevitably happen. What about the medical team? 20 people are waiting. They are all healers who learned under a famous professor. At Song Jae-seok's words, Park Kyung-hoon quickly gave the answer he wanted, even during the conversation. He did not take his eyes off the dungeon's broken barrier. To really do it to the point where I doubt this is a dream. That's right, Park Kyung-hoon hit the ball. After a while, all of the dungeon's barriers were lifted, and the thin blue membrane was completely shattered. The fragments of the barrier, which were broken into thin pieces like fragments, were oxidized as they touched the light. There are survivors out there. It's all 2 people. I am walking on my own 2 feet. It seems that both of you are safe. Several voices echoed outside the dungeon in a dizzying manner. Park Kyung-hoon and Song Jae-seok jumped up and ran towards the place without anyone saying anything first. What kind of guys are going to smash this damn dungeon and walk out unscathed, if Park Kyung-hoon is right? It's probably Min Jaehyeon. He was supposed to be coming out after clearing the dungeon. Get out of the way now. There are procedures to be followed with survivors. At the words of Song Jae-seok, a veteran raider, the others hesitated and stepped back. Park Kyung-hoon also pushed the people in front and ran forward. After a while, 2 faces began to come into their field of vision, Min Jaehyeon and Seo Ah-hyun. The 2 men had shallow wounds here and there, but overall they were in very good condition. This can't be, Song Jae-seok murmured in a small disbelief. Really did it, those 2 young people clearing a themed dungeon that even current raiders can't guarantee to clear. Get ready, contact us right away. Oh, all right, after instructing Park Kyung-hoon, he quickly ran toward Jaehyeon. Seo Ah-hyun, who is next to him, also needs to be caught, but Jaehyeon is more urgent. Besides, Jaehyeon is trying to get out of his seat, perhaps feeling burdened by the huge crowd. Catch, avoid your seat. Oh yes, a chase that is not a chase like that begins. After a while, there was a look of embarrassment on the faces of Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hoon, who were panting. What is so fast? Senior, Jaehyeon Min is gone. It was a fact that Park Kyung-hoon didn't even say. He already knew. The appearance of Jaehyeon, who was right in front of him just a moment ago, had disappeared. How did this happen? It seems that he disappeared using an assassination-type skill. Is it hidden? But how can you acquire such advanced skills as a mere cadet? Stealth was a difficult skill to acquire even for an active raider. It's obvious. But it's because it's very useful. In general, the item with the stealth skill would easily exceed 1 billion. However, Jaehyeon, a cadet who has not yet debuted, has such an item. Isn't it a raider who has learned an assassin-type skill? Certainly, if that was the case, stealth could be used without spending money to acquire equipment. Even among martial arts, raiders belonging to the assassination class can learn stealth without difficulty. The representative figure is Yeonhwa's manager, Park Seong-yi, who is a Class A raider. However, Song Jae-seok shook his head. No, probably not. You said before the one who killed 30 goblins alone. It was, then there was the magic world. As if remembering Park Kyung-hoon, he scratched his head and replied, it was Song Jae-seok. Then Min Jaehyeon is absolutely not an assassin. Assassination series is a very unique case among martial arts. It's not something you can easily see. Then, what the hell is that kid? I heard that he fights in the front line. Park Kyung-hoon tilted his head and asked. And Song Jae-seok smiled meaningfully. He put his hand on Park Kyung-hoon's shoulder and looked at the place where Jaehyeon had disappeared for a while. Battle mage. Yes, that guy is a battle mage. Chapter 76, the first naming contest, Part 1. When the world first changed like a game and the Awakeners appeared, the legendary class that was first handed down by raiders, Battle Mage, even though he is a wizard. He learns close combat magic and fights enemies in the vanguard. It is a job that paralyzes the enemy with various CC weapons and erases the opponent based on overwhelming force. However, this was only in fantasy. Gap between ideal and reality, it was natural. Stats were very valuable to Raider, and the higher the level, the more difficult it was to raise. Battle Mage was treated as a mess by these people. It was because Raider couldn't easily tolerate the crazy act of increasing strength and magic at the same time. If you give up one of the two, you can grow more on one side and see a higher level, but if both sides start distributing stats, you will lose that much. This is a dungeon and field, and a dystopia in which witches are prevalent. There was no reason to make a choice that would weaken oneself in this situation, thus the battle mage became an illusion, theoretically. It could encompass both martial arts and magic and boast overwhelming strength. This would be impossible unless there were overflowing stats that could be distributed to the end. However, when Jaehyeon appeared, its appearance began to change. Does that mean that Min Jaehyeon is growing as a battle mage? Okay, using the stealth skill casually and killing 30 goblins lightly wasn't enough. So I cleared the themed dungeon this time. There is a possibility. At Song Jae-seok's words, Park Kyung-hun shook his head in disbelief. Min Jaehyeon, he's a guy with a lot of secrets. Song Jae-seok recalled Jaehyeon's face a while ago with an interesting expression on his face. Jaehyeon Min, he had no doubt that he would hear this name often in the future after clearing the dungeon. Jaehyeon quickly left the entrance of Neverland after using stealth to hide herself. She activated Wind Boost and fled far away, because it'll be difficult if there's even a tracking magic behind it, with the effect of TRP's Thunder Walk. The efficiency of Wind Boost increases dramatically. Jaehyeon looked at the floating system window and nodded his head with a satisfied face. Fortunately, thanks to Therpy's thunderous walk, it did not go unnoticed by others. As expected. It's an S-class item, just wearing it almost quadrupled my running speed. If you adapt a little more 10 times, wouldn't it be more than 20 times possible? It was truly amazing, just by simply equipping an item. You can aim for such a rise in basic specs. It was the moment when the reason why an S-class artifact was lightly priced in the hundreds of billions was proven. By the way, I never thought there would be that many people. Well, it's similar to the dungeon break. Since the theme dungeon was created in a place with a lot of floating population, reporters must have rushed to it. Well, I'm going to go through a lot of trouble just to deal with the Radar Management Headquarters again. Jaehyeon shook his head. Radar Management Center, what are they doing? It is to detect the occurrence of the dungeon in advance and minimize the damage. By the way, in an amusement park with a lot of floating population, since a themed dungeon was created that could not be escaped from, the headquarters must have been almost overturned. Although it is the association's job to calm the people's torch, it was true that there were some irrational corners. Most people blame the association for all unexpected dungeons. This is because it is the easiest and fundamentally does not know the principles of dungeons. Recently, a basic course called Demon Mathematics has been introduced in the national curriculum, and it has improved a little, but still many people attribute the appearance of demons to the state's negligence. Ironically, the raider that hunts monsters is being praised. It's not that important to me. Anyway, the goal of representation is not honor. You have to grow more. I definitely got it this time. I am weak. Of course, if the cadets of the same academy heard it, it would be frightening, however. Jaehyeon was sincerely feeling his limitations. The dust of Cert. Jaehyeon was clearly pushed back while dealing with only dust. No lost, he was able to win only thanks to my brain and Seo Ahyeon's help. I need the power to lightly kill that much without using shallow water. You have to suppress your opponent and become an existence that cannot be touched. Fortunately, Jaehyeon is receiving God's protection, the ability of anti-Acer forces. Including hell, it wasn't impossible if I received all of them and grew up carefully. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and made another promise. Talfi's Thunderstrike is just the beginning. You must become stronger. Mother and Kim Yoo-young, in order to protect yourself. You have to liquidate your weak self. You have to move forward. Jaehyeon knew this better than anyone else. So I don't know anything about the incident at the time of the mock dungeon. Are you saying that? Yes, I understand that you called me to listen to the case. I am still in shock. Right after the themed dungeon incident is over, Jaehyeon was called by instructor Kim Jae-yeon to visit her lab. She said that she had summoned Jaehyeon to ask some questions about the mock dungeon incident. The content of the question was simple. Do you know anything about the mock dungeon incident? What happened inside, however? Not all of them could give an easy answer. It has not yet been determined whether instructor Kim Jae-yeon is from Gu Yaoen's faction or not. It was, he thought, that in many ways it would be far better to ignore it now. It's probably impossible to ask more. At last, instructor Kim Jae-yeon couldn't ask more even though there was an awkward corner, unless you have entered the mock dungeon yourself. You cannot dispute his words, after all. Only the raid team can know what happened inside the dungeon. All right, please contact me if you think of anything. Kim Jaehyeon quietly withdrew. Yihyun also nodded. Yes, then let's go, I'll see you in class. After Yihyun said hello, he left the lab while receiving Kim Jaehyun's stinging gaze. After a while, what greeted Yihyun back at the hotel was the alarm on his smartphone after turning off the dungeon mode. The number of text messages received reaches dozens, and the number of missed calls exceeds 10. The senders were diverse, Kim Yoo-young and her mother Lee Seon-hwa, and unexpectedly, Seo In-na and An Ho-yeon, the life of an insider. Yihyun smiled and turned on his computer, leaving his smartphone alone. I put the body of Night Shade on it a while ago, but it was about to be sold. When I went to the site, I heard some good news. Sale of the registered item has been completed. Sold out, auction status. Item 1, Nightshade's body 170 million won. 2, Nightshade's core 315 million won. 3, Wraith scythe times 31 3.1 million won. 4, Drog sword times 17 1.7 million won. Although the radar is dangerous, it makes good money, a whopping 480 million won in income. At this rate, it is an amount that can be obtained enough for a small rental house in Seoul. How can you earn so much money in one C-class dungeon, of course? This was only possible because Yihyun attacked the dungeon alone. Usually 6 to 12 people are on the side of clearing the dungeon. As a result, it is common for profits to decrease as they become 1/n. However, Yihyun basically aims for solo play. It's because you can't show your skills to others and you have to be strong yourself to grow quickly. Well, even if I tried to have a party, there's no way anyone would accept him as a student. It's a problem to take off 30% of the commission because of the black market, but at this level, the income itself isn't bad. You can avoid other people's eyes, instead of guaranteeing the identity of the seller. The black market takes 30% of the income as a brokerage fee. This is because it is headquartered in Switzerland and connected to the bank. It is also a crucial reason why black markets cannot be traced in the country, no matter how many countries it is. It is an oversight to search every bank overseas. Well, I didn't play a joke by borrowing an account to launder dirty money. Come to think of it, Yi Sang-lee also sold his potions on the black market, of course. The profit did not come out as much as ant tears. I'll send the money that's not too big to my mom and use the rest for investments. Yihyun was not in a hurry for money right away. I already received 2% of Yeonhwa Guild stock, and I can renew the contract and receive a monthly salary of over 10 million won without working. Apparently, Yeonhwa's side seemed to have decided that it would be more efficient to pay him 10 million won every month and keep him tied up rather than having him taken away elsewhere. Of course, Yihyun is never in the mood to take money and rest. Yihyun had work to do. The most impressive dungeon in this themed dungeon, Flanders Mansion, on the 4th floor there. Yihyun saw a vision of Min Seongo. Father, how strong is Min Seongo? If we fight right now, can we guarantee victory? No, it's still a long way off. Currently, Yihyun's rank is at the top of B class. It is an incredibly fast achievement for a freshman at Mills Academy, however. The reality is that it is not even close to the level of an A-class or S-class radar. It was true that no matter how divinely favored he was, it was not enough for the powerful of the world. Of course, it's not that there hasn't been any achievement so far. I am growing fast. Seriously, Yihyun thought so. During his 7 years in the front line as a D-class martial arts raider, he learned a lot: how to survive, what should I do to become stronger. However, even though I knew it at the time, I couldn't put it into practice. After all, Raider's growth stops when he turns 20, because I can't move forward unless it's a very special case. I rationalized and sat down and spent the day. But now the obscure fog has lifted and everything is clearly visible, growing as a radar. It's not just about leveling up and getting better gear, to stand up and not back down. That's the nature of radar. Yihyun clearly realized this in this themed dungeon. Yihyun smiled and focused on the computer screen again. Then, you have to make plans for the future. After a while, the window that Yihyun opened on his monitor was a stock-related site. Shall we start soon? Yihyun put a smile on his lips. Isn't this the privilege of the regressor? If you have a lot of money, you have to roll it with Jago to make it bigger. Yihyun immediately bought the stock of a company called Gotham Shop with all his money. Now, it is a company that is all going to ruin with such a rustic name. But later it will grow into a company that is second to none in Korea in terms of item trading flex. Of course, it is currently experiencing a terrible recession, but it is an undeniable truth that it will grow someday. Past, I heard about his success story on TV every day. There are a lot of things like that, the cliched story of starting from an empty alcove, ruining a few businesses and succeeding again. This person is just the case. Lee Moon-hwan, the CEO of Flex, was a person with such a typical pattern. After that, you must obtain only that item by any means. This time, I realized it clearly while getting TRP's Thunder Walk. Each S-class item has enough performance to stagger the entire country. One of the masterpieces that can double the strength of a raider. That's an S-class item, and in the near future, an item that Jaehyeon needs to get appears at an auction. Also, because of that auction, Flex began to grow and move forward. If you can buy an S-class item with money, it's right to buy it unconditionally. Of course, if you have money. In fact, after clearing the themed dungeon, Jaehyeon managed to obtain an S-class item. But what if you could get such a high-level item with money? It was natural to invest. No matter how much, what is needed for this is the purchase of this stock. This is because in order to participate in the upcoming auction, you must have shares in God Item Shop. Or Plex Fu, then it seems that the case has been settled. Shall we rest now, even if it wasn't so? His body was in tatters from raiding the dungeon. I need to take a break now so that I can properly attend classes tomorrow. At best, it is a theory. But it would be good to supplement even the lack of sleep. That moment when Jaehyeon was about to lie down on the bed after washing himself. Bang, 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 a knock was heard at the door. What? Jaehyeon flinched for a moment, thinking of Alfred in Flanders' mansion, but soon went out to the front door to open the door. As he opened the door, an unexpected person caught Jaehyeon's eyes. Kim Yoo-young and Seo-in-a. Kim Yoo-young at the door narrowly opened her eyes and glared at Jaehyeon. Soon, she raised her voice as she kicked Jaehyeon in the shin. Hey you bastard, where the hell have you been wandering around? Do you know how much I complained when you called me saying you couldn't reach me? And you, what happened to you that day? How much pain this good boy suffered? Jaehyeon sighed and said that, maybe it's wrong to rest comfortably today. I felt like I was already exhausted from that thought. Chapter 77, The First Naming Contest Part 2. Jaehyeon briefly explained what had happened to Kim Yoo-young and Seo-in-na. Of course. The fact that he purposely entered the themed dungeon was omitted and reported. I said it. But I couldn't answer where and how far to explain it. I also apologized to Ine Seo for what happened in the mock dungeon that day. In this part, Jaehyeon had to admit that the words were a little too much. Seo-in-na isn't friendly with others. But Jaehyeon suddenly hits the wall. Perhaps even Seo-in-a was quite embarrassed. However, it was a problem that I couldn't tell you all about even if I went back to that time. He is a regressor and knows the future. It was because it was difficult to bring up the story that if I was involved, it might be an obstacle to your growth. If possible, do not disclose information that you are a regressor to the people around you, even if it was Kim Yoo-young who was a complete faction of her own. Nothing would change, whatever. That's how I got caught up in the themed dungeon. That's why I couldn't contact you. Anyway, haven't you been out of luck since the old days? What amusement park does all that happen if you have sinned against God? Repent quickly, then you will be killed in the dungeon. Have you hated God? It's not. I'm rather protected by God. Jaehyeon barely managed to hold back the laughter that was about to leak out. He intended to give the two of them the appearance of being as tired as possible. Even if you don't, you'll be harassed for the next few days if you find out that you're fine with quick-witted Kim Yoo-young. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Seeing Jaehyeon's pale complexion, Seo-in-a asked with a worried face. Are you okay? Where are you sick? Oh no, are you okay? Don't worry. Jaehyeon felt some remorse at her warm words. Kim Yoo-young, who was sitting with her arms crossed, saw it for a moment before opening her mouth. Anyway, there would be a complete uproar in the media. How are you going to stop that? What? No, that's right. Clearing a themed dungeon for a cadet, just looking at it won't make a fuss. Reporters will be looking for you with lights on in their eyes. I wrote down the numbers for that too. So you don't have to worry about it. What? There is a substitute, a pinch hitter to stand in front of reporters on my behalf. At Jaehyeon's words, the two looked at each other and asked what that meant. Jaehyeon's eyebrows went up. It was a very evil laugh with clear intent. What kind of nonsense is this because of that, brother? Seo-in-na was indignant and was massaging her swollen legs. Right after the dungeon is cleared, she had just returned home after being hit and dragged around by officials. What was it like inside the themed dungeon? What happened? What items were obtained? Reporters were annoyed by asking all sorts of things. The problem is that Jaehyeon, who should be responsible for all of this together, left her job and disappeared. He activates the effect of subordinate and instructs himself to deal with the reporters and then disappears. Naturally, Seo-in-na had no choice but to follow his words. Really, if you're going to go, say something and go. I never thought I would use subordination to bind and go, no matter how much she usually liked attention. This was severe. Just look at the reporters spread out below. Even now, if you look down the window, it's full of reporters with flashlights. Mom is freaking out about what the hell is going on. Crazy. What the hell is this? Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon Min. A human who just said that he would release his dependents and then disappeared without ignoring them. But you probably didn't know the requirements. Even in the midst of her anger, she remembered one thing for sure, the loophole in the skills subordinate that Jaehyeon used on himself. The first potion shop naming contest. Prize money, premium potion coupon X3, the second floor of a new building with a well-organized interior. I see the cadets sitting around the round table, in the middle, led by Min Jaehyeon and Lee Yi-sang. An Hoyeon, Kim Yoo-young, and Seo-in-na are sitting on either side. All of them had just arrived here after being contacted by Jaehyeon and told them why he had just called them. Can't we omit the first chapter? You're not going to change your name later anyway, surprisingly. It was On Hoyeon who made the first bet. He doesn't seem to like the large placards in the room, especially. I made it unique like the quest window of the Nornir system. Jaehyeon spoke again with all his might to the party with a sullen expression. So, for the first place in this potion shop naming contest, we are giving away 3 top-notch special potions specially made by our store's representative, the Chancellor. Everyone knows what a great opportunity this is. Right? Jaehyeon's words opened the eyes of those sitting around here. I hadn't listened to him until just a moment ago, but as soon as I heard that Lee Yi-sang's potion was hanging for an injury, his attitude suddenly changed. He corrected his posture and sat down and began to listen to Jaehyeon's voice. No wonder, those gathered here, in other words. Both An Hoyeon and Kim Yoo-jeong and Seo In-ae had seen the effect of Lee Yi-sang's potion. Even what they drank was a prototype that was only intermediate or lower middle class. Even that is expensive. Well over tens of thousands of won per bottle, but what the hell is the price for a bottle of the finest potion? Besides, how great is the effect? It's a strange situation that the eyes can't turn, and Jaehyeon aimed at this time. I also have a word as a founder like the Prime Minister, if you give me a good name. I can give you a few extra intermediate potions I have, so think carefully about everything and express your opinion carefully. Hey, but why are you condescending? What do you mean by founder? Literally, I own 50% of the stock here. Where do you get that money from besides? Yeonhwa Guild support, Kim Yoo-young asked with a distrustful face, but Jaehyeon answered lightly. Originally, business people have a lot of secrets. So don't worry, Jaehyeon briefly added that Yeonhwa Guild is a business partner. Kim Yoo-young glared at Jaehyeon for a long time with a face full of doubts, the leader of my idol. Yeonhwa Guild, it was because he didn't understand why Yoo Seong-yoon was giving Jaehyeon so much support. I feel uncomfortable with something. Jaehyeon ignored Kim Yoo-jung's words and looked around at the people sitting at the round table and said again. I will explain the purpose of our gathering this time once again. So listen carefully, first of all. The Chancellor is here as a representative of the Yeonhwa Guild and even me. A total of 3 became the main axis and opened a new potion shop. We're giving each other opinions on what an appropriate business name is here. Got it, if you know. Please give me your thoughts in advance. By the way, if you're dissatisfied, I won't even give you potions from the Chancellor, so keep that in mind, right, brother, if Ri Yi Yirien is a word. Of course you have to listen, Lee Yi-sang answered with a clear face, unaware of Jaehyeon's dark intentions. My conscience stung a little, but I decided not to worry too much. After all, business is difficult to succeed unless dirty things are buried. Hew. The sound of sighing could be heard from everywhere, but Jaehyeon didn't care after all. They are the kind of people who would jump into a pit of fire for the best potion. Items that guarantee the life of a raider always have a high value. Anyway, I really didn't know that the teacher would accept such an offer. Jaehyeon thought as he looked around the interior for a while. The incident goes back a few days. So let's recruit Lee Yi-sang as Yeonhwa and start a potion business. Yes, that's right. It's as certain as the effect of that brother's potion. Did you see the sample I sent you? The effect was definitely overwhelming. It's different from what you get at other stores. Never fail. I'm doing business under the name Yeonhwa, damn it. Is this to sell my name, to put it to the extreme? Yes, you are the people's hero. I thought it wouldn't be bad to take this opportunity to benefit from Master. If you can't speak if you weren't my disciple. There would be no soup. Yes, thank you. This is what happened. Jaehyeon suggested to Yoo Seong-yoon to start a potion business with Lee Yi-sang as the representative. Now is the time when radar was born and not long after. Proper alchemists themselves were so rare that the quality of the potions was low. In this situation, starting a business with the genius Lee Yi-sang on his back, falling down would be even weirder. Lee Yi-sang is the one who will eat up 50% of the potion business in Korea and the world in the future. If you catch it here, you can make a lot of money in the future. Lee Yi-sang is a talented person who will continue to prove his worth even if left alone. If you can use it here, of course it was right to use it. Well, that doesn't mean Lee Yi-sang has only bad conditions. Complete economic independence from family, from the support of quality alchemy equipment to businesses named after individuals. It is an opportunity he cannot refuse. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon took out a loan with 2% of the shares he had received from the Yeonhwa Guild as collateral, and then invested in Lee Yi-sang's potion business and took over 50% of the shares. Yeonhwa Guild took about 49%. Lee Yi-sang became the president of the bar with only 1% of the shares. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon will be sitting on a cushion of money whenever he makes money. However, Lee Yi-sang agreed to Jaehyeon's proposal without any hint of displeasure. It was also the words of Jaehyeon, the person who believed in him. It was because things didn't sell well in the black market, and the 30% commission they took off was too much of a burden. Yoo Seong-yoon also readily accepted Jaehyeon's proposal. And the work proceeded swiftly. But I never thought that the story progressed so quickly and we had already finished renting the building. I also thought that Yuseong was the driving force behind it. Right after she received Li Yisang's sample potion and drank it, I am sure of the success of this business, a chance to widen the pie for Yeonhwa Guild. There was no reason for her to refuse either. Actually, I wanted to run my own business, but if I did that, publicity in the early stages would be a barrier to entry. If Yihyun had jumped into the potion business alone, he would have suffered quite a bit, even if it's ruined or not. It must have taken quite a long time to settle down, no matter how much Li Yisang is on his back. It is difficult to generate profits in a short period of time with little capital and insufficient experience. Promotion, without proper publicity, you will never achieve the results you want. Therefore, he borrowed the help of Yeonhwa Guild and chose to swallow only the stake. And the result so far has been a success. It should have been a success. There is still one problem left. That's a very big problem. This is why they are gathered right now, in other words. It was to name the potion shop. The name of the potion shop. This is a lot harder than I thought, when Kim Yoo-young muttered. Seo Ina immediately agreed. I know, the fact that there is a potion shop itself is rare now. Isn't it going to explode? Despite Kim Yoo-young's negative comments. Li Yisang was smiling single. An Ho-yeon shook his head. No, survival is the most important thing for Raider. There's no way the potion business is going to fail. I don't know because I ate Li Yisang's potion in the first place. This is a revolution. I didn't expect him to praise me that much. But it was worth it because it was Li Yisang's potion. Yihyun nodded his head in satisfaction. By the way, I want you to think of a business name now. Then I'll start with me. Jump, a girl screamed and kicked in the door. Silence fell in the room for an instant. It was because it was the first face everyone in this place had ever seen, just one person except for reproduction. Yihyun opened his eyes wide and looked at the angry girl in front of him. He muttered strangely. Seo Ah-hyun, Chapter 78, First Naming Contest, Part 3. Seo Ah-hyun, Yihyun muttered with a confused face. The one in front of her was undoubtedly Seo Ah-hyun, the skinny girl who attacked Big Five with him not long ago. But why is he here? Is Min Yihyun your friend? I didn't know you had a friend like that. I know. Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na looked at Yihyun while having a conversation. An Ho-yeon also looked at him and Seo Ah-hyun alternately with a curious face. Li Yisang has a slightly embarrassed face at the appearance of a stranger. Yihyun asked Seo Ah-hyun with an expression that he couldn't understand. What are you doing here? No. How did you know? No, you don't have to keep the promise you made before. And do you know how much I suffered from reporters because of my brother that day? But how could I not contact you for several days? Seo Ah-hyun had a very unhappy face. Well, in a way it was natural, but even Yihyun couldn't help it. Still, I contacted the Yeonhwa Guild and asked them to block the reporters. He didn't want his name to come up in the media already. What is it? Because you thought you would do well. Besides, we don't even know each other's phone numbers. But I bet you knew where I was. Ah, it was only then that Yihyun murmured softly as if he had remembered. That day when I was attacking the Big Five, Yihyun puts the subordinate, a transformation skill of brainwashing, on Seo Ah-hyun, so that she can't betray herself and go ahead and use it anytime. At the bottom of the description of the skill, there was a small addition like this. Users and dependents can track each other's location. This effect cannot be turned off by on/off. Thanks to that, it seemed that Seo Ah-hyun was tired of waiting and came to visit him himself. Yihyun scratched his head and sat Seo Ah-hyun in one of the empty seats. Just then, one chair was empty. This is because I heard that it is good to prepare plenty of chairs and refreshments in order to have business conversations when I first moved into this building with Park Seong-yi. Calm down for now, it's just that I've been eating too. What would you do if you were a nuisance in a place with so many people in the first place? We'll talk about it later. So for now, just sit still. All right, but what is it all about? It seems that the company employee in front of you treats you very respectfully. Opa. What kind of chaebol third generation is that? No, it's not, just shut up for a moment. However, despite Yihyun's mediation, Seo Ah-hyun went on a wild rampage. After she exchanged greetings with Kim Yoo-young, Seo In-na, An Ho-yeon, and Li Yisang in turn, I started chatting on my own. Yihyun thought about whether to shut up by subordination but left it alone, as if he couldn't do anything about it. He briefly explained Seo Ah-hyun and what had happened in Neverland to his colleagues. After a while, Kim Yoo-young's cold eyes were pierced into Yihyun's face. What happened to you? Threatening a third-year-old middle schooler and dragging him around. It's really great. The nagging started again. Yihyun didn't think about anything and started listening to it with one ear and letting it go. So, the first place in the freshman hunt this time was Min Yihyun, who surprised the world with an overwhelming score. This is the first time in the magic world to achieve such a result. That's right, this splendid achievement will be a great opportunity to overturn the evaluation of the magic cadets, who were relatively weak in one-on-one battles. Right after Yihyun went to the themed dungeon, every day on TV, news about the freshman hunt that took place this year was flowing. Of course, only some of the videos edited under the direction of Jane Gu were released. But the ripple effect was beyond imagination. It was because the cadet who ranked first in the freshman hunt was from the magical world. This was truly amazing. The guild master of curator who was drinking coffee at the cafe inside the guild facility. Jaehyeon was terrified and was staring at the news that was flowing out. She must have heard that name playing on TV, Jaehyeon Min. He was the one who swept the high-quality, unidentified items from the magical engineering shopping district the other day. A cadet who has already completed spying by sending lecture masters, although they are not approaching because they have a close relationship with the Yeonhwa Guild. They are hovering around and planning to attract them to their guild at any time. In the process, I also found out that Jaehyeon was a freshman at Mills Academy and participated in this event. However, this result was completely unexpected. First place in freshman hunting, even in magic, wasn't Min Jaehyeon a special raider with emotional skills like himself, according to public evaluation. Special-type radars generally have poor combat capabilities. This is because he is not accustomed to handling weapons and can handle various tasks without necessarily standing in the front line. For example, those with skills related to computational skills climb to tax accountants or executive positions of large corporations, which require quick calculations. And those with skills that allow them to stay submerged for a long time excavate hidden ruins on the seabed. They shine in my field, but their fighting skills are at a slightly better level than ordinary people. Compared to other radars, it is only to the extent that it does not help at all. But what about that kid named Min Jaehyeon, despite having the appraisal skill? First place in the bloody competition Mills, and that also broke a new record in the magic world in freshman hunting. It's nonsense. Jaehyeon murmured softly, then suddenly came to her senses. Until now, Yeonhwa Guild had noticed and considered his recruitment, but looking back at the situation, it's not so relaxed. I don't know about other people, but I have to embrace Min Jaehyeon for sure. A cadet who not only possesses appraisal skills but is also armed, he was truly a talent worthy of the Curators Guild. Even if it's not the case. It's true that the public's evaluation of the Curators Guild, which has weak combat power, is declining recently. We also need the strength to defend ourselves. The Curator is also from the Raider Guild. It is difficult to survive without possessing basic armed forces. A world where power is everything. It was impossible to pay a huge amount of money and ask the Mercenary Guild to protect the Curator. Mercenary guilds are those who receive requests and temporarily belong to the guild. There was no sense of belonging. They are eager to satisfy my greed. Because of this, Jaehyeon tried to recruit raiders with power into the guild. It is a self-evident fact that it is much better to rely on the guild members with whom you have built a bond than to borrow help from outside forces in case of emergency. But what if the curator recruits Jaehyeon Min? Jaehyeon possesses excellent military power along with emotion skills. From the moment I took first place in miles in the magic world, he has emerged as a hot potato for all guilds. I have to do it now. No matter what proposal the Yeonhwa Guild made, I just need to make a better proposal. She immediately picked up her smartphone and made a call somewhere. Soon, a woman's clear voice began to be heard in her ears. The owner of the voice was none other than the lecturer, a person whom Park Seong-yi met a while ago, and a person who was dispatched to dig up the contact point between Min Jaehyeon and the Yeonhwa Guild. Incidentally, he was Jaehyeon's right-hand man. It's a play, it's me. I'm going to issue an emergency order from now on. So listen carefully. The kid named Min Jaehyeon I mentioned before, recruit them as our curator no matter what. I understand the words, however he currently has a close relationship with the Yeonhwa Guild. So it is difficult to make a hasty move. If you have already signed a contract with Yeonhwa, it will be difficult to withdraw it with little money. Kang Yeonju paused for a while and waited, but there was no answer coming back, and that meant there was no change in Jaehyeon's decision. All right, if you allow the operation of the emergency funds of curator, we will do something. Jaehyeon answered lightly with a smile on her lips. What do we have? Let me show you. The Curator Guild's financial power, the spirit of being able to steal the talents that the Yeonhwa Guild covets. I am the heavenly demon potion. Isn't something wonderful? At Seo Ah-hyen's words, everyone in the hall fell silent for a moment. Jaehyeon stared blankly at the woman sitting next to him, looking shocked. What did I just hear? But she didn't seem to be joking. Seo Ah-hyen smiled and began to give legitimacy to the name she had made. First of all, it has to be cool enough to be on the radar. What is it? I heard that the heavenly demon is the best in martial arts, then it should be this much. Subordinate, Jaehyeon immediately shouted subordination inwardly and covered her mouth. How could such a naming sense come from a genius girl with an IQ of 150? After thinking that, Jaehyeon shook his head and brushed off his thoughts. I'm sure the remaining guys aren't stupid like that. Then how about the Chancellor's potion shop, named after the Chancellor's older brother, with An Hoyeon's words? A deep silence descended once again. Are you serious about that? Hoyena, aren't you crazy? Why not? Undoubtedly, judging from how sullen he was. He also thought my idea was worthwhile. Crazy. I barely endured the swear words that were about to come out. What kind of customer would come in after seeing the name of the Chancellor's potion shop? Jaehyeon sighed and shook his head. I had no choice but to pin my hopes on the remaining two no. Kim Yoo-young passed, judging from her usual behavior. There was no way she would give a sane answer. Inaya, what do you think? Then how about the potion shop Alice? Something cute and Kung. Jaehyeon slammed his forehead on the desk. Now there is no hope left here. It's gone. This is a demon, even if you ask the monsters in the dungeon. They will give you more useful answers than this. It's ruined. Jaehyeon shook his head with a puzzled face. Even Seona has such a naming sense. It seemed that no one here could have a pet. No, there shouldn't be if you brought an animal and named it that way. You might bite the owner's hand. Then let's end the meeting here. I'm going to ask others. Hey, wait for a sec. Why didn't you listen to my idea? When Kim Yoo-young got angry, Jaehyeon tried to ignore it, but gave up and shook his hand. If you try, you won't be better than the kids next to you. That's it. Say something. A workshop elixir. Jaehyeon's eyes widened. Brilliant light. As if finding a ray of light in the darkness, he held Kim Yoo-young's hand tightly before he knew it and spoke with a face almost crying. That's right. What? Why is this so gross all of a sudden? Kim Yoo-young was frightened and tried to step back. But Jaehyeon refused to let go of her hand. Elixir. It is another name for the Philosopher's Stone, which is said to have been created by alchemists in the past, and heals all wounds. A mysterious elixir that is said to be able to even revive life. Workshop elixir. It is a name that moderately promotes Li Yisang's potion. But it is not old-fashioned and can increase brand value. Jaehyeon looked around at everyone with a genuinely happy face and said, Then, the name of this shop will now be Workshop Elixir. Any complaints since then? Preparations for the opening of Gokubo Elixir went smoothly. Li Yisang gave the potion recipe to the contract new alchemists. Of course. Only normal potions. All other special potions were left as they were because Li wanted to make them himself. This is because he himself liked making potions more than business. And there were no talents who could match his technological prowess in the first place. It is a necessary choice. On the other hand, Jaehyeon had spent almost all of his money from buying the shares of Gotham Shop and opening the studio this time. There was still tens of millions of won worth of money left, so it wouldn't be a problem for the time being. But it was necessary to go around the dungeon to purchase the necessary items later. I also want to experiment with the effects of newly obtained items. After he came out, he immediately picked up his smartphone and called Park Seong-yi. This is Seong-yi Park. Manager of Yeonhwa Guild? Yes, it's me. Jaehyeon Min, are you busy today? Yes, Yeonhwa Guild's manager job is always hectic, but well, Jaehyeon's time is worth it. That's a relief. I contacted you because I have a request for you. Are you all right? Of course, the CEO also told us not to spare Jaehyeon's support. It's like riding a boat now, haha. Park Seong-yi gave particular strength to riding the boat. Jaehyeon smiled and added, Are there any lower dungeons left in the guild? Or intermediate level is fine? Jaehyeon asked with a sly face, of course. Since he is still a minor, it is against the law for Jaehyeon to attack the dungeon alone. However, with the power of Yeonhwa Guild, there was no need to worry. Even in the first dungeon raid where he met Hell and Nightshade before, he entered the dungeon alone, but he was not exposed to other media or guilds at all. No, maybe even if it was exposed, I wouldn't have been able to open my mouth, because the power of Guild Yeonhwa is that great. On the other hand, Park Seong-yi over the smartphone responded to his proposal with a slightly excited voice. I think the upper intermediate level is still a bit dangerous, if it's D-class. There are about 2 empty dungeons. How are you? I'll go right away. Please give me some coordinates. All right, I recommend stopping by the guild on the way to replenish some consumables. Of course, he intended to do that. But Park Seong-yi said with consideration for Jaehyeon. After resigning, his behavior became more polite, a favor that Jaehyeon had no reason to refuse. Of course, it was beneficial to accept it. I'll be there soon. Oh, you don't have to wait outside this time. I'll finish it soon anyway. Jaehyeon smiled. Park Seong-yi over the phone should have had the same expression. Director Jane Ku's office, standing upright in front of Gu Yaoen and reporting to him is none other than Jeong Yi-soo. This time, he was a new instructor who joined Mill's academy. Jeong Yi-soo nodded slightly at Gu Yaoen's instructions and said, All right, you mean to monitor Min Jaehyeon's every move during class. Right? It's good that you understand quickly. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo, I wish you well. That friend is a cadet I have a special eye on. I will not disappoint you, then I'm done. Knock thump. Gu Yaoen raised his eyebrows as he watched Jeong Yi-soo leave the office after giving a thumbs up. Jeong Yi-soo, she was the person in charge of the lecture for understanding magical operations, this time as part of her own faction. And this subject is a required course that must be taken by all magical raiders. There is no better opportunity than class to observe Min Jaehyeon. Gu Yaoen raised the corners of his mouth and showed his white teeth. I wonder if we can exceed expectations this time too. We'll have to wait and see. Saying that, Gu Yaoen glanced over the profile of the cadet that was littered on the desk with a fierce look. Among the students enrolled at Mills Academy, those who lagged behind the most, there was a large red X marked on the profile of the list of mostly magic cadets. Chapter 79, Understanding Magic Calculations, Part 1. Fuck, what kind of bullshit is this? Yu Xianyi's face, who was holding the TV remote control, turned red. He was spitting nutmeg with an annoyed face. It was caused by a broadcast on TV a while ago. So, the first place in the freshman hunt this time was a cadet named Min Jaehyeon, who surprised the world with an overwhelming score. This is the first time in the magic world to achieve such a result. That's right, this splendid achievement will be a great opportunity to overturn the evaluation of the magic cadets, who were relatively weak in one-on-one battles. Fuck, what do you mean? Obviously the face on the TV screen is Min Jaehyeon, not anyone else. It was the guy he had recently ordered the men from the manpower station to kill half of them. I'm sure they should have even reported that they handled Min Jaehyeon well. How could he have participated in the Mills Academy event? What's there? First place in the highly competitive Mills Academy freshman hunt. At that moment, a disturbing thought passed through Yu Xianyi's head. Dare, take the money and do something like this? Did you trick me? Yu Xianyi immediately picked up his smartphone and made a call. It was the three men from the manpower station who had ordered to attack Min Jaehyeon the other day. The ringing tone continues. Yu Xianyi's face gradually darkened. The curse came out of his mouth again. These bastards, unsurprisingly. None of them answered the phone. On the smartphone, only a voice saying that the number does not exist is heard. Yu Xianyi clenched his fists with a face full of anger. In the TV screen, Min Jaehyeon is taking first place in the freshman hunt with his overwhelming skills. How the hell could this happen? I thought I was a cadet at best. It is true that I left it to the manpower station and did not worry about it, but now I had to admit it that Jaehyeon is fundamentally quite different from ordinary cadets. Now I get it. Why did that person embrace him so much? Yu Xianyi finally realized. Why did my sister surround Min Jaehyeon like that? The reason was simple. Because I have such strong skills. Yu Xianyi gritted his teeth and looked at Min Jaehyeon's cynical face on TV. It was as if he would tear it apart at any moment. Then, suddenly another thought passed through his mind. For a moment, even at that time my sister did not die, as Min Jaehyeon said. When I saw the doctors, I was told I had less than a few months left to do it. It was strange. As Min Jaehyeon said, Yu Xiangyun did not die when he should have fallen. No, instead of dying, he said he became healthy enough to work more actively in the guild. Is this just a coincidence? Soon after, that guy intervened in the incident. All rumors about Yu Sungyun's illness subsided. He was sued for spreading false information and had to pay a considerable amount of compensation. I was put in a situation where I couldn't delay any more time with a lot of debt. It's really a slope. After Min Jaehyeon's appearance, his plans began to crumble. Yu Xianyi came to a conclusion. This is no coincidence. Min Jaehyeon is a dangerous guy who is hiding something. It is an object to be eliminated that has enough power to interfere with his plans in the future. That bastard, I will kill him no matter what you do. It didn't matter how strong Min Jaehyeon was. He just smashed whatever stood in his way. Yu Xianyi picked up his smartphone again and this time started to make a call to a different place. After a while, I heard a ringing tone and a man answered the phone. The man asked first, "What's going on? Did the things I talked about before go through properly?" Yu Xianyi continued speaking in an unusually tense voice. "Well, actually, it seems that one kid made things go wrong." "Tell me in detail." "Min Jaehyeon, this is the guy who took first place in the event of Mills Academy. Because of that, the plan was twisted. It will take some more time to get rid of my sister." At Yu Xianyi's words, the man's speech over the receiver was cut off for a moment. After a while, the man asked in a subdued voice, "What do you want to say?" At those words, Yu Xianyi raised the corner of his mouth. "Please support, at least B grade. No, you need a Class A radar." Jaehyeon went around several C-class dungeons that Seongyi Park guided him to, and raised his level. The experience didn't rise much, but it was the result of diligently hunting demons. You have succeeded in reaching level 35. At this level, there is no one among the cadets to follow. And of course it threatens the instructors. Jaehyeon nodded his head with a satisfied face as he listened to the class. "Good, I also made quite a bit of money. The situation is not bad. The total revenue earned this time is a little over 100 million. It's not that much money compared to what I've earned from catching Nightshade before. But I've already prepared the things I need to grow, so there's no particular problem. Money is no big deal anymore. Workshop Elixir will definitely be a box office success. From now on, Jaehyeon wouldn't have to go through a lot of hardships related to money. The stock purchase of Gotham Shop, the opening of Studio Elixir, was particularly effective. Now, as long as the money doesn't come out at once, there is nothing to be tied up financially. Even those who are looking after them are Yeonhwa, the best guild in Korea. If you have a small dispute or a situation where you need legal help, you can ask for advice from the guild. As long as I get good grades from the academy, there won't be any big problems for at least a month. Now, What you need to worry about is studying for the Academy's regular exams. If I ever get a bad grade, I have to stay and study on my own. There is also a retest. Failure should be avoided as much as possible. There is room for disruption in future plans and movements. Because he intended to make good use of the leisurely month ahead, fortunately. The theory class itself wasn't too difficult for Jaehyeon, who is naturally smart. Well, I already knew most of it because I had time to roll on the front line as a radar. It was because he had already studied low-level mathematics and other common radar subjects several times in the past. In the first place, since he monopolizes even the knowledge of the future, there will be no future where others are ahead of Jaehyeon. However, such reproduction was not without problems. There's no big problem with subjects like magic science, but you have to worry about other things. In particular, it is correct to say that I am several years behind other people in the classes that I take exclusively in the magic world. It had been his concern recently. I was too focused on hunting monsters and leveling up, so I had to study and learn magic-related subjects in advance. But I couldn't. Magic theory is fundamentally several times more difficult than martial arts classes. To put it simply, you can't become a great wizard unless you put a variety of knowledge into your head that's comparable to the amount that lawyers and doctors study. Thanks to this, according to the announcement of the National Statistical Office, the top-ranked wizards all have high average IX. It's a plate where everyone who has it eats it. Well, it's not particularly important to me. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and thought for a moment. For now, it'll work out somehow because the practical performance is so overwhelming. I nodded and looked ahead. The new instructor's voice resonated quietly on the podium. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeong Yi-soo. I am teaching understanding magical operations, and we will do our best for you, so please follow along. Jeong Yi-soo was a young instructor still in his early 20s, however. It is said that he is very talented for his age. The reason why he took on the position of Miles' instructor was to build up his specs and later move to a large guild. Apparently, since this is a time when wizards are being looked down upon, it is not easy to enter a large guild even if you have skills. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo continued by pointing to the equations written on the hologram floating on the podium. My class is a fundamental understanding of magic, and we will mainly deal with arithmetic expressions. How much do you cadets know about magic? Magic is a supernatural phenomenon that is manifested by pouring mana based on an arithmetic formula. One of the cadets in front raised his hand and answered lightly. Jeong Yi-soo smiled and nodded. That's right, magic is the science of deriving a phenomenon from an arithmetic expression. Jaehyeon nodded. That's right, magic is an arithmetic formula. Kim Yu-young said that the other day. When I was taking a theory class, Kim Yu-young said the same thing. Magic is just a phenomenon, and it is the arithmetic expression that derives the phenomenon, however. Jaehyeon did not have time to think deeply about it. It might be more accurate to say that I didn't have to worry about it. Thanks to Odin's lost eye, Jaehyeon can use magic without an arithmetic formula. Because of this, it was possible to freely manipulate magic without considering the calculation formula. As a wizard, this is an indescribably great advantage and weapon. It is also true that now that I am in a hurry to become stronger, I did not have the energy to worry about the ceremony. However, after taking the full-scale class, I became interested. What is an alternative arithmetic expression that can lead to such a mysterious phenomenon? From now on, I will share one book with you. This book is Basic Magic. In other words, it deals with the arithmetic expression that can manifest D-class magic, and writes down the magic that can be applied later. Learning all of these, this is the assignment for this semester. Simply put, it means to memorize a book month by month. I already had a feeling that it would not be easy, of course. Jaehyeon is smart and is much better than other people, but right now it is more efficient to raise the level by one level rather than immersed in desk discussions. Is it really possible to memorize the book perfectly? After sighing, I received the book handed over from the front and examined it. All of the cadets who received the book had faces full of complaints. An embarrassed voice suddenly erupted from their mouths. What is it? Is there anything written outside? Look at this. Neither is in. Memorize something like this. Isn't it just a misprint? Jaehyeon's eyes twitched as he read the book. There was a muffled noise. But he didn't care at all and just smiled. A book with nothing written on its red surface, however. Jaehyeon clearly saw the inside. The letters written in gold are unusual and unrecognizable to ordinary people. Rune. That is the correct answer. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, at Jaehyeon's words. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo's face hardened for a moment but soon returned to normal. The book she gave to the cadets is not an ordinary book. It contains magical power. So you have to decipher basic calculation formulas to see inside. A magic book with a very special magic. However, you deciphered it as soon as you received it. I've heard from Chairman Koo Yaon and Instructor Kim Jae-yeon. But I've already heard enough rumors about Min Jaehyeon. I also watched his performance in the freshman hunt with my own two eyes, but this is out of the question. The arithmetic formula is what is called a magic flower by eliciting and materializing phenomena. It is the framework that makes up a system, because it is such an essential study. It is notorious for being the most difficult in magic theory. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo watched Jaehyeon with sharp eyes. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, from what you've heard. It's a great skill. Ordinary cadets could barely read the cover in 4 days. That's amazing. Thank you for the compliment, Jaehyeon replied calmly. However, his mind was filled only with thoughts of runes. Why are these letters invisible to others, clearly visible to you? The answer to that question was simple. The lost eye of Odin, the ability to interpret rune words immediately upon wearing. This mythical item had an effect, thanks to this. Jaehyeon can read the letters without studying the rune language, as if it were the letters he used originally. Comfortably, then let me ask you one more question. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, Instructor Jeong Yi-soo asked again in a low voice. The rune words written on the cover of the book, do you know what that means? Jaehyeon laughed. Could this also be a prank of the Nornir system? If not, does this mean that magic is a science that cannot be discussed without mentioning him? Jaehyeon knows that it is magic, and the arithmetic expression is a concept created or discovered by that lofty being. The life of Odin and the basics of runes. Jaehyeon smiled again, however. That smile was a smile that contained a bit of fishiness, unlike a moment ago. Jaehyeon raised his head and asked again. Am I wrong? Chapter 80, Understanding Magical Operations, Part 2. Odin, the supreme god of Norse mythology and the ruler of Asgard. He was a being who constantly thirsted for knowledge. It is said that he devoted one eye to the spring of Mimir to seek knowledge of the other world, and was pierced by Gungnir and hung upside down in Yggdrasil for 9 days to learn the knowledge and runes of the underworld. Rune words literally manifest magic, a language system that intervenes in arithmetic expressions. Odin sacrificed himself to find out all this. What a poisonous nobleman. It's embarrassing that I'm the one who should be killed. Jaehyeon was spinning his pen while thinking such a stupid thought. Free time now. The other cadets were infusing magic into Jaehyeon's eyes to read the rune words he saw. Of course, Jaehyeon was well aware that he could not see or interpret the rune language that way. Just by concentrating your eyesight if possible. You should be able to see the non-fighting radar as well. But magic is not that simple. Just because you can memorize the multiplication table doesn't mean you understand all the concepts of numbers. It's just pulling out learned memories and using them as needed. It's completely different from holding rune words. Of course, I didn't know from the beginning. It's all tempting. Even so, Jaehyeon's mood wasn't bad at all. It felt like my eyes were open to something new. Reading rune words and practicing basic magic. I didn't think it would be particularly helpful. But I discovered a new possibility. Have any other students succeeded in reading rune words? No one answered Instructor Jeong Yi-soo's question. Also, for those who are still new cadets, this is too difficult a task. Humans focus too much on what they see and what they don't see. In other words, they are vulnerable to things that can only be seen by relying on other senses. This week's assignment, during this time. A week from now, you will succeed in reading the letters on the cover and the first page of this sorcerer's book. The instructor did not forget to add that points were at stake this time as well. Jaehyeon fixed his eyes on the future for a while and pondered briefly. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo, although she is a very capable person, Jaehyeon was suspicious of her. I don't know how many factions Gujin has in Mill's Academy, but anyway, it's practically impossible to kill all of the students alone. And if there was an enemy to be fought against someday, it was necessary to know the size and power of the enemy in advance. A losing battle should never be fought. You don't know when an accident similar to the mock dungeon will happen again. You have to be careful. Even though I've gotten pretty strong, I can't relax. The situation has changed. The future has changed and Jane Ku will attack Jaehyeon more aggressively. Jaehyeon watched Instructor Jeong Isu's back as he left the classroom for a while. Then stood up. A few days after that, Jaehyeon went through all the sorcery books and studied about arithmetic formulas. The books written in arithmetic formulas or runes were all full of interesting things. It was already possible to use all the basic magic of one star, but once I started to realize the concept of the arithmetic formula, I was able to advance to the next level more quickly. For example, mana chain. This magic is basically a magic used to bind the opponent, but its nature changes depending on how the attribute is given. The magic that Jaehyeon is currently using, Chain of Lightning, is also derived from this. The combination of lightning attribute magic and mana chain is the Chain of Lightning. Like this, no matter how low the level of magic was, depending on how it was placed and combined, its uses were endless. It was as if the basic swordsmanship skill would change to an intermediate swordsmanship when the proficiency rose. As for magic, the more I understood the basic concept of the rune formula, the faster I could advance to a higher level. Still, somehow all three of them managed to read the cover. Congratulations, Jaehyeon said while looking at the two people scattered around the academy library. Kim Yu-young is buried in a pile of books with a tired face. And Seo In-na is engrossed in reading the magic book, even bursting blood vessels in her eyes. It's embarrassing. I'm sure I was the one who taught Min Jaehyeon magic in the first place. Hey, it's originally called Chungchulialim, the disciple surpasses the master, when Jaehyeon spoke smirkingly. Kim Yu-jung widened her eyes and gnashed her teeth. She immediately straightened herself up and focused on the magic book again. Actually, I said this. But Kim Yu-young and Seo In-na were able to read the letters of the magic books really quickly. Most of the other cadets still don't even know that the letters on the cover are gold. Of course I'm the most talented gold spoon. Jaehyeon himself was clearly realizing it, even if it wasn't an item. Jaehyeon would have been able to read the letters and contents of the magic book first. An aptitude of 97 isn't just for everyone. In addition, Jaehyeon ate the Odins golden apple the other day, and his magic aptitude increased. Perhaps it exceeded 100% or was close to it. Of course, I've never tested it again, so it's just a hypothesis, but if the system tells you so, you are right to trust it. Isn't it the Nornir system that has given me ridiculous opportunities several times? Oh, done, a strangely cute voice came out of Seo In-na's mouth. Contrary to her usual introverted appearance, she held out a book to Jaehyeon with her eyes sparkling. Look at this, I can finally read the first chapter, congratulations. Jaehyeon said that in the most friendly tone, however. Seo In-na soon came to her senses and bowed her head with a blushing face. Damn, why can't I see me? Kim Yu-young slammed the desk with indignation from the side. The librarian at the library cast a sharp gaze in Jaehyeon's direction. No. I'm not like that, but I didn't say it out of my mouth. If that's the case anyway. You'll be treated like a petty person and you'll only get more swearing for no reason. The next day, I got a call from Yi-sang Lee. It was to tell the news that Gokubo Elixir had opened in earnest. Jaehyeon happily ran to the workshop Elixir and bought some potions. Due to Lee Yi-sang's personality, he could not see the counter and was confined to the laboratory. Take this bar, Lee Yi-sang made and handed over to Jaehyeon a potion that would help him both inside and outside the academy. There is strength, agility, horsepower, and endurance. There was also an elixir of terrifying performance that temporarily augmented all 4 stats. I also thought it was a great talent. It's an elixir that increases my stats. What kind of material does this take? To leave such a talented person rotting in a small room, Jaehyeon licked his lips in regret. If I had paid more attention to it sooner, I could have made a more efficient potion. Then I could make more money and the situation would have stabilized more quickly. Of course, it's not too late now, so there's no need to worry at all. But it was a bit disappointing. It's all thanks to you. Lee Yi-sang said so sincerely, but what I really want to thank is Jaehyeon. No, if my brother is doing well. It's good for me, you know I am the major shareholder here. Alright though, if it wasn't for you I wouldn't have come this far, when I asked. Lee Yi-shin also said that he had decided not to be involved in Lee Yi-sang's life anymore. The conflict related to the family has come to an end. In fact, Lee Yi-shin also has 3 more sons besides Lee Yi-sang. So he must be busy taking care of them. How about sales revenue? Do you think it's okay? I heard that about 44 million won came out. Oh, total sales of 4,000 is really jackpot, then the net profit is already. No, that's not it, the net profit is 440 million won. Thud, my heart sinks. It seemed that he had looked down on Yeonhwa Guild's publicity and capital. What, 40 million won? The net profit of the potion shop that has not yet been properly word of mouth. A week later. Understanding magical operations, a class came back. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo told the person who could read the cover of the magic book to raise their hand. I checked and there were about 10 of them. It's not as bad as I thought, after all. It's a prestigious academy. Jaehyeon thought so and looked at the magic book in his hand. He had already read all the way through to the end and memorized the contents. The Lost Eye of Odin also boasted phenomenal performance. It wasn't enough to let even magic instructors read rune words that were difficult to read without hesitation, and even gave the user an X-level skill called absolute calculation. 1, 2, 3, that's good, if all 12 are done. That's not a bad achievement. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo next asked if anyone could read the first page of the Book of Magic. This time, only 2 people raised their hands, Jaehyeon Min and Ina Seo. Are you following the aptitude? The 2 people who clashed in the mana room raised their hands. Excellent, these 2 are achieving remarkable growth among them. Saying that, Instructor Jeong Yi-soo clapped briefly. The cadets started clapping after her. Among the dogs there were more eyes to see them, but there was nothing special. Originally, envy and jealousy are emotions that exist everywhere. Then I will ask these 2. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo stepped off the podium as if he had something important to say. CEO or cadet, what was the phrase on the first page of this book? Yes, it said, runes are the language of magic. You're right, you interpreted it very accurately. In response to Seo Ina's clear answer, Instructor Jeong Yi-soo smiled lightly. As I've heard, Seo Ina is also an outstanding cadet. If I grow it well, I can grow it to an all-time high. Jiang Yisu changed the question and subject and spoke again. Then let me ask you something else this time. In the eyes of instructor Jiang Yisu, Li Qi was young, her eyes turned to Jaehyeon. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, can you interpret what this sentence means? In an unexpected situation, a question came back to Jaehyeon. I didn't think there would be no questions. But it was pretty sudden, however. Jaehyeon did not panic and calmly organized his thoughts. Let's think about it. Obviously, the phrase written on the first page is, Rune, it's a magical language. Jaehyeon pondered for a while as he repeated the phrase on the tip of his tongue. A short silence flows soon. His lips slowly began to purr. Rune, it's a magic language. The meaning of this sentence is that the rune language is a frame that composes magic and is the basis of magic as a device that acts on arithmetic expressions. Great, so what can rune words be defined as in magic? After arranging his thoughts for a while, Jaehyeon added again. At first, the professor said magic is a phenomenon. It is the rune word that brings about that phenomenon. In other words, rune language exists as a starting device. His unstoppable words overwhelmed the audience. Jaehyeon smiled lightly. Instructor Jiang Yisu's face was also slowly smiling. Chapter 81, Understanding Magic Calculation Part 3. That was a perfect answer indeed. Jiang Yisu couldn't help but be overwhelmed by Jaehyeon's answer. 17 at most, to see him showing off his extensive knowledge of the runes that make up magic at a young age. I cannot believe it, if it was just knowledge. I might have been able to answer easily, however Jaehyeon had skills beyond knowledge. Open mind, of course it's important. But it's a concept that doesn't work very well in dungeons. Insignificant things like the history of magic or the derivation of swordsmanship. Those things are of no help to the actual dungeon raid, but what about representation the other day? When I heard from another professor, he said that he got a perfect score on the paper test related to the witch beast. In the mana room test supervised by instructor Kim Jaehyeon, he reached the 10th floor and even in the mock dungeon. He fought against monsters that could never be defeated and won. This time. Even to the point of understanding and answering the fundamentals of magic and rune words. That's really great, Cadet Min Jaehyeon, that is the perfect answer. There was nothing she could do but say so. How much knowledge does that child know, according to what the librarian told me the other day? Jaehyeon has been going to the library every day to borrow magic books. That means that I have been studying diligently to complete this task perfectly. Having such strong skills. You don't want to miss even a single theory. Cannot believe it. No, any of the instructors would think so. That child has already completely escaped the status of a cadet. Even so. Does he constantly strive to grow and develop? There was silence for a moment. Soon the class ended with the sound of a bell and Jiang Yisu cleared his throat and said, Today's class has ended with this. Thank you all for your hard work. After that, the cadets left their seats one by one and began to leave the classroom. Young Yisu was also preparing to go out with his class materials, but then, a cadet approached him and held out a book of magic. Instructor Jiang Yisu's eyebrows narrowed. Somehow she seemed to be able to tell who the cadet in front of her was without looking. Instructor Jiang Yisu, I came because I wanted to ask you something. Instructor Jiang Yisu looked up and saw the face of the cadet calling him. As expected. The cadet standing in front of him was Min Jaehyeon. I don't understand a passage on this page. Jaehyeon was seriously thinking and asking her questions. What was even more surprising was that the magic book that Jaehyeon brought was a whopping 4 stars. 4-star magic book. This would be difficult even for an instructor to read if Cadet Min Jaehyeon really understands the contents of this book. This meant that Jaehyeon had already mastered all magic up to 3 stars. Even though he was only a freshman. Hey, but why don't you go and sit here for a while? Are you waking up soon? Jaehyeon asked while looking at Seo Ah-hyun, who had taken up a seat on the sofa in the hideout. This hideout is on the 2nd floor of Lee Yisang's potion shop, which opened last time. This is the place where they gathered to name the shop the other day, where Lee Yisang's former studio was rented. Now, the Yeonhwa Guild has bought the building and has received special permission to use this space freely. Jaehyeon, who had to prevent Gu Yaen's upcoming scheme, needed a safe space to hold a meeting with the party. This is the place I chose for that hideout. If I had tried to carry out the plan alone, it would have taken at least a few more months. It could have been several years. It is difficult for Jaehyeon, who is originally a minor, to actively participate in the potion business. If it hadn't been for the help of Yeonhwa Guild in the middle, it would have been difficult. This is why I have good connections. Jaehyeon smiled and thought about it. Anyway, thanks to that, there was a space where the party could gather like this to rest and chat. After thinking for a while, Jaehyeon fixed his gaze on Seo Ah-hyun again. She reads comic books and almost lives here, from what I've heard. I'm such a genius that I don't have to go to school every day or something. The situation where all the other coworkers are away because they have classes. Jaehyeon sighed and sighed again. No. You can read it at your house. Why are you fussing here? Aren't you going home? At those words, Seo Ah-hyun uttered a small voice with a dark expression on her face. That's what my mother said. Subordinate, you are invincible. Actually, I came out because I had a fight with my mother. I knew it. As the days go by, I feel Seo Ah-hyun's lies grow. Of course, it doesn't matter because you can figure out the authenticity with any number of dependent skills. Well, he seems to be enjoying it now. So he's just leaving it alone. Seo Ahayan kept her eyes on the comic book and continued to shout. So, please release this, subordination. First, are you keeping a secret? What do I see and believe in you? Be patient for a moment, I will find a way. Contrary to what was said in the theme dungeon in the first place, the subordination could not be released immediately. Jaehyeon intended to leave only the confidentiality clause for her, but in order to amend the contract, she had to cancel the subordination and use the magic again. Thanks to this, I couldn't solve the clause and I couldn't do this or that. If it were someone else, he would have freed his subordinates and given only moderate attention, but Seo Ahayan was very talkative. If you go around bragging about me in other places, things will become a hassle. Releasing the subordination is dismissal for now. Jaehyeon nodded with a promise. And Seo Ahayan grinned. What is the method? If you release the dependent skill for a while and then walk again and put a restriction on it. What if you don't agree then I'm brand new. Stupid, do you know how to be deceived? At Jaehyeon's words, Seo Ahayan became dumb after eating honey. After all, he has the face of a second-class villain who says it's not easy. Jaehyeon sighed, of course. This place is spacious enough and the facilities are good because it is a new building. There is no problem with one more Seo Ahayan going out, and since there is a subordination at stake, there is no need to worry about telling the secret to the outside world. In the first place, I made a hideout to use it for this purpose, but it is also true that it is annoying. Seo Ahayan's skill is of course helpful, but it's not something I need right away. You are still in middle school, it's where the older sisters and brothers play, so get out of there yourself. No way, with only 1 year difference, don't talk like that. Uncle, did you really have a big fight with your mom that morning? A frying pan just flew around the house. Okay, stop it and shut up, it's crazy. After warning, Jaehyeon took out the magic book he borrowed a while ago and started reading. He briefly recalled the conversation with instructor Jeong Yisu a moment ago. This magic book has a whopping 4 stars. Do you really understand the contents of this book? In class a little while ago, Jaehyeon asked instructor Jeong Yisu a few questions about the formula. This is because the difficulty of the books became exponentially more difficult starting from the magic books that dealt with magic that exceeded 4 stars. For example, creation that creates new magic. Something like destruction that completely removes existing magic and returns it to nothing. Something like amplification that makes existing magic 1 level stronger. Upon encountering such high-level knowledge, it was inevitable to experience difficulties no matter how much it was reproduced. So he went to Jeong Yisu and asked about these things, and she gave a solid answer. Of course, there is a possibility that she is Gu Jane's henchman. But anyway, her current status is an instructor. There shouldn't be an instructor who doesn't answer the cadets' questions from ancient times. But what book is that? While I was reading the magic book, Seo Ahayan suddenly asked me. Jaehyeon tried to ignore it but told him that it was obvious that if he left it as it was, he would become more annoying. Seo Ahayan sighed softly and then said, "It's a magic book, I'm a martial artist. So I have nothing to do with it, I like it, show me too just because the cover is good. Arthur, don't be fooling around." Jaehyeon lightly ignored it. But Seo Ahayan persistently demanded to show him the book. I had no choice but to show her the book, but suddenly her eyes stopped for a moment. Aha, I was thinking of doing that. Acceleration of acceleration, apparently. Seo Ahayan thought that by using that skill she would be able to grasp the contents of the magic book somehow. Though it won't be that simple, Jaehyeon laughed, of course. Seo Ahayan's thought acceleration is a very outstanding skill. However, there is no special ability to read rune words. This is the information I learned when Seo Ahayan was bragging about her skills before returning. In the first place, the martial world has things that can be done with the martial world and the magic world. Invading each other's territory is virtually impossible. What is it? Is this really what it says? Can't you see anything? So you're saying I was joking? When Jaehyeon was dumbfounded and asked back. Seo Ahayan did not back down and replied, I don't know, the person who joked with the contract. What do I see and believe? Yeah, you and I will never build trust. We distrust each other like this. Who brought it on themselves? After Seo Ahayan laughed. She fixed her eyes on the comic book again. Jaehyeon sighed and closed the book. Hey, why I'm reading the funniest part right now. I've been thinking about it, probably dependent on you. I don't think I'll be able to release it for the rest of my life. Yes, what do you mean by that? Until just now. They said they were looking for a way. No, it's nothing special, Jaehyeon smiled, because it's thick. Seo Ahayan opened her mouth wide and was shocked. As if it was no big deal, Jaehyeon started turning the pages again. And she dropped the comic book she was reading in shock. Damn it, a few more days after that, reading magic books was almost blocked at 4 stars. Basic magic has already been mastered, however. Magic of intermediate or higher level required higher thinking and concentration. Of course, Jaehyeon had an advantage over the others because he had taken a lot of stamina in advance. Apart from endurance. It feels like something is blocked by a wall. It's probably because I'm still immature as a mage. Something has to be found, I thought about it. But the answer didn't come right away. If I only raise the level here without a fundamental understanding of magic, I have a hunch that I will miss something very important. Jaehyeon made up his mind. A more fundamental approach is needed. After thinking for a while, in the end, Jaehyeon decided to choose the simplest method. I need to go see the teacher. When blocked by a wall, there was nothing like a good teacher. Chapter 82, Understanding Magic Calculations Part 4. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that for sure either. Yes, Yeonhwa Guild's battleground. Yu Sung-yoon said that while looking at the face of the disciple who hadn't come in a while, hearing the words. Jaehyeon's face was not good. The paleness of his complexion was much more serious than when he had recently stayed up all night reading magic books. I can't tell you for sure, what do you mean by that? Jaehyeon calmed down his bewildered mind and looked at Yu Seongjun in front of him. Yu Seongjun laughed at the face of the answer and continued again. It is literally. It means that the three concepts that appear in the 4-star magic book cannot be learned by being taught by others. You mean you have to get enlightened yourself? Okay, the stages after 4 stars are meaningless unless you learn them yourself, no matter how much other people explain it. It's hard to understand because it's a 4-star magician. Because of that, the difficulty jumps up from there. Well, if you can pull off that, you'll be on your way to becoming an A-class raider. So don't think too badly of it. It's an A-class radar. The first goal that Jaehyeon engraved after returning was to become an A-class radar. This is because the minimum strength required to kill his father Min Seong-oh and protect his comrades was a class, according to Yu Sung-yoon. The moment you learn the 4-star magic book, you will be able to step into the entrance of the A-class radar. Hearing those words made me even more anxious. Somehow, I have to completely remove the 4-star magician and set foot on the A-class level. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. What does it mean to achieve self-realization? Also, how to train properly in the future. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon asked, by the way, teacher, how many spells can you read? Me, I'm 6 stars. Recently, I'm also researching 7-star magic books. It was a truly unbelievable story. As expected. This is because he is the head of the Yeonhwa Guild, sir. After all, he's a great person. As Jaehyeon knows, all the magic books that exist in the world are divided into 9 grades, 1 to 9 stars, the higher the number. The more difficult it is, and with modern magic, it is said that up to 6 magic books can be interpreted. In other words, Yu Sung-yoon has reached the limits of modern wizards. As Jaehyeon pondered, Yu Seong added with a small smile, well, I'll teach you the training method in particular. How to train. Okay, it is a training method to realize the process of amplification. How are you interested? I will do my best. Jaehyeon answered right away. Yu Seong put a smile on his lips. This rambunctious disciple never made himself unhappy for a moment. I'll have to see if I can do well this time too. A week later, Jaehyeon got a perfect score in the paper test for understanding magical operations. It didn't mean much. From the beginning, he did not focus on class grades. Magic rune word formula, uncovering their secrets was the ultimate goal of representation, until now. Jaehyeon has not had a chance to show off his abilities because he was hidden in the shadow of the system. However, in recent years, rather than relying on the system, it is growing on its own. It lifts Jaehyeon's whole body to the fullest and helps him to go to a better place. I don't know how long the system will be favorable to me or what the future will be. Jaehyeon sincerely thought so. When monsters appeared and radar appeared in the world, it moved to the center of life. There is something Jaehyeon felt the most. What you don't need is eventually thrown away, whether it be a thing or a person. The world where Yggdrasil sprung up now is more desolate than before. Humanity was no longer patient and did not trust each other so much. Jaehyeon was well aware that he had to rely on others to survive. We have to collide more fiercely and grow. Right after the test, Jaehyeon immediately headed to the AR combat system room. It was because he decided to practice amplification that Yu Sung-yoon taught him there. The information of first-year cadet Min Jaehyeon has been confirmed. The right to use the facility has been transferred. You can use it until 20 o'clock. When I pushed myself into the AR system room and put on my student ID, a familiar voice came out. Jaehyeon took a deep breath after changing the public status of his grades to private. The first wave starts, after a while, in front of Jaehyeon's eyes. Chunks of data that imitated the beast's appearance began to line up. What took shape was none other than a group of skeleton soldiers and drogs. Although it is an infinitely familiar landscape, Jaehyeon is now nervous. Because this time, I plan to fight while giving the monsters a little special advantage. Several skeleton soldiers standing in the vanguard rushed to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon lightly dodged the attack and figured out the number of enemies surrounding him, 10 in all. The treatment itself is not a problem, but he still couldn't help but be nervous. Active skill magic arrow. Arrows tinged with blue light are placed neatly on both sides of Jaehyeon's head. Quickly. Enemy attacks in rapid succession. A skeleton soldier holding a sword and a drog were relentlessly aiming at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There is only one reason. It was thanks to the training methods and items Yu Sung-yoon taught me the other day. Equipment item. Name, Gleipnir imitation grade. Be an imitation of the string Gleipnir that sealed Fenrir, when bound to the target's body. All stats decrease by 50%. If the tied string is loosened or torn, abilities return to normal, although imitation. Gleipnir was a powerful restraining artifact, an item that can reduce an enemy's ability by as much as 50%. This is a rare item that cannot be found anywhere in the auction house. Of course, when dealing with enemies. It was a problem with which gap to tie the string to, but I didn't care too much. The reason Jaehyeon borrowed the item was not to use it against the enemy. Jaehyeon smiled lightly and recalled the conversation he had with Yu Seonjun a week ago. So to put it simply, you use only one type of magic over and over again. Yes, just one thing. Yes, and keep analyzing the magic formula. That's homework. Does amplification really have anything to do with that training? Of course, instead. You'd better start with very low-rank magic. Magic that is difficult from the start is hard to get amplification. Let's see, the first one is, yes, magic arrow would be appropriate. I understand, since it's what the teacher said. I'll try it. Jaehyeon, take this too, it will help. This is a string. Jaehyeon is wearing a string on his wrist. In other words, the imitation of Gleipnir was tied. The user's stats are temporarily reduced by 50%, even without the system notifying him. Jaehyeon noticed that his condition was different from usual. My body was much heavier than before and I felt like I would sink at any moment. This isn't as funny as you think. Did I trust my body too much? An imitation of Gleipnir. It will be different from the original made with the 6 materials that are said to not exist in the 9 worlds. But this was enough for the current training of reproduction, 50% reduction in stats. However, Jaehyeon was not satisfied with this and took one more penalty. Deal with the enemy using only the magic arrow, and in doing so, surpassing the 27th floor. His highest record, Mills Academy Central Library. Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina, 2 people are sitting side by side and reading a magic book. It was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. Kim Yoo-young, who had been reading for a while, yawned and covered the bookshelf. It's already 8 o'clock. Aren't you tired, Anaya? I'm a bit tired. But I'm still fine. You are rather sincere, meanly. Yoo-jeong Kim shook her head in disapproval of Seo Ina's answer. Of course, even if you say this. The theoretical grades are much better for Kim Yoo-young than Seo Nana. In the case of practical skills, it is the opposite, but the overall score is overwhelming for Kim Yoo-young. In hindsight, Kim Yoo-young was doing some kind of deception. Of course, I was completely unaware of it, Kim Yoo-young said while resting her chin. Anyway, Min Jaehyeon is very busy these days. I only go to the AR room every day. Didn't he really get hurt after doing that? I know, you said it hasn't been long since you've been to the themed dungeon. I'm afraid I'll overdo it. I always get caught up in weird things. Well, I didn't mind training even when I wanted to be a martial artist, but lately it seems the severity has gotten a bit worse. At Kim Yoo-young's words, Seo In-na's expression darkened for a moment. In fact, looking at Jaehyeon's recent moves, it seemed that he was overly frantic about becoming stronger. Even though he must have been tired from going through all kinds of events. Jaehyeon kept going straight without a sign of tiredness, to the point where I'm worried that it might break. Seo In-na's pupil, who was looking down at the magic book, got lost for a moment. Jaehyeon, it seems like he's being chased somewhere. To Seo In-na's words, Kim Yoo-jeong meekly agreed. Certainly, I feel it too, but I don't know what the reason is. Anyway, he doesn't talk. So I don't know. When the two were talking, suddenly a man's voice interrupted. Hey, do you know where Min Jaehyeon is? Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na moved their gaze toward the voice. Soon, a familiar thin face caught my eye. It was Lee Soo-hyuk. You must be training at the AR system site by now, right? But why all of a sudden? When Kim Yoo-young shrugged and replied. Lee Soo-hyuk replied coldly, you don't know. Lee Soo-hyuk immediately turned around and headed outside. Kim Yoo-young clicked her tongue as if she was dumbfounded. What kind of kid do you have, if you let me know? You don't have to say thank you and go. In the middle of Kim Yoo-young's spirit, Seo In-na tilted her head as if she couldn't understand the meaning. What was his name? Another week from that, Jaehyeon visited the AR combat system room after school every single day. Killing enemies with one magic arrow every day would be terrifying if others saw it. As a result, now, Jaehyeon has reached the 41st floor, surpassing the previous record of 27th floor. It was a feat accomplished using only one E-class magician. The top of the B-class or the level of entry into the class radar. Those who have broken through the 40th floor of the AR combat system at the academy are usually evaluated that way. Of course, it's a different problem depending on the skill or skill level, but it's because the 40th floor has enemies that are strong enough to be called the Devil's Wall. The 41st floor of the AR combat system is a difficult grade even for an instructor. But Jaehyeon wasn't happy, because the very next moment something more delightful was waiting for him. Your understanding of arithmetic expressions will increase significantly. You have acquired the passive skill Understand Calculation formula. The efficiency of Magic Arrow increases rapidly. And the skill levels up. You have acquired Magic Arrow LV2. Chapter 83 Understanding Magic Calculation Part 5 Your understanding of calculation expressions will increase significantly. You have acquired the passive skill Understand Calculation formula. The efficiency of Magic Arrow increases rapidly. And the skill levels up. You have acquired Magic Arrow LV2. Jaehyeon grinned as he saw the information messages that came to mind one after another. Now I get it, the meaning of amplification, written in the 4-star magic book, amplification. It is literally taking your skills to the next level. That means leveling up your skills. This is why the teacher asked me to use the skill over and over again. Jaehyeon nodded and looked at the status window in front of him. Active skill. Name Magic Arrow LV2 rating. E shoots an arrow with condensed magical power to attack a designated target. This is the most basic attack magic. Jaehyeon crossed his arms with a satisfied expression on his face. 1 to 2, it's just that the number has changed by 1. But it means a lot. The efficiency increase of general active skills is about 1.5 times as high as 1 level. Jaehyeon quickly realized how he was able to achieve such results. It seems that the recent study of arithmetic expressions was helpful. It was a reasonable idea. Reproduction is after regression, so far. I have not studied the calculation formula separately because I have relied on blank cards. Of course, due to the classes with Kim Yoo-young and the magic lectures she has been listening to lately, she is doing the minimum. But she has never delved into the fundamental nature of magic, but now it is different. For the past few days, Jaehyeon has been focusing only on Magic Arrow and analyzing the expression. In addition, in the AR system field, he succeeded in breaking through the 41st level with just 1 skill. Lately, Jaehyeon has been working hard to the limit to understand magic, and now I have achieved some of the fruits of that. Amplification means how deeply you understand the arithmetic expression of the magic. Also, it seems that the skill is activated through the medium of how good the proficiency is. Level up your active skills. It's the top 2% radar. In other words, it is allowed only to those of a grade or higher. The act of leaping up 1 level by leaping up a skill. In general, this is called state in the martial arts world and amplification in the magic world, and is regarded as a wall. Jaehyeon had just broken that wall. I didn't know that I would succeed so quickly. But well, because good is good. A few days ago, Jaehyeon remembered the day he went to Yu Sung-yoon for help. Then she said the wall of amplification must be overcome by oneself and no one can help, but if you have the talent to reproduce, you can do it. At first we approached for the purpose of using each other, but now it feels like we've become a real teacher-teacher relationship. Jaehyeon smiled at that thought, with a smile on his lips. He stood in front of the training dummy to test the achievements he had achieved earlier. He lightly raised his hand and began to infuse mana. Active skill Magic Arrow LV2, particles of blue mana gathered at the fingertips and quickly formed arrows. At the same time, a terrible noise was heard as the sphere of magical power rotated. This is skill level up. The arrow was clearly different from the one Jaehyeon had shot earlier, even at first glance. Magic that far exceeds the power of an ordinary magic arrow. This was at least a destructive power that could only be seen in C-class magic or higher. Jaehyeon lightly stroked his chin as he watched the blue arrow floating in the air. The amount of mana consumed is the same as before. That means that if you handle skill level up well, you will be able to deal with multiple enemies with less mana in the future. To be able to produce C-class power with the mana that would normally use an E-class skill, Jaehyeon couldn't help but admire. This was clearly a different dimension. Is it getting more and more fun? Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow at that, an intense sense of achievement that can only be felt when you take 1 step forward. Jaehyeon felt a sense of elation and continued to train, while maintaining concentration. Shoot magic at the moving dummy in front of you as a target. Kwang Kwang. About 4 hours from that. After practicing magic until right before falling asleep, I came back and lay down on the bed. His body screamed in pain, but only a smile hung on Jaehyeon's lips. Mills Academy Magic Theory Classroom B, where should I start being surprised? I can't seem to get a feel for it anymore. Friday with a lecture on understanding magical operations. The next day, Jaehyeon came to instructor Jeong Yi-soo and confessed his accomplishments. Amplification success, level up your skills. These were truly eye-opening stories. How on earth is this speed of growth possible? Instructor Jeong Yi-soo narrowed his forehead with a shocked face. It's only been a month since he lectured on understanding magical operations. Jaehyeon was saying that he had learned the 4-star magic book in just 1 month. Others couldn't even read the cover of a 1-star magic book at best. He has already surpassed most pro raiders. Amplification is a concept that only appears in 4-star magic books. What a 17-year-old is dealing with is absolutely impossible at a normal growth rate. Something is strange. He was also a talent that was considered a genius at Jaehyeon's age. However, Jiang Yisu also only opened a 2-star magic book at the age of 17. But what? 4-star magic book? It was impossible unless there was a corner somewhere. I have to report it to Chairman Gu Yaoen right away. It must have been something different. Gu Jane told several magic instructors, including himself, to keep an eye on Jaehyeon. Instructions to observe closely and report immediately if anything unusual is found. Even at that time, Jiang Yisu wondered why Gu Yaoen had said such a thing, but now I can kind of guess. Min Jaehyeon is an irregular. He showed a growth rate that was outside of the standard and went far beyond the level of a cadet. Among the instructors, there are already a handful of people who can fight against Jaehyeon. Perhaps the chairman intends to raise this child as the next chess horse. Gujin would surely have thought so. Min Jaehyeon is definitely an attractive player, if you can handle him well. It will be a great asset to Miles, but at the same time, the thoughts that passed through her mind were by no means light. Min Jaehyeon is dangerous. It's not a knife I can handle. A knife that is too sharp cuts its master before it cuts its enemy. Jiang Yisu was wary of Jaehyeon, a cadet with near-complete strength. Nevertheless, he had never been exposed to the media before the freshman hunt. What this fact tells us is clear. Jaehyeon is intentionally hiding his information. Instructor Jiang Yisu looked at Jaehyeon's eyes with a nervous expression. Cadet Min Jaehyeon, how on earth did you? A cadet have such power? Well, Instructor Jiang Yisu's body trembled slightly at the cold voice. Jaehyeon added with a calm face, Guardian, if you keep it a secret from that bastard, I could teach you. At those words, Instructor Jiang Yisu's facial muscles flinched and convulsed. She bit her lip. It's also weird, there must be something with this kid. As soon as the thought came to mind, Jiang Yisu glared at Jaehyeon and gritted his teeth. Calling the president impolitely is self-respecting. Brainwashing. Right after Jaehyeon spoke, Instructor Jiang Yisu's body stiffened and he could not move. At the same time, the magic that flowed from Jaehyeon's body intervened in Instructor Jiang Yisu's mind. Active skill brainwashing contaminates the mind of the designated target. Jaehyeon smiled. Brainwashing, obtained from Gu Jane, is a skill that erodes the opponent's mind and turns them into puppets. The only flaw is that it can only be used on opponents weaker than himself. But that fact does not change the result for Jaehyeon now. It is certainly, now I'm much stronger than Instructor Jiang Yisu. Over the past month, Jaehyeon has crossed the wall several times while attacking themed dungeons to find the hidden piece. Also, while reading the magic book to understand the magic operation, he worked tirelessly and became stronger as he worked hard. A class radar, although imperfect, representation has reached that unbelievable level. Still, a rookie instructor, Jiang Yisu, could not handle Jaehyeon's vast magic power. In order to attack the enemy, thoroughly destroy it from the inside. This is the reason why Jaehyeon brainwashed instructor Jiang Yisu to extract inside information and plan the future. In the future, countless tragedies are scheduled for Mills Academy. However, even Jaehyeon, a regressor, does not remember everything in detail. The existence of a spy was necessary to monitor Gu Yaoen's corruption and destroy it someday. Of course, as soon as he sees instructor Jiang Yisu, he will know that he has been brainwashed, but it doesn't matter. I need to provoke him to move first anyway. If Gu Jane fell for this provocation, it was all right. Jaehyeon was thinking of turning all of Gu Jane's nerves to him, then approach the square and slowly break it down. That was Jaehyeon's plan. In the process, the lives of innocent cadets will also be saved. Jaehyeon nodded lightly and looked at instructor Jiang Yisu's face. Thanks to the successful brainwashing, Jiang Yisu has a slightly dazed face. Jaehyeon smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Instructor Jiang Yisu, you are my companion for the next few days. Colleague. Yes, to put it simply. It is called Shidabari, at Jaehyeon's words. Instructor Jiang Yisu only tilted his head as if he couldn't understand. Instructor Jiang Yisu said that Jaehyeon had already put his foot in the door of the class radar, thanks to the order to steal confidential information from Gu Yaoen and Miles. I couldn't ask more details, but at least it was true that Jaehyeon's current achievements were unmatched. Understanding of arithmetic expressions and runes. This further enhanced Jaehyeon and opened a new horizon as a magician. Meanwhile, I too succeeded. Wow, hey, don't ignore me now, I can read it too. Next to Jaehyeon is a wild girl who forgot that it was a library again. Kim Yoo-young cheered and grabbed Seo In-na's shoulders and shook her around. I'm going to have a hard time. Jaehyeon smiled and felt a blazing gaze sticking to him. As I turned my head in the direction I felt my gaze, I saw a familiar face. The librarian who had been glaring at Jaehyeon the other day was glaring at him again. No, that's why I'm not talking. Jaehyeon made a gesture of regret. But it had no effect. The librarian is only keeping an eye on the representation, as if all the noise was his fault. Jaehyeon sighed and clenched his chin. By the way, now the next event is just around the corner. Jaehyeon's hand, which was turning over the bookshelf of the magic book, stopped for a moment. The next event is just around the corner, guild experience. Another predestined tragedy in which many innocent cadets die, however. There were no worries. Jaehyeon had already far exceeded the growth rate that Gu Jane expected. No matter how old he is, he cannot know all the current achievements of reproduction. In addition, now I'm in a situation where I've even got an S-class equipment item. I can overcome any event that comes my way. Jaehyeon caught his breath and focused on the magic book in front of him. Of course, there is nothing to be vigilant about. As always, after finding the best move to the point of being cowardly and getting tired of it, he engages in battle because that's the way radar works. And it was also a way of representation. Jaehyeon nodded. Recalling his will, it had been a long time since I had forgotten the stinging gaze of the librarian stuck in the back of my head. Crunchy, inside the quiet library. The sound of writing can be heard, a very small noise that no one else will hear. This should be enough for reporting. The librarian at the library nodded with a satisfied face. He was the same librarian who had been observing Jaehyeon a while ago. I don't know why the chairman is interested in mere magic cadets, but that's not what I'm concerned about. The librarians at the Mill's Central Library do a very special job. That is to write down the observation diary of the cadets and to report it secretly. This mission is to write Min Jaehyeon's special observation diary, the highest priority mission. After a while, when Jaehyeon and the others got up, the librarian hid the paper. The observation diary reads, Cadet Min Jaehyeon Observation Diary. Books borrowed so far 39 books, / mainly borrowed books about magic and arithmetic formulas, mostly visits the library with Seo or Kim Yu-young. Special item, there is a record of borrowing a 4-star or higher magic book recently. Chapter 84 Unexpected Guest Part 1 The Office of the President of Mills Academy. A white mug filled with fragrant coffee reflects a man's face. Gin, the president of Miles, sits cross-legged. Immersed in thought, if this information is true, I'm really looking forward to it. Gu Jane muttered and looked at the documents below for a moment. Cadet Min Jaehyeon's observation diary. A while ago, it was a file handed over from the librarian who planted it in the library. Gu Jane thought as he rubbed his chin. If this is true, it means that Min Jaehyeon's current radar grade is at least B. I can't believe it. That he started learning the 4-star magician. This meant that the current achievement of reproduction was at least B class and would soon reach a class. I wouldn't have believed it if it was another cadet's observation diary, a mock dungeon. Jaehyeon killed the mutant kobold lord there, made by borrowing the power of him. He had defeated a B-class monster, even though he cooperated with Seo and Na. It must have been Min Jaehyeon who actually defeated the demon. Of course. Seo Ina is also a cadet with outstanding talent. However, would she be of great help in dealing with the B-class boss monster? It won't be. No matter how genius she is, Seo Ina is only outstanding at the cadet level, however. Jaehyeon was different. He was already on the same track as the other cadets, unable to tie them together. One corner of his mouth twisted and went up. Gu Jane was sure. Min Jaehyeon is hiding his power, of course, at the time. I thought that such a chance happened because I was just lucky. If Min Jaehyeon was hiding his strength, and that's why he succeeded in defeating the Kobold Lord. The story is different. There's nothing strange about that guy's achievement now being a B, no, even more. It's fun too. Gu Jane recalled the time Jaehyeon rejected the exclusive contract with Mills Academy. At that time, Jaehyeon even resisted his unique skill, brainwashing. How that was possible is still unknown. I've never heard of a mere cadet resisting a unique skill before or since. However, one thing was certain, Gu Yaon wants Min Jaehyeon and will do anything to get his hands on him. I'll break it somehow and put it in my hands. Greedy eyes flashed. Gu Yaon was confident. He had already instructed instructor Jeong Yisu, who was like his limbs, to bring in Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon will be his dog, that too in the near future. Gu Jane took a sip of coffee with a satisfied smile. For some reason, I felt a little more bitter than usual on the way back to the hotel after class. Jaehyeon was faced with a completely unexpected situation. The slight magic power felt from behind and the perceived hostility. I felt the presence of many people in the thread of magical power that had spread for a while. Someone is following me. They were not stronger than themselves. The mana felt from the back is at most equivalent to that of a B-class. He wasn't a threat to Jaehyeon, who had just crossed the A-class wall. No matter how many there are, the gap between B-class and A-class radar is heaven and earth. Even if Jaehyeon fought alone, he never lost. However, even so, Jaehyeon had to suffer from an unknown sense of incongruity. The reason was simple: 2 groups. Currently 2 different groups are following Jaehyeon's heels. I'm not sure about one, but the intention of the other is clear. You are showing hostility to me, I guess I'll have to move. It was a hassle, but I couldn't help it. I don't know what their purpose is, but I can't make a fuss here. According to Mill's policy, Academy cadets fighting outside will face a minimum suspension up to and expulsion. Of course, cadets with excellent grades will cover their sins somehow. There's no need to make a weakness. Yihyun made up his mind and started walking towards the dark mountain path. I walked out of the academy grounds and beyond the cadet housing quarters. About 30 minutes after walking towards a remote place, we arrived at the thick forest behind the academy. Yihyun stopped walking and lightly clenched his fists. I don't know what the intention is, but I need to tell you one thing for sure. Touching yourself is not a very wise choice. Yihyun intended to teach this to those who stepped behind him. Yihyun suddenly raised his mana explosively. It didn't release all the power equivalent to a class, but it was enough to give a considerable shock to the two groups in the back. After turning around, he uses magic sensing to start reading his feelings. The skills she had acquired along with obtaining Mistletoe were informing him of the enemy's trend, all three enemies. Yihyun smiled and said, "Come over there, or should I go?" An obvious provocation. At the same time, the sword of sharp magic felt from behind aimed at Yihyun's neck. At least a B-class or higher fighter-type raider's stab. It was an attack fired from a group that showed hostility to him. Yihyun ducked to dodge the attack, then moved his gaze over the enemy's neck. The brow flinched and convulsed, hockey mask, I couldn't see his face. But one thing was certain, they were trying to kill themselves. Quick, a sharp blade aimed at Yihyun's neck and flew, a heavy and fast attack that can only be launched by at least B-class raiders. Kang Yeonju, who was hiding in the bushes behind, felt embarrassed. What? Who are those people who are attacking Min Yihyun? The lecturer is the head of the Curators Guild. I visited this place at the direction of Beek Jaehyeon. It was because he had been given the task of recruiting Yihyun into the Curators Guild. It is illegal to make prior contact with Yihyun, who is still a cadet. So I was planning on secretly checking her trends and approaching her whenever I had a chance. What kind of situation is this? The lecturer couldn't keep up with what was happening at all. It was strange even when a different faction was chasing after Yihyun at first. I don't think I'll ever attack Min Yihyun. It seems that he was hated by other factions. A person with skills that exceeds at least B-class, of course. Being filmed by such people, at the same time as he chuckled and clicked his tongue. A thought flashed through the lecturer's head. Wait for a sec, isn't this a good opportunity? What if I save Min Yihyun here? It would be difficult to refuse the words of the person who saved my life. Then I might be able to recruit Min Yihyun to the Curators Guild naturally. Of course. The enemy facing Yihyun is strong, however. The people he brought with him are also the Curators' elite raiders. All B-levels are those who pass lightly. Good, I'm saving Min Yihyun. Right after the lecturer made a decision, he immediately tried to give orders to his subordinates, however. At that very moment, Kang Kangju's eyes narrowed for a moment, and Yihyun's new model disappeared. What happened the next moment? Kwang, the martial arts radar that attacked Yihyun, was stuck in a tree. The lecturer's face turned pale, lips slowly tinged with shock. It wasn't enough to evade the attack of a B-class fighter, you counterattacked. My hands were sweaty. In an instant. The lecturer had a gut feeling, the fact that I had to destroy all the plans I had just made. Yihyun rotated his body to avoid the two blades aiming at his arms. It was dark, but thanks to the sense of magic, the opponent's movements were clearly visible. Thanks to Kwang, fighting back wasn't difficult either. In the first place, he was holding the S-class item TRP's Thunder Walk in his hand. This is an item that greatly corrects the agility stat, even if the level of actual reproduction was a level entry level. He was stronger with the help of items. A battle that continues at the foot of a gloomy mountain. Fortunately, there were very few people around, so there were no major problems. This is because this area is a dangerous area for monsters to appear outside of miles. At least no one else gets involved in a fight. After calming down, Yihyun looked at the enemy's movements. 3 people who use swords, 1 is a long sword, 2 are short swords. Those who swung their swords in close contact with him a moment ago are assassins using daggers. The length of the sword was shorter and sharper, and the speed was very fast, however. He was used to such martial attacks, it's not that difficult to avoid. Why did you follow me? Yihyun asked, but no answer came back. Yihyun wasn't asking the question expecting an answer either. Woo, this time. The longsword-wielding attack flew smoothly, a movement without mercy in the hands, however. Yihyun didn't care. Enemy attacks were obviously slow, as far as I can see with my own 2 eyes there. The training done with the AR combat system is effective. Yihyun repeated, breaking the seal at the AR system site to successfully amplify. You defeated level 41 using only the magic arrow. Even after using Gleipnir's imitation to cut my stats. I fought endlessly. Of course, now the imitation of Gleipnir has been released. Yihyun's body felt as light as if he was about to fly away. As if he had taken off a sandbag while running. I will ask you again, who did you instruct? Yihyun asked in a calm voice, however. The enemy only evaded the answer with an attack. Quick, quick, cool! The sound of the swords of the 3 attacking people cutting through the air and hitting the ground can be heard one after another. Yihyun easily dodged the attack this time as well. It seems that they are heavy-mouthed. Suit Yihyun clicked his tongue. He didn't want to take any more time, of course. It's important to find out who attacked you. That's something that can be solved by killing one guy. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow, even if it wasn't so. I needed a chance to use the newly learned magic. That's good, Sutsut. The magical energy collided and began to whirl in Jaehyeon's hand. If you don't tell me, I will kill you, think carefully. Jaehyeon smiled refreshingly at the enemy facing him. How can I live? Active skill magic arrow LV2, peeing, 3 magic arrows fired in succession. Rush towards the enemy's vitals. What is it? I haven't heard of this. Dangerous, everyone spread out. Only then did a voice burst from the mouth of the enemy. It was an embarrassing and instinctive cry that seemed to sense danger. Jaehyeon was still smiling and smiling. The idea of sending the people here alive anyway, it didn't exist from the beginning. Those who tried to kill themselves, Jaehyeon was not a saint enough to let such people live. I know I should have done what I could afford. Fuck, this is ridiculous. Kwang triggered 3 magic arrows hit the enemy's neck and heart directly. An explosion sounded at the same time, however, Jaehyeon's expression was not good. He frowned and quickly wrapped magic all over his body, dangerous. It was a dizzying sensation that passed through Jaehyeon's head for a moment. Jaehyeon released the maximum amount of mana and opened a defense force field. The dust clears and a man is seen standing tall from within. A man who accurately blocks his attacks. Jaehyeon couldn't help but shake his hands at the familiar face. How are you here? Jaehyeon's calm voice began to shake slightly for the first time. My nerves are on edge and a cold sweat runs down my face. The man in front was a person who could shake him that much. It was none other than the one who blocked Jaehyeon's attack. His father was Min Seong-oh. Chapter 85 Unexpected Uninvited Guest Part 2 Excitement. The heart beats vigorously over and over again. Jaehyeon's pupils shook and his field of vision narrowed, a gaze that stays in one place. At the end of it was his father Min Seong-oh. Agitation, reproduction is after regression. I was more agitated than ever. A wicked person who took everything from himself and a being who committed more evil than others in the name of his father. The target of revenge, which had been the target all along, was right in front of his eyes. Even Jaehyeon, who was always calm, was bound to be shaken here. Tsutsut. Magical power fluctuated unsteadily, and the force field went into incontinence. Jaehyeon gritted it. The chewed gums tasted like blood. I'm short of breath and I'm starting to lose my mind. However, despite Jaehyeon's agitation, Min Seong-oh still had a calm face. Soon, Min Seong-oh's lips open, and emotionless sentences flow out of them. It's been a while, son. The threshold of stimulation is raised at once to reach the critical point. The expression he had been forced to hold crumpled, and Yeon's emotions shattered at the same time. Mana bursts out from the body to the limit. Yeon shot the chain. It was an almost instinctive move. Min Seong-oh recalled the past a few days ago while fending off Yeon's continuous attacks. At that time, he received a call from Yu Seon-yi asking him to kill a cadet. Originally, it was intended to attach 1 or 2 suitable B-class radars. Sending an A-class radar was a huge luxury for that idiot, and he couldn't afford to hire someone for such a trivial task in a time when power was so scarce. However, when I saw the name of the target to be killed, I changed my mind. Jaehyeon Min, a person who was born with the fate of the adversary that Asgard has occupied. I wanted to kill him long ago. But the guy who was born with the power of prophecy did not die easily. 10,000 years ago, a prophecy from the 3 Norn sisters, it was because the power of prophecy was protecting reappearance. No matter how godlike he is, he cannot change his destiny. That is the power of the prophecy and the natural law. Thanks to the Aesir throne, even Odin couldn't kill Jaehyeon. In order to change the decided prophecy, an enormous amount of divine power was required. However, the throne of Aesir, who faced the first end, did not have enough divine power left to handle it. But I don't understand. No matter how much a child has the power of prophecy, he can't become strong this fast. The growth rate that is inherent in the human body is bound to be limited. The power of prophecy cannot be controlled even by the throne of Aesir. But it is not omnipotent. It has no effect of strengthening the body or giving it special powers. Rather, it would be natural for that power to fade little by little with the passage of time. Min Seong-oh thought for a moment. The remaining time until the power of prophecy that guards the reappearance loses its effect is another 10 years. The year he turns 27 after that. Jaehyeon can be killed without consuming divine power. That's why I've been waiting around Jaehyeon until now, to aim for the timing to kill him without consuming divine power together. How on earth was Min Jaehyeon able to grow as fast as he is now? On the news on the TV that is turned on, there is a lot of noise every day about Jaehyeon's freshman hunting performance, a cadet who took first place in the Magic World's Greatest Miles event, a genius who incapacitated the students and led them to a 1-vote victory, other articles that make headlines. This is probably not just a coincidence. Because of this, Min Seong-oh sent another B-class raider first to check Jaehyeon's skills, and now he realized performance in freshman hunt, another appearance that overwhelms 2 B-class raiders. Undoubtedly, it was Min Jaehyeon who fed Yu Seon-yi and revived the Yeonhwa Guild. Also, I don't know what's wrong with the father coming to see his son. Min Xiang'o was convinced that Jaehyeon had already begun to take over the power of the anti-Aesir faction as an adversary. The guild members of Curator were hiding in the grass and watching the situation. All of them are watching the battle between the two beings with stunned faces. Does that make sense? Kang Yeonju bit his lip and saw a middle-aged man confronting Jaehyeon, the mighty magic power that rises from it. The fight between the two was already far beyond what they could handle. Class A radar, of course. The level that Jaehyeon, who was still only a cadet, had achieved was surprising. But the most shocking thing was, of course, the magic flowing from the middle-aged man who was confronting him, a man who surpasses a class and exudes magical power equivalent to that of S-class. Who the hell is that person? It was a face I had never seen before in the media. I had a question. But I didn't have time to ponder it for long. If you don't care, you might be eaten by this huge magical vortex. Yeonju quickly used telepathy toward the party. Listen. Everyone, I'll get out of here right now. There was no other way. If you were swept away by the aftermath of their fight, you could lose all your guild members. I have to back off now. Everyone, I hope they can return alive. Son, stop teasing your dirty mouth and shut up because I never thought of you as a father. It must be puberty. Stop talking like a dog. I asked, why are you here? The battle between the two entered a lull for a while. Min Xiang'o shrugged his shoulders and replied, that's why I'm here. Min Xiang'o didn't answer. Just staring at Jaehyeon, that disrespectful attitude, a feeling of hostility that makes your skin tingle, even if you look at that alone. There is a high probability that Jaehyeon already knows his identity, even if I don't know exactly. I'm guessing at least vaguely. I guess I'd better stop playing the father role here. Min Xiang'o looked at Jaehyeon with cold eyes, as if Jaehyeon couldn't control his anger. He couldn't capture the leaking magic power. Pores cracked at the mana flowing out and a tingling sensation ran up the spine. That Min Xiang'o. Raider will be back then. A little while ago, the three people who were in a confrontation with Jaehyeon asked nervously. It's probably because of his intuition that the atmosphere is going unusually. However, Min Xiang'o put his hand on the pommel as if it was not worth listening to. Took fleeting moment, the three men's throats were neatly cut and they fell to the floor. Min Xiang'o spoke in a voice that did not feel high and low, because I don't really like hearing a lot. Jaehyeon unknowingly let out a surprise. I couldn't even see him pulling out his sword. How? My mind became complicated in an instant. Min Xiang'o, who he remembers, was definitely an A-class raider. I grew up listening to it since I was a child, and after returning I ran with the goal of becoming a class in order to kill him. But what is that look, no matter how you look at it? Min Xiang'o's power was not at the A-class level, an existence with the same level of power as Min Seung-yunyu. Jaehyeon had goosebumps all over his body. I wasn't the only one who hid my power. I will ask you one thing. Min Xiang'o took a step closer to Jaehyeon and asked. Jaehyeon gritted it. Can he beat Min Xiang'o now? No, it's absolutely impossible. That guy's power is out of the norm no matter how you look at it. Jaehyeon quickly accelerated his thinking and saw the approaching enemy. Min Xiang'o was spreading his lifelike magic. Has Van Aesir, have they contacted you? What? Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. Thinking about what he had just heard, half-Aesir god, why does Min Xiang'o know about the anti-Aesir gods? Answer me. Min Xiang'o put his hand on the pommel again. The nape of the neck gets chilly. It feels like your brain is freezing cold. His sword is dangerous. The long sword stretched out before Min Xiang'o's hand. The magical power possessed by the white sword was incredibly refined. That moment, Jaehyeon quickly twisted his body. A sword bent at an unpredictable speed. Kiap. Jaehyeon only managed to minimize the wounds on his body. In a short time, the sword carved a sword on Jaehyeon's cheek and made a cut. You've gotten stronger. Min Xiang'o said that while looking into Jaehyeon's unshakable eyes. Last seen, he was by no means as weak as he was years ago. He thought for a moment here. He cannot kill Min Jaehyeon due to the restrictions imposed by the power of the prophecy. However, maiming is not against the restrictions and is not a bad option. Of course, it takes a lot of energy. But it's worth it as it's a job to eliminate potential threats. Min Xiang'o hardened his thoughts and fixed his sword again, after cutting off both hands and feet. It makes it impossible to become a raider again. Prevent it from gaining more power, that way. At least the elements that would be dangerous to the throne of Aesir would disappear. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon caught his breath and quickly spread his mana, magic sense. Once you make a gap, you have to get out of here. Once inside the academy facility, it would be difficult for even Min Xiang'o to attack him. We have to find a starting point somehow. We have to think of a way. Hurry. Jaehyeon pursed his lips to pass the time. Are you going to kill me? Not now. Then get off immediately. Min Xiang'o responded in a calm tone to Jaehyeon's harsh words. I will not kill you, however. I will have to take at least 4 limbs from here. Min Xiang'o's blade seems to have been smelted from obsidian. It is overlaid with black sword steel, a sharp forged sword that burst out along with compressed magical power. A sword shot fired at speed flew towards Jaehyeon, a perfect sword that does not tolerate even an inch of error aimed at the left arm. However, for some reason, Min Xiang'o's attack did not reach Jaehyeon. The sword attack seemed to be blocked by an unknown curtain and escaped from itself. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes and muttered, What the hell is this? An attack that even the person equipped with TRP's thunderous walk couldn't see, however. The existence that blocked his attack instead was somewhere here. Min Xiang'o's sullen face crumpled for the first time and his gaze turned to one place. Behind the reenactment, on top of a towering tree, Min Xiang'o looked at the place and said in a small voice, "Is the treaty between the Aesir and the Van Aesir throne broken? If not, did you dare to climb up to the great Odin? Well, I really don't know what you mean." Jaehyeon also looked up at the tree where the voice came from. What, did that cat just say something? Jaehyeon's pupils constricted, where the voice came from. There was only a small cat. My head was confused as to what had happened in an instant, mana flowing from the cat. This had a truly transcendental status that far surpassed that of Min Xiang'o. The cat floated up gently, landed down, and curled up its tail. "Hello, Jaehyeon Min, nice to meet you. I am Hell's alter ego, Hela." Hela grinned. "I am the observer of you, the adversary of the prophecy, and the guide of the 5 trials." Chapter 86, Unexpected Uninvited Guest Part 3. Jaehyeon looked at the two beings in confrontation, breathing in vain from the dense magic he had never felt before. Odd Eyes Black Cat. Hela and her father, Min Xiang'o, the two beings were literally scattering transcendent magic and crushing everything around them. Magical power far beyond the human realm. Their strength is at least equivalent to that of an S-class raider or more. Jaehyeon took a step forward and asked, "What are you?" "Wait a minute, previously." Hela raised her magic even more and looked at Min Xiang'o's hard face. She grinned. "Let's get rid of that uninvited guest and continue." As Hela finished speaking, black smoke began to rise from her body. The magic that spreads through the air like paint gathers in his arms and transforms her into a girl, similar to Hel, however. The face that gives the impression of being young. Jaehyeon was startled, but suddenly Min Xiang'o's voice came from the front. "Why am I an uninvited guest? I am the father of this child." At that, Hela snorted. She said with a mischievous smile, "Father, are you still thinking of cheating on this kid, Hyujin?" Hela cut her left forearm with her long, black nails. Dark red blood with magical power splattered and soaked the floor, and dozens of black hands began to rise from the ground. Jaehyeon felt his body tremble at the familiar sensation. Hell, it was exactly the same scenery I saw when I first encountered Hell. Hands stretched out innumerable under my feet and a sense of fear felt from far away. The only thing that was different from that time was that the hand wasn't pointing at him. Min Xiang'o's face crumpled slightly. The black hand fired by Hela quickly rushed towards Min Xiang'o. Thud, thud, it's great. Min Xiang'o cut off his hand with his sword. Hela's attack was a bit faster, cannot be struck with a sword. A black hand fired from the blind spot carves a wound on his body. On the abdomen. On the forearms, on the legs. A solid red line was drawn and blood streams burst out one after another. Hela looked at Min Xiang'o's face with a relaxed smile. However, his cold, hardened eyes do not show any emotion, neither hostility nor agitation. He just swung his sword over and over like a machine. Hela's attack stopped for a while. The two entered a lull. Min Xiang'o asked in a subdued voice covered in blood, "Do you really have to drag things this far? You should know that the second end is coming, that this is the only option left to us anyway. Let's end the war of the gods by leaning on a mere human." Even Loki-Nim seems to have retreated a lot. Isn't Odin no different from trying to kill a mere human? At Hela's words, Min Xiang'o's eyebrows twisted and a cold voice came out. "You will regret it." After warning Min Xiang'o, he turned around leaving Jaehyeon and Hela behind. "I'm going to step back after this for today, however. If you interfere in this way next time, I will formally hold you accountable according to the Aesir's laws. You do whatever you want, but if you also hinder me in this way." Hela smiled innocently and squeezed Min Xiang'o's neck with her mana, a different level of power from the attacks exchanged earlier. 4 raised hands flew at the same time with the momentum to end his breath, even that Min Xiang'o could not react at all to Hela's attack this time. "It's big." Min Xiang'o let out a rough moan as if he was out of breath. Hela took a step closer and withdrew her magic. "You'd better remember that the neck could run away at any time. The only ones that signed a treaty were the throne of the Aesir and the anti-Aesir faction, because there is no clause anywhere that says not to kill Odin's raven. Let me keep this in mind." After you finished talking, Min Xiang'o disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like when it first appeared. It was a movement that was completely unreadable. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon couldn't take a step for a long time even after the fight between the two beings was over. The mana in the body collided and flowed backwards, and blood sputum rose up, causing dizziness. One knee was bent and the whole body leaned forward. Ouch! Jaehyeon was able to come to his senses only after spilling a handful of blood on the floor, like a diver who came to the surface after being submerged. He vomited a deep breath. Jaehyeon thought, the situation that was happening to him now was full of things that I couldn't understand. The antagonist of the prophecy, the second end of the end. The raven of Hela Hyujin, but it was not impossible to find the answer. Jaehyeon overcame the fatigue in his body and forcibly lifted his head. The reverberation of the familiar bloodletting rides on the tip of the nose and lodges deep in the brain. Hela, she turned around and stared at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon looked at Hela and asked, "Did you say, Hela, please tell me the truth?" Hela nodded slightly. Her dark purple lips opened slowly and her eyes draw a seductive arc. "All right. This is a story about your destiny. Jaehyeon returns to the hotel with Hela. Her severe internal injuries have improved considerably thanks to being healed with sacrifice. Of course. In the process, I had to drink Yisang Li's mana recovery potion like water. I didn't even have time to think about it. Hela. She had a lot to ask. You can't waste your time recklessly. He took a deep breath and calmed down his emotions. Just now, he was overexcited and almost died from it. If only I could control my anger when I met my father. Perhaps they could have avoided a fight by arranging an escape route long ago. It was stupid. Anger sometimes eats away at emotions and wears out reason, if you are a radar. You should never be consumed by emotions. Jaehyeon had no choice but to admit it. That he survived today was purely due to luck. Huh, he exhaled lightly, after clearing my mind. I raised my head. Jaehyeon looked at Hela with a much improved face. Hela smiled at his calm expression. She spoke first. If there is anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. I will answer you wherever I can. After thinking about her words for a moment, Jaehyeon pursed his lips. Father, no, what is Min Seongo's true identity? As if Hela had anticipated the question. She answered right away. Min Seongo, his true identity is Hyujin, one of Odin's ravens. Jaehyeon's brow furrowed. Just now, I heard it when the two beings confronted and I vaguely guessed it. But there was a big difference from hearing the story in person. Odin's raven, if they've experienced it before. Mock Dungeon. There Jaehyeon met and defeated a mutant kobold lord. And in the process learned that Odin's crow was behind it. But Father Min Seongo is really Odin's raven? Hela looked at Jaehyeon's expression and stood calmly. Your biological father is already dead. Hyujin is a spiritual creature that gnaws at the human heart and injects false emotions into that vacancy. He's been around all this time pretending to be your family. It was to keep the adversary of prophecy in check. Really, not my father. It's easier to understand when you see it than when you say it. Right, when Hela snapped her fingers. A sensation rushed through Jaehyeon's head like an electric current. The Nornir system recalls the user's backed-up memories. At the same time. A scream erupted from Jaehyeon's mouth. Why did you give birth to something like this? Regarding my father, his own past slowly began to become a sassing Chinese letter. Useless bastard. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the sensation of swimming in the water, a familiar ceiling and a familiar background, feeling a sense of déjà vu. At the same time, I jump up and look at my surroundings. Where are you? It is a place that is so familiar that the word is colorless. This is a place I know, childhood, the house where I lived with my parents, scattered with terrible and dirty memories, a place I never wanted to think of again. Why am I here? I don't know why something like you was born. A voice is heard, a cold voice with no pitch. As if talking to a tool, it digs into the ear and bites. Father, Min Seongo is looking at me as a child, the 10-year-old me who has just become an awakener after unlocking my magic. As a child, I am being indiscriminately assaulted by my father. What do you think will change if your guy unlocks his magic? My father hated me becoming an awoken. I don't know the exact reason, but from the day he opened his magic. He hit me whenever he had a chance and used abusive language. Why was it? He was extremely sensitive to my having power, as if such a thing could not be tolerated. You stop, why are you hitting the kid again? I hear my mother's angry voice, tears well up in my eyes without even realizing it. Okay, mom was such a person, despite my father's anger. He did not leave me and stayed by my side. If you had abandoned me in the first place, had he done so, he might not have had such a miserable death. Flashback, I am constantly sinking further into the past. My mother and I, who are 5 years old, the young me is wearing mourning clothes. The smoked incense stings the tip of the nose and permeates the mourning clothes, making it difficult to breathe. But not because of the scent, it's just depressing. As if you've forgotten something that shouldn't be lost. It is because such a vague and sad feeling is clearly embedded in his head. It's okay, Jaehyeon, everything is fine. My mother hugged me tightly and repeated that several times. But I don't know, why is my mother crying now? Who the hell is the person in the blurred portrait in front of me? Nothing comes to mind clearly, taking the young mother's hand away. She gets up and walks as if possessed. It is as if the smoke of incense permeates all over the body. I feel my heart fill up and take one step at a time. Finally, me standing in front of a video photo. The face in the frame is vividly colored. Why, my whole body felt weak and tears welled up in my eyes. I just sat down on the floor. The face reflected in the frame belonged to someone who had been completely erased from my mind. Father, a father who was infinitely sweet and warm. The one who gave me a ride, took me to an amusement park and bought me ice cream without my mom's knowledge. Father, why did I forget him in an instant? Goosebumps rise. In the picture of the portrait, the father had a completely different face from Min Seongo. I realized intuitively that this man is my real father. At the same time, one question clearly comes to mind. Then Min Seongo, who the hell is he? All backup data has been loaded. Cuck. Jaehyeon grabbed his left chest and let out a heavy breath. A sensation as if the pulsating blood in the body stopped for a moment and then started to flow again. There was blood in his eyes. Looks like you've finally been freed from manipulation. The first thing I heard was Hela's voice. Sat down calmly, however. A unique voice that seems to be filled with sadness. Jaehyeon was silent for a moment. Hela waited for Jaehyeon to accept the truth, stories that are difficult for mere humans to endure, because that's what I just heard. Why? Jaehyeon clenched his fists and gave a weak voice. Why is that? Because you are destined to be the enemy. Hela answered right away. The adversary. Prophecy. Jaehyeon raised his head and met Hela's eyes. What are they doing that bothers me so much? The first Ragnarok. Hela looked at Jaehyeon's unshakable eyes. It all started from there. Chapter 87, Adversary of Prophecy, Part 1. The past 10,000 years ago, there was the first Ragnarok. Jaehyeon had no choice but to keep his mouth shut from the first phrase, Ragnarok, the final chapter of the gods and the point where all stories come to an end. End. The weight of the word in Norse mythology was truly enormous. Hela chose her words as best as possible to convey limited information. In the final war, the anti-Aesir allied forces fought fiercely, but were eventually defeated by the Aesir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin forced Van Aesir to sign a treaty in exchange for the lives of the gods and giants held hostage. Hela gestured lightly to help Jaehyeon understand, along with the translucent window. The details of the treaty came to mind. This document notarizes that the anti-Aesir forces were defeated at Ragnarok. From now on, anti-Aesir forces cannot cause any harm to the Aesir gods and must obey under the rule of the lofty Odin. This treaty further strengthened Odin's power. Countless creatures in the world suffered and cried out endlessly. Hela's gaze suddenly turned to Jaehyeon. But then, a prophecy has come down from the three Norn sisters. Hela's voice trembled a little. When the second apocalypse comes about 10,000 years from now, the weakest being will destroy Odin and Asgard and open a new world. For us, that prophecy was our last hope. Hela looked at Jaehyeon with her arms wrapped around her. The two mysterious pupils are clearly contained in Jaehyeon's pupils. The dark purple lips opened. And the sentence Jaehyeon had expected came out. And the antagonist in the prophecy is Min Jaehyeon. It is you. After Hela's words, Jaehyeon was overcome with mixed emotions. Silence flows for a while. Jaehyeon's worried mouth opened. I will use me to kill Odin. This is your plan. That's right, despite her sharp tone. Hela was positive. Jaehyeon sighed and asked, what is Odin's purpose? What do you get by doing this far? The pinnacle of the 9 worlds. Hela's eyes twinkled, purple and red. Odd eye with 2 colors shines brilliantly. A large amount of mana poured out at the same time, in an instant. Jaehyeon gasped in vain at the thick magical energy surrounding him. Hela let out a heavy breath as if it was difficult to maintain her mental composure. Jaehyeon's whole body trembled. I didn't know everything. But one thing was clear. Hela was furious. Odin and the Aesir gods. The anger directed at them was wild and passionate at the same time. Even when dealing with Hyujin, she was overflowing with composure. But this time was different. Odin wants to take all 9 worlds into his own hands, all of Midgard, where humans now live. On a long rectangular wooden table, tableware decorated with gold and silver is laid out in rows. On the white tablecloth, countless drinks and food are lined up, and the transparent light pouring from the decorated chandelier shines below. In the seat of honor sat a large, one-eyed god, Odin, the supreme god of the Aesir and the one who wields absolute, invincible power. The moment he picks up a fork and knife to eat, the restaurant door burst open. Odin asked, putting the tableware down without looking back, "What's going on, Hyujin?" Hyujin strode forward and knelt down in front of Odin. It seems that the opponent of the prophecy has made contact with the god Van Aesir. Odin's expression did not change, however. The other gods in the seat already guessed, just now, that Hyujin's words were enough to agitate Odin, antagonist of prophecy, an entity that will destroy Asgard occupied by the 3 Norn sisters and kill itself. Odin was annoyed and lost in thought. It was strange. Didn't the adversary of prophecy already fill the restraints with the system he made? Odin thought for a moment. Then nodded. It's Mimir's work. Yes, it seems that something else has been overlaid on the Aesir system. Surely, a giant of wisdom would have been able to do that. As Odin struggled, Thor, who was beside him, interrupted. Haha, your father has withdrawn a lot too. What are you worried about? After all, there must be a treaty between the anti-Aesir faction and us. Right, you're right. The being chosen as the enemy of the prophecy in the first place is neither a god nor a giant nor a dragon, but a mere human being. It is not worth worrying about. Heimdall, who was sitting across from him, said while receiving Thor's words. Heimdall, Asgard's gatekeeper and war trumpet god, the two usually got along well. At the conversation between the two gods, Freya warned in a subdued voice. Not like that, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't you remember we lost Baldur in the last war, even the mistletoe twig that killed him? Misteltein disappeared from the storehouse of the gods. What does this mean, you know? Freya is the god of beauty and the leader of the Valkyries. She was one of Odin's favorite gods. Odin pondered for a moment, then swept his beard and said, Heimdall. Yes, check out the opponents of the prophecy and come, solemn voice. At Odin's words, Heimdall laughed, showing white teeth. All right, you'll be able to leave Asgard in no time. Apex of the 9 worlds, that's right, that is Odin's ultimate goal. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and cooled his head, according to Hela. It is understandable that Odin is trying to kill himself. Jaehyeon was born with the destiny of an opponent, and he was like a thorn in his eyes to Odin. Hela continued to explain. Odin won the last war. But he didn't have all the worlds in his hands. He conquered all 4 worlds except for Asgard, Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim. Muspelheim, you mean that Odin wants to take possession of the 4 remaining worlds as well? That is why we are preparing for the second war. You're right, you have good understanding. I don't understand one thing, after thinking for a while. Jaehyeon asked, if so, why didn't Odin kill me sooner? It was as Jaehyeon said. As Odin is the supreme god of the Aesir, he must have transcendental power. The only counterhorse the anti-Aesir forces is in a situation where they cannot even attack them due to the effect of the treaty. It would have been easy to kill myself as a mere human being. Why did you make the cumbersome choice of sending fusion and manipulating your emotions? Because of the power of prophecy. Before she knew it, she seemed to have regained her composure again. The power of prophecy is destiny itself. It is a huge flow that even God cannot go against. Even a god can't go against it. That's right, you are protected from its power, but Hela opened her mouth in a low voice as if to warn her. Even the power of prophecy is not infinite. 10 years from now, all powers of prophecy that hold you back will be extinguished, and when that time comes, you will be killed by Odin and the Aesir. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that you've already been victimized once? Hearing Hela's words, a twisted smile appeared on Jaehyeon's lips. Now everything is starting to make sense before regression. Why did the 27-year-old himself face such a death? Odin tried to kill me from the beginning. It must have been to keep an eye on me by tricking Hyujin into being my father, and it killed me 10 years after all the power of prophecy had disappeared. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it. Odin and the Aesir throne, they played with themselves from the start. He killed his family, manipulated his emotions, and threw him into hell, according to Hela. Her mother also lost all her original memories of her father because of Hyujin, something far beyond what can be described as an odd fate. A calm anger flared up from within. Just because the prophecy has identified itself as the adversary, that all this happened, it was just revenge. Why did Jaehyeon want to come back and learn magic and become stronger? I didn't want to get involved with God or anything like that. So I tried to stand alone, but not anymore. If it was the throne of Aesir and Odin that caused her tragedy, you must first kill them and break them. You have to kill me somehow, the pinnacle of the Aesir throne, Odin. Jaehyeon made a promise. Anyway, if you belong to this huge flow of fate, you have no other option than to constantly resist it. According to Hela, Ragnarok will come again at any time. If he doesn't win there, all of Midgard will fall under his feet, as well as, Odin has no reason to keep me alive. At this rate, I will surely die. Of course. He had no intention of dying. Jaehyeon repeated, be strong much more than now, the throne of the Aesir and Hyujin, to avenge Odin and protect his precious things, but at the current rate of growth, we can't do anything like that. During the engagement with Min Seongo a moment ago, he had a clear realization. I am weak right now. You have to grow fast enough to be incomparable to others, however. It cannot be done without countermeasures. What you have to do with God, it was impossible to fight them without any countermeasures. Perhaps the anti-Aesir faction thinks so too, undoubtedly. They must have prepared a device for growing themselves, and maybe that's it. Hela, when we first met, you said you are the observer of the opponents of the prophecy and guide of the 5 trials, perhaps that ordeal. That's right. Hela realized Jaehyeon's intentions and immediately cut off his words. Main quest. A small smile spread across her lips. That's the ordeal to grow you into a god slayer who will kill Odin. Hela crossed her arms and flicked her fingers lightly again. A transparent window floated in front of Jaehyeon's eyes. Filling his field of vision, displays quest information, shows the progress of the main quest God Slayer's path. Main quest progress 1/5. There are 4 remaining trials. Clear the quest safely and make a body to become a God Slayer. Main quest, the God Slayer's path. You are destined to be an adversary against Odin and Asgard. Take over the power of the anti-Aesir goddess to stop Odin's ambitions. Trials of Hell 1/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Difficulty. Reward Blessing of the Van Aesir Throne Chapter 88 The Adversary of the Prophecy Part 2 After class the next day. Jaehyeon stopped by the head of the AR combat system and devoted himself to training. End of about 5 hours of desperate fighting. Time close to midnight. In the AR combat system. The current record is level 45. Jaehyeon was able to achieve the best results he had ever recorded. The performance of the enhanced magic arrow was much better than expected. It was surprising that he could produce this much firepower even though his stats were reduced due to wearing a copy of Gleipnir. However, Jaehyeon was still not satisfied. It was because of the quest that Hela showed her yesterday. Main quest progress 1/5. There are 4 remaining trials. Clear the quest safely and make a body to become a god slayer. Main quest, the God Slayer's path. You are destined to be an adversary against Odin and Asgard. Take over the power of the anti-Aesir goddess to stop Odin's ambitions. Trials of Hell 1/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Trials of 0/1 Difficulty. Reward, reenactment of Goddess Van Esser's divine protection came out of the system room and sat down on a chair to recall yesterday. The words Hela had told me before leaving lingered in my ears. The second Ragnarok is approaching, as the end approaches. All bondage and bondage will be gone. To put it simply, it means that the power of prophecy that protects you will also disappear. I will prepare for the next trial, get stronger in it as quickly as possible, otherwise. We'll meet in Helheim next time. Jaehyeon thought for a while. According to the words of the Greeks, the period during which the power of prophecy can protect me from Odin and Hugin is 10 years, however. They must have learned that I am inheriting power from the throne of Van Aesir as an adversary through this incident. They'll try to deal with me no matter what, said Hela. Ragnarok may be brought forward. If Ragnarok is brought forward, Jaehyeon cannot be protected from the power of prophecy. If I don't get stronger soon, I'll be killed in a few years. Let alone 10 years, however, Jaehyeon clearly repeated, I have no intention of taking it there either. Jaehyeon had no thoughts of wanting to play more with Aesir and Hugin. Yesterday, Hela disappeared, saying that she would come back to her when the next ordeal was ready. As she left, she said, this is the last time to change the time. Jaehyeon smiled, Nornir system. It brought Jaehyeon back to the time when he most desired it, however. Hela advised that the throne of Van Aesir had consumed almost all of its divine power for the return of reappearance, and that such an opportunity should not be expected anymore. It's okay though, from the beginning. Jaehyeon had never thought of having two lives. Always think that now is the last time and do your best. The second ordeal was still far away, but Jaehyeon would grow stronger. Jaehyeon stood up again, first of all. He planned to master amplification. Last night, it was around 3 o'clock in the morning when Yu Xianyi received a call from Min Xiang'o. At the time, he was hiding from his creditors. It was because of the bond he borrowed thinking Yu Xiangyun would die. Awesome, just thinking about it made my teeth clench. Originally, by now, my sister had already fallen ill and died. And the Yonhwa Guild should have also come into her hands. But why did things turn out this way? Yu Xianyi was suffering from insomnia due to intense tantrums. Thanks to this, I was able to answer the phone call I received right away. Yu Xianyi confirmed the sender and asked in an excited voice, how did this happen? Jaehyeon Min, what about him? Have you dealt with it? Could not kill, there's a strong presence behind it. I couldn't even use my hands. Damn it, that bastard, was that why you were running around like that? Yu Xianyi recalled Min Yihayan's helpless face with a distorted expression. The embarrassment and anger I felt when I first met him at the main building of the Yonhwa Guild. Come to think of it, my bad relationship with him started there. Suddenly, Min Sung-o's voice came from the other side of the phone. Now it's your turn to answer. Why haven't you swallowed Yonhwa Guild yet? I'm sure he gave them plenty of time. I had no choice but to come up with a different variable than expected. That variable, is that related to Min Yihayan? It was an unexpected question, however. Yu Xianyi realized that the question was an opportunity. It was not certain, but it was clear that my sister had not died and Min Yihayan had a deep connection. Of course. I don't know if Yihyun definitely had an influence on him, but at the first meeting, he said clearly, CEO Yu Xiangyun will not die. The fact that Yu Xiang was suffering from an illness was a top secret. But why did Yihyun know that? I couldn't understand why Yu Sungyun, who was only a cadet, was so wrapped up in Yihyun. It's probably related. That was Yu Xianyi's idea. That's why he asked Min Xiang'o to kill him. Yu Xianyi fixed his phone and answered quickly. That's right, Min Yihyun, he must have something to do with Yu Xiangyun. I get it, try your hand at it anyway, just keep one thing in mind. Min Xiang'o's voice over the smartphone was very heavy. He was in a low voice. If you can't swallow the lotus this time, your life is gone. I'll keep that in mind. Yu Xianyi broke into a cold sweat and hung up the phone after saying that. The spine was chilly, as I felt from my first contact with them. He is especially dangerous. Xiang'o Min, a feeling like facing a non-human monster. At least as far as Yu Xianyi knew, no human being stronger than him existed, even if it's against Li Yixin. Korea's first S-class raider, he was a strong man who could not guarantee victory or defeat. However, a moment ago, Min Xiang'o said it directly. There is a being behind Min Yihyun who is so strong that he cannot use his hands. Yu Xianyi was curious. What kind of person was he to let such words come out of Min Xiang'o's mouth so strong? And how does Yihyun come into contact with such a big man after that? The theory class was held again for several days. No wonder. This is because the theory classes are always arranged like this a few days before the event. Even on the Mills Academy side, large events require a lot of manpower. So it gets messy and hectic for a while. Both teachers and students are burdened with each other. This means that there is no room for practical classes. Thanks to this, Yihyun was feeling bored with the repeated theory classes recently. Since I've read all the sorcery books in this library, in fact, Yihyun visited all the libraries in the grounds of Mills Academy and read all the sorcery books called sorcery books. It was a rare item in the first place, so there weren't many copies. And it was also thanks to the endurance stat that Jaehyeon had recorded in advance, so he didn't get tired. Anyway, it wasn't enough that he read all the books, so he memorized all the textbooks. After that, it was annoying to study separately, and it was because I decided that it would be better to do it while sitting in a chair. In addition to that, Jaehyeon was making remarkable progress in his actual combat experience. After upgrading Magic Arrow once, the next one was not difficult. He also succeeded in raising the level of a few other low-level skills little by little. Perhaps an achievement like this will make him safer for the next event. Use magic repeatedly. It is realized by analyzing the expression and infusing magic power. It may not seem like a big deal once you realize it. But Jaehyeon has gone over the wall one step further. Good, it goes smoothly like this. Jaehyeon was satisfied. But he couldn't hide his regret. The three concepts written in the 4-star magic book, during creation, destruction, amplification. Only amplification, destruction. I only learned 2, even that was destroyed because of absolute calculation. I can't say I understood it fundamentally, despite trying so hard. I still haven't been able to get rid of all the 4-star magic books. It's a growth rate that others would be shocked to see, but it was just a lack of time for Jaehyeon. As Hela said, he must become a new Slayer and grow several times faster than he is now. 4 remaining trials. No matter how you think about it, the future was not easy. As Jaehyeon calmed himself down again, he suddenly heard the instructor's voice. So, that's why Yggdrasil rose up in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, a dull voice. In other places, you may wake up and hear that your voice is good, but in class like this, it is just a voice that makes you feel drowsy. In fact, Jaehyeon was barely holding back his sleepiness to make Raider's natural body drowsy with just his voice. Are you using slip? Jaehyeon is thinking foolish thoughts. Suddenly, the instructor asked, Cadet Min Jaehyeon, can you explain the history and appearances of magic? Is it because I sighed too loudly? The instructor pinpointed Jaehyeon and asked a question. Jaehyeon was stunned, but soon regained his composure and replied, it has been about 10 years since the demonic beast spread, as the awakeners who obtained the Aesir system appeared. A magical language called rune language appeared in the world. This is a science that draws out a phenomenon by pouring magic power into an arithmetic formula. Enough, that's a great answer if you stop. It seemed that the instructor was just checking to see if Jaehyeon was paying attention in class, but there's no way a cadet who only sighs deeply is studying, however. Apart from that, Jaehyeon's grades were very good, always perfect scores in paper tests and practical skills. I haven't taken the regular exam yet, so I'm not sure. But it's probably as if I've secured a top grade. Miles' policy here, monopoly of the strong. Jaehyeon was clearly a strong player here, and Miles overlooks most of the mistakes of these strong players. There is no reason not to use it. Jaehyeon laughed inwardly, this time. I opened another book, pretending to be quietly attending class without revealing it outwardly. After a while, not long after, the instructor got lucky by ending class early. Now I have a message for you, all sleepy cadets. Please open your eyes. There was a sense of tension in the classroom which had been relaxed at those words. Now they also knew. In an event that is officially held like this, it is not strange that anything happens, and in the worst case, you may die, especially since the mock dungeon. This trend has become more severe. Jaehyeon, who had been absent-mindedly turning his Sharpie, also fixed his eyes forward. Is it finally the beginning of the next event? The instructor continued his explanation. 3 days later, Friday is the Guild Experience Day. Guild Experience is how the Raider Guild you are actually active and moves and hunts monsters. It will be a good opportunity to experience the whole thing firsthand. It was specially planned for you by Chairman Ku Jane. I didn't even listen to the last line related to Gu Jane and just let it go. I just weed out the cadets who thought this event was unnecessary anyway, because I have no other intentions. But apart from that, Jaehyeon had a very happy face. Guild Experience. As the instructor explained earlier, this is how other guilds move and work. It was a good opportunity to get a glimpse of how it works. Before the return, I went to an E-class new guild and sat on a moldy couch. Jaehyeon tried to sigh as he recalled the past, but kept his mouth shut. His situation now is clearly different from then. Jaehyeon is a monster rookie who is sweeping all the first places in the Mills Academy event and other tests. Freshman Hunt, which was aired on TV not long ago, has more than 10 million views on YouTube. In other words, it was like cutting off the free pass to go to any guild. As expected, the Sea God guild would be good. Right? It is a precious opportunity to see with my own eyes the guild that ranked first in Korea before returning. I can't miss it. The Heesun Guild is the first guild to rise to the surface after Yeon-hwa. Headed by Yu Seonyi, went down the path of defeat. On Jae-seok, who is famous for his excellent character, is the guild master. It's literally the first guild regardless of martial arts or magic. The guild that Jaehyeon wanted to go to the most during his martial arts days was Heesun. Of course, since it's a guild established by rookies, it's probably small. At the very least, you'll be able to see how the built infrastructure and human resources are rolled. Of course, it is definitely not that I hate Yeonhwa. Currently, Yeonhwa is the best guild in Korea. And Yu Seonjun is also an excellent radar. However, it is also true that I want to know how things are going in other guilds. Yihyun started thinking about which guild he should go to with a smile on his face. But then, oh. And there are a few cadets who have been nominated first for the guild. As for Yihyun, he had forgotten about it because it was an undeserved offer that he had never even received in the past, guild priority nomination. It is called this when another guild takes notice of a particular cadet and makes an offer to come to your own guild for the experience. If you agree to this, the guild will give the cadet special points. Yihyun felt a chill run down his spine at the instructor's words. Can it be? Yihyun listened intently to the instructor's words, and he realized that things were going exactly as he expected. Cadet Min Yihyun, Cadet Jaehyeon Min, and Cadet Kim Yujeong and the following three were first nominated by the Yeonhwa Guild. Please make your decision by midnight today, file the paperwork. And send me the file. Yihyun sighed and remembered his teacher's face. Well, there's no way the teacher would send me to another guild for experience. Yu Sung-yoon was a greedy person when it came to talent, and in her opinion, the most valuable person in the future was none other than Min Yi-hyun. Chapter 89 Guild Experience Part 1 Somehow, he asked me who the cadet stood out that day was. Yihyun let out a small sigh and recalled the past. The other day, when they visited the Yeonhwa Guild to report the results of the freshman hunt, Yu Sung-yoon and Park Hana asked Yi-hyun, was there a cadet who stood out in this freshman hunt? Also, are they worthy of being scouted by Yeonhwa herself? At that time, Yihyun delivered the names of the four people while renewing the contract. An Hoyeon, Kim Yoo-young, Seo-in-na, and Lee Yi-sang, except for Lee Yi-sang, a student. All of them were cadets of the same age as Yihyun, the cadets who went through the freshman hunt together, and the geniuses who ranked fourth in the overall ranking. The Yeonhwa Guild carefully observed the performance of these four cadets. Thanks to you. The situation like this happened now. Yihyun's factions all received guild experience in Yeonhwa, to be precise. I got that opportunity, but there's probably no one to refuse. Korea's strongest guild in name and reality, because Yeonhwa's reputation was truly enormous. Perhaps An Hoyeon was also clearly pointed out. Aren't you the type to miss even one person? Yihyun tilted his chair back a little inside again. The opportunity to see the structure and system of other guilds with their own eyes was blown away. I couldn't help but feel regret. If the teacher comes out like this, there's no way for me. As a representation, it was inconceivable. What a guild experience proposal of Yeonhwa Guild. It was clear that if he refused, it would be difficult to see Yu Sung-yoon's face for a while. Perhaps Yu Seong knew this and secretly applied pressure. Your teacher is also a bit rude. How dare you use such a cowardly move? After all, it's absurd that the magic teacher Yu Sung-yoon sends Yihyun to another guild, but I really didn't know how to do this. Anyway, please give me some words. I just recited the names of talented kids. I didn't know you would use it like this. Yihyun muttered, feeling a tingling sensation as if he had been hit in the back of the head. I can't help it. It was a clear conclusion. Of course, if they were forced to go to another guild, they could go. However, with the recent opening of Studio Elixir, Yu Sung-yoon and Yeonhwa received considerable help. Not only that, but it hasn't been long since the contract was renewed. It was morally wrong to refuse the nomination in the first place. Yihyun let out a sigh of relief. In the meantime, the instructor continued to call his name. Then, Cadet Lee Soo-hyuk, it is the first nomination in the Haitian Guild. Similarly, after filing the paperwork, please send the related materials by email by midnight. Lee Soo-hyuk went to the Haitian Guild he wanted to go to, a cadet who had a conflict with Yihyun in a physical fitness test the other day. It must have been a bit of luck. Chit. Yihyun clicked his tongue briefly and then licked his chin. Next, the instructor continued to make nominations. The names of all promising cadets are called out. Yihyun was now able to hear the instructor's voice. After a short sigh, he regained his senses. Anyway, that's how it happened. Yihyun decided to think as positively as possible. Okay, it goes without saying that Yeonhwa Guild's facilities are good anyway. I wanted to go to Haitian Guild. But getting entangled with Lee Soo-hyuk is another no-no. Bonamana, if I go with Lee Soo-hyuk, I'm sure there will be another fight. Unlike before the return, it would not be a big problem because I had the power. But it was better to be comfortable than to be swept away by troublesome things. After a while, when the instructors' names were all finished, the bell rang. Yihyun sat down for a while, then got up after the people left. As I turned around, I heard a familiar voice. Min Yihyun, go with me. When I moved my gaze to where the voice came from, Kim Yoo-young and Seo-in-na were approaching. Yihyun thought for a moment while waiting for the two of them. If I go to Yeonhwa Guild, at least my colleagues won't die in this event. But that's what it means. It also meant that there were innocent students who would surely die in the guild experience, and that evening, an urgent call came from An Hoyeon to gather at the hideout. It was a call that came close to midnight, a few hours ago, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Miles Academy's personal training ground, An Hoyeon. who finished swordsmanship training, muttered as she stretched. Should I ask the Chancellor a potion to recover from fatigue? It seems that the reason why I feel sore lately is that my body has accumulated fatigue. An Hoyeon has been doing special training in swordsmanship after theory classes have been over lately, a murderous schedule where only about 6 hours of time spent on swords per day are reached. Thanks to that, my whole body was screaming, and I was so tired that I couldn't move, especially now that I had just finished training. Of course, thanks to my efforts, I succeeded in obtaining a new skill. But the problem is that the newly learned skill is a skill that inflicts considerable damage on the body. What an S-class skill. It was a skill that would take at least several more years for An Hoyeon, who is still a cadet, to master. Now, even if I try to the limit, I'll only be able to use it for about 6 minutes, 7 minutes, but An Hoyeon didn't care. Let's not be in a hurry, it's not a skill I can handle properly yet. Still, it wasn't without success. Now he is able to handle the extreme of nothing perfectly. As a freshman, he was able to use A-level skills freely. However, and Hoyeon had no intention of being satisfied with this. Jaehyeon is already at a much higher level. No matter how much time you have, it's not enough to win the Mills Academy Festival. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and cleared his thoughts. Of course, it's not without urgency, however. The body collapses if it is not accompanied by proper rest. Now is the time to rest. An Hoyeon is trying to pack his things to go back to the cadet dormitory. Suddenly, I was startled by the voice calling my name and raised my head. The source was a speaker installed at the top of the training ground. Cadet An Hoyeon, this is a call from Chairman Gu Jane. Please come to the chairman's office on the roof as soon as you hear it. An Hoyeon tilted his head with a puzzled face. Why is the chairman looking for me? It was something I couldn't understand at first. Generally, the cadets of Miles Academy do not have many opportunities to talk with Gu Jane. Gu Yaen also tends to use handouts or messages rather than having a direct conversation. There would be no reason to have a face-to-face conversation. While thinking deeply, suddenly, a disturbing thought popped into my mind. It was because he remembered what Jaehyeon had said to him the other day. It was during the freshman hunt. Not a big deal, it happened because I was affected by mind manipulation magic. Are you saying I attacked you because I was manipulated by magic, but someone else intervened in the freshman hunt? The game is rigged by a mogul that the cadets don't even dare to mess with. Well, I don't know exactly what the purpose is. What kind of existence he is? Why did you intervene in the freshman hunt? Do you know? No, An Hoyeon thought about it several times, recalling the conversation he had with Jaehyeon. Who the hell intervened in the freshman hunt and for what purpose? Why did he use mental manipulation on himself to fight Jaehyeon? After thinking about it, An Hoyeon was certain of one thing. The incident during the freshman hunt is directly related to Gu Yaen. Otherwise, it made no sense to bury the case so easily. Immediately after the incident, not a single word of what happened in subspace was on the news. The same goes for what happened in the mock dungeon, even though it was obviously a dangerous incident. There was just a small happening in the newspaper. It was just described and passed on. Could this be a coincidence, the fact that the subspace field was built in the first place? It is also Gu Jane who organizes all events including mock dungeons. No need to think further. The answer is here, Gin. He is causing events to put the cadets in extreme situations. Of course, I don't know why he did that. But there was no way the two coincidences overlapped. Jane Gu is moving with a certain purpose. Events are a cornerstone for him. That was An Hoyeon's idea. There is nothing wrong with being careful. An Hoyeon packed his things and put them in his inventory. Then stood up. There was no other way now. Once they bump into each other, find out the purpose of Gu Jane calling him. Right now. That's the best. After a while, An Hoyeon climbed into the elevator to head to the chairman's office. I took a deep breath and looked at the mirror in front of me. Something doesn't feel right. After swallowing a gulp, I gathered my heart. The signs were not good. Director Jane Gu's office. Gu Jane's voice can be heard from inside the room. Yes, I'm trying to weed out all the trash that I don't need this opportunity. It's stupid to pour subsidies every year to people who can't even aim for reawakening in the first place. What do you plan to do with the support of the top cadets? Wouldn't there be plenty of resources for the top 1% after crippling a lot of the bottom worms? What kind of noise are you hearing? Congressman Park will do a good job blocking it. Gu Yaen met the other person's stomach through the smartphone with a fishy smile. Of course, only the way he speaks is polite, but his attitude is arrogant. But what are you going to do? A month ago, I made too big a deal in the mock dungeon. Congressman Park continued with a worried tone. Radar management headquarters, the guys will start moving slowly. It's a situation where you don't know if you've already planted a spy inside Miles. They don't know anything else. But they're the ones who can smell one smell. Gu Yaen sneered at Congressman Park's words and replied lightly, "Anyway, it is just a dog that eats the rust of the country, and you don't have to worry. Since we've already finished all the preparations." Preparation? The guild experience in a few days. I intend to take advantage of that event. Gu Jane said that with a confident smile. In fact, He has run the academy and held several events to test the cadets. Gu Yaon has so far bribed high-ranking political and business figures to block reports of the incident, and when even that is not possible, he uses his skills to brainwash citizens in order to block the noise coming to him and further solidify his power. Gu Jane gave strength to his voice. This guild experience, we will artificially blow the gate there. Crab Gate, is that possible? Of course, how is it if I do well? I can sweep away all the useless things without getting my hands dirty. Certainly if it's that way. After a while, Congressman Park over the phone added as if he had made up his mind. Okay, then, as I said before, let's deliver the national subsidy to Miles. From now on, I'm going to talk about specific plans. Of course, anything. Gin Yaon and Rep Park discussed the guild experience and the disposition of the lower-rank cadets to be abandoned for a long time. Rep Park over the phone couldn't help but admire Gu Yaon's plan. Gu Yaon was thinking of carefully burying the lower-rank cadets, a floor where even reawakening cannot be expected, to Rep Park and Jane Gu. They are completely useless. It was just a mosquito sucking blood, decided to dispose of it. Killing them will enrich the resources that will go to the other high-ranking cadets. Not only that, but in the middle stage, they could fill their stomachs in moderation. There was absolutely no problem with Gu Jane's plan. If it weren't for the boy listening to the story outside right now, a boy with gray hair. An Ho-yeon heard all this outside and was in great shock. What the hell is this? It was just a coincidence that the conversation was overheard. Instructor Kim Seok-gi, who was waiting outside the door, was away and was called by Gu Yaon. The moment he was about to knock, Congressman Park and Jane Gu started talking, and as a result of coincidence, An Ho-yeon learned about Gu Yaon's shocking secret. Shit. Now I get it, who encroached on my sanity in the freshman hunt that day. Everyone who caused the simulated dungeon and waited on it. Miles' director was pushing the cadets to the brink of death, to nurture better radars by urging cadets in the middle and lower ranks to reawaken, the lowest-ranking cadets. Who can't even expect that? To save money, a disgusting human, An Ho-yeon gritted his teeth. I wanted to open the door right away and go in and ask how that could be. He wanted to expose Gu Yaon's evil deeds to the whole world, however. By doing so, can you bring that human down? No, it's dangerous to jump out now. An Ho-yeon is just a cadet. And this is Mills Academy. Gu Jane is the most powerful person in the academy. There is no chance of winning here. I can't rule out the possibility that there are other henchmen. In addition, Mills Academy is surrounded by powerful magic throughout the building, making it impossible to record, as it is a military academy. The nominal reason was to exclude the risk of military-related secrets being exposed to the outside world. An Ho-yeon calmed down his rising anger and calmly faced the reality. At the same time, it should be stopped. Only one thought sticks in my mind. My head was cold. An Ho-yeon had to make the best choice he could. I have to do it as calmly as possible to avoid suspicion. An Ho-yeon made all his decisions. After a while, no more voices could be heard from inside. As if the phone call with Congressman Park had ended, An Ho-yeon, exactly 5 minutes later, he knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Chairman. This is An Ho-yeon. Chapter 90 Guild Experience Part 2. The party is sitting in a row in the workshop elixir building. All of them had tired faces from not sleeping properly. But they had no choice but to come to their senses immediately after hearing An Ho-yeon's story. His words were so shocking. An Ho-yeon is at midnight when Mills's crime prevention system goes into a non-operational state, called the party to the hideout and explained the outline of the incident. After all the talk, a moment of silence passed. It was Kim Yoo-young who spoke first. So, to put it simply, you mean that Chairman Gu Yaon is trying to kill the low-ranking cadets in the guild experience? Okay, that's right, you must have overheard the conversation yourself. An Ho-yeon nodded. A deep silence fell over the hideout. Of course, everyone here knew it, to the extent that Gu Yaon is a villain and has a bad back, but it really wasn't. What kind of school would try to kill students for poor grades? Goo. The corruption issue of Chairman Gu Yaon has been mentioned year after year, but this is too serious even if it is done. You're playing with your life. Seo Ah-hyun, who was sitting upside down in the chair, interrupted while listening to Lee Yi-sang. As she said, Gu Jane's plan was extremely dangerous. Yi-hyun bit his lip. It felt like my head was spinning. Guild experience, it was a much more dangerous event than I thought. Of course, Yi-hyun heard information about the next event through instructor Jeong Yi-soo. However, this was only fragmentary information. Instructor Jeong Yi-soo is from Gu Yaon's faction, but as he is still a rookie, he doesn't know all the information. Furthermore, Yi-hyun before returning also had little to no proper memories of the guild experience. It was just an accident and several cadets tragically lost their lives. That was everything Yi-hyun knew about the guild experience. Anyway, I'll have to get more detailed information from instructor Jeong Yi-soo. Next event, guild experience. An Ho-yeon said that the deaths of innocent cadets must be prevented. That's why he came to the party and asked them to help him. However, Yi-hyun was skeptical in any case. We may all die. Should I intervene in this case before regression? Jaehyeon has already experienced a short life at the age of 27, and I realize that nothing remains after a life sacrificed for others. It may be selfish, but it's better to live for yourself. Justification, okay, there is no justification. Jaehyeon had no justification to intervene in this incident, so there was no need to move. However, Jaehyeon looked around at the group, those who keep their mouths shut and are angry at Jaehyeon. At least the 5 gathered here are people with upright dispositions, Seo or An Hoyeon, needless to say. Kim Yoo-young, who sacrificed herself for herself in the past. The same goes for Yi Sang-lee. Jaehyeon couldn't help but agonize. None of these will stand by as innocent cadets die, but suddenly intervening in this case would be poison. If you don't. Everyone can die, Jaehyeon knew. Meaningless guest comments have no value beyond the act of inciting death. But please, An Hoyeon's words, it soon became a sanctification and spread slowly. I can't leave the dying cadets like this. Is it time to worry? Other children's lives are at stake. I'm so scared. But if I can, I will help somehow. I wonder if my older sisters and older brothers should help me, but I won't stop them. Jaehyeon knew it well. These are raiders. A raider is a job that seeks treasure, hunts monsters and protects humans. At that time, with a voice familiar to Jaehyeon, who was worried, there is a cause. The main quest's second junction has been automatically accepted. Main quest. The second turning point: stop Gyuzin's plans with wrong desires and save the students. Difficulty: a plus reward, blank card ×1/sealed sorceress. Failure conditions: failure to rescue all cadets. The Van Aesir throne watches over your choices. Curator Guild Master's office. Kang Yeonju was in the middle of reporting what happened a few days ago to Baek Jaehyeon. Baek Jaehyeon's face hardened as she listened to the report. It was because he realized the seriousness of the matter. Anyway, Min Jaehyeon has contact with at least 2 S-class raiders. One is Yuseong, the guild master of the Yeonhwa Guild, and the other is a man whose identity is unknown. But I didn't seem to get along well with the male side. They seemed to be at odds with each other and exchanged attacks with each other. This is getting complicated. Did you touch a hive that shouldn't be touched? Maybe, Baek Jaehyeon said with a faint smile on her lips. But you know what? Hard-earned fruits are always sweeter. When Kang Yeonju accepted the words, Baek Jaehyeon shrugged. For now, I'd like to keep in touch, even for the growth of curators. I will do as you say if you give me a bonus. I will work even harder. Don't worry, you will be surprised when you see your bank account next month. Please, I will pray to God that he will not do that. Yes, don't worry, just get out. At Baek Jaehyeon's words, Kang Yeonju bowed her head and left the office. After a while, Baek Jaehyeon, left alone, continues to watch the freshman hunting screen featuring Min Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon in the liquid crystal was neutralizing Shin Junsang and Kwon Soyeol, both fighter-based radars. At once, he grabbed the sword flying towards him and broke it, then put it out. Not only that, but even engaging in ingenious combat using paralysis mushroom spores. But most surprising of all, Baek Jaehyeon changed the TV channel to play another program. It was worn-out news that I had seen several times already. It is said that it was surprisingly only 2 young teenagers aged 17 and 16 who attacked the themed dungeon of Neverland. They came to an amusement park and suddenly got caught up in a dungeon. The names of the 2 are Seo Ah-hyeon and Min Jaehyeon. The 2 did not respond to the interview and left immediately after the dungeon raid. There is no way that a person with that level of skill is the same person. Jaehyeon Min, the more you know, the funnier he is. Baek Jaehyeon stared at the TV screen for a long time, exhaling ferocious eyes. I'll get my hands on it somehow. Baek Jaehyeon raised one corner of her mouth and smiled. She had no doubt that Jaehyeon was a talented person who would take the position of curator to the next level. The contents of the call that An Hoyeon heard were summarized as follows. There are 8 planned victims, all cadets with the lowest grades. Gu Jane planned to deal with them by bursting the gate in this guild experience. But here the group couldn't help but have doubts. Cona asked, by bursting the gates, does that mean you're using your magic tricks like in the mock dungeon last time? Well, I still don't know everything. Gu Yaoen's abilities are more hidden. The 2 sighed almost simultaneously, as Jaehyeon predicted in the first place. The ominous feeling was not wrong, no. It was much more serious than I thought. Guild experience. An event with a seemingly peaceful name results in as many as 8 innocent casualties. Do you know the list of cadets? It was Kim Yoo-young's question. An Hoyeon shook his head. No, you'll find out soon. Though, as far as I know, it's not common for 8 people to be singled out for a guild experience, and you only have to search for places that are related to Chairman Gu Jane. Right? It is not very difficult. They say everything that is surprisingly helpful. Jaehyeon praised Seo Ah-hyeon, who intervened in the middle and spoke naturally. Okay, then Seo Ah-hyeon is in charge of that. Research the data and send it directly by email. Yeah, it would be good to have instructor Jeong Yisu attached so that he can move with him. Seo Ah-hyeon is smart. So I'll be able to secure the list soon. What are you talking about all of a sudden? The conversation was so flowing that I almost fell for it. Seo Ah-hyeon looked up at Jaehyeon in a fit of fuss. She pleaded with a troubled face. Why do I do that? subordinate, as soon as Jaehyeon blew magic power on him. Seo Ahyun's answer came back, I will do my best. Jaehyeon is scared of you sometimes. Seo Ine said that, but Jaehyeon didn't care at all and looked the other way this time. Prime Minister Hayoung, please make some auxiliary potions as well as physical strength, as many as possible. Yes, okay, Lee Yisang opened his chest and said. As if to leave it to himself, the fact that the potion he made could save other cadets made him feel proud. As expected, he's a naturally gifted alchemist. Jaehyeon thought so. But suddenly Kim Yoo-jung asked, but can we stop ourselves? It's better to ask others. I told you before, don't trust anyone at Mills Academy. Jaehyeon stopped talking in a serious tone and took a slow, deep breath. Then, he looked around on Hoyeon and Lee Yisang and Seo Ah-hyun and said, remember, among the instructors there are definitely some of Gu Jane's minions hiding. Representatively, Instructor Kim Seok-gi, that guy is definitely a seeker, you better be careful. Surely, Instructor Kim Seok-kai is always next to Gu Yeon if it is him. He can be suspected of being Gu Jane's henchman. An Hoyeon nodded. Jaehyeon continued with a more serious face. Moreover, Jane Koo is a celebrity that everyone in Korea doesn't know about. Do you think that such a person would have risen to the position without collusion between politics and business? It was a story that everyone in the meeting had no choice but to nod their heads, looking at Gu Jane's recent moves. It is certainly natural to assume that politicians are also on his side. Otherwise, Gu Jane wouldn't be able to play with the lives of the students like he is now, even if you report it elsewhere. It will be difficult to conduct a proper investigation as there is no physical evidence. Jaehyeon thought for a moment, but Kim Yoo-jung, what you say has some truth. The problem is too big for us to solve on our own. Then, if we first find out and contact the cadets who were sacrificed in the guild experience, then they will be replaced by other cadets. The only thing that will change is the person who dies. Jaehyeon shook his head at An Hoyeon's words. Jaehyeon added, what we need right now is a network that will support us even if we turn our backs on Gu Yeon. After saying that, Jaehyeon raised his face calmly. At that time, Kim Yoo-jung, who was worried, asked, but the networking side is not something we can do, not to mention a network of people who can keep the chairman in check. Yeonhwa Guild. What? Kim Yoo-jung looked at Jaehyeon with her arms crossed. She said with a sigh, what? Yeonhwa Guild, no matter how this time. Even if we were nominated first for Yeonhwa in the guild experience and received help when we opened the workshop, how can we ask for help there? In the first place. That makes no sense. There are ways. How are you? Kim Yoo-jung asked as if she was genuinely curious. Jaehyeon didn't answer. There was only a small smile on his lips. Everything has a way. Life is a real battle. And a real battle is all about networking. Chapter 91 Guild Experience Part 3 The next day, Jaehyeon roughly conveyed the story of Gu Jane's plan to Yeonhwa Guild. It is said that Chairman Gu Yeon is driving innocent students of Miles to death, and that at least 8 casualties occur in this guild experience. Also, a politician called Rep Park maintains a close relationship with Jane Koo. The party who delivered all the incidents had no choice but to be very nervous. It is true that Jaehyeon opened Studio Elixir the other day and received help from Yu Seonjun. But it was because he was not sure whether Yeonhwa Guild would really help them. But Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. It wasn't just because he had a close relationship with her. As far as he knew, Yu Seongyun, the CEO of Yeonhwa, and Koo Yeon, the director, were not on good terms, even before the return. The two forces had been competing against each other by checking each other. The conflict between them is already one of the nationally famous interests, a relationship where you can't get enough of each other, whenever the two forces clash at an official event. Reporters from all over the country cling to each other and create all sorts of gossip. Jaehyeon was well aware of this fact, and I thought to use it appropriately if necessary. After a while, the party received Yu Seongyun's reply and headed to the guild building, the meeting room on the second floor of Yeonhwa Guild's main building. This is a strictly controlled area where security is tight and the general public is not allowed to enter. Various refreshments and chocolates were prepared on the conference room table, but no one touched them. This was proof of the seriousness of the case. Park Seongyi Yu Seongyun and Jaehyeon's party briefly exchanged greetings and sat down. Yu Seong welcomed Jaehyeon and tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Why does it seem like there's one more person than what you said before? Yu Seongyun's gaze turned to Seo Ah-hyun. Jaehyeon replied indifferently. Not caring at all, he is just like a folding screen. What do you mean by decorative potted plants? Why don't you water it? Just annoying. Brother, I think it's a bit too harsh for my evaluation to be so harsh. Don't worry. I won't be talking about anything confidential. When Jaehyeon lightly ignored Seo Ah-hyun's words, Yu Seongyun burst into laughter. Jaehyeon, you are also great. I already made a lot of friends like this. You're welcome. Jaehyeon trembled in moderation. The group sitting next to them opened their mouths slightly. It was because Jaehyeon's appearance was quite unfamiliar to them. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon tried to get to the main point immediately after the atmosphere was moderately relaxed. However, Kim Yu-young's unexpected words interrupted him. So, really. To see CEO Yu Seong up close like this. While I'm a huge fan, please give me an autograph. Paper, mistress, where's the pen? Yi-hyun sighed and stared blankly at the scene. Why did he suddenly become the Chancellor's older brother, a normal kid? Yi-hyun clicked his tongue and shook his head. The other party members were also in a similar mood. At that time, Yi-hyun nodded as if he remembered something. Oh right, he was a big fan of the teacher. I forgot because the incident was so serious. But Kim Yu-young is a big fan of Yu Seong-yoon. After all, it was she who first made the point of contact between Yu Sung-yoon and Yi Hyun. It was Kim Yu-young who asked me to go with Yu Seong-yoon's lecture right after the return. Normally, I would have told him to stay still. But I let him go for a while. Kim Yu-young borrowed a piece of paper from Lee Yi-sang on her own, got her signature, and hugged her tightly. Yu Seong smiled and put his hand on Kim Yu-young's shoulder. Thank you, thanks to fans like this I always get strength. Seeing the teacher's fake smile, Yi-hyun thought that it was truly amazing. Is it possible to become a healer only if you have the generosity to embrace such an extreme fan? If so, Yi-hyun had no intention of dying as a healer. Meanwhile, An Ho-yeon and Lee Yi-sang, who were sitting next to them, were surprisingly calm. Lee Yi-sang had met Yu Seong-yoon for business talks before opening Gongbang Elixir for the first time. And An Ho-yeon had the experience of meeting a lot of famous people, so he wasn't too surprised. Seo Ah-hyun is a crazy person who can't figure it out. So there's nothing to talk about. The turmoil in the hall subsided a bit and Yu Seong-yoon glanced at Yi Hyun and his colleagues. I will tell you the conclusion. She took a deep breath and started talking in earnest. Actually, Yeonhwa and several other guilds also know about Gu Jane's infidelity or corruption. It's just that the power is so strong that everyone is just hushing it up. If you want to promote in Korea, you can't help but notice that poor guy. I thought it would, otherwise there's no way Gu Yaon would be walking around like this openly. Yi-hyun looked at Yu Seongjin's face and started talking in more detail. Anyway, Gujin seems to have the ability to create gates arbitrarily. Yu Sung-yoon frowned and paused for a moment then nodded. I've never heard of it, but it's not without possibility, with such ridiculous abilities. It makes sense that Gu Jane built such a strong force despite being an A-class raider. What do you think of Seongyi Oppa? I think so too. However, there are still many things hidden about Chairman Gu Yaon's ability. So I think it's a bit difficult to make hasty decisions. Park Seongyi, who was sitting next to Yu Seong-yoon, also spoke in a calm voice. Then let's start taking serious measures. Seongyi Park took out the analysis data and handed it to her at the calm Yu Seong-yoon's words. Right after Park Seongyi received a call from Yi Hyun, I decided to collect data to analyze this situation. And I was about to bring a map showing the points where the dungeon could occur. On the map of Seoul projected with magic, red dots began to form one by one. They all show magic fields near guilds where there are guild experiences. All of them are places where the magical power is much stronger and darker than the surrounding area. If dungeons are created, there is a high chance that something will happen in one of them. Great, for a while our Yeonhwa side will look back on those points. If there is any sign of something happening, we immediately close the area and evacuate the residents. At Yu Seong-yoon's words, Park Seongyi immediately nodded. Those who sat across from them were really admiring the speedy handling of the Yeonhwa guild. However, Yi-hyun's face was still full of anxiety. It's a good method, but I don't think Jane Gu didn't prepare for this event so poorly. I completely ruined the previous mock dungeon event, and he pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth with difficulty. Once they know that the Yeonhwa guild has started to intervene in this matter in earnest, Jane Gu will also be more active. We'll have to bump into each other someday. But it's dangerous now. Of course, the Yeonhwa guild is building a strong force. However, the same is true for Gujin. It is premature to collide here, for now. It is the right choice to weaken Gu Yaon's power little by little. In an all-out war, there is still a lot to lose. Is there any other way you can think of? Yi Hyun pondered for a while at Yu Seong-yoon's question, and then nodded. Yes, those cadets, we have to save it ourselves. On the day of the guild experience, the four people gathered in front of the Yeonhwa guild are taking deep breaths and resolving their minds. Lee Yi-sang and Seo Ah-hyun were missing. This is because Seo Ah-hyun, who has not yet entered school, is sick to say the least, and Lee Yi-sang is one grade above, so he does not participate in this guild experience. However, Lee Yi-sang made enough potions before entering the simulated dungeon. He made a lot of potions overnight, but this time he also worked hard to reproduce. However, despite thorough preparation, Yi-hyun could not relax. There was only one thought in his head. This event might be much more dangerous than I thought. Yi-hyun recalled the conversation he had with Sun Jun-yu in the conference room. Those cadets, we have to save it ourselves. Gujin is a difficult enemy for you. The cadets, to stop, you may not know Yi-hyun, but the other kids are newbies who haven't entered a dungeon yet, all of them if you don't mind. I won't let a single person die. That's your answer, so what do you want from Yeonhwa? I'm going to ask you a few favors. Ask, the day I visited Yeonhwa Guild, Jaehyeon gave several suggestions to Yu Seongyun and Yeonhwa. First of all, never disclose the connection between yourself and the Yeonhwa Guild to the outside world. Second, support the necessary equipment and tools when entering the dungeon. Third, during the guild experience, give them a kiss as if they had been through the experience. Fourth, provide a minimum safety device so that the party is not in danger. Yu Seongyun sighed and accepted Jaehyeon's proposal. Anyway, when Gu Yaen's misdeeds are revealed, Yeonhwa Guild's power naturally grows. It was not a losing trade, however. Yu Seongyun said with concern, something dangerous might happen. You have to be careful because Gu Yaen is a scary person. Jaehyeon is as much as Yu Seongyun. No, maybe he knew more about Gu Jane than that, however. The reason why Jaehyeon is trying to solve the case directly with the party rather than relying on Yeonhwa's guild is simple. Yeonhwa Guild and Gu Jane, it is true that the two forces are fighting each other. But I thought it was not good to collide at a sensitive time like now, especially reproduction and softening. In other words, what if Gu Yaen finds out that he has a connection with Yu Seongyun? Although he is currently plotting his work passively, paying attention to the people and the media once the fact is revealed. Gu Yaen will also take the move to give flesh and take bones. If that happens, Gu Jane's movement to pressure himself will become stronger. It is correct here to hide and hide one's hand as much as possible. You can see the building of the Jijiji Real Yeonhwa Guild in front of the guild building. Kim Yoo-young was almost in awe and was crying. As for Jaehyeon now, he was not very impressed because he came and went every day. But he was also quite shocked when he first visited this place. Jaehyeon glanced at Kim Yoo-jung and said, "Hey, why are you suddenly like this after seeing it yesterday? That and this are completely different, first of all. It can't feel the same as seeing it when it's morning and it's dark." Kim Yoo-young took the lid and went inside as if she was excited. An Ho-yeon and Seo Ina also don't show it. But they are surprised by the guild facilities. Jaehyeon also decided to fit in properly and pushed himself inside. Jing, the automatic door opened and a man with a familiar face approached, Park Seong-yi, who had been waiting in the lobby beforehand, bowed his head respectfully as he greeted the four of them. "I've met you before, nice to meet you. Everyone, I am Seong-yi Park, the manager of the Guild Yeonhwa." Chapter 92 Guild Experience Part 4 Following Park Seong-yi's guidance, we continued our experience by looking around the guild buildings. As for Jaehyeon, it was a place I had been to several times before, so I wasn't very impressed. I decided to give it a little something. It was because the three people next to him reacted so violently. "Wow, crazy, is this really the size of a guild? It's really crazy." Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina tend to get along so well. But this time An Ho-yeon, which is rare, did not hide his surprise. "I'm not surprised at all. It's a chance to see the inside facilities of Korea's #1 guild. This is the inside of Yeonhwa Guild, which is not open to the public. Outsiders are prohibited from entering, a place where even a member of the National Assembly cannot step without permission." The fact that he had come to such a place with his own skills was boosting the spirits of the three people to the fullest. This is the information desk. It's a place where you can handle basic office work. Over there is a common facility where you can rent guild equipment. If you go straight this way, there is a training ground. The guild experience process is not that complicated, from viewing and experiencing basic guild facilities to how guilds work. In addition, it tells how to deal with demons, earn profits, and settle settlements. That was the superficial goal of this guild experience. Of course, this event did not mean much to Jaehyeon, who had already signed a contract first, but for the other three it was completely different. Wow, look at that statue, quite crazy. There are also weapons and recovery items that are only given to guild members. All of this is free. Pretty. Jaehyeon's head hurt, after a while. "I have to take these three to raid the dungeon." Once again, I thought that it was fortunate that Seo Ah-hyun was not here. Even if it wasn't so, I'm not in the mood. But if he was there too, I didn't want to even imagine it. Jaehyeon sighed and thought about what was going to happen tonight. When An Ho-yeon first brought the news that something was going to happen at the guild experience, he said that on the first evening of the guild experience, Gu Yaen was going to break the gate. Now, at least a few hours left. Jaehyeon was calmly preparing for the next time without slowing down. The Kine Guild where the incident takes place is located about 30 minutes on foot from Yeonhwa. The current time is 6:30 p.m. It was about 2 hours ago that we got the location where it happened and the names of the cadets. Thanks to instructor Jeong Yi-soo attached to Seo Ah-hyun, they succeeded in stealing confidential information from the academy, but the situation was not very good. It was because the information was acquired on the same day, and the risk level could not be easily assessed as the incident occurred on the first day. I asked the Yeonhwa Guild to find out general information about the Kane Guild. Kane, a guild founded the year before last with the chairman of the board, Gu Jane, behind him. It was built by Jang Seong-hyop, one of Gu Yaen's henchmen, and has recently received full support from Mills. Yihyun looked back at the group and asked, "It's an obvious plate, it could be much more dangerous than you think, are you still going? Of course, it's kind of scary, but I can't let other people die if I did. I would probably suffer from trauma for the rest of my life." Kim Yoo-young grumbled and answered. Yihyun looked at her for a while and this time asked the same question to the other two. "What about you?" "Huh, I know. What am I? Because I was what Yihyun asked you to do from the beginning." The two of them also said so with their determination, after arranging his thoughts for a while. Yihyun nodded and looked at the group. They all had a calm expression on their faces. Yihyun was genuinely amazed. "You may have to fight an enemy much stronger than yourself. Your friends will know it too, that if you do something wrong, you may die. A dungeon is always a place where you have to go with such a risk." However, still they firmly believed in themselves that they could do it. It was an unbelievable mindset for a 17-year-old cadet, of course. Yihyun had a slightly different idea from them. The sealed magic book that was said to be given as a reward for a quest, what kind of item is that, in the first place? I don't know why the quest rank that was only about saving cadets was A. It was clearly suspicious. No matter how high you look, C to B is the appropriate difficulty level for this quest. Of course. Gu Jane must have prepared some variables, but it must be at the level of a cadet anyway. But why does the system say this quest isn't a rank? Everyone. Focus, depart, don't miss a moment of tension, got it? The three nodded at the same time. I have a hunch that this dungeon will probably be much more dangerous than I thought. A sudden chill, however. Yihyun had a faint smile on his face. I can do it with the strength I have now. Yihyun knew his strength best, also this time. He will never lose to Gu Jane. Then follow me this way. 8 cadets followed behind him at the man's dry tone. This is the guild Kane. It is a newly created guild in which Yaron Ku owns a stake. And according to instructor Kim Seok-gi, it is quite promising. The people walking behind are the bottom cadets who did poorly in the freshman hunting basic physical fitness test. They didn't openly talk about it, but they were easy talkers who were quietly ignored by the other cadets. Nonetheless, they were able to come to Kane through the guild priority nomination. It is a place where cadets are envious of, which was established through direct investment by Jane Gu. Having received the first nomination for such a place, he came to the Kane Guild here. One cadet who had been chasing the man at the forefront began drawing his own blueprint with a happy face throughout. Become a high-ranking radar, help others, earn money for your family, find a good-hearted girlfriend, and get married. Such an ordinary daily life with 2 children and a happy life. Bastards, everyone ignored me as having no talent. But Chairman Gu Yan knew that I have the qualities to become a much greater raider with a little effort. The man's name is Ju Xiangchan. He was a martial arts cadet with an aptitude score of 31%. Those who succeed are also cadets who lack talent and do not exceed 40 aptitude points, but all of them were as happy as the others for now. A chance to experience the guild that Chairman Gu Yan helped from the establishment stage. If there is a chance to stand out in a guild like this, a stepping stone to go to a bigger guild may be prepared at any time after graduation. If things go well, it wouldn't be bad to work as a direct member of this guild. It is Chairman Gu Yan who is currently holding and shaking the Republic of Korea. If only I could get a little more attention there. Sacrament, wait a minute. Suddenly, Ju Xianchan stopped walking. He heard a voice calling him from behind, and when he turned around, Ha Yeonju was calling him. It was one of the members who came to the guild experience this time. But judging from the fact that he lowered his voice, it seemed that he was trying to say something important. What's the matter? What's going on? Ju Xianchan replied in a generous voice. Anyway, the situation right now is not bad and I feel good, so whatever happened was good. However, Ha Yeonju's reply was enough to pour cold water on his mood. Is this a real guild? What are you talking about? This is Chairman Ku Yaon. If it's not that, the Radar Guild should have a lot of facilities, but rather than being inside the guild something a nuisance, it seems to be close to a haunted house. A haunted house? I had never thought of it like that, but it felt kind of creepy when I looked around myself. Ha Yeonju's words were understandable. It was strange. If it was a facility inside a guild, there would be high-tech equipment equipped with a mana response system. However, this place is just a floor lined with creaky wooden planks and walls lined with curtain stones designed to block the view from outside. I can't immediately see what is at the end of the hallway. The lights flickered from time to time, giving off an eerie atmosphere, and a gloomy aura leaked from every corner of the light-blocked room. Ju Xianchan immediately realized, this disturbing aura that I feel right now is mana sensed from somewhere, in a very unstable state, ominous mana that can explode like a bomb at any time. Suddenly, anxiety began to spread to the 6 people behind me in turn. The anxiety that spread like a torch did not subside. My heart was pounding and beating. It's a guild here. How on earth can you feel this dark energy within the guild? Hasn't the minimum security system been established even though it has been 2 years since its establishment? Suddenly. However, he had to stop thinking. This is our destination. While having a conversation, the man who was in charge of the guide stopped walking and said, but once again. The group was in a panic. It was because the place he stopped was none other than the middle of the hallway. Guild experience here, talking and teaching things about facility structure and contracts, weird and it's dangerous, for a moment. The accident seemed to harden, but then I suddenly came to my senses. Juseong-chan Ha-yeonju. And the six in the back thought of that at the same time. You must run away immediately. All kinds of emotions run through my head. Juseong-chan instinctively raised his head and checked the man's face. His pupils constricted unbelievably, so did the others. How can it be? Instructor Kim Seok-gi, it was unbelievable. Wasn't the man in front of you a face you'd never seen before? Why did the face suddenly change, besides? That person must be Instructor Kim Seok-gi, one of the instructors in charge of classes at Mills Academy. It was embarrassing. But the most confusing thing was the words that came out of his mouth. I didn't expect the skill effect to end so quickly, but it can't be helped, although it is a little early. Instructor, Ha-yeonju mustered up the courage to ask. But there was no answer. I instinctively sensed it. Instructor Kim Seok-kai in front of them put them into a trap. By the time the cadets' thoughts were organized, Kim Seok-gi clenched his fists with a fishy smile. Vivid mana began to rise from his body like smoke and soon began to surround them. Goodbye here, cadets, the moment he finishes talking. The fire starts to devour the cadets. A white magic circle drawn on the floor instantly radiated light and devoured them. I couldn't even move my feet to escape. It was because the magic circle swallowed them several times faster. And they couldn't move their bodies due to the restraining magic tool used by Instructor Kim Seok-gi. Buy and save me. Instructor Kim Seok-kai, why? The voices of several cadets vomited in resentment could be heard. But Kim Seok-gi ignored them. They no longer have utility value, as the policy of Mills Academy is. This is an inevitable choice. Kim Seok-gi spoke calmly as he watched those who were swallowed up by the flames and sent to another place. Everyone, this is my last class. Always be alert. I don't know if I'll survive that hell and come back. Kim Seok-gi said that while laughing. Chapter 93 Guild Experience Part 5 after walking for about 30 minutes. We arrived in front of the Kane Guild building. As long as it wasn't far away, there was nothing that other people noticed while coming. Especially today, he is wearing plain clothes. Not the Academy cadet uniform. It's because it's difficult if you catch the attention of others and get on the news. Now they are the chairman of the board. Jaehyeon, and we have to deal with the evil forces that may exist. They had to refrain from revealing their identities to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon looked at the people standing next to him for a moment. They also do not express themselves. But they are nervous. No wonder. This is real life, not a joke. Jaehyeon cannot be 100% sure that all of them will be able to return alive. Originally, a dungeon is such a place, so he set aside a device, something that would bring them even a little closer to 100% safety, a very attractive hand, for example. Are you following along well? Of course, don't worry, Park Seong-yi, who is now following him while hiding himself with stealth, was an example of that. Jaehyeon smiled lightly while talking with Park Seong-yi. At most, it's a dungeon made to kill cadets. So there shouldn't be a big problem with one A-class raider. I'm in a situation where I'm beyond Class A now, with at least 2 A-class raiders. It would be possible to get to the B-class dungeons somehow. Most of the dungeons were able to be cleared with Jaehyeon and Park Seong-yi without overdoing it. However, the other party has no idea that Park Seong-yi is going with them. It was because Jaehyeon asked not to inform him. The moment you know there is an opponent who can protect you, the radar becomes weak. Radar must be able to protect itself at all times. Park Seong-yi is an A-class radar. It is true that it would be perfect if such a person looked after them. But if they leaned too much on it and relaxed, they would all be annihilated. Therefore, Jaehyeon asked Park Seong-yi to follow him while hiding. By the way, you are amazing, Jaehyeon Min. How did you learn telepathy already? I read a few books of magic. Jaehyeon answered simply, telepathy. This skill that Seong-yi Park is talking about is a kind of sympathy magic that allows you to have a conversation with the other person without speaking. It's handled like it's not a big deal in a fantasy novel. So it looks easy, but the difficulty is a whopping 3 stars. This is because the process is much more difficult than expected, because it is fundamentally intervening in the minds of others and conveying my thoughts with magic. For reference, Seong-yi Park uses the artifact to use telepathy. Thank you for your patience. Of course, that's why I followed you. Park Seong-yi seemed excited about something. It is a somewhat bright voice like an adult suitable for children's pranks, but inside. He is a veteran, perhaps, no matter what enemy is in front of him. He will cut down without hesitation, because that is the radar and Park Seong-yi is very familiar with such an environment. Looking at the map is this place. On Ho-yeon, who had been taking a step, stopped and took her eyes off her smartphone. We have completed the guidance to the destination. The friendly voice coming from the smartphone is somehow giving a sense of difference. I found the Kane Guild using the pathfinding system. But something was strange. What is this, to call it a guild? It looks like a shabby abandoned building. Kim Yoo-young looked at An Ho-yeon with a slightly embarrassed face. An Ho-yeon scratched his head and turned on his smartphone again to check the information. However, Jaehyeon reached out his hand in the middle and stopped the action. No, this is right. Why this time? Seoine asked with a curious face. Jaehyeon broke into a cold sweat and did not take his eyes off the abandoned building. It's flowing out of here, fucking ugly rotten mana. That's why you borrowed my manager. Jaehyeon is also a very shameless kid. Seonjun Yu, who was sitting in the representative's office and drinking tea, muttered as she recalled the situation a moment ago. I hope manager Park Seong-yi can help. There is a bit of a corner. Still. It's my brother, can't you be a little gentler? Well, that's your brother and sister's charm. Yu Sung-yoon laughed a little as she saw Park Hana standing in front of her. She is now guarding Yu Seong-yoon to fill the vacancy of Park Seong-yi, who left to solve the guild experience with Yi Hyun. I strongly discouraged him, saying that he didn't have to do that, but he never listened. Anyway, that older brother is that younger brother. With that thought in mind, I lifted the teacup suddenly. Her hand stopped, ku-ku-ku vibration that faintly resonated with the ground. Yu Seong-yoon's eyebrows narrowed. What? I feel an unsettling mana somewhere, the distance is close. An ominous magic that can be felt from a very close distance. What the hell is going on at the same time? What Jaehyeon said a while ago came to mind clearly. The guild Gu Jane is trying to clear the dungeon is Kane. Kane? Yes, I heard that it was a guild that Gu Yan himself took part in founding. Yes, no, but it's weird when it comes to Kane. It's a guild in the middle of downtown Seoul. It's even not far from the Yeonhwa Guild. Exploding a dungeon in a place like that, it's not like Gujin. I'm sure it's information obtained from inside. I guess it just doesn't feel good. There must be an ulterior motive. Yu Seong-yoon woke up from her thoughts. She asked Park Hana. By the way. What exactly is the guild that Gujin founded? The Kane Guild is a ghost guild with virtually no active radar. A ghost guild? Yes, as you know. It seems that sometimes there are people who create raider guilds for tax evasion or corruption and leave no record of their activities. This time, Chairman Gu Yaon would have joined in as well. I think Jaehyeon is right. Gu Jane, what the hell are you up to? Yu Seong-yoon's expression quickly darkened. After thinking for a moment, she nodded her head as if making up her mind. In case you don't know, prepare my equipment below. All right. After saying that, Hana Park left the room and went straight down to the basement. She bit her lip. There comes a situation where you don't know if the CEO will use the equipment. It's not something that can be taken for granted. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, after Hana Park went down to the basement, Yu Seong-yoon was left alone and was thinking about this work. That vibration from a while ago, it's dangerous. There must be something wrong. The mana flowed out along with the vibration I felt earlier. This was completely different from the structure of normal magic power, rotten mana that can only be felt from a demon. Yu Yun-yoon is a member of the Kane Guild, and I was convinced that it had something to do with this guild experience. Yu Seong-yoon was worried. Is it really right to intervene in the case now, if he makes a mistake? He may end up arguing with all of Gu Jane's forces and political cadres. If it was for the sake of Yeonhwa, he would never step out of this situation, but if Jaehyeon is in danger, I can never leave him alone. The conclusion was drawn surprisingly simply. Jaehyeon was a lifesaver to him. Turning your back here is clearly tantamount to betraying the child. First of all, as Jaehyeon said, we have a safety device in place. If necessary, I can move myself. A little while ago, Yu Seong-yoon handed Yi Hyun a special earring, Ivaldi's earring, an artifact that allows you to know the location and biological reaction of an opponent in danger anytime, anywhere with items obtained while exploring dungeons in the past. If he had this, he would be able to go to Jaehyeon's aid the moment he was in danger. For now, the minimum preparations are over, but don't let your guard down because the opponent is Gu Jane. Yu Sung-yoon was ready to take any threat to protect Yi Hyun. A close relationship with the government can be solved somehow. The Yeonhwa Guild, as the last bastion, has also finished reviewing the overseas expansion. A series of sacrifices and speeches prepared the board. The people trust themselves more than the state, worship them as saints, and burn internet bulletin boards every day. What if the government and Yeonhwa Guild pretend at this point? What if you turn your back on Gujin Mills Academy? Of course, Yeonhwa will suffer a lot of damage. But the same goes for her opponent, a situation where one of you might have to start a power game where you might have to die. But don't worry, Jaehyeon Min Yeonhwa now holds the best master key in her hands. Now, she only wanted Jaehyeon to return safely. Knocked out, the door opened very easily like a trap designed from scratch. Fortunately, no other signs of popularity were felt. The group stepped inside the door and carefully looked around. Creak. The old plank makes an unpleasant noise and makes you stand on your nerves. The building itself seemed to be in poor condition. Probably because of the considerable work done during the construction process. Jaehyeon took the lead and stepped inside, holding his breath. If something happens, Let the other kids go immediately and the manager and me. Only the two of them have to face each other. If we don't, we could all be massacred here. Among the cadets of Mills Academy, they are definitely among the strongest, however. It is by no means overwhelming compared to the current radar. Jaehyeon could never lose the network he had built up and his friend Kim Yoo-young, if possible. I have to deal with it alone. Jaehyeon had enough strength to do that. Jaehyeon, by the way, there is no healer in this party, is it okay? On Hoyeon asked from behind. Seo-ina tried to open her mouth but stopped, among them. Seo-ina is the only one who knows that Jaehyeon has a heal skill. Even that, Jaehyeon had asked her to keep it a secret. Fortunately, Seo-ina didn't talk about Jaehyeon's heal skill. If I was going to talk about it, I was going to use subordinate to stop it. But I don't think that's going to happen. Jaehyeon replied calmly, don't worry because I have thoughts. There are a lot of potions that the Chancellor received from you in the first place. Ah sure, Hyeong's potion is really ridiculously great. There is also a taste. I like the health recovery potion the most. It tastes like strawberries. Eating it for taste is more amazing. I could barely hold back the words that were about to come out of my throat at that time, suddenly. Seo-ina's expression hardened. Was it because he felt the strangeness of this space and the unsettling magic power? It just didn't seem like it. Jaehyeon, noticing this, asked, Inaya, are you okay? It seems that high-ranking magic has been activated in this area. I can feel the reverberation of magic. Jaehyeon was also a part that I felt inwardly, after thinking about it for a while. Seo-ina added, there are traces of the spell being activated somewhere. Kung, as I was sweeping across the old wooden floor, I heard something breaking. A sphere surrounding 4 people emitting light that forms on the floor at the same time, without even having time to recognize what it was. The party was engulfed in the light. Is this a magic circle? A voice of bewilderment escaped Jaehyeon's mouth. He quickly grasped the situation and quickly shouted at the party, get out of this circle right now, but his call was not delivered in the first place. The activation of the ceremony was too fast. Jaehyeon gritted it. Shit, this is transmission magic. If I use absolute calculation here, we might be swept away in a completely different place. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and looked around. Magic tools prepared in advance so that those caught in the trap cannot move. It was difficult for those who were still cadets to escape from this. Shit. Jaehyeon let out a sigh of anger soon after. Letters that ordinary people could not read began to be written clearly. An Hoyeon tilted his head, and Seo-ina and Kim Yoo-young, who were magicians, were able to roughly guess what it was. However, only Jaehyeon was able to fully read the text. You fool, to Svartal fame, the world of the dark elves you transmit, the light is young, however. You are sucked into a terrible abyss mixed with darkness that is different from what you have ever felt, transfers the user to Svartal fame. The dungeon is dangerous compared to its level. Exit the dungeon immediately. Exit the dungeon immediately. Chapter 94 Svartal Fame Part 1 Svartal Fame World of the Swart Elves, also called Svartalfheimr. The world inhabited by dark elves. Shit. Jaehyeon sighed and looked around. What the hell is this place? Seo-ina trailed off and trembled. Jaehyeon answered without looking back. Svartalfheim, not even a ray of light can reach. Darkness spread all around. Welcoming the group, a distant abyss that exudes shady and hopeless magic. Jaehyeon looked around and sighed slightly. In Norse mythology, dark elves are described as possessing powers comparable to those of the gods, of course. As it became a dungeon, its power would have weakened, but it's too much to do. Gin, did you mean to send the cadets to a place like this to annihilate them? In the first place, I couldn't understand that he was able to use such high-level transmission magic. Gu Jane is human at best, a mere human involved in the transmission ceremony of Svartal fame. One of the 9 worlds. Shit, did you mean bursting the gate like this? After all, the more you peel it, the dirtier it comes out. Jaehyeon pondered over Gu Jane's actions in the past. The first time I felt a sense of incongruity was during a mock dungeon. At that time, Gu Jane sent a B-class monster to attack Jaehyeon in order to tame him. He tried to subdue himself by using the magic beast strengthened by Odin's raven. But how could that be possible? Humans cannot tame demons, however. Gu Jane released a demonic beast in the dungeon and manipulated it to attack the cadets, which was clearly not a human domain, intervention of other transcendent beings. Jaehyeon couldn't help but doubt this. It's certain that there is something in common between Gujin and the Aesir gods. Gujin's connection to Odin's crows is enough to tell. Odin's raven, in the decisive battle with Min Seong-o. Jaehyeon realized what they were like, one of the spiritual creatures of Norse mythology, beings who swear absolute loyalty to Odin. Gu Jane manipulated the magical beasts enhanced with their powers. What this fact tells us is clear. Gujin is Odin, or they are closely related to other Aesir gods. I don't know everything right now. Hela also told me that she couldn't give me all the context, and for now, I have to think of a way to get out of here first. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and calmly organized his thoughts. At that time, an uproarious voice erupted from the side. What? Svartal fame? That's where even A-class raiders die. If Jaehyeon's words are true, the chances of surviving here are slim. Both Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina were skeptical. Well, if that was normal. It was a normal reaction. Raiders that attacked Svartalf Fame are rare enough to be counted on one hand. Li Yixin or Yu Xiangyun, who are S-class raiders, even they couldn't say for sure that they could survive here. In the first place, there are almost no strategy for Svartalf Fame at this time. Park Xiangyi, who followed along, would also not know the exact strategy of Svartalf Fame. Even the surroundings are so wide that it approaches the field. You'll probably have to spend a lot of time just looking for the boss room. Maybe we should spend a few days here. Jaehyeon let out a short sigh and looked up into the air. Doesn't that sound like a good situation no matter how you look at it? That's right, at Jaehyeon's words. Seongyi Park released his hiding and revealed himself. The party was startled and shouted loudly, barely covering their mouths. Seongyi, manager, how are you here? In response to the three questions. Seongyi Park glanced at Jaehyeon and said, Min Jaehyeon somehow foresaw that there would be such a variable. I'm here because you said you need an adult radar to help. Yoosung has a lot of eyes for CEO to move directly. It's all good, I thought I was going to die like this. Kim Yoo-young sighed and said, however. Park Seongyi's expression was not good. No, my presence has not made things particularly better. Yes, this time An Ho-yeon asked a question. Seongyi Park looked at the desolate and dark landscape. This is Svartalf Fame. As Jaehyeon said earlier, this is the world of the Dark Elves if you're a little careless here. You're sure to get all killed, danger remains the same. Everyone had no choice but to be silent at Park Seongyi's cold words, but at most. Park Seongyi is only in a class radar. This is a place where the possibility of clearing is remarkably low even if dozens of A ranks enter the engineering college. Of course, there is no change in the fact that it is of great help as the level is different. But it was obvious arrogance to think that it was possible to safely clear this place with that level of force. This place is like the bottomless pit. In a place with little light, they have to fight and finally defeat the boss. Everyone in the party knew what that meant. Meanwhile, even at that moment, Jaehyeon was trying to understand the rushing situation. Svartalf Fame's attack strategy is still almost unknown, however that's just the story of now. Of course, there is no change to the fact that it is a difficult dungeon, however. Jaehyeon had already experienced Svartalf Fame before returning. Not only that, but high-ranking engineering colleges in the past left a lot of strategy for the Dark Elves, if you can use the records well. Surviving in this hellish place will not be so difficult. Jaehyeon spoke in a calm voice to the frightened party. Don't worry. Jaehyeon smiled and looked around at the group. Somehow, everyone can come back alive, because I will make it. Let's start by finding survivors. Oops, long time no see, Chairman, how have you been? Of course, Hoyun-kun's father has also become clearer. Two people sitting down almost at the same time having a meaningless conversation. The two met in the lobby of a hotel in downtown Seoul and moved to talk. From now on, it will be difficult for the things the two are talking about to leak out, because it is very confidential. Gu Yaon and An Seok-gu, who are seated, are examining each other's behavior with subtle expressions on each other. As soon as there is nothing to gain, the two are ready to abandon each other. The distance between the two is as cold as if they were caught on thin ice. Even though they were close, the two were very far apart. As evidence of that, the two of them didn't even take a sip of coffee in front of them. The first to speak was An Seok-gu. It's nothing else. The reason I asked to see the chairman like this is. He raised his eyes. The bloody light of the eyes sweeps down Gu Jane's eyes and face in turn. My son finished fourth in the freshman hunt. Yes, what a pity, Gu Jane replied with a calm face. An Seok-gu's face contorted for a moment. This is clearly a breach of promise, lately. Even when talking about weeding out in the simulated dungeon, he hadn't even dreamed that Ho-yeon had ranked fourth in the freshman hunt. I just vaguely thought that since my son had nothing to say, he would have ranked first. However, the results were different. An Ho-yeon finished fourth, which made An Seok-gu angry. Passed. Gu Jane said it with his own mouth. We will definitely make your son the best radar in Korea, believing in those words and providing full support. He raised his son to be strong, but what fourth place? Even our Hoyun lost to a magical raider. This must have been something the director Gu Jane did. That's a simple conclusion. You may have received back money. Or you may have manipulated the event using your power. Anyway, this makes no sense. At most, 3 magic cadets beat their elite son and take all first to third places. Is that a reasonable thing to do? An Seok-gu tried to hide his displeasure, but he couldn't erase everything that was revealed in his expression. Displeasure that came with irritation twisted his brows. That's stupid, seeing this. Gu Jane smiled. He knew very well what An Seok-gu wanted from him. To raise my son An Ho-yeon to the highest position and expose him to the media so that he can be admired as a hero. That is An Seok-gu's ultimate goal. But there is no need for me to intervene unreasonably. Losing games don't work for me. Intervene only when it is judged that there is a clear advantage. Yeah, it's like a card game, a game that can never be lost where the opponent's hand is clearly visible. Gu Jane had a fishy smile, originally. On Seok-gu was a military officer and had a fairly deep connection to the central government. His son, and Hoyeon alone, is quite useful, but if he can extort these government contacts later on, it will help him to further solidify his position. That's why I'm still negotiating with him. Fortunately, An Seok-gu seemed to be well aware of his situation, he said with a smile, trying not to raise his voice. I'm sure the Miles Academy sent Hoyeon because they thought they could raise her well. I'm worried when the situation develops like this. Haha, father too, no need to worry at all. An Hoyeon already has natural talent. Maybe at the next event I will easily take first place. 100% unreliable. An Seok-gu intuitively realized that Gu Yaon was lying, but should I show it here? That Suijit is right to wait and see more opportunities here. Looking at it objectively, Miles is the one who can best raise his son. If the relationship with Gu Yaon goes wrong now, it will put a brake on his son's growth. An Seok-gu decided to change the question slightly. You seem a little interested. Would it be all right if I ask you a question, as much as you like? The magic cadet who took first place in the freshman hunt this time, who the hell is he? A smile spread at the corners of Gu Jane's lips. Perhaps An Seok-gu saw Min Yi-hyun's personal profile on TV. What he is now asking for is confidential information that has not been disclosed to the outside world a little deeper. It's a rule not to reveal personal information of a cadet to others, if Hoyeon is the father. I will specially inform you, aren't we so bleak? Gu Jane said with a smile on his face, pretending to be patronizing. An Seok-gu silently crossed his arms and waited for his next words. Soon. Gu Jane's mouth opened. Min Yi-hyun, he is a genius cadet who was born with 97% magical aptitude. 97% magic aptitude? An Seok-gu asked Gu Yaon with a genuinely surprised face. Gu Jane silently nodded, confirming his words. An Seok-gu could hardly get away from Gu Yaon's words. The higher the aptitude of the radar, the more roughly the grade is determined, to mark some kind of growth threshold. That must be the aptitude of the radar. What, 97%? Is that the bottom line? It's hard not to believe it because it's Gu Yaon's words. But it's an overwhelming number that I can't feel at all. The son who was called a genius in the media and broke all records had an aptitude of 92. But 97, is that also a magic cadet? Looking at An Seok-gu, whose face was distorted. Gu Yaon had a calm and weak face. He smiled lightly and pointed to the coffee cup in front of him. It's gone cold. Shall I ask you to come back? No, I'll just go. Thank you for your time. You're welcome. An Seok-gu got up, left the hotel and got into the car. He kept repeating one thing over and over, thinking and thinking. Min Yi-hyun, how dare we lose to the magic world? Hoyeoni, his face contorted wildly. It was a long time ago that his car on the road exceeded the speed limit. Chapter 95, Svartal Fame Part 2, it seems too dark here. First of all, we need to use the flash. Wait a minute. I will use the magic, so can you watch over me? After stopping Seo from using flash, Yi-hyun stepped forward lightly. Pat's tsutsut, the energy of life pulsating within the body collided with each other, creating a fierce noise. After concentrating the mana in his fingertips, Yi-hyun shot it towards the pitch-black darkness. Active skill Flash LV3 is used. A stronger light dispels the darkness and brightens the surroundings. Dozens of light-bearing spheres floated in the air and soon began to gather around Yi-hyun, floating in the air. The white lights busily follow him. Like moss, the sphere adhered to the stone walls inside the dungeon and emitted light. What? This? Kim Yoo-young, who was looking at the halo of light floating in the air, burst into embarrassment. Yi-hyun laughed involuntarily at the better response than he expected, but it's strange that I'm not surprised when I see something like this. While Yi-hyun thought so, he did not forget to scold Kim Yoo-young. Kim Yoo-young, it's not here in the dungeon, lower your voice. I'm sorry. Kim Yoo-young quickly covered her mouth. She apologized, but still fixed her gaze as if possessed by the light. I mean, I'm just asking, perhaps this light, right, you leveled up the D-class magic flash. What? This time a more passive voice, however. The confusion contained there was conveyed to Yi-hyun. A small burst of astonishment. The eyes of the three people who were watching Yi-hyun narrowed at once. In particular, the faces of Kim Yoo-young and Seo and Na, who are magicians, were the most worth seeing. The two looked at Yi-hyun's back almost at the same time and thought, skill level up, but that's only possible with at least an A-class radar. Nonsense. Are you saying that Yi-hyun has already raised his skills to that level? Of course. It wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. An Hoyeon and Park Seong-yi also seemed quite surprised, even without saying a word. Is this a natural reaction? Yi-hyun thought so with a calm face. In the eyes of others, the achievements he has achieved will be simply unbelievable. Over the past month, Yi-hyun has worked hard to grow on his own. While listening to the Understanding Magical Operations lecture, I realized the more fundamental truth of magic. I realized how to configure the formula so that it is stable for the caster and how the formula can attack the enemy more effectively. In addition, he succeeded in reading all the magic books in the central library of Miles Academy. After meeting Yu Sung-yoon, he did not neglect actual combat training either. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon was able to raise his abilities to a level where he could easily level up with D rank or lower magic. Jaehyeon thought for a moment and looked at the light shining in front of him. Especially. Flash is a magic that can be used at any time, so I used it day and night to level up. I don't eat much mana in the first place. Thanks to that, I'm already level 3. I've reached the point where people can follow me without having to carry spheres with their hands. Well, my arm doesn't hurt, so it's a win-win. Jaehyeon nodded with a satisfied face. And Chin chimed forward, "What are you doing? Aren't you all going? I see, let's go everyone." "Ah yes, yes," with fish-eyed faces. The party alternately looked at Jaehyeon and the sphere that illuminated the front. The viscous light on the wall was dispelling the cluttered darkness. "Is this really possible?" Park Seong-yi stuck out his tongue as he watched Jaehyeon handle the sphere perfectly. A drop of cold sweat ran down his back, and his body trembled. Even though he was a martial artist, he was well aware of how outstanding the current achievement was. As the manager of the Yeonhwa Guild, he had the opportunity to train many new raiders and experienced amazing talents every time, together. In Park Seong-yi's eyes, Jaehyeon's talent is out of the norm. It was unbelievable. He gulped down his saliva and looked at Jaehyeon, who still had a calm face. Park Seong-yi thought, to reach the level of an A-class raider at the age of 17, it's a terrifyingly overwhelming talent. In no country in the world, no one has reached Class A at the age of 17. Seong-yi Park took a deep breath and followed Jaehyeon as he watched the light illuminating the cave and murmured, "How far can Jaehyeon grow? Such a dog, Instructor Seok-gi Kim, how the hell are you going to handle it?" "Sorry, Chairman, but I never thought that an outsider would dare to set foot inside the guild building." "Are you saying that now?" Mills Academy's director's office. Instructor Kim Seok-kai was bending over and bowing his head toward Gu-yeon. The reason why Kim Seok-kai was so confused was simple. It was because the Kane Guild had just received a report from the Kane Guild that other outcasts had been swept away along with the ceremony they had made to deal with the useless students. "Damn it, nothing is going right." Gu-jane was indignant at the risk of his plan being exposed. Of course, Gu-jane did not do this without any reason and taking risks. There were two reasons why Gu-jane risked the guild experience incident. First, to cut the astronomical cost by abandoning the cadets who have no talent. Second, it is to meet the expectations of him, of the lofty throne of Aesir, by urging reawakening, which only a few of the middle and lower-ranking cadets can do. The last reason was the biggest. He said that we should train as many strong raiders as possible. For this reason, Gu-jane has held numerous massacre events under the guise of an accident. He put the students in danger by leading various incidents, including Mills Academy's representative event, the Mills Academy Festival. Simulated Dungeon Guild experience. Even if we get into the worst situation, not all information will be disclosed to the outside world anyway. The damage to the image of Miles Academy and myself can't be avoided. Of course, even if the case is publicized, the last reason will be kept silent until the end, a world where myths become reality. However, only a small minority believed in God. Also, how much have you achieved so far, although the intentions were impure? The number of S-class and A-class raiders she produced with her own hands was too numerous to count with both hands. Thanks to this, there is even an opinion in the Daily that Gu-yeon should continue to sit in his current seat even if there is corruption. The media is on their side. There is only one person who can damage Gu-yeon's status in Korea. Softening Guild, Yuseong is the only one, but there's no reason for them to step out. The Kane Guild and Yeonhwa's building are close, but earthquakes have been very frequent lately. At best, there is a high possibility that it will be limited to dispatching a few investigators nearby. Even so, Gu-jane's complexion was still not bright. It was because it annoyed me that there was a possibility that the plan itself would go wrong because of a variable, no matter how small. Thanks to this, Instructor Kim Seok-gi had no choice but to keep bowing his head while listening to Gu-yeon's speech for over an hour. I don't know what they are doing, but they came in there. I wanted to make an excuse. However, when I saw the opponent in front of me, I automatically shut my mouth. "Who is the one in front of you?" Gu-yeon is the general manager of Mills Academy and holds the unique power in Korea. What if I add useless words here and go against planting? You may really be abandoned. In the first place, Gu-yeon is not the type to keep one henchman for long. For reference, the servant who served him before is also missing and has not been found yet. It was most likely erased as a result of tampering with some dangerous information or disappointing Gu-jane greatly. It was not that difficult for Gu-jane to erase one or two people. No, not that much. Kim Seok-gi gritted his teeth. "Did you think I would tolerate it if things were done like this?" Gu-jane's voice clearly had an edge. In the mock dungeon and in this guild experience, Jane Gu gave Kim Seok-gi a chance. However, Kim Seok-gi disappointed Gu-yeon. It was not Gu-jane's way to make noise in the middle like this. 100%, even if you gamble. Don't touch it unless you have a guarantee that you will win. That was the way Gu-yeon had lived until now. Gu Jane asked, trying to suppress his angry voice. So how many are there in all? Kim Seok-gi stammered and responded hurriedly. There are 5 of us. Ha, you stepped in a lot. I'm embarrassed. But maybe I'm worried too deeply. Isn't it common these days for ordinary people to die at a gate that suddenly appears if you cover it moderately and move on? Sounds funny. Gu Jane hit the desk piled with papers at the fierce glare of his eyes. Kim Seok-kai's shoulders shrank involuntarily. Tsutsut. At the same time, it made a sound like burning mana and slowly began to flow backwards. It was reverse flow magic. One of Gu Jane's hidden daggers. Gu Jane was acquiring various active skills aside from his unique skill, brainwashing. Mills is a very macho group, and in order to survive in this place, even as the chairman of the board, he must constantly prove his skills. This reverse flow magic was very special among Gujin's splendid magic collection, the power of a transcendent being that was bestowed directly from him. Of course, that power was downgraded and it was impossible to fully demonstrate its ability, but that alone was already close to a tolerable S-class dealing skill. Meanwhile, with the release of magical power, Kim Seok-kai's face began to stiffen, a strange sensation of being short of breath and not being able to move your limbs. The blood vessels are twisted and the 5 organs are destroyed. It was because of being hit directly by reverse current magic. After a while, Kim Seok-gi's face darkened in real time. My eyes are out of focus. And my weak legs shake and shake, as if possessed by something. It was as if he had lost all control over his body. Gu Ya-in clicked his tongue as he looked at Kim Seok-kai. He said in a low voice, transmission ceremony does not activate on ordinary people without magical powers. Cuck, the bloodstream twisted violently once more, and a moan broke out. Gu Jane looked at the blood spattering on his clothes and twisted his forehead for a moment. He was again, and that means those with magical powers. In other words, it means that current raiders or cadets who can handle magic have been swept away by this Svartal Fame transfer ceremony. Chapter 96 Svartal Fame Part 3, and that means those with magical powers. In other words, it means that current raiders or cadets who can handle magic have been swept away by this Svartal Fame transfer ceremony. A deep silence fell in the chairman's office. A rat came in. Gu Ya-in was saying that to Kim Seok-gi. Kim Seok-gi desperately lowered his head and buried his forehead on the floor. Sorry, wow, because of my lack of knowledge, I will tell you clearly. Gu Ya-in looked straight into Kim Seok-gi's eyes with a sly expression on his face. Be good to yourself. Instructor Seok-gi Kim, please keep in mind the fact that there should never be any noise in this job, at least on the day when a survivor comes out of the guild experience. I will handle it somehow, Chairman. Please give me one chance. This is the last one that there are no 3 times. Instructor Kim Seok-gi would know better, of course. If you know. Leave immediately. Gujin released the reverse current magic and said so. Hearing the cold voice, Kim Seok-gi hurriedly ran out of the director's office and breathed heavily. My whole body was wet, as if I had just taken a shower. The skin cracked and blood poured out. Instructor Kim Seok-kai raised his head and gnashed his teeth in his hazy mind. I don't know what kind of bastards they are who dare step into the ceremony. I will never let them go alive. Kim Seok-gi walked quickly with his wounded body. As I stepped out into the hallway, a familiar face caught my eye, Instructor Jaehyeon Kim. He was a new instructor who had not yet served as an instructor for miles for less than 2 years. Instructor Kim Seok-gi, why is your body like that? It's bloody all over. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon approached Kim Seok-kai with a surprised face. It seemed that he was trying to help me. But it was just an act that irritated Kim Seok-gi now. Kim Seok-gi savagely slashed his hands. It's nothing. So don't worry about it, Instructor Jaehyeon Kim. But you're so hurt. I told you not to worry. Don't make me say it twice. Kim Seok-gi said coldly and continued walking forward. Kim Jaehyeon watched Kim Seok-gi walk away for a long time, then turned around and came out. After a while, the place Instructor Kim Jaehyeon headed was near the dormitory for low-ranking cadets outside the academy. This was the most secure place in miles. Jaehyeon Kim took out a small artifact from her inventory, a type of walkie-talkie that works based on horsepower. It is an expensive item for an instructor to have because it is a material that is very difficult to obtain. However, Kim Jaehyeon naturally took out a walkie-talkie and connected the signal somewhere. This is Jaehyeon Kim. Can you hear Team Leader Song Jae-seok? Because I'm listening. Talk quietly. Is there anyone else around? No. Why did you contact me? There is something special. Special note. Kim Jaehyeon pulled out her head and checked her surroundings again. Yes, it is confirmed that there is friction between Gu Ya-in and Instructor Kim Seok-gi. It seems that Kim Seok-gi will be sorted out sooner or later. Is this the 4th time? Once I got it, continue investigating the case. Okay, and what happened to what I said before? Are you talking about information about Cadet Min Yi-hyun? How is it? Would it be okay to contact him? So far, it seems to be hostile to Gu Ya-in. I think there will be no problem. Good, then find a seat soon, Song Jae-seok over the walkie-talkie said in a strangely excited voice. Gujin, now let's take him out. After Kim Seok-kai left the chairman's office, Gu Ya-in leaned back on the chair he was leaning on and thought for a moment. this time. Even if he thought about it, his actions did not seem excessive. It was an issue I didn't need to get too angry about. Those with magical powers, of course. In other words, it is true that the Awoken were swept away by the ceremony, however. It was highly likely that this would not be a big problem for Gu Jane. Didn't he know that something like this would happen and set Svartalfheim as the destination of the transmission magic in advance, the world of the Dark Elves? It was impossible to come out alive with the power of a mere raider or cadet. No. Even if you are an incumbent raider, the probability of annihilation is overwhelmingly high unless you form a party of Class A or higher and attack organically. The rank of Svartalfheim dungeon is A. Even the strength of the boss monster inside is close to S, however. Among the 5 Awakeners who were swept away, he was Class A. No. What is the probability that the S-Class Raider is together? In reality, it is close to impossible. Unless Li Yixin or Yu Xiangxiang, who are famous for their S-Class radar, come forward, they become corpses and disappear without a trace. Nothing changes, but something doesn't look good. Gu Jane's expression was not good, for some reason. I couldn't get rid of the creepy feeling that kept running up my spine. Intuition. The sixth sense, which had been living as a radar for a long time and saved itself, was warning, this job is as good as you think, that it won't be solved that easily. After walking further inside the cave for a while, a path split into several branches appeared. The road was divided into 3 branches, first on the left, then on the right. If it's a dungeon, it's like this. Both are pitfalls, the other one is the boss room. It is not known who or what method devised this system. Most of the dungeons are structured this way. So I just said yes and moved on, for now. Let's take a break here and then go, Jaehyeon said in a calm tone. It was based on the judgment that preparation was necessary in order to go deeper. Park Seong-yi also nodded and looked back at the party. Jaehyeon is right, it would be nice to take a break here. If you get lost, you will be in trouble. Actually, the party was wandering around the dungeon right now. Dark elves are monsters that live in darkness. Incidentally, they are by no means docile enough to shine a light on an intruder. Well, it's not a problem for me anyway. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Since Jaehyeon has the mana sensing skill, there is no restriction on movement even without light. In addition, you can quickly grasp the enemy's movement and deal with it. But other people are different. Because of this, Jaehyeon chose to take a break, of course, in order to get out of Svartalfheim quickly. It would be right to go straight to the boss room, but this is because there is a limit to the ability of the party, excluding Jaehyeon and Park Seong-yi. It wasn't just the power of skills and combat power that mattered. The biggest problem, as Park Seong-yi mentioned earlier, is this pitch-black darkness. Jaehyeon is now lighting the way through flash. But this has clear limits. This is the world of the Dark Elves. This is Svartalfheim, and Dark Elves are intelligent magic beasts who are very good at magic. To put it simply, Jaehyeon's flashlight is something that can be quickly turned off. For this reason, Jaehyeon and Park Seong-yi said the first priority was for the party to adapt to this darkness. Jaehyeon calmly explained this to the party. After a while, at Jaehyeon's words, the party also agreed and nodded their heads. So, the conclusion, you mean we need to adjust to this darkness? That's right, besides, it's narrow. If I swing my sword and attack you too, I got it. The party obediently followed Jaehyeon's words. It was the same with Park Seong-yi. It was because he also decided that continuing the battle in the dark was unreasonable. They sat side by side at the 3 crossroads. Jaehyeon took out as many potions as the number of people from his inventory and distributed them to the party. One of Li Yisang's special potions. It was made to resist the dungeon's thick magic. Oh, thank you, I'm still a bit short of breath. But I'm glad I did. Everyone in the party thanked them and drank the potion. This place is a place where magic flows close to level 10 mana room, no matter how elite they are. It is not easy for a freshman to endure such a powerful wave of magic. Of course, both Seo Nuna, Kim Yu-young and An Ho-yeon have grown a lot compared to their early days. That much would not last more than a few hours here. Jaehyeon knew that something like this would happen and ordered a potion from Li Yisang in advance. Of course, I hoped that there would be a situation where I didn't use it, but, after sighing, Jaehyeon put the potion he took out for himself back into the inventory. I don't have any problems this time either. It seems I have a constitution that can withstand magic well. I thought I was lucky. If there are still survivors in this dungeon, they too will be addicted to mana. Since they are the lowest ranked cadets, they will be much more vulnerable to mana poisoning than other colleagues next to them. Since there are 10 potions in all, it is safe to save even one more. Then we must first look for survivors. Hey, but what if I get on the wrong road and choose the boss room? Kim Yu-young asked with a worried expression. Anxiety permeated the group. There was nothing wrong with her words. Kim Yu-young, who was not the only one, was particularly sensitive to crossroads and alleys. Jaehyeon placed his hand on Kim Yu-young's shoulder as if to say not to worry. I will take care of that. Jaehyeon stepped forward and said, after gathering his mana for a while. He dispersed it, magic sense. a skill that perfectly reads the enemy's mood with the magic learned from Misteltein. The wind that blew along with the budding magic power blew Jaehyeon's hair tousled. The middle is the path leading to the boss room and the rest. Jaehyeon's face stiffened as he stammered. Jaehyeon instantly concentrated his mana all over his body and then blatantly spread it. The party also raised their arms with their backs to each other. Probably noticing his change quickly, goo, a strange sensation passed through them. Like the ground vibrating and the air twisting. Something it's coming. It was Park Seong-yi who read the feeling next to Yi Hyun, Susut. Something unknown was infiltrating behind the party little by little. Casting a black shadow, they knew that the beings now approaching would never be friendly to them, just at the moment when Yi Hyun was about to warn the party that the enemy was approaching. Quick, a spear that was shot with such speed that it was unknown where it came from. The spear, imbued with magical power, aimed precisely at the nape of Seonae's neck. However, patching the window could not be reached. No. It was shattered into pieces. Active skill, absolute calculation, destroyed the spear of the beast. I feel my heart pounding and shaking violently. A strange sensation enveloped Jaehyeon, as if his blood was hot and his whole body was seething with energy. All focus. I heard the trembling voice of Park Seong-yi, who quickly came to his senses, as if there had been no laughter and chatter until now. Everyone was fighting against the alien beings roaming in the darkness. Dark Elf. Finally, they showed up in person. Chapter 97 Svartalfheim Part 4 The active skill absolute calculation is activated. Jaehyeon accurately caught the spear shot at Seonae's head. Patching, the shards of the broken window shattered into pieces and soon began to scatter in the form of magical power. The magician's window, originally. Jaehyeon would never have thought of catching the enemy's attack with his bare hands. If you don't know if it's a low-level radar like Shin Junsang in the past. The enemy in front of you is a dark elf. This is because they belong to the ruling class of this hellish Svartalfheim. The estimated level of monsters is close to A. No matter how lowly you look at it, they are difficult to defeat easily with the power of the party. However, Jaehyeon took the risk and grabbed the spear. The reason was simple, because there was one clear certainty. According to the words of the raiding party that attacked Svartalfheim in the past, all the weapons of the Dark Elves were made with magic. That means that it can be completely destroyed with absolute calculation before returning. Jaehyeon had plenty of opportunities to get information about the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves' temperament and how high their habitual intelligence is. Only the amount organized as a thesis will exceed at least dozens of pages. Thanks, he knew what is the right way to deal with a situation like this and how to fight against the Dark Elves. Jaehyeon covered his entire body with a mono weapon and observed the enemy's movements. The pupils rotated rapidly to see through the foe swaying in the dark. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue. It would have been nice if I had more time, but for now, I'd better finish it quickly. As for Jaehyeon, it is better to prolong the battle time for his own growth. If you learn their patterns, use the magic you learn and awaken your sense of battle. You will be able to fight more effectively when fighting other enemies in the future, but now was not the time for such optimism. It is currently unknown whether the cadets sent here are alive or dead. In addition, the Dark Elf hurled a spear with the momentum to kill Seonae. Obvious hostility, it was impossible to stand still. Fast did Yi Hyun read the enemy's attack in such a short period of time. Park Seong-yi, who was confronting the enemy, shed a drop of cold sweat as if frightened. He let out a deep sigh as he looked back and forth between Jaehyeon and the Dark Elf. Incredible reaction speed, are you really a cadet? That's why Jaehyeon's appearance a little while ago was at a level that was difficult to understand. The enemy's attack came unexpectedly, and it was never at the level of a single cadet to stop it. Basically, the agility stat is important in order to quickly read and notice enemy attacks. From that point of view, Jaehyeon's current agility stat is at least 80 or higher. This is an area that even non-fighting radars can't easily enter. Moreover, Park Seong-yi was the rare assassination-type martial artist. With agility as the #1 stat, almost all stats were put into agility every time you leveled up. Even so, his current agility stat is only 80 when added together. However, Yi Hyun responded to the enemy's movements faster than he did earlier. That means that Jaehyeon's agility stat is higher than himself, a martial assassin. Of course, he may have filled in the missing parts with skills or equipment, but still only 17 years old, no matter how much he was directly taught by Yu Sung-yoon. This was out of the question. I'll be sure to ask again later, of course, if only I could return alive. Everyone calm down and focus your nerves so you can read the enemy's mood. Park Seong-yi, who suddenly came to his senses, took a deep breath as he comforted the nervous party. At least Jaehyeon won't die here, but others were different, even with the reputation of being a genius. They are still cadets, difference in experience. Perhaps that would lead to the death of all of them here. The strength of one's own experience was essential, but before that, it was necessary to first inform them of the current situation surrounding them. Everyone, I am an assassin class, I can't last long, so everyone has to fend for themselves. Those who were nervous at those words stiffened a little more. I could feel the breath quivering between the bumps on my back. It's a bit cruel. But I can't help it. Park Seong-yi had no other option than to say so. In fact, the assassin class basically does not require much endurance stat, because it's their job to surprise and catch the enemy. Therefore, there was almost no situation to drag out a long battle, and he was not used to such a battle. However, contrary to Park Seong-yi's worries, the party immediately found calm. In particular, it was none other than Kim Yoo-young who showed the fastest adaptability in battle. Active skill Mana Field increases the defense of allies within a 2-meter radius by 70%. Jaehyeon was also surprised by Kim Yoo-young's quick response and skill use. I can't believe I've already used the Mana Field, after all. His talent is crazy. The Mana Field used by Kim Yoo-young was truly the ultimate support skill, an extreme support skill that exponentially increases the defense of allies that enter the radius. Although it is true that the radius is narrow because the level is low because he has not mastered amplification yet. This is enough. Jaehyeon didn't care at all. Seo-in and An Hoyen also stepped forward and began to develop their skills. Active skill Haste, active skill Slow. Active skill Ulfheim's Sword, active skill The Extreme of Nothing is activated, through Haste and Slow. Seo-in increased the speed of allies and slowed down the enemy's attack movement. In addition, after quickly completing the casting of Ulfheim's Sword, he held the sword in his hand. An Hoyen also activated Extreme Justice of Nothing and raised his power to the fullest, a power that I couldn't handle properly before, however. Now it seems to be able to use it without difficulty. I can't fall behind either. Jaehyeon, too, did not back down and began to raise a monstrous amount of mana that overwhelms the three of them. An enemy is coming. At the same time as Jaehyeon's words, 3 spears and a sword suddenly attacked the party, the sound of weapons clashing. The sound of swords cutting through the air came one after another, but even in the midst of that, Jaehyeon did not lose his smile. It was for a simple reason. Even if it's an A-class monster. It's the opposite of me. Chains rising from the air are fired at the witchbeast with a roaring noise. Active skill Chain of Lightning LV5 is activated. Jaehyeon smiled. The maximum level of an active skill is 5, however. Jaehyeon was about to hit the highest level of an A-class skill. Chain of Lightning is a skill that I have been using as my main skill ever since I returned. I was able to level up quickly because of my high proficiency. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes and said, "Then shall we begin in earnest, intuition." The Dark Elves intuitively hid themselves from the magic of reappearance, pitch-black darkness. How did the Dark Elves become the dominant species in Svartalfheim? The reason is simple. It is because they have adapted and survived this darkness. They knew how to use the darkness and were confident in deceiving their enemies. The excellent movement speed based on magic was a bonus, but that also meant nothing to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon smiled and glared at the magic beasts hiding in the darkness. Those damn bastards are just trash with nothing to do with anything other than magic. Furthermore, I have TRP's Thunderous Walk, no matter how fast they are. They can't catch up with me. TRP's Thunder Walk is an item that corrects the agility stat by 150. Jaehyeon's ability to swiftly deal with enemy attacks comes from that. In addition, thanks to the magic detection, the enemy's movement can be clearly seen. Of course, even so, he had no intention of prolonging the battle. Others wouldn't have the same agility stat as you. It is true that Jaehyeon has strong power, but fighting while protecting all of his allies from enemies was a burden. Visor, quick, the sound of swords clashing with spears. The sound of swords cutting through the air was heard. Jaehyeon shouted at the struggling party. Everyone listened to me. Kim Yoo-young and Ine only use flame magic. It was a sudden order. But the two immediately agreed. I don't know what it is. Okay, Jaehyeon saw An Hoyen and Park Seong-yi this time. Hoyeoni. You two use the taunt skill to simplify the enemy's movements. Can you? Of course. Manager Park Seong-yi. Please cut down the Dark Elves who have slowed down their movements. All right. Park Seong-yi was not at all displeased with Jaehyeon's orders, who were much younger than him. Does Jaehyeon know something about the Dark Elves? Surely. Seeing him affirm this, he must know the secret of the Dark Elves. At least he's not the kind of person who would drive his colleagues to death. It was an evaluation of Jaehyeon given by Park Seong-yi. Seong-yi Park immediately opened his magic. Active skill Stealth LV5 is activated. The user's presence is completely erased. Then several more spears flew towards the vital points of his comrades. Kim Yoo-young. An Hoyen and the spears fired at Seo-in again. However, Jaehyeon lightly blocked them and hit one Dark Elf with his fist. Quang, a roaring sound echoed through the interior of the dungeon, but it didn't end there. Active skill Fire Strike. The dungeon was filled with flames of dizzying temperature. Heat rose up and ignited slowly at Jaehyeon's fingertips. It was one of several new skills learned while learning the magic book, Fire Strike. It was a C-class attack-type magic. And although its proficiency was still low, it was an attack aircraft with decent power. Jaehyeon was basically a necessary skill to fight based on mono weapon. This is because long-distance sniper magic such as fireball is not suitable due to the nature of battle mages, roaring after a few minutes, as the heat subsided. A refreshing voice penetrated Jaehyeon's ears. You have defeated the Dark Elves, one at a time. As soon as Jaehyeon finished speaking, An Hoyen blocked an attack from a guy who rushed next to him. And the casting of Kim Yoojung and Seo Ina was all over. The two each attacked the enemy using fireball and flame arrow. A dark elf shouted at the side of a decapitated fellow. How on earth can humans take advantage of our weaknesses? Kwang thud, all of the consecutive attacks hit the enemy and poured out a roar. Now, the enemies seemed to have forgotten to hide their presence. A dark elf who had barely breath charged at me with poisonous eyes, but squeak, Park Seong-yi's dagger which was hiding, accurately cut his throat, along with the feeling that the darkness has lifted a little. The son-in-law expanded slightly. Jaehyeon had a satisfied face. The party gradually began to adapt to the darkness and won the battle against the Dark Elves. That wasn't all. After, did something happen? Doesn't that, do you think? Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon had a conversation and were wary of their surroundings. Jaehyeon passed the two of them and took a step towards the left side of the three fork in the road. Let's move, not all. But I think I found it. Huh, is there a way to go there? Jaehyeon nodded at Seo Ina's words. He added with a slightly darker face. Not all. But the survivors are on this side. Jaehyeon succeeded in locating the survivors through magic detection. There was a little delay due to the fight with the Dark Elves, but there was no big problem, but even so. His expression darkened as he achieved his goal. Kim Yoo-young, who looked at Jaehyeon's expression, asked in a worried tone, "What's the matter, maybe?" "Yes, not yet, if it's even a little late." "I'll die." There was calm anger in Jaehyeon's eyes. He looked back at his stunned colleague with clenched fists. "Boss Monster, we have to catch him and close the dungeon."